In a modern twist of fate, Lin Jinchu, a beleaguered worker, finds herself lost in slumber after an exhaustive 15-hour shift, only to awaken within the pages of a novel, transformed into a 10-year-old illegitimate daughter of a marquis's household. Upon the return of the true legitimate daughter from the capital, the false one is heartlessly dispatched back to her village. With her mother long deceased and her father incapacitated by a hunting accident, Lin Jinchu faces the grim prospect of being sold by her grandparents. How can she navigate such desperate circumstances? Fortunately for her, she possesses a miraculous space filled with adorable creatures. Unfortunately, the threat of invasion looms, compounded by natural disasters and the chaos of war. In such dire times, what choice does she have but to flee? Lin Jinchu's objectives are twofold. Firstly, to amass wealth. Secondly, to ensure her family's financial stability. However, as she peels back the layers of deceit, she discovers the harsh reality that the so-called legitimate and illegitimate daughters are merely pawns in a nefarious scheme. In a tale of love that spans 3 lifetimes, the protagonists have missed each other in their previous incarnations. In this life, Fu Yanche defies destiny to be with the one he cherishes for eternity. A word of caution: the female lead begins her journey as an ordinary individual in the modern world, initially lacking in strength and possessing a somewhat vulnerable character. This narrative chronicles her growth, with a male lead making his appearance at a later stage. Those who prefer immediate action may wish to look elsewhere. Additionally, this is a fictitious work, and all characters, places, and prices are entirely constructed. Chapter 1. The Transmigration. At the end of August, the air was stifling, as if trapped in a steamer. The northern territories of Donghua had not seen a drop of rain since last winter, and this summer's temperatures soared far above those of previous years. The water levels in the rivers were notably lower than usual for this time of year, with several small streams running dry. The largest river in Jizhou Prefecture, the Luoshui, had its waters reduced to barely the height of an adult man. On the barren tree trunks outside, the sharp and shrill cries of cicadas grew increasingly frantic, instilling an inexplicable sense of unease. In Shishan Village, Faisher County, Jizhou Prefecture, villagers flocked to the home of the elderly Lin, including the village chief Lin Hailiang and the village headman Lin Yoji, both relatives of the elder Lin, whose name was Lin Yusheng. What has happened? Someone inquired while running, for the villagers delighted in gossip, their monotonous lives filled with little else beyond toil. I heard they planned to sell the eldest girl, just returned from the capital, to Lord Su of the town, came the reply. What? That old hag Shen has a heart of stone. Lord Su is over 60. Indeed. Yet in these times, lives are worthless. In a year of famine, neither daughters nor sons fetch much. That eldest girl is valuable, raised as delicate as a flower. They say she could be sold for 10 taels of silver. Springzao is fortunate, now returning to the capital to enjoy a life of luxury. She was the true daughter of the marquis's household, merely a victim of a malicious mix-up by a servant. In the courtyard of the Lin family, a girl of about 10 and a young boy knelt on the ground beside a middle-aged man, whose bloodshot eyes were filled with desperation as he pleaded with the elder Lin. Father, please do not sell Jinchu. I beg you, I will share my food with her. The middle-aged man, Lin Ziyuan, was the elder Lin's second son. A fortnight prior, while hunting, he had fallen into a ravine while rescuing a fellow villager, breaking both his legs. Beside Lin Ziyuan, a sharp-eyed old woman named Shen snorted disdainfully. Such sweet words. What will you share with her? You barely have enough for yourself. You, your wife, and your child are all incapable of working in normal years. This might be tolerable, but now, with drought everywhere and rumors of invasion, who knows if the court will reduce taxes? Our family can barely scrape by. If we need to buy grain, how can we afford it? The prices in town are 3 times what they were last year. Do not blame me for being harsh. Everyone knows what kind of person I am, and your father knows best. Among the onlookers, some nodded in agreement, acknowledging her reasoning. Although old Lady Shen had a temper, she had not been known to mistreat her late husband's children, and the family generally lived in harmony. To sell a granddaughter seemed excessive, but times were undeniably tough. Neighboring villages had already sold their daughters for grain. The Lin family was the first in Shishan village to take such a step. This year's wheat harvest was expected to be significantly poorer, and as the harvest approached, the fields appeared golden from a distance, yet upon closer inspection, many stalks were empty husks. If taxes were levied as usual, families would have nothing left. And with news of impending invasion, the future appeared bleak. While old Lady Shen was indeed a stepmother, she had not mistreated her late husband's 2 sons over the years. She was known for her sharp tongue but was soft-hearted beneath it all. A woman who had maintained a good rapport with Shin remarked, "Times are hard. I heard several families in the neighboring village have sold their daughters, and I heard the same. This year's crops have fared poorly, and after taxes, there will be little grain left. If they continue to tax us as before, every household will face starvation. Surely they must reduce the taxes. The stock of old grain is nearly depleted." Some, envious of the girl who had been pampered in the Marquis's household for a decade, remarked sarcastically, "She's just a liability. If they sell her, so be it. Your Lin family produced a scholar, and education costs money. Indeed, the fourth son of the Lin family is clearly different from us. His appearance and demeanor suggest he is destined for a government position." Old Lady Shin had initially been angered by the crowd gathering to gawk at her family's misfortune, not wishing for the matter to become common knowledge. However, seeing so many support her, she opened her doors wide. Especially when others spoke of her youngest son's bright future in government, her posture straightened, and her head held high, her prominent teeth gleaming. With newfound confidence, Old Lady Shin declared, "We are not selling this girl. She will merely be married off to Lord Su, the wealthiest man in Loya town, to serve as his concubine. She will enjoy sumptuous meals daily, attended by maids and servants. A life of luxury awaits her." Lin Ziyuan, hearing her words, felt a surge of anger. Only he knew that the Lin family's apparent harmony had been maintained through his and his elder brother's hard work. They managed all the household chores. Even the younger children had begun working in the fields. In contrast, the third son, Lin Jizai, was idle, while the fourth, Lin Jinchu, had barely passed his exams and was nearing 30, still striving to become a scholar. The fourth son's family rented a house in the county town, and for years, Lin Ziyuan had hunted while his brother Lin Jidai farmed, the family scrimping to support Lin Jichu's education. To outsiders, this balance created the illusion of a harmonious home under Old Lady Shin's management. However, with his legs now broken, that balance had shattered. Today, they could sell his daughter. What would prevent them from selling his son next? In a fit of rage and despair, Lin Ziyuan pointed at Old Lady Shin and exclaimed, "That man is older than my father. To be a concubine for a man nearing the grave, and you dare call it a wealthy marriage? Mother, how can you utter such words? Moreover, that old man has over 20 concubines, all between the ages of 10 and 15. There are rumors of deaths occurring in his courtyard each month. Is that the mark of a sane individual? Jinchun is only 10 years old. Father, she is your own granddaughter." Lin Ziyuan's voice trembled with fury and helplessness, tears streaming down his face as he pounded the ground in despair. He loathed his own powerlessness, resented being a failure, and despised his inability to protect his daughter. In days of yore, before his leg was fractured, he would ascend the mountains almost daily to hunt, undeterred by the elements. The game he procured was exchanged for silver, which he used to support his fourth brother's education, provide for his third brother's family, as well as to ensure sustenance for his father and stepmother. When his wife, Madame Qin, fell ill and yearned for a morsel of meat to restore her health, there was none to be found, despite his relentless efforts in the wilderness from dawn till dusk. Ultimately, his own wife and children were deprived of any sustenance. Now, having broken his leg, he finds himself unable to afford treatment, and within mere days, they have turned against him, contemplating the sale of their own daughter. Typically reticent and unskilled in articulating his feelings, he would merely suppress his grievances, believing that diligent labor would suffice to improve their collective circumstances. Yet, he can no longer endure the situation. He regards the likes of Old Lady Shin and her kin as family. However, they have never reciprocated that sentiment. Above all, he cannot allow his daughter to become a concubine to that elderly man surnamed Su. Yet now, he is incapacitated, unable to stand, and even sitting requires assistance. Since his leg was broken, the household has only spent 20 coins to engage a village doctor who applied a few herbal remedies for several days. Thus, they have resigned themselves to this fate. Over half a month has elapsed, and his leg continues to ache intensely, with not a soul expressing concern for his plight. Chapter 2. The Sale of a Granddaughter. The 10-year-old girl, Lin Jinchu, knelt upon the ground, fully aware that her pleas would fall on deaf ears. Lin Laotu and Xin Shi were resolutely determined to sell her. The silver had already been received, and there was no reason to expect a return. Thus, upon hearing the news, she promptly urged her aunt to discreetly summon the village chief. In recent days, her father had suffered a broken leg, while her grandfather and uncles were preoccupied with transporting the wild boar and pheasants her father had hunted to the town for sale. This dreadful news had reached her ears only by eavesdropping on her uncle's conversation, and she was fortunate to have overheard it. With the matchmaker and Mr. Su's men yet to arrive, she knew she must buy time and seek the assistance of the village chief and the villagers. Without hesitation, she rushed before the formidable Shin matriarch, kneeling and tugging at her skirt, clinging to her legs while weeping profusely. "Grandmother, I implore you, do not sell Jinch. I shall toil for you like a beast of burden if only you would spare me." Seeing the girl's face smeared with tears and snot, the Shin matriarch, repulsed, kicked her away with disdain. The matriarch, robust and towering, sent Lin Jinchu sprawling 2 paces back. The child lay on the ground, clutching her abdomen, appearing gravely injured and unmoving. The Shin matriarch, emboldened by her dominance, contemplated advancing to strike Lin Jinchu. Secure in the knowledge that the matchmaker had already assessed the girl's appearance, so long as she did not mar her face or cause death, all was permissible. However, as she lifted her left leg, a sudden wave of discomfort coursed through it, forcing her to halt. A moment later, she attempted to move again, feeling no more pain. Lin Jinchu observed her every subtle expression with clarity. She had cunningly leveraged her fall to jab 2 fine embroidery needles into different acupoints on the matriarch's left leg. Ever since her father had been brought back with a broken leg, she had sensed something amiss with the Shin matriarch, who had been whispering conspiratorially with Lin Lao-san and his wife. Just days prior, she had witnessed a plump matchmaker arrive with a group, after which the matriarch had summoned her inside, and the matchmaker had nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, the matriarch had dismissed her, and Lin Jinchu had hidden by the window, watching as the matriarch gleefully accepted a silver ingot and sent the matchmaker away. She then quietly followed Lin Lao-san, overhearing him and the village's official discussing plans to sell her to the wealthy Mr. Su in the town as a concubine, with arrangements for her to be taken away that very afternoon. With no other recourse, she resolved to prepare for both possibilities. On one hand, she stealthily acquired 2 embroidery needles from Lin Laoxi's wife's room, for if the matriarch refused to treat her father's leg, she would ensure the matriarch would also become crippled. Lacking medical knowledge, she merely knew a few vital acupoints, taught to her by her modern grandmother. On the other hand, she confided in her aunt, enlisting the clever Donghua to fetch the village chief. Donghua, often seen hauling water and firewood, had many playmates in the village, and these friends spread the word, rallying the villagers to come forth. Through days of interaction, Lin Jinchu had discerned the true nature of her family. Her aunt was kind-hearted and genuinely concerned for her and her brother, Lin Sanyu, while her uncles, Donghua and Ernyu, were weak-willed and overly filial. Meanwhile, Lin Sanyu, under the impression that the matriarch intended to strike his sister, had become incensed. Typically reticent and brooding, he now saw his sister in peril, his small face turning crimson with anger as he charged at the matriarch like a cannonball. "Do not harm my sister," he shouted. The Shin matriarch, taken aback, had never anticipated that this timid boy, accustomed to her oppression, would dare to confront her. Unprepared, she stumbled backward several steps, a sharp pain radiating from her leg as she barely managed to brace herself against the wall. Lin Sanyu, seeing that the matriarch had not been toppled, seized her arm with his teeth, forcing her to retaliate with slaps and curses. "You wretched bastard! How dare you bite me? Had I known, I would have suffocated you at birth. Come, old man Lao-san, hurry and pull him away. Teach this wretched child a lesson." Witnessing the matriarch unleash her fury upon her brother, Lin Jinchu, despite her pain, rose to her feet and charged at the matriarch's chest, aiming for the central acupoint. It appeared as though she was merely colliding with the matriarch, but in truth, she applied all her strength to strike the matriarch's numb acupoint. While simultaneously pulling Lin Sanyu away, the matriarch suddenly felt her chest and elbow go numb, and the pain in her legs rendered her unstable, sending her crashing to the ground. Dazed and bewildered, the matriarch could not comprehend what had transpired. She attempted to rise, but found herself utterly powerless. "Mother, how dare you call Sanyu a bastard? Father, Sanyu is your own grandson." Lin Ziyuan could scarcely believe his ears. Why, just as he had sustained a broken leg, had their once harmonious family suddenly turned to chaos? In the tumult, Lin Jinchu, having lost her balance from the force of her charge, fell once more to the ground. Lin Ziyuan crawled over, embracing his daughter tightly as he wept inconsolably. Lin Sanyu joined his sister, supporting her, and the trio became a tangle of tears. Lin Sanyu adored this new sister. Though she had only returned a few days prior, her temperament was gentle, and she had even secretly taught him to recognize words. He could now read his own name, as well as those of his father and sister. Not only that, but she also instructed him in the three-character classic, and he could recite a few lines already. His love for learning flourished, and he yearned to follow his sister in mastering writing. In contrast, the previous sister, Changzhou, often berated him and sometimes struck him. Whenever their grandmother reprimanded her, she would return to her room and scold him. But this sister, Jinch, never scolded him. She was kind, regaling him with tales and teaching him to read. Thus, he vowed to protect this sister at all costs. Lin Jinchu, well liked in the village, would often lend a helping hand to those in need. He would secretly provide food to elderly villagers and assist with repairs or catch chickens, never asking for anything in return. Those who had received his kindness now wept alongside the family, yet felt helpless in the face of such personal strife. As the village chief and villagers bore witness to the scene, they shook their heads in sorrow, murmuring amongst themselves. Just days ago, they sold a wild boar for several dozen taels of silver. How can they now be selling a child? Surely that silver has gone to the fourth son. Indeed, the family of the second son is but a bloodsucker, near to being drained dry. But the child is only 10 years old, to be sold as a concubine to Mr. Su, who is rumored to be a pervert. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Lin Jinchu mustered her strength and approached the village chief, kneeling before him as she theatrically wept. "Grandfather village chief, I do not wish to become that man's concubine. You and grandmother fear we would burden the Lin family. Let us leave. I beseech you to help us separate from the Lin family. I am willing to part ways with my brother and father so as not to be a burden to them." "How can that be?" Xinshi interjected sharply, desperate to prevent this course of action, for she could not reveal that she had already accepted 10 taels from Mr. Su. "Why not? Grandmother, did you not say we waste food? If the three of us were to separate from the Lin family and live independently, would that not be acceptable? Or do you insist on selling Jinch today?" Lin Jinch was well aware that Xinshi had already taken silver from the old man. She understood that with the village chief and the villagers present, this was their best opportunity to extricate themselves. The village chief was known for his fairness, authority, and, most importantly, as the clan leader of the Lin family. Her aim today was to escape the den of wolves that was the Lin family, and to compel the Xin matriarch to return the silver intended for her sale. The village chief comprehended the situation. Undoubtedly, Xinshi and Lin Laodu had accepted Mr. Su's silver. As the village official and Lin Yuxing were cousins, he was merely a distant relative, and while he might turn a blind eye to trivial matters, this was no trifling affair. However, now they intend to sell the child Jinchu to the esteemed Su family. It is rumored that the Su family purchases several beautiful young girls almost every month, and the fate of these children, whether they live or die, remains a mystery. What is known is that Mr. Su is wealthy, and the notion of taking concubines is but a euphemism. In reality, it is merely a transaction. As the village chief, he feels an immense burden of compassion. Chapter 3. Division of the Family. He noticed the village headman standing a short distance away, observing the situation. It was clear that the headman had no desire to intervene, leaving the matter to him. Moreover, among those rescued by Lin Jinchu on this trip to the mountains was his youngest son, Lin Yuan. After enduring months without rain, the surrounding mountains had dried up. The wild vegetables had been nearly exhausted, and the leaves had turned brittle and yellow. Even the animals had retreated deep into the mountains. In the village, 5 able-bodied young men had agreed to venture into the depths of the mountains for hunting. After 3 days, they managed to capture a few wild chickens and rabbits. However, on their return journey, they encountered 2 wild boars. Though they fought valiantly, one of their own, Zhuzi, perished in the struggle. This was Lin Yuan's first expedition into the depths of the mountains, and having never witnessed such a scene, he was terrified and hid behind Lin Jinchu. It was Lin Jinchu and the Chang family father and son who ultimately killed the 2 boars. In the process of saving the Chang family son, Lin Jinchu accidentally slipped into a deep ditch, resulting in a broken leg. In the end, only his son and the Chang family remained unscathed. Zhuzi was dead, and Lin Jinchu had a broken leg. The village chief understood clearly that without Lin Jinchu and the Chang family, his son would not have survived. He also recognized that times were tough, but it had not yet reached the point of selling sons and daughters. Furthermore, the Chang family had no interest in the 2 boars, nor did his own family. The larger one was given to Zhuzi's family, while the slightly smaller one went to old man Lin's family, which still weighed around 100 jin. At that moment, someone in the crowd quietly remarked, "I heard they sold that big girl for 10 taels of silver." No wonder old woman Shin was so resolute. 10 taels is a substantial sum. What a heartless act. Why doesn't she sell her own granddaughter? As if her granddaughter could fetch 10 taels. Perhaps not even 1 tael would anyone want. Upon hearing this gossip, Shin became furious and shouted, "I said no means no." Shin had always been domineering in the village, and beside her, Old Man Lin was quietly puffing on his dry tobacco, occasionally coughing, remaining silent. He had no intention of returning the 10 taels of silver, which had not yet warmed in his grasp. This year's drought had resulted in a harvest of less than 40% compared to previous years. Their wheat had been harvested halfway. If they adhered to the tax laws of previous years, little grain would remain for their family, who had mouths to feed. They had just obtained the wild boar, wild chickens, and rabbits, and the next morning, without considering the injured second son, Old Man Lin and his eldest and third sons loaded their bullock cart and headed to town, fetching 33 taels of silver, which they handed over to the fourth son, Lin Jinchu, and his wife upon their return. Now, apart from the 10 taels of silver, the household had not even a single coin left. Earlier, they had heard from the fourth son that grain prices were expected to rise this year, prompting them to stockpile supplies early. The headman stood at a distance, saying nothing. He knew that Old Man Lin had sold his granddaughter for 10 taels of silver, as informed by the third son. 10 taels of silver, only Lin Yoxing's granddaughter could command such a price in the entire Shishan village, typically. Even the most beautiful girls would fetch at most 2 taels of silver, and even the headman felt a pang of envy. At this juncture, the village chief spoke. "Then let us divide the family. Ziyuan, do you have any objections? We shall separate you 3. As the patriarch of the Lin family, he held the utmost authority in the village, practically an unassailable figure. He genuinely wished to assist Lin Ziyuan. One cannot repay a debt of gratitude lightly, especially one involving a life saved." "I agree," Lin Ziyuan replied, relief washing over him. As long as his daughter was not sold, he could think of a solution after separating from the Lin family. Surely, one cannot die from holding in their urine. Although the separation would be challenging, having his children close was more important than anything else. He had contemplated death, unwilling to burden his children, yet they were still too young. His daughter was 10, and his son was 7. Even now, with his life hanging in the balance, Shin was intent on selling his daughter. If he were to die, he could not bear to think of the fate that awaited his children. Therefore, he could not allow himself to perish. "I disagree," Shin shouted vehemently, disregarding her own pain and discomfort as she implored Lin Ziyuan. "Ziyuan, Jinchu is merely a girl, a financial burden. Raising her will require considerable expenditure. No. She would merely marry into the town, not far away. If you wish to see her, you may do so at any time. If she were to bear a son or daughter, perhaps if Mr. Su's old wife were to pass, Jinchu could be elevated to a proper wife. But if you divide the family, how will you sustain yourselves? You still require assistance. One is 10 years old and the other only 7. Elevated to a proper wife?" Lin Jinchu nearly retched at the thought. Old woman Shin had no shame whatsoever. Regrettably, this time-traveling girl was utterly useless, lacking space or skills. And in the modern world, she was merely a laborer. Glancing at her own tiny hands and arms, she could only sigh at the heavens. Once again, someone in the crowd quietly spat. "This old woman speaks with such venom. Does Mr. Su genuinely take concubines? I have heard it is to supplement the yin with the yang, such an abominable act. Many have perished, all young maidens. Why doesn't the government arrest him? He is the wealthiest in Luoya town, with properties in the state capital and the royal city. His son is an official in the capital." Lin Ziyuan, upon hearing this, became increasingly indignant. "Then let us not trouble our mother. Even if we starve, we shall remain together as a family of 3. He spoke with conviction. Yet, he did not wish to offend Shin at this moment. The matter of separation required her and his father's consent. Lin Jida, the eldest of the Lin family, and Lin Ziyuan had long been accustomed to being suppressed by Old Man Lin and Shin. Although the eldest family had contemplated the idea of separation, they lacked the courage to voice it. Now that Jinchu had brought it up, it suited him perfectly. If they were to separate, it would be best to remove the entire first branch from the equation. Lin Jinchu stood tall, addressing Shin. "Grandmother, since the Su family is such an excellent match, why not marry my sister Chun Tao to him? I shall relinquish this wonderful opportunity to my sister. What do you think?" Lin Chuntao was the daughter of Lin's third son, Lin Jitsai, who had one son and two daughters. The eldest, Lin Chuntao, was 8 years old. The second daughter, Lin Chunchao, was 6, and the youngest, Lin Wunyo, was 4. The Lin family exhibited severe favoritism towards males. Yet Lin Chuntao was particularly cherished by old woman Xin, being the first grandchild of her beloved son. Previously, all household chores were managed by Chunzhao, and whenever Lin Chuntao had a moment, she would sneak into old woman Xin's room, searching for treats. Old woman Xin would share a few delicacies with her daily. Sometimes a piece of candy, other times a mung bean cake or a meat bun. All these were purchased by old man Lin in town, and occasionally the fourth son would return with some snacks for old woman Xin, all hidden from the first and second branches. As Lin Chuntao sat engrossed in a performance with her mother, only needing a handful of sunflower seeds, she suddenly heard Lin Jinchu suggest marrying her off to the over 60 Mr. Su, causing her to burst into tears. Mother, father, I don't want to be a concubine for that old man. Lin Jitsai, the third son, shot Lin Jinchu a fierce glare and comforted Lin Chuntao. No marriage. No marriage. Our Chuntao shall be the legitimate wife, never a concubine. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuntao stopped crying, declaring loudly, when fourth uncle passes the imperial examination and becomes a top scholar, I will marry an official from the capital, someone even greater than the position of a commoner. She cast a provocative glance at Lin Jinchu after her words, asserting, so what if you were raised in the Pingxin marquis household for 10 years? You are but a counterfeit, ultimately sent back to the village in disgrace. Do you truly believe yourself to be a young lady? A flicker of envy flashed in Lin Chuantao's eyes. Why must her cousin possess such striking beauty? Despite both being granddaughters of the Lin family, her father was quite handsome. Yet she herself was merely plain, resembling her mother and grandmother. How she wished she could slash Lin Jinchu's delicate peach blossom face with a knife. This thought had crossed her mind more than once, each time she gazed upon her cousin. Though both were villagers, Lin Jinchu had, by a twist of fate, been mistakenly swapped and spent a decade in the capital as the esteemed legitimate daughter. Her skin nurtured to a flawless, milky whiteness, seemingly capable of dripping water. Even in her patched, tattered clothes, her beauty and that infuriating air of nobility could not be concealed. Why was that? Gu Shi, hearing her daughter's remarks, chuckled softly and patted Chun Nao, while Xin Shi shot a reproachful glance at the third couple, admonishing them for allowing such words to be spoken here, for it would surely tarnish the good reputation she had cultivated over the years. Chapter 4. She is a false legitimate daughter. The eldest daughter-in-law, Sun Shi, stood to the side, having endured in silence for far too long. Had it not been for her husband, Lin Ji, restraining her, she would have exploded in anger. Unable to contain her frustration at Lin Chuantao's words, she mustered her courage and spoke loudly. Is this the third time our fourth brother is sitting for the autumn examinations? He has been a student for 8 years. Must a scholar also endure 8 trials? The first and second branches have been supporting him. And now that our second brother has broken his leg, you wish to sell Jinchu? Do you have no conscience? Sun Shi was genuinely resentful. Her family toiled endlessly, each member laboring without respite, while she and her husband worked in the fields daily. Her 2 sons had been under immense strain lately, braving the drought, with Din Nyo and Er Nyo fetching water from the Luo River to irrigate the fields. Their little shoulders were nearly buckling under the burden, and as a mother, her heart ached for them, yet she felt powerless. Lin Ziyuan, the second son, returned home daily, often battered and bruised from his mountain work. Whereas Xin Shi's 2 offspring, the fourth family, did not lift a finger yet lived the best lives in the county, returning home merely to collect money under the guise of visiting their parents. The fourth son claimed he was studying, and the third family did nothing either. The third son worked a day and rested for 3, while his wife feigned housework, with all the chores actually done by the former Chuanzhao. The more Sun Shi spoke, the angrier she became, continuing, not long ago, the money from that wild boar was given entirely to the fourth brother. Now you wish to sell Jinchu. If she is sold today, who will be next? Are you planning to sell the children of the first and second branches for silver? That wild boar was procured by our second brother's own efforts, and while you refused to help treat his leg, you wouldn't even allow them their share. She was so enraged she could say no more, wiping away her tears with her sleeve. Upon hearing this, old lady Xin erupted, pointing at Sun Shi and scolding. What do you mean you 2 brothers raised him? Did your father not toil in the fields? Did your third brother and sister-in-law not work? Besides, If our fourth brother passes the scholar's examination, our family's land will be tax-exempt, and should he become a top scholar, our entire family will share in the wealth. Yet when it comes to exerting a little effort, you all refuse. She pointed at Lin Jinchu and continued, she is merely a girl. If sold, so be it. I am not sending her to a brothel. Why all the fuss? Seeing the eldest son's bewildered expression and his failure to come to her aid, old lady Shin threw herself on the ground in a fit, despite the pain in her legs akin to being pricked by needles. She felt an inexplicable grievance towards that wretched girl Lin Jinchu. With her voice intact, she sprawled on the ground, wailing, oh, what an injustice. I raised them all. And now that they have grown wings, they wish to drive me, their old woman, to death. I can no longer endure this, truly. Being a stepmother is a difficult task. No matter how well I treat them, I cannot earn their genuine affection. Old Lady Shin had finally torn off any pretense, resolute in her decision to sell Lin Jinchu, regardless of the means employed. In these years of disaster, human life was the least valuable, and girls even less so. If a good price could be fetched, she was unwilling to relent. Mother, refrain from speaking so much. Linji, witnessing old Lady Shin's behavior, felt utterly helpless. He had always struggled against both his father and this stepmother, so he could only counsel his wife. He felt no affection for Lin Jinchu, as they had barely interacted since her return from the Pingxin Marquis household, whereas Chuanzhao had been cherished as a true daughter. They had 2 sons and had long regretted not having a daughter, thus holding a special affection for Chuanzhao. Alas, that child had gone to enjoy a life of luxury in the capital and would never again endure such hardships. He pondered whether he would ever see her again. Lin Ziyuan, in anguish, questioned, Father, am I truly your son? Why do you show such favoritism? You constantly speak of the 4th son studying, insisting that my elder brother and I cater to him, yet Jinchu is also your granddaughter. Why is it permissible to sell her while Chunao is not? Old man Lin remained silent, while Gushi tightly embraced her daughter Chundao, spitting in Lin Ziyuan's direction. How can Jinchu even be compared to our Chundao? At that moment, a woman nearby scoffed lightly, even if your Chunao wished to become a concubine for Lord Su, he would likely refuse. Jinchu's beauty would surely rank among the finest in the capital. One can only wonder how the Marquis' household could bear to send her back. Word had it that Jinchu was already betrothed to the 3rd prince-born of Consort Yan in the palace. The good matches, of course, were reserved for one's own kin. Chuanzhao, who was not unattractive herself, would undoubtedly receive such a proposal, leaving Lin Jinchu to depart from the capital. This was the implication, for in my opinion, Jinchu was worth far more than 10 taels of silver. She was someone even the 3rd prince coveted. Indeed, old Lady Shin was calculating, even if Chantao were to be sold, she would fetch no significant price. How could she possibly compare to Jinchu? It was likely that even if a tael were offered, Lord Su would still refuse. Her looks, Poor Jinchu, a motherless child abandoned by the Marquis household. 10 taels of silver? The old woman claims it is not selling her granddaughter. Old Lady Shin had completely discarded any pretense of kindness, no longer masquerading as a good person. Indeed, she had previously feigned fairness, claiming that as a stepmother she treated all equally. Yet, she had merely exploited the children born of the first wife. Now that the second was of no use, she sought to sell the daughter of another. The Marquis household had nurtured this girl to delicate perfection, and she was set to profit handsomely. Lin Chantao stood relatively close to those women, and despite their deliberate whispering, she heard them clearly. Instinctively, she touched her flat nose and prominent overbite, feeling a mix of shame and anger, and stomped her foot before fleeing to her room. While Gushi glared at the women, hastily pursuing her daughter. The flat nose and overbite were indeed hereditary, for both Gushi and Shinshi shared these traits. And Gushi was the daughter of Shinshi's younger sister, who also bore the same features. Even the 3rd son had slightly protruding teeth. Yet he resembled old man Lin enough to maintain some semblance of normality. Overall, this family was quite distinctive. Only the 4th son, Lin Jinchu, bore an uncanny resemblance to old man Lin, standing tall and straight, with an air of scholarly elegance. Dressed in clean, neat garments, he appeared quite dashing. Shinshi shot her 3rd son a fierce glare, certain that he was the one who had let slip the news of Jinchu being worth 10 taels of silver. His loose tongue was a constant source of trouble. She had originally planned to discreetly handle the matter, with the matchmaker arriving shortly to escort the girl away. Once she had left the village, what could anyone do? She hadn't even confided in Lin's Yuan, and she was baffled as to how that wretched girl had managed to summon the entire village. Lin Jinchu now sat on the edge of the bed, seething with anger, while Gu Shi sat beside her, offering words of comfort. Mother, I am determined to sell this ungrateful wretch. She should not be sold to Lord Su, but to a brothel instead. Before she departed, Chuanzhao promised that she would wait for me in the capital until fourth uncle became the top scholar, and we would still be one family. She even declared that she would marry the third prince and become the empress. When I mentioned selling Jinchu, she gifted me a silver hairpin, promising that if I persuaded grandmother to sell Jinchu to a brothel, she would reward me with a golden hairpin and many beautiful garments. But grandmother refused to listen and insisted on selling her to Lord Su, merely for an extra 2 taels of silver. If sold to a brothel, she would be trampled underfoot, subjected to the scorn of thousands. Gu Shi hurriedly covered her mouth, whispering, "You foolish girl, keep such thoughts to yourself. Do not let anyone hear them. You are to become the sister of the empress. You must observe proper decorum." Upon hearing this, Lin Jinchu nodded vigorously, yes. Chuanzhao mentioned that a woman should speak the softest words while committing the most ruthless acts. I almost forgot. Gu Shi, relieved, gently patted her. That's the spirit. You must not emulate your mother. She only knows how to throw tantrums, just like your grandmother. You should learn from your fourth aunt. Observe how she says nothing and does nothing, yet lives more comfortably than anyone else. Indeed, I shall heed your words, mother. Lin Jinchu nestled against Gu Shi, feeling considerably calmer. While the mother and daughter duo were lost in dreams of wealth and grandeur, Lin Laohan felt emboldened by the presence of his son, the fourth. Thoughts of division were out of the question. Lin Laohan decisively rejected the idea, knocking his smoking pipe against the wall a few times before stroking the silver ingot nestled in his pocket. Generally speaking, the clan leader's word was law in the village, leaving no room for dissent. Yet, this silver was of utmost importance to Lin Laohan. The fourth S family had departed for the prefecture to participate in the autumn examinations. If he were to succeed, there would be many expenses ahead: celebrations, feasts, studies at the academy, social engagements, all requiring funds. Moreover, he would need to continue pursuing the examinations. 10 taels of silver would hardly suffice. The fourth would need a veritable fortune to sustain his ambitions. Chapter 5. Unyielding Resolve. Lin Laohan's fearlessness towards the village head stemmed from the potential success of his son. If his son were to achieve the status of a scholar or a Jinchu, it would bring immense honor to the family, exempting them from labor and taxes. What did it matter if the village head were also the clan leader? He would still have to curry favor with them. Taoist priests had even claimed that his younger son was destined to be a top scholar. The very thought filled Lin Laohan with pride, casting a softer gaze towards old Madame Shin. She had borne him a fine son. Lin Laohan glanced at Lin Sanyu and Lin Ziyuan, kneeling before him, contemplating how he could sell them for a good price without hesitation. Useless burdens, merely wasting food. Lin Jinchu observed Lin Laohan's expression with clarity. She had traversed into this world 10 days prior. She had arrived in ancient times. After toiling for 15 hours in a bustling internet firm in a large city, she had returned home, taken a brief soak, and unknowingly drifted into slumber, only to awaken in this unfamiliar realm. Unfortunately, she had found herself in a river, having jumped in to escape her despair. Though the water was shallow, it posed a significant risk of drowning. The original owner had perished, and Lin Jinchu had taken her place. Even a proficient swimmer like her struggled to surface, only remembering her instructor's advice to remain calm in shallow waters, bending her legs and merging them, allowing her head to rise above the water. Upon trying this, it worked, and she eventually crawled to safety. In the modern world, she had diligently studied, gaining admission to a respectable university, ultimately achieving a master's degree. She had secured a position at a southern city's internet firm, earning a decent income. Though the path had been arduous, the financial rewards were substantial. With the support of her parents, she had purchased a small apartment and a vehicle in a prime location, only to be abruptly transported to this era. The thought of her parents' loss tormented her. How deeply it must hurt them. And her grandmother? Surely, she was even more heartbroken? This anguish pierced Lin Jinchu's heart like a dagger. She longed to return, but alas, she had no knowledge of how she arrived here, nor any means to return to the modern world. Above all, she could not be sold. Strangely, the original narrative did not depict the true legitimate daughter of the Ho family being sold at this time. How curious that the true daughter Chuanzhou had been taken back to the capital, while she, the false daughter destined to marry the third prince and eventually become empress, was relegated to the village, now facing sale to a perverse old man. This discrepancy felt peculiar, diverging from the original storyline. Indeed, Lin Jinchu had traversed into a narrative. However, she possessed no advantages, no skills, no space, and had not grown up in the opulent setting of the capital. Ready to marry the third prince and ascend to the throne. There was no time to ponder further today. Her singular goal was to avoid being sold and to sever ties with the Lin family. Even if it meant enduring hardship, it was a price she was willing to pay. Crawling toward the gathered crowd, Lin Jinchu pleaded, "Uncles and aunts, I beseech you. If the Lin family sells me this time, they will assuredly sell my brother next. Village head, we must separate. Even if it leads us to starvation, we are willing." Lin Sanyan knelt alongside his sister, mimicking her posture and tugging at the village head's trousers. "Please, village head." Initially, the village head had hoped to negotiate for a share of grain during the division, but observing Lin Laoan and Shin S' demeanor, he realized they were adamant about selling Jinchu. They were resolute, impervious to reason. Thus, the village head hardened his heart and declared, "Lin Yusheng, do you truly want me to reveal that matter?" Lin Laoan was taken aback, quickly comprehending the implications of the village head's words. A flicker of unease crossed his face as he glanced at the village head while still clutching the silver. He shot a fierce glare at old Madame Shin, for it was undoubtedly her earlier insult towards Lin Sanyu that had triggered the village head's recollection of the past. Yet, at this juncture, he felt no fear. And with a steely resolve, he retorted, "What of it if you do? I've raised him. What difference does it make?" The village head, seeing that he was impervious to both persuasion and intimidation, sighed. However, Lin Jinchu gleaned from his words that a secret lay between the village head and Lin Laoan, one that perhaps concerned her father. The old woman had just derided Sanyo as a bastard. Could it be that her father was born of Lin Laoan and another woman? It seemed improbable. Lin Laohan's features could not possibly produce the visage of her father. The original text provided no details about her parents. The narrative primarily focused on the love story between the false daughter and the third prince, even when the true daughter returned to the Pingshin-ho residence. One was a pampered noblewoman, soon to be empress, while the other was a girl sold into servitude during a famine, ultimately relegated to a brothel. The Pingshin-ho residents would undoubtedly know how to choose. When they found Chuanzhou, she was already 16, while the false daughter had just married the third prince and given birth to a son. Standing together, the false daughter radiated nobility and beauty, while Chuanzhou appeared as a flickering candle in the wind. The Ho family deemed her too shameful and sent her far from the capital to fend for herself, and her frail health soon led her to an early demise. In the original narrative, the second son of the Lin family fell into a deep ravine and, mere days later, succumbed to his injuries, leaving little room to discuss his lineage. Moreover, Lin Jinchu's mother had passed away from illness several years prior. Lin Jinchu's mind raced with these thoughts. The gathering villagers sensed an unusual tension, yet only the village chief and Lin Laohan were privy to the true circumstances. The others remained in ignorance. Some villagers glanced toward the chief, hoping to glean some insight from his expression, but he remained tight-lipped. At that moment, a plump woman accompanied by 4 attendants approached, bearing a small sedan chair. Granny Shin promptly called out, "Sister Lu, please take this dead girl away at once." The stout woman, swaying as she walked, was startled by the multitude of villagers crowding the yard. Lin Jinchu felt utterly helpless, trapped in the body of a 10-year-old girl, devoid of the strength to resist. She could only grasp her younger brother Lin Sanyu's hand and retreat to her father, Lin Ziyuan's side. "Father, I want to leave. I want to stay with you and my brother." Lin Jinchu feared that Lin Ziyuan might ultimately abandon her, and if that were to happen, she would truly be the most unfortunate transmigrator in history. Lin Ziyuan was engulfed in despair. He felt utterly defeated. His daughter was being sold, and he, as her father, was powerless to intervene. He glanced helplessly at Lin Laohan, who averted his gaze. Turning to the village chief, he saw the chief sigh deeply, rummaging through his sleeves, and producing 5 taels of silver. "Lin Yusheng, I have 5 taels here. For the sake of my position as chief, why not let this child go?" The chief spoke with resignation. Despite his authority in the village, he recognized this was a family matter for Lin Yusheng, one he could not meddle in. Furthermore, during these years of hardship, Many families were preparing to sell their daughters, and he could not prevent them from doing so. In times of famine, he knew that people would resort to selling their children or, even worse, cannibalism, and he felt powerless to act. Yet, the Lin family felt a sense of guilt towards Lin Ziyuan, especially considering his current condition, barely able to stand, reliant on the eldest daughter and Sanyu for care. Ultimately, the chief decided to treat this as a debt owed to Lin Ziyuan for saving his youngest son, gritting his teeth as he offered the 5 taels of silver. Lin Laohan, upon seeing the 5 taels, felt a flicker of temptation. He was reluctant to offend the village chief. Accepting the silver would ensure a harmonious resolution and protect his family's reputation, allowing them to maintain a delicate balance within the village. Much like Granny Shin, he was aware of her manipulations, yet she managed the household with a level of efficiency that presented a facade of familial harmony, earning him a respectable standing in the village. No, Granny Shin objected, fearing the repercussions of offending the matchmaker before her, as her family's younger generation would still rely on this renowned matchmaker for future arrangements. At that moment, Lin Jinchu recalled a similar scene from a farming novel she had read and exclaimed, "If news spreads that the Lin family sold their granddaughter for 10 taels of silver today, everyone will know that fourth uncle's funds for the provincial examination came from the sale of his niece, a life exchanged for money. What will happen to his future prospects as a scholar? Might they even revoke his eligibility? Grandfather, grandmother, are you truly willing to sow the seeds of misfortune for fourth uncle over a petty sum of 10 taels? Did you not say he was destined to become a top scholar and serve in high office?" Chapter 6. The Lin Family's Peril. This was an act of perilous flattery on Lin Jinchu's part. She was gambling on Lin Laohan's concern for Lin Jishu's future. Even if this top scholar bore no direct relation to Lin Jinchu, as long as Lin Laohan and Granny Shin remained inexplicably confident in their son's inevitable success, they would hesitate to take the gamble. Seeing Lin Laohan still wavering, Granny Shin began to show signs of uncertainty. Lin Jinchu intensified her plea, rushing to the blue brick wall and stating to Granny Shin, "If you decide to sell me, I will throw myself against the wall and die." Ensuring that all know Lin Jishu's pursuit of education and examination fees led to his niece's demise. Lin Jinchu had no desire to die, but felt she had exhausted all other options. Her strength was simply too feeble. At that moment, the plump matchmaker fumed. "Granny Shin, are you toying with me? You've accepted the silver, yet the girl is on the brink of death." Granny Shin had little faith in Lin Jinchu's resolve to end her life, but Lin Laohan was struck by fear. They were familiar with Chuanzhao, but this newly returned Lin Jinchu from the capital was an unknown factor. Considering her resolute demeanor and the implications of Lin Jishu's examination prospects if he were to be disqualified due to the tragic fate of his niece, he felt a cold sweat break out on his back. He could not afford to gamble. His son's future was paramount, as was the Lin family's legacy. The mere 10 taels of silver seemed insignificant, especially since the village chief was willing to part with 5. As Lin Laohan pondered, he steeled himself and handed the silver back to the matchmaker. With a conciliatory smile, he said, "A misunderstanding. We will not sell the girl. Here, take back your silver." "I apologize." Granny Shin attempted to intervene, but found herself unable to rise, intimidated into silence by Lin Laohan's fierce glare. Granny Shin felt conflicted. On one hand, she was reluctant to return the silver they had just acquired, yet on the other, she did not wish to jeopardize her son's future. Just then, the plump matchmaker sneered, "You Lin family can do as you wish, but do not think you can brush off Su Leoi so easily. The sedan chair has arrived. There is no reason to avoid taking the girl. Bring her here." Hearing this, the village chief interjected, unwilling to allow such an affront on his watch. "How dare you act so brazenly in our Shishan village? You will answer to me, the village chief. I refuse to believe that anyone would dare to seize a person in broad daylight in front of so many villagers." He rallied the crowd to protect Lin Ziyuan's family, declaring that since the silver had been given, the girl would not be leaving with them. Some villagers hesitated, having maintained amicable relations with the plump matchmaker Liu, who had facilitated connections fairly in the past. Moreover, Su Leoi was known for his wealth and influence, and they felt they could not afford to offend him. Yet, the matchmaker herself harbored trepidation. Her group was small, and a forceful abduction was not feasible. Besides, Su Leoi could easily procure a few girls for 10 taels each if he desired. Young and pleasing in appearance would suffice. Last night, several families had already approached her, eager to sell their daughters for a good price, compelling her to haggle for hours until she was utterly exhausted. Su Leo had no interest in the Lin family, the Li family, or the Wang family. He was indifferent to sums of 10 or 20 taels. What mattered to him was acquiring more young girls, the younger, the better. With her beady eyes darting about, the plump matchmaker considered how to maximize her profit. Su Leo had offered her 20 taels per girl, and she had already netted a tidy profit of 10. Now, if she could spend just 5 taels more to acquire another girl, she would still come out ahead. Who could have anticipated that the entire northern region would suffer from drought? Rumors were circulating that the Tartars were preparing to invade again, rendering people's lives worthless. With this in mind, she declared, "You may keep the girl, but the silver cannot simply revert to 10 taels. To pass Su Leo's scrutiny, you must return 20 taels." "What? 20 taels? How can that be?" The village chief was incredulous. "In just 2 days, the price has doubled from 10 to 20. Lin Laohan furrowed his brow tightly. The current situation was beyond his control, especially since his son had not yet achieved the rank of top scholar. If his youngest son were to become a successful scholar, he might dare to confront Su Leo on his own terms. Madame Shin was not inclined to ponder too deeply. Her singular focus was on arranging a suitable marriage for Lin Jinchu. The girl was remarkably beautiful, outshining all the women of the Lin family, and most importantly, she bore an uncanny resemblance to her late mother. The death of her mother was merely a fade. At that moment, the village chief contemplated for a moment before placing the 5 taels of silver he held into the hands of the portly matchmaker. He remarked, "We currently possess only 15 taels of silver, and no more can be procured. However, it is evident that the girl cannot accompany you. You must handle the situation as you see fit." The village chief was well aware that resolving this matter would not be straightforward. He was familiar with Lord Su, a man of great cunning and malice, whose son held an official position in the capital and wielded considerable influence throughout Faishur County. The matchmaker's demand of 20 taels posed a significant challenge. Just then, a figure emerged from the crowd, Chang Zongjing, the eldest son of the Chang family, one of the 5 who had participated in the wild boar hunt. Lin Ziyuan had fallen into the ravine while attempting to rescue him. The Chang family had settled in the village over a decade ago, living modestly at the foot of the mountain, relying on hunting for their livelihood. They were known for their humility and kindness towards the villagers. Lin Jinchu lifted her gaze to the young man who spoke. He appeared to be around 15 or 16, standing approximately 5'9", with a tall and slender frame. His face, though still somewhat youthful, bore an unusually clear and resolute gaze, exuding an aura distinct from that of the villagers. Clad in a faded gray robe, he bore an appearance reminiscent of a noble youth from the city. As he stepped forward, several young women in the village gazed at him in awe. Chang Zongjing handed over his 5 taels of silver to the portly matchmaker. She weighed the silver in her hand, her heart brimming with joy, though she maintained a stoic facade, suppressing her excitement as she ordered the 4 attendants, "Let us depart." Once those individuals left, Madame Shin, unwilling to accept her fate, sank to the ground, throwing a tantrum. Her upper body seemed to have recuperated, save for a painful leg. Otherwise, she was unharmed. Lin Jinchu was well aware that with a simple application of acupuncture, one could recover in half an hour, yet she possessed only 2 needles. "Oh dear, this is an injustice. Just a worthless girl, and yet you treat her as if she were precious. Do not expect us to repay those 10 taels." She wailed. "Those 10 taels are mine. You are bullying an old woman. What a travesty." The more Madame Shin pondered, the angrier she became as the 10 taels slipped away. Not only had she lost that sum, but she also found herself in debt for another 10. In a fit of rage, she cried and cursed, venting her frustration upon Lin Jinchu, Lin Sanyu, and even the deceased Qin Shi, hurling the most disparaging words, particularly labeling the 3 of them as bastards, which puzzled the villagers. Old man Lin turned his face away in disdain. There were things he had not intended to voice today, but the old woman's tirade left little doubt in everyone's minds. Yet her words also made him wary. He glanced at the village chief and Chang Zongjing, instinctively patting his waist, feeling the void left by the missing silver. The loss of 10 taels weighed heavily on him, and he was reluctant to incur an additional debt. The village chief was about to speak when Lin Jinchu interjected, "Grandfather, please allow my father, my brother, and me to separate our households. We shall repay those 10 taels." She winked at the village chief, who instantly grasped her intent and responded, "Yes. We shall have Lin Ziyuan repay that amount in the future, but if you do not separate your households, we will have to seek repayment from Lin Yusheng. Madame Shen could no longer contain her frustration. She understood that aside from Lord Su, who might pay 10 taels for an immature girl, even selling her to a brothel would yield only 8 taels, especially since the girl had only just returned from the capital, still in pristine condition. If she were to remain in Shishan village for a while longer, she would likely become coarse and gaunt, thereby losing her value. Upon observing Lin Ziyuan slumped on the ground, she begrudgingly conceded, "Fine, let it be. In the future, if my son excels in the imperial examinations, you 3 shall not benefit from his success." Madame Shen bitterly lamented the loss of 10 taels, her heart aching at the thought. Her youngest son often regaled them with tales of events in the provincial capital and the intricacies of the examination system. Consequently, both she and Old Man Lin had become quite knowledgeable about these matters, and they took pleasure in enlightening the villagers. The thought that her precious son was currently participating in the examinations filled her with pride. When her son was just 10 years old, a wandering Taoist had stopped at the Lin family doorstep, proclaiming that one day, a son from the Lin family would achieve the highest honor in the imperial examinations. He had also advised them to perform good deeds and accumulate virtue, warning against wrongdoing lest they face retribution, but she dismissed the latter, fixating solely on the prospect of her son becoming a scholar. Her third son was the firstborn, lacking enthusiasm for study or work, and his wife was of similar disposition, leaving her with little hope for them. Only her youngest son, Jishu, had always been fond of books, and she was convinced that the scholar foretold by the Taoist was undoubtedly her youngest son. Lin Jida and Lin Ziyuan were both dim-witted and could not even recognize characters. There was no way they could be the ones. The thought of her youngest son destined to be a scholar invigorated Madame Shen, compelling her to exert every effort to ensure he received an education. Lin Jinchu discerned her intentions and seized the opportunity to sway her, stating, "That cannot be. If my 4th uncle were to become a scholar, my father would undoubtedly have a share of the credit, and my brother and I would certainly seek refuge with him, as we are his dear niece and nephew, and my father is his second brother." Old Man Lin cast an unhappy glance at Lin Jinchu. Realizing that the place where he had just placed the silver was now empty, he let out a heavy sigh, reflecting on the fact that not only had he lost the silver, but he had also offended Lord Su, leaving him uncertain if further troubles would arise from that encounter. He turned to Lin Jinchu and inquired, "What do you propose we do?" Chapter 7. Her father was actually a foundling. This granddaughter was undeniably raised in the capital and possessed a keen intellect, though regrettably, she was not his biological grandchild. Lin Yuxing glanced at Chun Tao and Chun Chao beside him, thinking that it mattered little if his own were somewhat lacking in beauty. As long as his 4th son achieved the highest honor, even an unattractive bride would be sought after. In the case of a primary wife, power was the priority. It was only concubines who sought beauty. Was it not said that one should marry for virtue and take concubines for beauty? Old Man Lin had intended to speak directly to the village chief, but he understood that the first to speak would lose. He now aimed not only to ensure that Lin Ziyuan and the others left without a penny, but also to sever all ties with them. No one would take a single coin from him. Only by cutting ties could his 4th son be free from burdens when he achieved success. And Lord Su would have no reason to trouble them. If anyone were to be pursued, it would only be Lin Ziyuan. Lin Jinchu was acutely aware of his thoughts. She was no naive 10-year-old, but a woman in her 30s, having lived in the modern world. Yet, she was indifferent. Her sole desire was to sever all connections with the Lin family as swiftly as possible, for according to the original narrative, the entire village would soon face famine next month. Furthermore, Lin Jishu, Old Man Lin's 4th son, was destined to fail the examinations. And Lin Jishu was an exceedingly selfish and cruel individual who had inherited all the vices of Old Man Lin and Madame Shen. During the flight from famine, he would be of no help, only demanding the best for himself while selling off the true daughters of the Ho family, such as Chun Zhao, and even the daughters of Lin Jitsai and Lin Sanyu. Only by severing ties with the Lin family could she distance herself from the demon that was Lin Jishu. She cast a glance at Lin Ziyuan, who, oblivious to her intentions, gently encouraged her with the words, "Jinchun, pursue whatever it is you desire, your father supports you." Lin Sanyu also turned to her, affirming, "Sister, I will heed your wishes." Lin Jinchun felt a profound sense of gratitude, despite the adversities she faced in this world. She considered herself fortunate to have such a father and brother. Moreover, it seemed that most villagers in Shishan village were decent, Even the Chang family exhibited a sense of righteousness. She lifted her head and addressed the old man Lin with a crisp voice. If you fear we might later depend on fourth uncle, then let us sever ties. If we do not, it is certain that the three of us will rely on him in the future. Should fourth uncle achieve the highest honors, it would be splendid. Perhaps my father could secure a position in the government, and my brother could gain admission to a prestigious academy. Who knows? My brother might even become a scholar or something of that nature. We aspire to reside in a grand and spacious house. If fourth uncle refuses to comply, I shall tell everyone that it was my father who supported him through his studies. Uncle Lin Jida sought to intervene, pondering how they could sever familial ties. Given the current state of his younger brother, relying solely on the Lin family was their only means of survival. Moreover, what would become of those two half-grown children? However, Aunt Sun grasped his arm and shook her head. She alone understood that the Lin family was a den of wolves and vampires, unwilling to relent until they had drained every last drop of blood from their kin. If it were possible, she would sever ties with the Lin family herself, but regrettably, Lin Jida was excessively filial, and as a mere woman, she could not oppose him. The most tragic aspect was that her two sons had inherited their father's disposition, showing no semblance of her own character. Their household still held utility. The entire family relied on the four members of the main household for sustenance. How could they possibly let them go? What a ridiculous notion. A grand house? A government position? What could a paralyzed man hope to achieve in governance? Bah. No one should expect to drag my family's Jishu down with them. Severing ties? So be it. They dare to use that as leverage against us. I am eager to witness how long those three useless ones can survive post-severance. Aspiring to become scholars? That little wildling cannot even recognize a single character. Dream on. It shall never happen in this lifetime. At this point, old lady Shin became increasingly agitated, exclaiming, Do they think that merely reading can lead everyone to success like my youngest son Jishu? How absurd. Old lady Shin, overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions, her voice sharp and piercing, was thoroughly incensed by Lin Jinchuan's remarks, her gaze directed at her as if poisoned. The excruciating pain in her leg repeatedly reminded her that Lin Jinchun, that wretched child, was the source of her torment. Her legs had never ached before. Regrettably, she had failed to sell that wretched girl, but residing in the same village, opportunities would surely present themselves in the future. Old lady Shin felt a twinge of regret, realizing she should have heeded Chuanta's advice to sell that wretched girl to a brothel, thus avoiding her current headaches. Had that wretched girl been sold, Lin Ziyuan and Lin Sanyu would have been at her mercy, and she could have disposed of Lin Sanyu and driven Lin Ziyuan out of the Lin family. Alas, her calculations had gone awry. 10 taels of silver was a significant sum. The thought of that amount made her heart ache. As she was inherently a person who took in but never let go, aside from her youngest son, she was miserly with her wealth. Yet, old lady Shin understood that the most pressing matter was to sever ties with these three wretched souls, ensuring that they would no longer be connected, allowing her to rest easy about Jishu's future. Noticing that the old man Lin had yet to speak, she grew anxious and tugged at his sleeve. Hearing the words he longed to hear, the old man Lin addressed the village chief. Then I would trouble the village chief to draft a severance document. My eldest cousin is the village head. Let him place his handprint as a witness, and let the villagers also witness this. The request for severance comes from the second branch itself. Once they leave the Lin family, we shall have no further ties. Should they face hunger or any troubles in the future, they must not seek assistance from our family. He paused, then addressed the gathered villagers. Since there are doubts in your hearts today, I do not fear disclosing that Lin Ziyuan is indeed not my biological son. Many years ago, our second son was frail and passed away shortly after birth. Coincidentally, the village chief and I were out hunting and found a baby boy, whom we brought back. We have raised him to this age, and we have fulfilled our duty. Now, with this severance, he shall not receive even a grain of rice from my family. His words elicited a wave of astonishment among the crowd. No one had known that the second son was not truly the biological child of the old man Lin. The Lin family had kept such a secret for years. The village chief opened his mouth, intending to speak, but then swallowed his words. He had wanted to mention that the second son had been found with a jade pendant in his swaddling clothes, but fearing the old man Lin's temperament, he suspected the pendant had long been sold. While he did not understand jade, the clarity and brilliance of that piece were evident, and it could fetch a handsome price. Otherwise, how could Lin Jishu afford the expenses in the county? The old man Lin could not have provided for such costs solely through the efforts of the eldest and second sons. That pendant was the key to Lin Ziyuan's true heritage. At this critical juncture, it was prudent to avoid complications. First, they needed to rescue Lin Ziyuan and the others. Besides, it had been over 30 years. If the intention to reclaim Lin Ziyuan existed, it would have been acted upon long ago. It was likely that Lin Ziyuan's biological parents had already passed away. If he could conceive such a notion, then Lin Yuxing surely had as well. Lin Jinchu thought to herself, as expected, if her father were in good health, the old man Lin would likely have kept this a secret. Now that their value had diminished, he had chosen to sever ties completely and reveal this matter. Lin Ziyuan gazed at the old man Lin in shock. He could hardly fathom that he was not the son of the old man Lin. No wonder he bore no resemblance to the Lin family. And the Lin family held no affection for him. Regardless of his actions, neither the old man Lin nor old lady Shen seemed satisfied. Previously, outsiders had assumed he and his elder brother were both the offspring of the legitimate wife, which was why old lady Shen had never favored him. However, the old man Shen had some affection for his elder brother. For example, if his elder brother were injured, he would spare no expense for treatment. In contrast, Lin Ziyuan had been left to suffer without a word of concern, while his wife had met a similar fate, ill for a time. And upon his return from hunting with the Chang family, he discovered she had already passed away, having been buried without waiting for him. So it was. His wife had been ill for several days before she finally began to rise and work again. He had believed she was recovering. He had gone into the mountains with the Chang family for 5 days, only to return to find her lifeless. Equally astounded was the elder brother Lin Jida. Unable to believe that this brother, who had always protected him, was not his biological brother, but a child the old man had picked up. The second brother had always been strong, while he, the elder brother, was timid. Whenever he was bullied, it was the second brother who stood in front of him. The second brother had always been fond of handling weapons and enjoyed hunting in the mountains. After they sold their game in town, the second brother would often linger at the blacksmith's shop, yearning to touch this bow or that knife, yet they had no silver to purchase anything. All their money went to the fourth brother's education. He looked at Lin Ziyuan and then at his father, who was glaring at him sternly, as if daring him to make a choice. Ultimately, Lin Jida approached his father, as his timid nature compelled him to cling to his own blood, unable to choose an outsider devoid of kinship. Moreover, in light of his brother's current condition, he felt powerless to assist him. With his brother paralyzed, he would no longer be able to protect him, and he remained his father's biological son, as long as he worked harder in the fields. His father would surely look after him. Aunt Sun observed the seemingly isolated trio and felt no sympathy for them. Rather, she envied them. Yet, upon glancing at Lin Jida, who appeared so timid, she could not help but sigh. Lin Jinchu released a great sigh of relief. This outcome was precisely what she desired. First, she and her brother were now safe and would not be sold by the Lin family. Second, as a person from the modern world, she was determined to leverage her existing knowledge to lead a better life. Most importantly, she is a northerner in modern times, residing in a location quite similar to that of the Jizhou prefecture. Lin Jinchu also grew up in a rural northern setting during her childhood, frequently visiting her grandmother's home before she started elementary school, accompanying her grandmother to work in the fields. Even after she began school, during the summer holidays, she would sometimes return to her grandmother's house. By then, her grandmother had aged, and the modest plot of land she tended was no longer essential. Yet the elderly woman delighted in cultivating beans, eggplants, soybeans, peanuts, and a variety of fruits and vegetables. Throughout the seasons, her grandmother would plant whatever was feasible. Later, when her parents moved to the city for business, her grandmother would occasionally send vegetables and sweet potatoes to their household. Chapter 8. Severing Ties. Behind her grandmother's village lay a mountain abundant with wild vegetables and mushrooms that she had come to recognize well. Much of Lin Jinchu's childhood was spent with her village friends, and their favorite pastimes included climbing trees, foraging for wild plants, and swimming in the river. She recalls those summer evenings when she would assist her grandmother in cooking, often sweating profusely and intentionally avoiding wiping her brow, only to complain of the heat and express a desire to swim. Having learned to swim, albeit in a rudimentary dog paddle style, she later honed her skills in college, mastering breaststroke, butterfly, and freestyle. The stream behind the mountain was shallow, reaching only to their knees. Thus, their swims were more about playing in the water. which made her grandmother chuckle in agreement. Her grandmother was also knowledgeable in traditional Chinese medicine, familiar with acupuncture points, and would assist villagers with acupuncture or moxibustion during the sweltering summer and frigid winter days. Consequently, she understood the key points well enough to accurately insert needles into old lady Shen's acupoints. At that time, the Pingxin Marquis estate had retrieved the true legitimate daughter, Chuanzhao, and returned the false legitimate daughter to her original state. Unable to cope with the drastic change in her life, the original owner secretly jumped into the river one night, and that was when Lin Jinchu found herself transported here. Initially, she thought she had been abducted by human traffickers and taken deep into the mountains, only to later realize she had transmigrated into a book. After a few days in this world, she began to adapt. As an adult from the modern era, Lin Jinchu was confident in her ability to support her family. Basic life skills such as foraging and cooking were second nature to her. For the time being, there was no need to cultivate land, as according to the timeline in the book, the Tartars would soon invade in September, forcing the entire village to flee. Even Jizhou Prefecture and the surrounding counties would succumb to occupation, rendering any thoughts of the imperial examination irrelevant. She was unafraid of enduring hardship now. What mattered most was preparing ample provisions. Regrettably, as a transmigrator, she lacked the essential spatial storage that others possessed, leaving her feeling powerless. Sighing, Lin Jinchu deemed herself a most unfortunate soul. In the narrative, the original owner had married the third prince, becoming his consort, and later, when he ascended the throne, she became the empress. In contrast, Lin Jinchu had arrived merely to serve as cannon fodder. It was clear that the true legitimate daughter and she, the false one, were destined to part ways. Yet, why did her circumstances diverge so drastically from the original plot? A sudden flash of insight struck Lin Jinchu as she recalled Chuanzhao's ominous words to the original owner upon her departure. She had malevolently declared, "The third prince can only be mine. I am the only one betrothed to him. I shall be the future empress, while you can await your sale, soon. The Lin family will sell you to a brothel, and you shall never return to the capital." Could it be that Chuanzhao had been reborn? Perhaps she had foreseen the book's conclusion, and had stealthily contacted the Pingxin Marquis estate upon her rebirth. It had to be so. As Lin Jinchuan's mind raced with thoughts, she overheard old man Lin instructing his third son, Lin Jizai, to retrieve the ink and paper from the room to have the village chief draft a severance letter. Lin Jizai swiftly entered the house and emerged again, having long harbored dissatisfaction with the paralyzed individual. With food already scarce, having an additional dependent was burdensome. Thus, expelling the three useless individuals was the best course of action. If the fourth brother were to excel in the imperial examination, they would certainly share in the blessings as blood relatives. His son would then be the nephew of a top scholar, and his daughter might even marry into a prestigious family, perhaps even the prime minister's or a noble house. With this thought, Lin Jizai felt invigorated. His eyes sparkling with anticipation, a smile illuminating his face as he envisioned the prosperous days ahead. The village chief soon completed the severance document, requiring both parties to affix their fingerprints. He, along with the village headman and several villagers, would serve as witnesses, thus finalizing the matter. Whether or not they would choose to file it with the county office was up to the involved parties, as long as one side took the initiative. It could be recorded later. Even without formal registration, the document would still hold validity. Old man Lin was the first to leave his mark, followed by old lady Shen, who hastily pressed her fingerprint, fearing that the three individuals might one day cling to her precious son and hinder his prospects. Aside from lamenting the inexplicable loss of 10 taels of silver, she felt no regret. Little did she know that the Tartar army had already breached the northwestern border defenses, advancing toward Jizhou, and that the autumn examination in Jizhou had been temporarily suspended, with no clear indication of a rescheduled date. Unbeknownst to old lady Shen, her cherished son, who she envisioned as a future scholar, had nearly exhausted all their silver, currently renting a carriage to return home from Jizhou City. Lin Ziyuan, Lin Jinchu, and Lin Sanyo also affixed their fingerprints to the severance letter, which at Lin Jinchuan's request included a clause stating that Lin Ziyuan was not Lin Yoshing's biological son, but rather one they had taken in, and the silver earned from hunting over the years would be considered repayment for Lin's nurturing, leaving both parties free of debts, henceforth strangers. The village chief, the headman, And several Lin family villagers also left their marks as witnesses, creating 3 copies of the document, with each party retaining one. The village chief kept a copy for the Lin ancestral hall, and Lin Ziyuan's lineage and household registration were severed from the Lin family, establishing him as an independent household. As the villagers witnessed the unfolding drama, they gradually dispersed, lingering with a sense of unresolved intrigue. Uncle Lin Jida, who had once enjoyed a close relationship with the father, now regarded the trio with a complex expression. When old man Lin tugged at him, he had no choice but to follow along with Daniu and Enia back into the house. Only its son remained, watching them from a distance but hesitating to intervene. Eventually sighing and returning indoors, the village chief shook his head, deeming the Lin family utterly heartless. Observing the trio, he sighed and instructed his sons, "Carry Ziyuan to the vacant house beside the Chang family and help them tidy it up. The harvest is underway and our own grain is nearly in. You boys should assist them in repairing that house. Though it isn't raining now, one must prepare for the possibility of rain in the future." Lin Jinchu wished to reassure him, "Do not worry, it won't rain before the fleeing begins. In fact, it may not rain for the next 6 months." Naturally, she kept this to herself and instead replied to the village chief, "Grandpa village chief, you all should tend to your matters. It won't rain anytime soon. If it does, that would be fortunate." Upon hearing her words, the village chief found no fault with her logic, as they too hoped for rain. Albeit it had been months since the last drop. Lin Jinchu took Lin Sania's hand and silently followed the village chief's 3 sons. The eldest son of the Chang family, Chang Songjung, followed quietly behind them. They walked from the eastern side of the village to the northern edge, following the mountainside, and after about half an hour, they arrived at their destination. Xishan village was quite large. Lin Ziyuan had mentioned that there were over 100 households, with an average of about 10 people per family, resulting in a population of over 1,000, making it one of the larger villages in the entire Feisher County. Lin Ziyuan had hunted in the mountains since childhood, and his robust build allowed the village chief's sons to take turns carrying him for a considerable distance until they finally reached the house they spoke of. The dwelling consists of 3 rooms, constructed from mud and thatch, with 2 additional low-thatched houses adjacent to the main residence, one serving as a storage room, though it has since collapsed, and the other functioning as a kitchen, which remains relatively intact. Among the 3 main rooms, the roof of the central hall has suffered a breach that requires repair. The yard is overrun with withered wild grass, rendered lifeless by drought, inadvertently sparing the need for weeding, as it can be uprooted for firewood. The original mud brick courtyard wall has crumbled significantly, and the main gate is nowhere to be found. Fortunately, the entrance to the 3 main rooms remains intact. In the courtyard stands a pear tree, devoid of fruit and adorned only with yellowing leaves. Lin Jinchu immediately recognized it, recalling that her grandmother's yard once boasted both pear and persimmon trees. Lin Jinchu surveyed her surroundings. The kitchen housed a mud stove, 2 cracked earthen jars, and 2 chipped bowls, likely discarded due to their dilapidation. Each of the 2 main rooms contained a mud brick bed, accompanied by a broken wooden cabinet, its door lying on the ground. Chapter 9. The Chang family is quite different. The village chief's eldest son placed Lin Ziyuan on the mud brick bed, allowing him to sit against it, while his 3 brothers assisted in tidying up. At that moment, the village chief arrived with some provisions. He set the items down in the kitchen and addressed Lin Jinchu, saying, "Grandfather has brought you some rough rice and buckwheat flour, along with a jar and 3 bowls. The jar can be used for cooking rice and boiling water. Soon, your uncles will bring some firewood for you. If you find yourselves in need, just let grandfather know." Lin Jinchu felt a profound sense of gratitude, understanding that the village chief's diligent efforts stemmed from a sense of indebtedness to her father, Lin Ziyuan. Without Lin Ziyuan, his son would likely have faced dire circumstances. While the wild boar had been apportioned to both the Lin and Zhu families, they had also hunted and sold a considerable number of wild chickens and rabbits, earning a fair amount of silver. In that moment, words felt insufficient. She could only accept their kindness with heartfelt thanks, exclaiming, "Thank you, grandfather village chief." The village chief waved his hand, gaining a deeper understanding of the 10-year-old Lin Ziyuan. He felt a sense of relief, recognizing that Lin Ziyuan was capable of shouldering responsibilities. Despite her youth, she exhibited a remarkable sense of order and prudence. Otherwise, He pondered how Lin Yuan and the others would manage in the days ahead, for he could not possibly visit every day amidst the myriad affairs of the village. At that moment, the eldest son of the Chang family approached, accompanied by a striking woman exuding an aura of vigor. They carried a bag and 2 thin quilts. After placing the quilts down, Chang Songjung hesitated before retrieving a sickle from his waist. Nodding to the village chief, he turned to Lin Jinchu and said, "You may eat this rice for now. If it is insufficient, I will bring more. Keep the sickle for gathering wild vegetables. If you encounter any danger, seek my family. It is merely a short distance away, and this is my mother, Mrs. Luo." The woman smiled at Lin Jinchu and said to Chang Songjung, "Please bring some more firewood. I will assist them in preparing a meal." Lin Jinchu accepted the sickle, noting the significant differences between the ancient sickle and its modern counterpart. The handle was wooden, while the blade was short and straight, crafted from iron, a truly valuable and practical tool. When Mrs. Luo offered to help with the cooking, Lin Jinchu quickly replied, "There is no need to trouble you, Aunt Luo. I can manage making porridge and pancakes myself." Mrs. Chang regarded Lin Jinchu with astonishment, thinking to herself, how could this girl, just returned from the capital and resembling a delicate young lady, possess culinary skills? Sensing her skepticism, Lin Jinchu explained, "A few days ago, my aunt taught me. I've cooked porridge for several days at the Lin household, and I can certainly manage. You need not worry, Aunt. I can easily identify many wild vegetables on the mountain." In truth, Lin Jinchu wished to convey that she had been cooking for herself since graduating from university, typically dining in the cafeteria for lunch, but enjoying the preparation of her favorite dishes during evenings and holidays. After years of practice, her culinary skills had flourished, and she found the village's dishes to be exceedingly simple, merely a matter of moist and crumbly, as her southern roommate would often say during their university days. Mrs. Chang then smiled, gently patting Lin Jinchu's head, remarking, "You, my dear, are so sensible it tugs at one's heartstrings." Lin Jinchu turned to the village chief and his sons, urging, "Grandfather village chief, you should return now. My brother and I will take good care of father." Noticing their hesitation, she added, "If we need anything, we will certainly seek your assistance." The village chief sighed, stating, "The owner of this house was also an elder of our Lin clan. He passed away without children, and now this house is unoccupied, belonging to the clan. You may reside here without worry, as there will be no charge." After he finished speaking, he departed the small dwelling with his sons. Shortly thereafter, Mrs. Chang and her son also took their leave. Lin Jinchu felt a sense of satisfaction with the house. Although somewhat dilapidated, it was distant from the Lin family yet close to the mountains, an advantageous proximity for her aspirations of foraging for wild vegetables. Most importantly, it was near the Chang family, whom she recognized as benevolent individuals. Since her arrival in the village, the Chang family had consistently demonstrated their generosity and kindness. When her father suffered a broken leg, the village chief and the Chang family had apportioned the wild boar between the Zhu family and the Lin family. In the days prior, Chang Songjung had frequently visited to check on her father, fostering a degree of familiarity between them. That day, Chang Songjung even provided an additional 5 taels of silver to the hefty matchmaker. While others would typically seek to escape difficulties, they instead sought ways to make amends. On the day her father was brought back with a broken leg, she had encountered both Mr. and Mrs. Chang. Mr. Chang was robust and tall, and although Mrs. Chang appeared to be a noble woman, there was a martial quality about her. Lin Jinchu had always admired soldiers in her past life, relishing the sight of them marching with precision, exuding an abundance of masculine vigor. Moreover, her father, Lin Yuan, had a good relationship with the Chang family. Otherwise, in a village as large as Shishan, he would not have ventured deep into the mountains to hunt alongside those 4 men, indicating a mutual trust. There was no question of their character. Alone in this unfamiliar world, what she needed most was a sense of security. Thus, the proximity to the Chang family provided her with ample reassurance. Chang Songjung swiftly returned with firewood and dry grass, efficiently laying down some straw on both beds. Though the heat rendered straw unnecessary, lacking mattresses or sheets, it was impractical to sleep directly on the mud bricks. The village chief's youngest son, Lin Yuan, soon arrived with 2 wooden buckets filled with water, placing them down before departing. Lin Jinchu washed the earthen jar and bowls sent by the Chang family, settling in the kitchen to prepare porridge. During her days at the Lin household, she had yet to enjoy a proper bowl of porridge. What they offered was merely water with a few grains of corn husks and rice bran. Meals consisted of half a coarse grain pancake paired with a bowl of watery porridge and a shared chopstick of boiled wild vegetables. The pancake she received upon returning to the village was the only whole one she had received, and for that, she had endured the mockery of her third aunt, who remarked that the Lin family had different standards for men and women. Adult males consumed corn cakes, each entitled to 3, while the women's table featured coarse grain pancakes mixed with rice bran, which were particularly harsh on the throat. One bite could threaten to chip a tooth. Just in the initial days after her return to the village, she had been derided by her third aunt, who insinuated that she should not presume to live a life of luxury, lest she fall prey to the afflictions of the affluent. Once again, they merely dismissed her as a counterfeit, truly believing themselves to be the daughters of affluent families. They insisted she should conform to local customs. With Chuanzhao's departure, the household chores naturally fell upon her shoulders. After several provocations, Lin Ziyuan was nearly drawn into a brawl with the third brother. The following day, her meals consisted solely of half a coarse grain pancake. Lin Jinchu sat in the kitchen, simmering porridge over a gentle flame, surprised to find that the bag Aunt Chang had given her contained white rice. In Jizhou, rice was not cultivated, and this white rice was far more precious than the mixed grains, having been transported from the south. She had not enjoyed a full meal since her arrival. Cooking rice was impractical, but a pot of white porridge would suffice. Aunt Chang had also provided a bowl of stir-fried pickled vegetables, which surprisingly contained bits of meat, a sight that was quite appetizing. Oh, what a delightful treat! If only there were some chili peppers to enhance the flavor. Yet, even without the pickled vegetables, the white rice porridge would surely suffice. As Chang Songjung arranged the hay and prepared to leave, he was halted by Lin Jinchuan's call. "Young master," she exclaimed. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Madame Chang, she felt compelled to address her as Madame when confronted with Uncle Chang. She instinctively referred to him as General, and before Chang Songjung, young master slipped from her lips. They were distinctly different from the ordinary villagers. Chapter 10, at last. A home of her own, Chang Songjung paused, clearly unaccustomed to her form of address, but upon reflection, he surmised that this little girl from the Lin family must have grown up in the capital, accustomed to such formalities. His cheeks flushed as he halted his steps. It was rather peculiar that this child, barely 10 years old, spoke with a maturity that made their interaction resemble that of an adult conversing with a child. Isn't this akin to a conversation between a woman in her 30s and a middle school boy? Lin Jinchu silently mused. She continued, "My father has broken his leg. He has stated that it is not your concern, so you need not feel burdened. I appreciate your efforts these past few days." Chang Songjung found her youthful face, earnest in its declarations, somewhat disconcerting. He awkwardly scratched his head, then nodded in acknowledgement. There was indeed some pressure after all. Uncle Ziyuan had broken his leg while saving him, a debt of gratitude that weighed heavily. Setting aside this significant obligation, their families had always shared a close bond, often venturing into the mountains together for hunting, true comrades in life and death. As they walked outside, Chang Songjing realized how odd it felt to be so flustered in front of a 10-year-old. A twinge of regret washed over him for having displayed such awkwardness. After the porridge was ready and allowed to cool for a while, he carried the earthenware pot to the room where his father resided. The three of them each had 2 bowls. Lin Sanyo, rubbing his round belly, said to Lin Jinchu, "Sister, this porridge and pickled vegetables are truly delicious. Can we have this every day?" Lin Jinchuan's heart ached as she looked at her brother, who once could enjoy a pancake and half a bowl of porridge in the Lin household. Now, following their father's injury, he too had to settle for half a coarse grain pancake. She gently patted Lin Sanya's head and promised, "Sister will do her utmost to ensure you can have this every day, and not just this, but also rice and fluffy white buns." Lin Ziyuan's heart was heavy as he gazed at his son and daughter. The game he sold over the years had provided enough for his children to eat well, yet he cursed himself for his foolishness, allowing Lin Jishu to benefit. Alas, he had become incapacitated and could no longer hunt, and his daughter, at merely 10 years of age, had become the pillar of the family. He had just eaten a bowl and felt he could not take more, believing himself wasteful, a burden to his son and daughter, but Lin Jinchu insisted on filling his bowl again. Possessing the wisdom of an adult, Lin Jinchu could easily discern her father's thoughts. In modern times, she was of similar age to Lin Ziyuan, both in their 30s. Initially, she found it difficult to call him father, yet Lin Jinchu was indeed a good father, albeit a bit weak. However, upon observing old Madam Shin and old man Lin, she recognized their manipulative prowess, and her father, too, possessed an inherent kindness. She felt simultaneous compassion for her father and disdain for the Lin family. She could not recall when she began to call him father, but as time passed, it became second nature. Thus, she encouraged him, saying, "Father, do not dwell on such thoughts. You are the treasure of our household. With you here, my brother and I can feel secure. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to heal your leg. Without you, my brother and I would surely be bullied, and who knows, the Lin family might even sell us off, not knowing where we might end up." At that moment, Lin Jinchu had been contemplating whether, should his daughter take charge, he could find peace in departing this world to be with his wife. Yet, Lin Jinchuan's words struck him like a bolt of lightning, dispelling such thoughts. He could not bear to imagine the suffering his children might endure if sold into an unknown fate, and the very thought of it made his heart ache almost to the point of suffocation. Lin Jinchu placed a full bowl of porridge into his hands, insisting, "Thus, father, you must eat well. The surgery on your leg is of utmost importance. You need to be strong." As he ate, tears streamed down Lin Jinchuan's face. How could he abandon his two children? Indeed, his daughter was right. He must eat more, regain his strength, and become the pillar of the family, a steadfast support for his children. Wiping away his tears, he said, "Good children, I shall no longer entertain such thoughts. Jinchun, Sanyu, I still wish to see you both grow up, to witness your marriages." At last, Lin Jinchu felt a sense of relief. Having a father present made all the difference, especially one as kind as he, who genuinely cared for her and Sanyu. "Father, since we have severed ties with the Lin family, we shall have no further connection with them. Perhaps you could consider giving Sanyu a new name?" Lin Jinchu suggested, finding Sanyu quite unappealing. She believed it would benefit her father to engage his mind, to prevent him from spiraling into despair. Lin Jinchu, upon hearing her suggestion, found it reasonable. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "What do you think of the name Lin Wenza?" Sanyu had always enjoyed reading. He would listen intently to his fourth uncle, Lin Jishu, reciting in the study, eventually memorizing passages due to his remarkable memory. "It is my failure as a father that I did not encourage Sanyu to attend a private school," Lin Jinchu lamented, casting a remorseful glance at Lin Sanyu. Lin Jinchu, however, felt a surge of excitement. Over the past few days, she had been teaching Sanyu to read and recite the three-character classic, discovering her brother's quick learning and sharp memory. Having a brother who loved reading was a blessing. Should they earn enough money, they could send him to school, perhaps even surpassing Lin Jishu. The Lin family spent their days dreaming of Lin Jishu's success in the imperial examinations, yet he was already in his 30s without having achieved the status of a scholar. Such foolishness, aspiring for the highest honors, was utterly laughable. "Lin Wenza, what a lovely name. Do you like it, dear brother?" Lin Jinchu asked. Lin Sanyu shyly nodded, responding, "I like it." Lin Jinchu teased Wenza. Lin Wenza paused, momentarily taken aback, before realizing his sister was calling him, and he responded promptly. "Wenza, Lin Wenza," Lin Jinchu repeated. "Sister, I am Lin Wenza," he replied, feeling a strange mix of delight and shyness, unaccustomed to such attention. Lin Jinchu laughed heartily, recalling the moment when her brother had playfully butted heads with old Madam Shin and then rushed to bite her hand. As laughter filled the air, tears of joy streamed down her cheeks, for she felt immensely fortunate to have such a loving family. Seeing the siblings share such joyful moments, Lin Jinchu could not help but join in their laughter. It felt as though they had never laughed so freely before, or rather, he and his son had never shared such laughter. After tidying up the dishes and boiling some hot water, Lin Jinchu returned to her room after washing up. Unaccustomed to sleeping on hay, she opted to sit on her quilt. The heat was stifling, with no fan or air conditioning, even with the windows open. Not a whisper of wind stirred. The current weather was akin to a vast steamer where even the slightest movement resulted in beads of sweat. During the day, the sun blazed even hotter, and although the sun had set by nightfall, the ground remained parched from the heat, rendering the stillness of the night unbearably oppressive. Just after washing her face, she found herself drenched in sweat once more. Sighing, Lin Jinchu longed for the comforts of modern life. As a programmer in a large factory, she had few pastimes, often spending her leisure time browsing free novels or short dramas. On busy workdays, she would read a few chapters before bed, primarily indulging during holidays. Cocooned in her bed, ordering takeout when hungry, and devouring novels until sleep overtook her. In contrast to her present situation, where the heat was unbearable. She reminisced about the ease of her previous life, where air conditioning could be summoned with a flick of a switch and a plethora of culinary delights awaited her. Sitting on the edge of her bed, lost in thought, the dire circumstances of her current environment weighed heavily on her mind. She was acutely aware of the impending calamity. According to the timeline laid out in the book, the entire village would be forced to flee southward within a fortnight. Presently, she possessed not a single coin, indicating that a trip up the mountain was inevitable. The northern region continued to swelter under relentless heat, and soon even the Luoshui River would run dry as the invaders advanced towards their territory, compelling the entire village to escape southward. Just then, she was startled by a peculiar sound, one that did not resemble an adult's voice, but rather possessed a somewhat childish, high-pitched tone. As if a child were speaking while pinching their throat, though it was not entirely that of a child. Oh my, the true self has finally awakened. What manner of wretched place is this? Oh, Heavenly Mother, how shall I express my sentiments towards you? You may punish me, but at least grant me a suitable master. My previous master, though somewhat dim-witted, was at least an adult, a prince, no less. And yet, you have paired me with this scruffy little girl. Look at this dilapidated abode. Alas, how unfortunate I am. Will I ever be able to transcend and return to the celestial realm? I am doomed to linger in this mortal realm indefinitely. Chapter 11. Little Kangwu. Lin Jinchu listened intently, glancing around to find herself utterly alone. The sky outside had yet to yield to complete darkness. She approached the door and peered outside, but there was no one in sight. Even from the window, the absence of life was palpable. Not a soul nor even a ghostly shadow graced her view. Curiosity piqued, she wondered about the identity of the murmuring specter. Could it be that fortune had finally graced her with a golden opportunity? Returning to her room, she shut the door. The house had only the main entrance and her room's door that could be properly secured, an arrangement made by Lin Ziyuan when he first brought her here. Recognizing the need for a young lady to possess her own space. After ensuring the door was secured, she softly inquired, "Who is speaking?" She suspected she might be hallucinating. If there were a space, it would have revealed itself by now, considering the many days she had spent here. Yet, she remained hopeful. Without a spatial sanctuary, her family's plight would become increasingly dire, especially with the imminent threat of fleeing for survival. She could not rely indefinitely on the Chang family's kindness. She needed to expedite her father's recovery, otherwise, how could he possibly keep pace with the fleeing crowd? It was feasible to depend on others temporarily, but long-term reliance was unsustainable. Yet how could she manage her father and her 7-year-old brother on the arduous journey? Her father, being a grown man, was not easily transportable. Carrying him was out of the question, and pushing a cart would require more strength than she possessed. Hiring a horse-drawn carriage was an option, but they were devoid of funds. Such vehicles were costly, likely requiring 50 taels of silver, and needed to be procured promptly before prices surged in response to the impending exodus. The burden of her situation weighed heavily upon her. Hearing no reply, Lin Jinchu called out softly in various directions, "Space, oh space." The room remained silent. And she chuckled to herself in self-deprecation. Perhaps she was indeed losing her mind, conjuring voices out of sheer desperation for a spatial refuge. Just as she was about to abandon hope, the voice returned. "Very well, fate is fate. A scruffy girl is still a girl, if you can hear my words. Then you are indeed my master in this life. Thus, simply convey your thoughts, and you may enter to see me." Lin Jinchu's heart soared with elation. It seemed the heavens had not forsaken her. As a traveler of realms, she now possessed a spatial sanctuary. She prayed it contained a spiritual spring or medicinal herbs to restore her father's legs. Ecstatic, she mentally uttered, "Enter." In an instant, she found herself in a misty realm, entirely insulated from the oppressive heat outside. The temperature was mild, neither cold nor hot, akin to being in an air-conditioned room. The expanse was considerable, with a sizable plot of land, approximately a dozen acres, distinguished by its rich black soil, while the surrounding area was a stark gray, clearly demarcating the two regions. The black soil was presumably suitable for agriculture, while the gray area served as a leisure zone. Within this space, there was indeed a shallow pool of water, no larger than a bucket's opening, crystal clear to the bottom. Beside the pool stood a bare little tree with a small, featherless chick perched upon its branches. Disappointment washed over Lin Jinchu as she surveyed her surroundings and muttered, "What a pitiful space. Others have supermarkets, weapon caches, or medicinal herbs. I have nothing but a featherless chick. How on earth will I manage during the impending flight?" Though the ability to enter and exit the space offered a semblance of safety, it was hardly practical in the presence of others, especially considering her responsibility for her father and brother. She wondered if they could also enter this space. Nevertheless, despite her grievances, a flicker of joy remained in her heart. Being able to access this sanctuary could preserve her life and allow her to hide valuable items, essentially granting her a private vault that only she could access. The chick, having overheard her remarks, squawked indignantly, "Hey, scruffy girl. I am not a mere chick. I am a phoenix, a firebird, as you mortals would call me, a phoenix." Lin Jinchu burst into laughter, quickly covering her mouth. After all, this creature had been residing in her space, and its origins were uncertain. It was wise to keep it appeased lest it take offense and vanish with her sanctuary. Yet, as she gazed at the bare little chick, she couldn't help but think of the majestic phoenix she had read about, adorned with vibrant plumage, a far cry from the creature before her. Seeing her disbelief, the chick became agitated, exclaiming, "Master, I may be in a sorry state now, but truly, it is said that a fallen phoenix is inferior to a chicken. The ancients speak truly. However, as long as this space possesses sufficient spiritual energy, my crimson feathers shall return, and my form will grow. At that time, I will be able to assist my master in myriad tasks." Lin Jinchu pondered the chick's words, feeling that the term spiritual energy was utterly at odds with the current ambience of her space, which was shrouded in mist and devoid of sunlight. Where could any spiritual energy be found? Yet, if the chick, the phoenix, had asserted it, perhaps there was a method to cultivate it. She asked, "Little phoenix, what can be done to infuse this space with spiritual energy?" The little fire phoenix was hopping again, leaping from one branch to another. With a slight tilt of its head, it proclaimed, "Master, please refrain from calling me that. It is rather effeminate. I, the fire phoenix, am a true gentleman, and I bear a name of my own. Remember this. I shall not repeat myself. My true name is Kangwu. And this very tree beneath my feet is the divine wudong tree of the heavenly realm. As long as there is spiritual energy in this space, the wutong will grow leaves and reach greater heights. In due time, even a single leaf from the divine wutong could save a life, worth no less than 100 gold pieces." Lin Jinchu twitched her lips at the thought that a single leaf could be worth 100 gold pieces. If that were true, she would be quite wealthy. Glancing at the featherless fire phoenix, she felt a twinge of disbelief, suspecting that it was merely spinning grand tales. "You mentioned the spiritual energy of the space," the little fire phoenix continued, suddenly pausing to scratch its head with its claw, perplexed. "I am uncertain about that." Lin Jinchu felt an urge to strike it out of frustration. Recalling its earlier self-talk, she inquired, "Did you not mention a previous master? A certain prince? How did he instill spiritual energy into this space? We could emulate him." The little fire phoenix, Kangwu, scratched at its non-existent feathers and replied, "With each new master, the memories of the previous one are erased. It is akin to formatting a computer, as the previous master once described to you mortals. However, I do know that the last master failed their task, and the one before them did as well, which is why I appear so small and featherless." Lin Jinchu felt a jolt of anxiety in her heart. Both of Kangwu's previous masters had failed their missions, and she worried about her own ability to succeed. Thus, she asked, "What happens if the mission fails? Can I return to the modern world, to my original place?" Chapter 12. The King of Ambition. If failure meant a return to the modern world, then perhaps it would be best to simply give up and wait for the mission to fail. How she longed for the blissful days spent lounging in bed during holidays, regretting not cherishing those moments more. Life's greatest anguish stemmed from such realizations. Had she known how fleeting those beautiful times were, she would have treasured them dearly, never allowing herself to doze off in the bathtub. Those days were indeed splendid. Enjoying air conditioning, relishing takeout, immersing in free novels or short dramas, and collapsing into a soft, expansive bed whenever fatigue struck. Even the long hours of overtime, sometimes exceeding 10 hours of work, now seemed vibrant and interesting in Lin Jinchuan's recollection. She thought that if given another chance to return to the modern world, she would cherish it profoundly. Alas, it seemed she could not return, and she sighed in lament, casting an expectant gaze at the little fire phoenix. However, to her disappointment, Kangwu shook its head, expressing its inability to recall anything further. Yet, it had also stated that if the master failed the mission, it would not grow in stature or feathers and would continue seeking a new master, perpetually trapped in this cycle. Lin Jinchuan's indomitable spirit flared anew. Who could outdo her in ambition? Throughout her school years, she had been the queen of competition, surpassing even the most diligent of students in exams and assignments. After entering the workforce, she became the reigning champion of ambition once more, securing a position in the most renowned internet giant. Let the competition be fierce. As long as I don't perish from it, I shall strive with unwavering resolve. She was determined to complete the task. If it were true that spiritual energy was necessary for the fire phoenix and the wutong tree to thrive, then surely there must be a way to cultivate that energy within this space. She aspired to adorn Kangwu with the most magnificent feathers, transforming it into the most resplendent phoenix, while nurturing the divine wutong tree to sprout vibrant green leaves, thereby elevating herself to the status of the wealthiest in the Eastern Xia Kingdom. She envisioned her father and brother basking in the glory of her success, becoming the father and brother of the wealthiest woman. Knowing that further inquiries would yield little from the fire phoenix, she contemplated the nature of the space. Little phoenix, she began, but Kangwu interrupted, clearly displeased. Master, my name is Kangwu, it corrected patiently. Kangwu, can we drink this water? She asked, pointing to the pool of water within the space, for determining whether it was a spiritual spring was of utmost importance. Healing her father's legs was paramount. Kangwu nodded. Of course, but the space lacks spiritual energy, so the water possesses no spiritual power. At present, it is merely ordinary mountain spring water, capable of quenching thirst, but nothing more. Lin Jinchu felt a wave of disappointment. It was not the miraculous spring water she had envisioned that could heal her father's legs. Nevertheless, considering the impending need to escape the calamity, having a water source would still prove invaluable. She inquired, is this water sufficient to drink? Will it run out? Kangwu tilted its featherless head, pondering before replying. As far as I can recall, I have never lacked for water. Lin Jinchu tested the water by cupping her hands and drinking. It was sweet and refreshing, reminiscent of the mountain spring water she had once enjoyed, invigorating her entire being. She drank copiously, noticing that the pool appeared unchanged. It seemed the water was inexhaustible, replenishing itself, and a sense of delight blossomed within her. If the water remained abundant, the issue of drought would be resolved, ensuring her personal safety as well. One word encapsulated her feeling: bliss. Kangwu, can my father and brother enter this space? Lin Jinchu asked again, eager to tackle the current crises one by one. Kangwu tilted its head, contemplating, then shook its bare little head, its gaze distant and contemplative. After a moment of deep thought, it admitted, I cannot recall. But I do remember that the space has always been rather empty. Unfortunately, I cannot venture out. Can animals enter? Lin Jinchu pressed, but before Kangwu could respond, she added, never mind, you probably don't know. Observing the sweltering heat outside, she decided to bring her blanket into the space. Lying on it, she felt cool and comfortable. Inhaling deeply. Since arriving in this world, she had yet to enjoy a proper sleep. The heat outside was unbearable. Kangwu continued to chatter incessantly beside her. Master, next time you go up the mountain, please dig up some bamboo shoots to plant here, and also some neem trees. Those are my food. Look, I'm only drinking water and not gaining any weight. Without strength, I cannot assist you. Lin Jinchu was at a loss for words. What can you help me with now? You know nothing about anything. I don't even know what a neem tree is. How can I plant it? Bamboo shoots might be an option, but it's autumn. Are there even bamboo shoots available? The weather is so dry that the bamboo on the mountain might have perished. There should be some in the deep mountains. There are many water sources there, and wild bamboo groves should be nearby. If I dig up some bamboo roots, they should thrive in this space, as anything can grow here as long as it has roots. I seem to remember some things. My previous master dug up some bamboo roots, also from the mountains, and they thrived remarkably well. Once the bamboo flowers and bears fruit, I shall have my favorite treats. How I miss the taste of bamboo rice. I haven't had it in 2 lifetimes. Kangwu was quite chatty, recounting tales of its previous master, a prince who, despite his laziness, never planted anything in the space, caring little for Kangwu's well-being, only moving valuable items into the space. Must the space be cultivated? Lin Jinchu asked, her mind racing. That large expanse of black soil was wasted if not utilized. Of course. What else would that vast black land be for? My prior master planted some vegetables, but they only grew quickly and did not yield spiritual energy. Fast growing is still beneficial. I want to plant some vegetables and grains here. And I will find a way to dig up some bamboo roots. With food and water in the space, we can endure this year of calamity. Do bamboo trees flower and bear fruit? Lin Jinchu had never heard of such a thing. In her memory, bamboo was always lush and green throughout the seasons. They do. Kanggu replied, though its confidence seemed lacking. It struggled to recall much, only remembering fragments of information. Very well, I shall remember. Tomorrow, I will venture into the mountains to dig up a few bamboo shoots. Surely, there must be bamboo deep within the forest. Lin Jinchu acquiesced, finding solace in the notion that a bird resided in her space, for it would alleviate her sense of confinement. With the presence of this space, she felt no trepidation about entering the depths of the mountains. Should she encounter any wild beasts, she could simply retreat into her sanctuary. Yet, Lin Jinchu curiously inquired, "Little Kanggu, how is it that you, being so young, possess such a penchant for chatter?" Her inquiry was not born of disdain, but rather pure curiosity. The little creature was incessantly vocal, much like a small trumpet, babbling away the moment it laid eyes upon her. Little Kanggu lifted its head with a hum, then declared, "Indeed, I am but a mere 800 years old, and yet I find myself exceedingly bored. Having dwelt within this space for 2 lifetimes, I have neither grown feathers nor managed to exit. Typically, I am alone in this space, with no one to converse with. As my previous masters were both taciturn and did not believe that I am a fire phoenix." After its declaration, it sweetly reassured Lin Jinchu, "You, my master, are not a dullard. I am confident that you will infuse this space with vitality. Alas, I have currently lost my spiritual power, rendering me unable to discern your past lives." Chapter 13. Into the Depths of the Mountains. Lin Jinchu was initially taken aback by the revelation of little Kanggu's age. It appeared that this fire phoenix was indeed genuine, claiming youth at 800 years. Moreover, the notion that little Kanggu could perceive the past lives of mortals intrigued her, though she herself remembered her past life, rendering this information less significant to her. However, the ability to cultivate spiritual energy within the space was paramount. As it pertained to little Kanggu's growth of wings, the infusion of spiritual power into the spring water, and the flourishing of the phoenix tree's leaves. Thus, she resolved to ensure that the space brimmed with spiritual energy. "I believe in your identity as a fire phoenix, and I trust you will grow beautiful feathers, transforming into the most magnificent phoenix," she reassured. Upon hearing her words, little Kanggu was so exhilarated that it leaped from one branch to another, despite the fact that the phoenix tree had only 3 branches in total. Throughout the night, little Kanggu continued its incessant prattling, akin to a lullaby. And Lin Jinchu succumbed to slumber amidst its chatter, enjoying a dreamless and restful night. Upon rising early the next morning, Lin Jinchu discovered several new items in the kitchen: a piece of old cloth, a weathered wooden basin, a rusty iron pot, and a patched cloth bag containing about half a bag of buckwheat flour, weighing approximately 1 pound. Additionally, she found a gathering of wild vegetables, and by the kitchen door, a bamboo backpack caught her eye. Lin Jinchu surmised that these items were likely gifts from villagers her father had previously assisted. It seemed her father had indeed helped many in the village. What you give returns to you. There are still many good souls in this world, Lin Jinchu reflected, wishing dearly that her space could be of greater use to repay these villagers. As for the bamboo backpack, it must have been secretly delivered by her aunt. The other possessions of the Lin family were under the control of old Mrs. Shin, making it impossible for her aunt to acquire them. Only this bamboo backpack, crafted by her father, could be taken out, albeit at considerable risk. The thought warmed Lin Jinchu's heart. Those who perform good deeds anonymously likely felt that the items held little value, and they wished to avoid openly offending the Lin family. For Lin Old Man was the legitimate elder of the village and could only offer discreet assistance. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Lin Jinchu sighed quietly, recognizing that the latter possibility was the more likely scenario. Ever since she learned that her father was not the biological son of Lin Old Man, her uncle had distanced himself from them, it appeared that only her aunt still held affection for the 3 of them. She chopped the wild vegetables finely and mixed them with buckwheat flour and white flour to prepare wild vegetable buns, having allowed the dough to rise overnight. With the iron pot now available, Lin Jinchu gently scraped off the rust with stones and cleaned it thoroughly. Unable to steam the buns, she opted to boil porridge at the bottom of the pot, placing the vegetable buns around the edges. At that moment, her younger brother, Lin Wenza, awoke. roused by the enticing aroma. As he entered the kitchen and beheld the steaming pot filled with porridge and buns, he nearly drooled. "Sister, it smells wonderful." His large, bright eyes sparkled, reminiscent of Lin Jinchue's own. While washing her face in the space, Lin Jinchu caught a glimpse of her reflection and noted that she looked quite attractive. Even more so than her modern self, bearing a striking resemblance to Lin Wenza, particularly in their large, bright apricot eyes. The difference, however, lay in Lin Wenza's dry, yellow hair, while Lin Jinchue's flowed like dark clouds of ink, an effect of her upbringing in the esteemed Pingshin Marquis' residence in the capital. With a smile, Lin Jinchu handed a vegetable bun to her brother, even blowing on it to cool it down. Despite the heat, Lin Wenza, brimming with eagerness, was about to take a bite when he instead offered the bun to Lin Jinchu. "Sister, you take the first bite." He was nearly consumed by greed yet restrained himself to allow his sister a taste first. Lin Jinchu was not accustomed to sharing food, but gazing into Lin Wenza's clear, sincere eyes moved her, and she slightly bent down to take a bite. In that moment, she realized that all rules and principles pale in comparison to genuine affection and sincerity, a truth she herself embodied. During her university days, she had once set numerous standards for herself regarding relationships, yet when she met that particular individual, she found all her criteria crumbled in an instant. Ultimately, they parted ways after graduation, each embarking on separate journeys, one pursuing graduate studies in the south and then securing a job there, while the other settled in a small county in the north to take civil service exams, leading to their breakup. As Lin Wenza witnessed her take a bite, he eagerly followed suit, savoring each mouthful as he exclaimed, "Sister's buns are truly delicious." He closed his eyes in bliss, as though indulging in a feast of exquisite delicacies. "Slow down, don't rush, there's plenty to fill you up," Lin Jinchu cautioned, concerned he might choke as he devoured the buns. "In a bit, I will head into the mountains. You must take care of father at home. We'll have more vegetable buns for lunch, so after you finish eating, please move these items into the house. Our courtyard has no door. It's not safe to leave them in the kitchen. Sister, rest assured, I will handle everything. You must be cautious while going up the mountain alone. Avoid venturing too deep, for there are snakes, tigers, wolves, and wild boars in the depths." Lin Wenza reiterated anxiously, his eyes filled with concern, recalling how their father had suffered a mishap while in the mountains. I know, I'm heading up now," Lin Jinchu replied hastily, eager to embark on her journey. She indeed intended to delve deep into the mountains, feeling secure with her space. She feared no beasts. Yet she would not disclose the secret to her brother, not yet at least. Their residence lay to the north, proximate to the mountains, while the villagers of Xishan typically approached the mountains from the eastern paths, which were farther from the depths. Perhaps this was why the Chang family had chosen to build their home in this location, Lin Jinchu mused. It provided easier access for hunting in the deeper woods, away from the villagers of Xishan. With a bamboo backpack slung over her shoulder and the sickle given to her by Chang Chongzheng in hand, Lin Jinchu ascended the mountain, encountering not a single villager along the way. The outer slopes were nearly devoid of greenery, save for a few ancient trees. The smaller ones had been completely felled, and wild vegetables were lamentably scarce. Occasionally, she spotted a few withered wild plants, but as she ventured further into the depths, the trees grew lusher and the wild vegetables more abundant. Recognizing familiar wild vegetables, she eagerly began to dig them up and toss them into her space. The deeper she journeyed, the more plentiful the wild vegetables became, though the absence of rain meant not a single mushroom was to be found. Ahead, she spotted a cluster of unfamiliar fruit roots of a rosy hue, with glossy black, plump fruits that appeared quite tempting. Master, those fruits are poisonous. Quickly, uproot them." Little Kangwu cried out urgently from within the space, sounding alarmed. Lin Jinchu was puzzled by its warning. Why would it want her to dig up something toxic? After all, that land was meant for planting grains. Xiao Kangwu grew increasingly anxious. The former master also cultivated vegetables in the space, yet devoid of any spiritual energy. Why not attempt to grow poisonous herbs or toxic fruits? Who knows, perhaps they might yield some spiritual essence. Surely, we must explore every avenue. Master, you surely do not wish for your true self to remain featherless, offering you no assistance, correct? Lin Jinchu twitched her lips in response. Xiao Kangwu was clearly grasping at straws. The notion that poisonous plants could conjure spiritual energy was utterly preposterous. They likely emitted toxic vapors instead. Was she certain that introducing such flora into the space would not result in hazardous fumes? Lin Jinchu had no intention of planting poisonous herbs. While toxins occasionally serve a purpose, there was no need to cultivate them. Gathering a few and placing them in the space would suffice. Fear not. No poison can harm you or me. You are the master of the space, its sovereign. I am a divine bird from the heavens. Earthly toxins are of no consequence to me. Others cannot enter, so even an abundance of poisonous plants poses no threat. You may dig to your heart's content. Are you certain that others cannot access the space? Lin Jinchu was left speechless. Xiao Kangwu's memory seemed to fluctuate unpredictably. Chapter 14. The Emergence of Wings. Since Xiao Kangwu insisted it was safe, Lin Jinchu decided to dig and plant in the space, reasoning that toxic fruits could prove useful in the future. Procuring poisons from the apothecary was exorbitantly expensive, and she had heard that one must even register their intended use. With swift efficiency, Lin Jinchu uprooted several poisonous plants and relocated them to the space, specifically designating one area for the toxic fruits. She also selected some small wild vegetables to plant in the fertile black soil of the space. Following Xiao Kangwa's directives, Lin Jinchu excavated various kinds of poisonous herbs until the space was dotted with them, alongside patches of wild vegetables. After completing her task, they continued onward. But a dense thicket obstructed their path. Just as Lin Jinchu was about to depart, Xiao Kangwu exclaimed, "Master, do not leave. There is a lake beyond this forest." What? A lake? I cannot see it at all. Indeed, Xiao Kangwu possessed the vision of a divine bird. Armed with a sickle, Lin Jinchu cleared the vines and pushed through the thicket, revealing a sizable lake, albeit considerably diminished due to prolonged drought. The water now gathered solely at the center of the lake. Near Lin Jinchu's side, a small grove of bamboo flourished, with several birds flitting about. Across the water, 2 black bears were drinking, and Lin Jinchu was taken aback when the bears glanced in her direction before departing. Strangely, sparrows flying in the forest began to drop one by one, leaving her utterly bewildered. Initially terrified of the bears, Lin Jinchu was confounded by their avoidance of her presence. What could this mean? At that moment, Xiao Kangwu began to call out excitedly, "Bamboo rice. There is bamboo rice. Hurry, master, Xiao Kangwu wants to eat bamboo rice." Bamboo rice? Is that the fruit of bamboo? Can you see it in the space? I can see it. Oh, master, that entire grove of bamboo is bearing bamboo rice. My goodness, so much. I have never tasted it in my past 2 lives, you know? How unfortunate. But now, at long last, I can eat it. Woe is me. Bamboo rice only appears in years of famine, and this grove of bamboo is on the verge of dying. Does bamboo die after bearing bamboo rice? Lin Jinchu had never heard of such a thing. Bamboo flowers and bears fruit after 50 to 100 years, and flowering signifies the end of its life. Xiao Kangwu chattered on. Weren't you just saying you couldn't remember anything? Lin Jinchu was perplexed. This featherless bird oscillated between utter foolishness and remarkable intelligence. It seems that whatever I see, I can recognize. I do not know why, Xiao Kangwu admitted sheepishly. Wow, that ability is extraordinary. I truly do not recognize many of the plants in the deep mountains. I only ventured around the outskirts of my grandmother's mountain and never dared to explore deeper. Additionally, many plants have evolved or become extinct over time, so modern equivalents may not exist. If only Xiao Kangwu could identify ginseng. Nowadays, many plants have withered. Even if I encountered them, I might not recognize them, but Xiao Kangwu would. With renewed vigor, Lin Jinchu spent about an hour harvesting all the bamboo rice, which, while the grove appeared lush, amounted to only a small bag's worth of husked rice. Weighing the bag, it seemed to contain just over a pound. She placed the bag of bamboo rice into the space, and upon seeing it, Xiao Kangwu's eyes sparkled with delight. It abandoned all pretense of decorum, biting the end of the cloth bag and spilling the rice onto the ground. With nimble paws, it quickly separated the husks, creating a small mound of round bamboo rice. Xiao Kangwu buried its beak in the pile, voraciously pecking at 2 or 3 grains at a time, and, before long, a significant portion had vanished. After its hearty feast, it contentedly patted its round little belly and let out a loud burp. Lin Jinchu watched in astonishment. How could such a small bird consume so much bamboo rice? Did it possess a flexible stomach? Having never tasted bamboo rice in 2 lifetimes, the experience was exhilarating. Just as she finished her thought, Lin Jinchu noticed 2 tiny flesh-colored wings sprouting from Xiao Kangwu's back. Xiao Kangwu, you have grown wings, she exclaimed, her shock rendering her speech nearly incoherent. Is bamboo rice truly that magical? My heavens! One might mistake it for an elixir. It is merely ordinary bamboo, not some celestial variety. Xiao Kangwu gazed incredulously at Lin Jinchu. Did you just say I have wings? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I haven't grown wings in 2 lifetimes. I have forgotten what it feels like to have wings. Oh, wait, I feel a bit of an itch on my back. It hurried to the edge of the water. Staring at the reflection, it questioned, who is that? Is it truly me? Since being punished to the mortal realm by the Queen Mother of the West, it had not only lost its splendid feathers, but its wings as well, avoiding mirrors for 2 lifetimes to escape the sight of its own unattractiveness. Now, upon inspection, while it was indeed a bit unsightly, it had wings. Had it truly grown wings? Though they were not yet fully formed, merely small, fleshy appendages. They represented a step forward, did they not? Oh my, at last, I have encountered the right master. Dear heavens, I would not mind calling you my mother. Or even my grandmother or great-grandmother. If it were to encounter its previous, unreliable masters again, who knew when it could return to the heavenly realm? Xiao Kangwu whirled excitedly within the space, yearning to soar. As a divine bird, it was meant to glide through the skies, a symbol of auspiciousness. What kind of divine bird was left bare? No wonder that yellow-haired girl referred to it as a chicken. What a disgrace. Fortunately, no one in the divine realm knew of its appearance in the past 2 lifetimes. It seemed this little master possessed a touch of celestial fate. It must assist her earnestly. The only thing it dreaded was a lackadaisical master. This fire phoenix was hardworking, and if the master were to be lazy, what good would its diligence do? Hey, is anyone there? I have grown wings. It truly yearned to shout, to let everyone know, ideally even its previous masters. After a brief frenzy, Xiao Kangwu noticed Lin Jinchu staring at it with a dazed expression. Feeling a sense of pride, it thought, how about that? Surely, the magnificent being before you now possesses wings. Let her call it a mere featherless chicken again. Indeed, humans of the mortal realm were all captivated by appearances. It hoped to grow fiery red feathers swiftly. It longed to see the look on Lin Jinchu's face upon witnessing its transformation into a majestic divine bird. Surely, she would be moved to tears. It glanced at the scant bamboo rice scattered on the ground, licked its little tongue, and swallowed before addressing Lin Jinchu. In light of the fact that you have enabled this esteemed being to sprout wings, I shall bestow upon you a modest portion of bamboo rice. Take it home and prepare congee for your father. It will greatly benefit his legs. Really? Lin Jinchu, upon hearing these words, snapped back to reality, utterly astounded by the miraculous events unfolding before her. The transformation of Xiao Kangwu, merely from a meal of bamboo rice, suggested that the task at hand might not be as daunting as she initially presumed. It dawned on her that even humans could consume bamboo rice, and it would be advantageous for her father's health. With this thought, Lin Jinchu mumbled, "Is this little enough for my father? Had I known, I would have asked you to eat less and leave more for him." She bore no grudge against Xiao Kangwu. Her only concern was the meager quantity of bamboo rice. If only there were more, perhaps her father's legs could heal more swiftly. Chapter 15. Bloodline Suppression. Not only can I partake, but you and your brother may as well. For mortals, this amount should suffice. Your father should also apply some herbal remedies and brew medicinal soup. I have observed that his legs are not deformed. They are merely broken. Consuming this bamboo rice will alleviate his pain. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinchu quickly stored the remaining bamboo rice into her bamboo basket, fearful that Xiao Kangwu might succumb to temptation and devour it all. Given the rapidity with which Xiao Kangwu had sprouted wings, she was convinced that this bamboo rice was extraordinary. Leaving the space, Lin Jinchu continued her stroll along the lakeside. She could see fish swimming in the water. Yet, she hesitated to enter, unsure of the lake's depth. "Master, you can step into the lake. The water is quite shallow. Catch some fish and place them in the pool. It seems the pool undergoes changes." "Oh, why not try to draw the water directly into it?" "It appears that you can," Xiao Kangwu suggested uncertainly. "How does one draw it in? Should I make contact with the lake water?" Lin Jinchu inquired. She felt fatigued from foraging for wild vegetables and poisonous plants that day. Why was it that in other spaces, water could be drawn in merely by touching it, while her own space appeared to be so deficient? "It seems so. Give it a try." "Do not fear. The water is very shallow," Xiao Kangwu urged again. The reason for its insistence was that it felt somewhat stifled in the space, where a few fish swam, providing it with a source of amusement. "Are you certain it is shallow?" "I cannot see the bottom." Lin Jinchu hesitated, sensing a lack of trust in Xiao Kangwu's words. In her heart, She prayed for the water to heed her call and flow into her spatial pool automatically, sparing her the trouble of hauling it bucket by bucket. She plunged her hand into the water and declared loudly, "Enter the space." As soon as the words left her lips, a miraculous phenomenon occurred. Water visibly flowed along her arm, continuously entering the space. However, it was not long before she collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. It felt akin to exhausting oneself in a strenuous workout. This space was akin to a mystery box, where every function required personal exploration. What is happening? When I was foraging for wild vegetables, I had intended to cut corners and simply say enter, yet the vegetables remained unyielding. Why does water respond so readily? Draining my energy in the process? Looking back at the lake, she noted a significant reduction in the water level. Indeed, as Xiao Kangwu had stated, the lake was relatively shallow, and she could now see the bottom, where numerous fish swam. Upon entering her spatial realm, Lin Jinchu was nearly astounded by the sight before her. The small spring, once no larger than the opening of a wooden barrel, had transformed into a miniature lake, now at least 30 square meters in size, even encompassing several lotus plants that had originally floated in the lake. The water within her space had become clear and pristine, allowing her to see the many fish swimming within. Curiosity piqued, Lin Jinchu asked, "Xiao Kangwu, do you know why I can gather water but not other things? How is it that the contents of the water can also be collected?" Xiao Kangwu tilted its little head in contemplation before shaking it. Lin Jinchu mused that this creature truly knew little. However, Xiao Kangwu then remarked, "I cannot determine if this is due to my wings or the poisonous plants. But it seems the space has acquired a trace of spiritual energy. Though faint, I can still sense it. You, Master, are able to draw water into the space, likely due to this spiritual energy. Does spiritual energy affect me as well? If the space holds more spiritual energy, will my skills also increase?" Lin Jinchu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The more skills she possessed, the smoother her journey of survival would be. "Naturally, you are the master of the space, and likewise, my master. Our fates are intertwined. We share in each other's glory and misfortune." Upon hearing Xiao Kangwu mention the presence of spiritual energy, Lin Jinchu looked around the expanse of her empty space. Apart from a small patch of wild vegetables, some poisonous plants, and a leafless tree, there was nothing else. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the diminutive phoenix tree. How is it that the tree has sprouted 2 tender leaves?" Lin Jinchu exclaimed, rushing to inspect it, with Xiao Kangwu following closely behind. Wow, these leaves have just emerged. I was just perched on the tree moments ago. The phoenix is indeed thriving. It exclaimed excitedly, leaping onto Lin Jinchu's shoulder. "Please do not relieve yourself on me. I only have this one outfit," Lin Jinchu jested, finding delight in Xiao Kangwu's presence. Though Xiao Kangwu did not grasp her humor, it bore no offense and playfully hopped onto her head. Then, standing atop her head, it proclaimed, "Pa, pa, pa. Master, am I such a disgraceful being? I am a divine bird, not a mere sparrow." Lin Jinchu burst into laughter, finding joy in the antics of Xiao Kangwu. Suddenly, an idea struck her. "Xiao Kangwu, if we were to discover a phoenix tree on the mountain, would moving it into the space yield the same results as with this tree?" "Pa, pa, pa. Oh, Master, I am not disparaging you. How could those mundane phoenix trees possibly compare to my divine tree? In all the realms, there exists but this one sacred phoenix tree." Lin Jinchu feigned disdain, glancing at Xiao Kangwu with a smirk. "I see, this is a divine tree, and we have a divine bird in our midst." At that moment, Xiao Kangwu bounced around excitedly, exclaiming, Master, hurry out of the space and gather the wild chickens." Lin Jinchu was skeptical of its claim. Can wild chickens truly be gathered? If they are dead, I have no use for them. If they are alive, given my diminutive stature, I have little strength left after drawing the lake water into the space. She suddenly recalled that a few sparrows had indeed fallen earlier, and inquired, "Are you referring to those sparrows that fell to the ground?" Although sparrows are small, they do possess some meat. Roasting them should be delightful. Xiao Kangwu seemed to sense her thoughts and responded, "No, not sparrows. I mean mountain chickens, alive ones. Any of my kind who encounter me must kneel in respect. They are not dead, merely weak in the legs. The sparrows fell because they sensed my presence." A saying popped into Lin Jinchu's mind, bloodline suppression. Yes, indeed. If Xiao Kangwu were to harness its full spiritual power, what concern would it have for other beings? Lin Jinchu began to comprehend why the black bear had avoided her. It was not her it sought to evade, but rather Xiao Kangwu, whose divine lineage was undoubtedly noble. Wow, Xiao Kangwu possesses such abilities. Lin Jinchu exclaimed in delight. Truly impressive, you are a fire phoenix. She quickly posed another question. Is it true that all creatures that soar in the sky must come to a halt and pay homage upon seeing you? Most certainly. Although my own spiritual essence is currently diminished, allowing me only to influence birds within a limited vicinity. It concluded its statement without elaborating on which birds need not stop in reverence. However, it added, in daily encounters, there is no need for such worship. It is only when my spiritual power is at its zenith and my aura radiates outward that such respect is warranted. Chapter 16. The Major General of the Northern Garrison. What of the tiger and the wild boar? Must they kneel before you? Lin Jinchu inquired with envy, her heart brimming with delight. Little Kangwu. Indeed you are a phoenix. I have struck a veritable bargain. Little Kangwu replied, creatures of a different kind are exempt from this, but should I grow long feathers? They would not dare to attack you, for to see you is akin to seeing me. You are my master, and they harbor a sense of reverence. Even now, common mountain beasts do not dare to assail you, which is why I permitted your venture into the deep mountains. Little Kangwu spoke with pride, lifting its small head high. For the first time, Lin Jinchu felt that despite Little Kangwu's distance from the legendary phoenix, it was rather endearing, especially with its tiny, upright wings, which were particularly amusing. Its expressions were vivid, and its small, bright eyes were extraordinarily expressive. Since sprouting its wings, Little Kangwu had taken to addressing Lin Jinchu as its master with increasing frequency, genuinely regarding her as such with heartfelt fidelity. Lin Jinchu hastily exited the space, and indeed, not far from the bamboo grove, 5 splendid mountain chickens and 4 wild rabbits were trembling on the ground. Nearby, a dozen sparrows lay sprawled on the ground, alongside a lone carrier pigeon. Lin Jinchu swiftly gathered the mountain chickens, wild rabbits, and sparrows into the space, lifting the carrier pigeon and unfolding the small note wrapped around its leg. It bore a single line of neat script: the enemy has breached Jizhou. Signed, Fu Yanche. Who is Fu Yanche? Lin Jinchu recalled the events in the book, which detailed how the invaders ultimately captured the capital, leading to the new emperor's demise and the empress's tragic suicide. In the end, Fu Yanche led the northern army to reclaim the capital, personally interring the empress, who was, in fact, the original protagonist's false daughter. Yes, Lin Jinchu remembered. Fu Yanche was the major general of the northern garrison, the legitimate son of General Fu Yi. Now that the invaders have approached, the defense of the northwest is in the hands of General Wu Chefeng, the younger brother of Empress Wu. As the invaders advanced, he quickly succumbed and fled, allowing the enemy forces to surge forward towards the capital. The entire northern front now rests upon the shoulders of the northern army. Yet, despite their valor, the northern army primarily contends with the 200,000 cavalry of the Tsangli kingdom, stretched thin and beset on all sides, able only to secure one front and keep the Tsangli cavalry at bay. If Jizhou has indeed fallen, it indicates that General Wu has retreated south, with the enemy capturing several towns in the northwest, including Liangzhou, Pingzhou, Sangzhou, and Jizhou. It seems the invaders have arrived more swiftly than described in the book, nearly 10 days ahead of schedule. The distance from Jizhou to Feisher County is no more than a 10-day ride on horseback. This is a significant matter. Lin Jinchu could no longer afford to search for anything else. She must relay this news to the village chief at once to prepare everyone. She lamented the inability to teleport and had to rely on her own 2 feet to return to the village. Fortunately, little Kangwu remembered the way, guiding her smoothly left and right as they traversed forward. As she walked, she gathered branches along the way. Few villagers dared to venture deep into the mountains for hunting, as those who did typically did not gather firewood, which was generally collected around the mountain's perimeter. Thus, the deep mountains were abundant with trees, and the fallen branches were plentiful, enough to gather in heaps. By the time she neared the mountain's edge, the branches and sticks in her space had accumulated into a small hill. Lin Jinchu also collected some stones to store in the space, intending to construct a simple stove for cooking and grilling meat, where she could place ceramic pots and iron pans to boil water and prepare meals. As she continued her trek, she felt her strength gradually returning. Master, there is a jujube tree around the corner. Oh, what a magnificent jujube tree! Little Kangwu exclaimed eagerly. A jujube tree? That cannot be missed. Jujubes are delicious. Lin Jinchu used to enjoy purchasing them as snacks and even baking bread or making jujube paste cakes. The thought of indulging in jujubes invigorated her. Since she was already here, the task of delivering the news could wait. She hastened toward the direction indicated by little Kangwu. However, where's the jujube tree? After walking for a considerable distance without sighting the tree, she instead encountered several unknown fruit trees that towered high into the sky. Even if she wished to pick the fruit, it was beyond her reach. Beneath the trees, a few small birds were feasting on the decayed fruit on the ground. This fruit was unfamiliar to Lin Jinchu, and she hesitated to sample something she had never seen before. There. Behind that tree, it's hidden. Little Kangwu directed from the space. It was impatient, yearning to fly out, but alas, without feathers, it was unable to do so. After navigating around several large trees, Lin Jinchu finally spotted a tall jujube tree, accompanied by a few smaller ones, all laden with vibrant red jujubes. The large tree was indeed impressive. Its branches weighed down with plump, purplish-red jujubes, while a few decayed fruits littered the ground. No wonder no one had discovered it. It was so well concealed. Even hunters would struggle to find it. Had it not been for little Kangwu, Lin Jinchu would never have located this jujube tree. She attempted to clear away the decayed fruit, but had no broom, pondering how to proceed when little Kangwu suggested, "Master, you should enter and bring out the sparrows and mountain chickens. They will know what to do." Sparrows and mountain chickens? Lin Jinchu then recalled the abundance of adorable creatures in her space. She promptly entered the space to see how the sparrows and mountain chickens would tackle the decayed fruit. The mountain chickens pecked at her pant leg, while the sparrows perched on her shoulder, and even the little rabbits rested their tiny paws on her shoes. When Lin Jinchu exited the space again, the sparrows, mountain chickens, and rabbits had all emerged. One sparrow flew to a distance, chirping excitedly. Before long, a multitude of small birds appeared, sparrows, crows, magpies, and swallows, perhaps numbering in the hundreds, densely packed together. In no time, the decayed fruit on the ground had vanished completely. Lin Jinchu, along with the little rabbits, stood in astonishment. The 4 little rabbits had only managed to move a few pieces of fruit. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the ground was cleared. Lin Jinchu could hardly believe the extent of little Kangwa's impact. Truly, this divine bird was extraordinary. "I will shake the jujubes from the tree, and you all help gather them to one side," Lin Jinchu instructed the birds. Initially thinking she would need little Kangwu to translate, but was surprised to find the birds comprehended her words. She vigorously shook the jujubes from several smaller trees, and although a few stubborn fruits remained, dozens of small birds flew over and pecked them down. Lin Jinchu then found a thicker stick and stood beneath the tree, thrashing it with all her might. Before long, the ground was littered with jujubes, although the highest fruits remained out of reach. The birds attempted to fly up to assist her, but she called them back. "Little Kangwu, ask these birds if they enjoy eating jujubes," Lin Jinchu said, knowing she could not understand their replies. "Master, they do enjoy jujubes as well as fruits from the mountains, grains, and grasses," little Kangwu quickly relayed the answer. "Very well. Then I shall leave those atop the tree for the mountain birds to feast upon." She gazed at the pile of jujubes on the ground, resembling a small hill, contemplating their potential value, intending to take some to the apothecary for sale. Placing her hand on the mound of jujubes, she declared, "Enter." The red dates vanished in an instant, leaving Lin Jinchu utterly elated. It appeared that aside from plants rooted in the earth, this method could likely transport other items into the space. "Oh, these dates are truly delicious," remarked Xiao Kangwu, delicately nibbling at the flesh of the dates. Chapter 17. The Tartars are coming. "You should try some dates too." Lin Jinchu couldn't help but chuckle, wondering if this creature was truly a divine bird, devouring everything in sight. The wild fruits of the deep mountains absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, aiding her true self in recovery. It was a pity her previous 2 masters had never taken her to forage for these wild fruits. They only knew to purchase a plethora of precious herbs from the apothecary to store in the space, oblivious to the fact that processed herbs had lost their heavenly essence. They also favored hoarding heaps of gold and jewels in the space, which possessed no spiritual energy. Look. The spiritual energy in the space has increased once more. Alas. Why did I not realize this sooner? Had I known earlier, perhaps I would have returned to the heavenly palace long ago. Xiao Kangwu resumed her rambling. "Even eating won't silence your chatter," Lin Jinchu teased with a smile. She felt her lips twitch at the thought that her previous masters lived in such luxury, with only gold, jewels, and rare herbs at their disposal. Why would they bother venturing into the deep mountains to gather these dates, which the wealthy looked down upon? If I had silver, I wouldn't have come either. It was merely a fortunate misstep. Initially, Lin Jinchu intended to fill her bamboo basket with dates, but fearing her father's worry, He had been hunting in the mountains for years and would undoubtedly know that only the deep mountains harbored date trees at this time. She decided instead to gather a basketful of wild vegetables. Of course, another reason lingered in her mind. She feared encountering villagers who might inquire about the location of the date trees. Should she divulge their whereabouts? They might resent her if she withheld the information, and they ventured into the mountains only to encounter danger. Who would be accountable? While she had the divine protection of Xiao Kangwu, others did not, and her father and the Chang family had already faced peril. What of the ordinary villagers? Leaving the cluster of date trees behind, she pressed onward, humming a cheerful tune, her heart brimming with joy at her bountiful harvest. Today was a splendid day, one in which all her wishes seemed to come true. Upon nearing the outskirts of the mountains, the birds finally dispersed. The sparrows and pheasants insisted on following her into the space, while 5 magpies joined as well. Lin Jinchu was perplexed as to why some birds could enter the space while others could not. Just then, she heard Xiao Kang's voice. Only those permitted by me may enter. The space does not require an abundance of living beings. Their presence would merely siphon off its spiritual essence. As for their future access, that depends on their conduct. They expressed their willingness to accompany us south in search of refuge. This revelation left Lin Jinchu astonished, sensing a hint of arrogance in Xiao Kang's demeanor. Yet, the little bird had every right to be proud. Surrounded by such a multitude of avian companions made the journey feel lively. Following the southern route, it was highly probable they would traverse along the Dragon Ridge mountain range, and she wondered if the birds would grow weary from their flight southward. Deep in thought, she reached the mountain's edge, where she spotted the Chang father and son heading into the depths of the mountains. Uncle Chang, Brother Chang, why are you two still venturing in as darkness approaches? Lin Jinchu hurriedly approached them. Jinchu, what brings you into the deep mountains? It's perilous. Your father has been worried sick, sending San Yo Wenze to my home. Pleading for us to search for you, Uncle Chang exclaimed, his tone a mix of relief and concern as he noted her unscathed appearance, seemingly fresh from singing. The last time, 5 robust young men had met with misfortune, one dead, another injured. What would become of a young girl like Jinchu should she encounter wild beasts? Chang Ting could hardly bear to think of such dire possibilities, feeling a cold sweat bead upon his brow. This girl truly had a daring spirit. He sighed, glancing at Lin Jinchu with compassion, realizing she wasn't simply bold, she was likely driven by desperation, for her family was out of food, prompting her to risk foraging in the mountains. Jinchu, let me accompany you next time you venture into the mountains, Chang Songzhang suggested, tugging at his father's sleeve to reassure the girl. He had also heard her lovely singing, which had brightened everyone's spirits. Yet, they were uncertain whether they would ever return to the capital. No need, no need. I didn't go deep into the mountains. I merely gathered some wild vegetables nearby, she replied, lowering her bamboo basket to reveal its contents, filled with an abundance of greens. Chang Songzhang seized the basket, slinging it over his shoulder. Father, Jinchu, we should return quickly. Uncle Lin and Wenze are undoubtedly anxious and waiting for us. Noticing the messenger pigeon in Lin Jinchu's hand, he inquired, where did you acquire this pigeon? Lin Jinchu promptly handed the note to Uncle Chang. Uncle Chang, I found this messenger pigeon in the mountains. What should we do with it? Upon receiving the rolled parchment, Uncle Chang's expression shifted drastically as he opened it. Chang Songzhang, noticing his father's serious demeanor, leaned closer to glimpse the contents. His face paled as well. Quickly, we must return to the village, he urged, retracing his steps before taking the messenger pigeon from Lin Jinchu's grasp. Songzhang, you escort Jinchu home while I seek out the village chief and the magistrate. With that, he hurried away, disappearing in a matter of moments. Jinchu, we must hurry back. I will let my father handle this matter, Chang Songzhang said, turning to retrace their steps with the bamboo basket on his back, while Lin Jinchu followed closely behind. Brother Chang, is it true that the Tartars are approaching? Lin Jinchu asked. Chang Songzhang slowed his pace to walk alongside her, gazing into the distance with an unexpected maturity for his age. Indeed, at the slowest, they will arrive in 10 days, at the fastest 7 or 8. The terrain here is rugged, making travel slow for the cavalry. We may need to leave this place soon. He turned to Lin Jinchu, offering reassurance. Do not worry, we will keep watch over your family. His demeanor was devoid of the bashful smile he had shown in previous days. Instead, it was cold and serious. Lin Jinchu turned to him, noting the youthful face that bore an expression of grave concern. She recalled her father's mention of Chang Song-jung being only 15 years old, yet at this moment, he radiated an aura of lethal seriousness. This unfamiliar side of him made her uneasy. It seemed the Chang family was well acquainted with the threats posed by the Tartars, having likely endured their torment before, which made them acutely aware of the impending consequences of their arrival. Whether the invaders were Tartars or Japanese, they were all beasts. To be an invader was to be devoid of humanity, regardless of ethnicity. Yet, Lin Jinchu sensed there was more complexity to the Chang family than met the eye. They all exuded a military aura, including Chang Songjing's mother, Luo Shi, who appeared gentle yet concealed an undeniable strength. However, Lin Jinchu could not fathom why Uncle Chang and Chang Songjing, both capable fighters, would still require her father, who lacked martial prowess, to rescue them. Surely, two skilled fighters could handle a couple of wild boars without difficulty. The Chang family undoubtedly held secrets unknown to her. Chapter 18. Returning home. At this moment, Lin Jinchu felt an immense sense of gratitude for her spatial ability. She could hardly imagine how a frail girl like herself could survive in such chaotic times without it. This life-saving artifact had arrived just in time, though it was regrettable that her father and younger brother could not enter the space. Otherwise, we could simply let father enter the space, where the ever-chattering little Kangwu resides, making it far from dull. I hope that after consuming the bamboo rice, father will feel somewhat better, and we can trade some wild vegetables with the village doctor for external medicine. Wild vegetables have become quite a rarity now, as they are nearly impossible to find outside the mountains. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Lin Wenza rushed over. Sister, why have you returned so late? Father and I were quite worried about you. After speaking, he examined her closely, scanning her from head to toe, relieved to find her clothes intact, without a tear or speck of dust, and her face and hands unscathed, showing no signs of a struggle with animals. Only then did he feel at ease. Lin Jinchu smiled. Sister didn't venture deep into the mountains, so what is there to fear? I merely gathered some wild vegetables on the outskirts. Lin Wenza believed her. But Chang Songjung was not so easily convinced. No one knew better than he where wild vegetables could be found, for anything green on the outer mountains had been plucked clean. This girl is no ordinary one. She managed to return unscathed from the depths of the mountains. And Chang Songjing's gaze towards Lin Jinchu now held a hint of scrutiny. However, there was no time for excessive contemplation. He too had preparations to make it home. Lin Jinchu divided the wild vegetables in half, placing one portion along with the bamboo basket into Chang Songjing's hands. Brother Chang, please take these wild vegetables to Aunt Luo. They'll make delightful filling for dumplings. Chang Songjung hastily set the bamboo basket down. He couldn't possibly take wild vegetables gathered by the little girl from the deep mountains. His parents would surely scold him. Seeing his reluctance, Lin Wenza dashed into the kitchen and emerged with several vegetable dumplings wrapped in cloth, placing them into Chang Songjing's hands. Brother Chang, these are the dumplings my sister made today. They're delicious. You must take some back to try. I managed to eat 3 all by myself. Unable to refuse, Chang Songjung accepted them, the dumplings indeed looking enticing. His family often bought meat buns and vegetable dumplings in town, but they never lacked for such things. Not wanting to seem impolite by refusing, he agreed. Very well, I shall accept them, and I will return the cloth bundle to you tomorrow. He understood that Lin Jinchu was in need of everything at this moment. All right, Lin Jinchu replied, and she headed towards the inner room, where her father awaited anxiously. Today, she had gathered a substantial amount of wild vegetables in the mountains, all stored in the space, with a portion planted in the fertile black soil of the space. She had no intention of selling the birds, mountain chickens, or fish residing within. After the incident involving the birds assisting in harvesting jujubes, she felt a bond forming with these little lives, akin to that of family and friends. Well, if she craved meat, she could always buy some from the pork stall in town, Lin Jinchu mused inwardly. Currently, her greatest challenge was the lack of silver. She would have to venture deep into the mountains again tomorrow, with the omniscient little Kangwu by her side. What was there to worry about in finding ginseng and precious medicinal herbs? At that moment, Kangwu spoke in the space. Master, brew water with half a leaf from the phoenix tree for your father to drink, and cook the bamboo rice together with grains to make porridge. The porridge will nourish your family of 3, and your father's legs will heal quickly without the need for further medication. Really? She had planned to exchange some wild vegetables for external medicine later, as the heat was unbearable, and she wanted to bring back herbs to prevent infection and relieve pain. She recalled Kangwu mentioning that a single leaf from the sacred phoenix tree could save a life. It seemed that with just this leaf, her father's legs could surely heal. Kangwu continued, "Indeed, it is true. Previously, I suggested you purchase medicine for external and internal use because the phoenix tree had no leaves. Now that 2 leaves have grown, you can cut half a leaf and tomorrow, cut another half to brew more water. You will be nearly healed. Remember, do not consume the leaves. Only drink the brewed water and mash the leaves for external application." As Lin Jinchu reached the doorway, she saw Lin Ziyuan struggling to drag himself to the entrance. "Father, why are you out here?" She rushed over to support Lin Ziyuan. "Wenza, come help," she called out, and her brother Lin Wenza hurried over. Together, they helped Lin Ziyuan sit on the bed. Lin Jinchu was surprised to find that her strength had noticeably increased, likely due to the spiritual energy of the space. Just a short while ago, with her small 10-year-old frame, she would have never been able to assist her father, who stood at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet. Yet, it seemed that even without calling for her brother's help, she could have managed to lift him to bed, albeit with some effort. "Chua, you must not venture into the depths of the mountains alone in the future. They are far too perilous, especially given your Uncle Juzi and your father's current condition." He choked on his words, worry etched on his face as he scanned Lin Jinchu for any signs of injury, finally easing when he saw her unharmed. "Father, I know my limits. I only gathered wild vegetables on the outskirts, where I discovered a place abundant with them, unknown to others. I will go prepare porridge and make dumplings now." Lin Jinchu felt fortunate. Her parents in the modern world loved her dearly. And now she had such a caring father and brother in this ancient time. "Rest a bit. Do not exert yourself too much. There is no rush to eat," Lin Ziyuan advised. "Father, I understand," Lin Jinchu replied as she made her way to the kitchen, eager to cook the bamboo rice mixed with brown rice into porridge for her father and brother. The bamboo rice was truly miraculous. Perhaps after consuming it, her father would be able to stand again, which would make things much easier. Most importantly, they were soon to face a famine. And the thought filled her with a sense of urgency, wishing fervently to see her father walking and running once more. After washing the pot, she filled 2 buckets and a wooden basin with water, likely fetched by Chang Songjing or the village chief's youngest son, and noticed that the weeds in the courtyard had been thoroughly cleared, all neatly piled up. She swiftly placed the half leaf of the phoenix tree that Kangwu had given her into the water to brew, while using another pot to mix the bamboo rice and brown rice for porridge. "Sister, let me help you with the fire," Lin Wenza said as he sat down to tend to the flames. "Sister, today Uncle Yuan from the village helped us fetch water, and Brother Chang cleared the weeds in the courtyard. Also, Dog Shang's mother sent over an old piece of clothing for you, which belonged to Dog Shang's older sister." Understood. "We must remember these kindnesses and repay them in the future," Lin Jinchu said, deeply moved. Her father had assisted many in the village, some of whom feared the Lin family and kept their distance, yet others showed gratitude and silently offered help. "I know, sister. I want to grow up quickly and learn hunting from Brother Chang to gain strength so that we can live well together in the future." Lin Wenza, having been frightened today, had grown to appreciate his sister more. What if a tiger had attacked her in the mountains? The thought had him on edge all day, and after this experience, he felt as if he had matured significantly. He wanted to learn skills to protect his sister and father, and he wished to earn silver in the future. "Sister, Brother Chang promised to teach me how to stand firm starting tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Lin Jinchu's doubts were confirmed. Chang Songjing indeed possessed martial skills. But why then had he allowed Uncle Juzi to die and needed her father to rescue him, leading to her father's injury? "Keep the fire low while cooking the porridge. I will bring some water to father," Lin Jinchu said, carrying the water brewed from the half leaf of the phoenix tree towards the inner room. Chapter 19. Father's legs are healing rapidly. Lin Ziyuan looked at the shallow green water that his daughter brought and felt puzzled. "Chua, what is this?" He knew that his daughter had just returned from the capital, fearing she might not recognize the wild vegetables of the mountains. During that time, old Madam Shin had insisted that she gather wild vegetables daily, forcing him to take her to the edge of the deep mountains for a whole afternoon to teach her. His daughter was quite clever, picking it up swiftly, and some things she even grasped intuitively. Upon contemplating this, he began to chastise himself. Had he not led Chua into the depths of the mountains, she would not have lost her way. Should any misfortune befall them in those wilds, how could he possibly justify it to his deceased wife? He remained perplexed about the nature of the concoction Chua had prepared. Was it a remedy procured from the village barefoot doctor? Yet, how could she afford such a luxury? Lin Ziyuan gazed at his daughter, bewildered. "Father, take a whiff," Lin Jinchu urged, placing the bowl into his hands. Today, his daughter had discovered a plant in the mountains that could alleviate his leg ailment, knowledge acquired during their time in the capital. He should be aware that certain precious herbs were only available there. Lin Ziyuan pondered this and found it somewhat plausible, so he accepted the bowl. As he leaned closer, a fragrant aroma enveloped him, invigorating his entire being, akin to the gentle caress of spring's breeze. Indeed, it was a remarkable remedy. Without further hesitation, Lin Ziyuan drank it all in one go. Upon finishing, he felt remarkably refreshed, as if every joint had been unblocked, rendering him immensely comfortable. Most astonishingly, the pain in his legs dissipated in an instant. "Sure, why do I feel as though my legs have improved significantly? Could this be a miraculous medicine?" Lin Ziyuan exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. No one desired to regain their strength more than he did. The weight of the household rested upon his 10-year-old daughter, and the depths of his despair and heartache were immeasurable. Indeed, the remedy proves effective. "Father, shortly, let Wenza assist you in applying the herbal juice to your knees, and your legs shall soon be well again," Lin Jinchu replied, her heart brimming with joy at the unexpected efficacy of the phoenix tree leaves. After consuming the bamboo rice porridge, hope for her father's recovery blossomed. "Very well, I shall heed your guidance, Chewer," Lin Ziyuan responded joyfully, testing his legs with a pinch and discovering the pain had lessened considerably. As Lin Jinchu prepared to return to the kitchen, a thought struck her regarding the Chang family. Tentatively, she inquired, "Father, the Chang family is skilled in martial arts, correct?" Lin Ziyuan was taken aback. "How did Chua know this?" Indeed. The Chang family possesses martial prowess, but due to treachery, they have all been poisoned, rendering their internal strength useless. They are now left to rely on brute force, akin to ordinary folk like us. In fact, they are even less capable than I, who lacks martial skills altogether. However, very few are aware of this, and it must remain unspoken. Is that so? It seems you are well informed about the Chang family's circumstances and place your trust in them, Lin Jinchu contemplated. "Father, has no antidote been found after all these years? What poison could be so formidable?" "Alas, it is indeed a challenge." Lin Ziyuan sighed, offering no further elaboration. Although they had secured a prescription at a high price, its efficacy remained untested, for one vital ingredient was unattainable, resulting in prolonged suffering. Lin Jinchu refrained from pressing further and returned to the kitchen with the empty bowl. She crushed half a boiled phoenix tree leaf into a paste using a small stone and instructed Wenza, "I will tend to the fire for the porridge. You must assist father by applying this paste to the areas where his legs typically ache." Then she meticulously reiterated the method taught by the little Kangwu. Wenza, though somewhat hesitant about his sister's newfound medical knowledge, perhaps learned in the capital, nodded and took the small bowl containing the greenish paste, choosing to follow her instructions without further inquiry. Upon entering the room, he noticed a stark contrast in his father's demeanor compared to before, where once a pallid face had resided, normalcy now prevailed. "Father, you seem different. Is your leg?" he began, observing his father massaging his own legs. "Does it still hurt?" "Oh, this is the paste my sister prepared for my knees," Lin Ziyuan replied. "Quickly, bring it here." He rolled up his pant legs, revealing his knees, which had previously been red and swollen, but now appeared almost normal, save for a few bruises. "Wow, father, your leg is no longer swollen," Lin Wenza exclaimed, elated. With his father's recovery, his sister would no longer need to venture into the mountains. As Lin Ziyuan applied the herbal mixture to his knees, he remarked, "It's not entirely healed yet, but it should be soon." He paused, then added, "It's the miraculous medicine your sister found in the mountains." "Hush, let us keep this a secret." He felt a nagging suspicion that it was not as straightforward as it seemed. The area surrounding Longji Mountain had long been scoured by nearby villagers, leaving no trace of miraculous herbs, not even wild vegetables. The deeper regions, teeming with wild beasts, were too perilous for his daughter to traverse, even if there might be valuable medicinal resources hidden within. No one knew the situation of Longji Mountain better than he and the Chang family, as he had hunted and gathered firewood there since childhood, while the Chang family relied on hunting for their livelihood, frequently venturing into the depths of the mountains in recent months. Yet, Since his daughter chose not to disclose her experiences, he refrained from questioning her. As long as their family remained safe and sound, he was content. The greater her capabilities, the better she could protect herself. This was indeed a positive development. This world was inherently a realm where the strong preyed upon the weak, especially as chaos loomed on the horizon. Upon hearing this, Lin Wenze turned to leave, calling out, Sister, father's legs are getting better." Lin Jinchu smiled softly, watching her brother rush toward her, his little face glistening with sweat, his bright eyes appearing larger and more radiant due to his slender frame. "Elder sister, father said you found a miraculous medicine. You are truly remarkable," he whispered. "Father said not to speak of it outside. I understand. I'm not foolish. Indeed, there are many extraordinary qualities about me, and my brother is quite intelligent as well. He will surely become even more remarkable in the future, for we have a capable father," Lin Jinchu chuckled. Hearing her words, Lin Wenze beamed with delight. Yes. In the future, Wenze will strive to become the top scholar, a great official, allowing father and sister to dwell in a grand house, enjoying meat at every meal, and hiring several maidservants to attend to father and sister. Having spoken this, he suddenly felt as if he was truly beginning to become formidable. After all, with such a remarkable father and sister, he too must be exceptional. In that fleeting moment, he was filled with immense confidence and longing for the future. "Wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Tonight, we shall have 2 bowls of porridge and a vegetable bun," Lin Jinchu said, ladling the porridge, made from bamboo rice and white rice, thick and fragrant, into bowls. She had added a pinch of salt, a thoughtful gift from the Chang family the previous day, though it was only a small bowl. It could last them for nearly 10 days. Lin Jinchu couldn't help but marvel at the Chang family's thoughtfulness and consideration. They had anticipated every need for their household. The 3 of them sat together to eat. As Lin Wenze devoured his meal, he inquired, "Sister, why is your porridge so delicious? I've never tasted porridge this good. And this bun is delightful as well. The buns our grandmother used to make were quite unpalatable." "Oh. She's no longer my grandmother now." At this, a hint of sorrow flickered in Lin Wenze's eyes, but it quickly dissipated. Lin Jinchu comforted him. "From now on, I will prepare delicious meals for you, my little glutton. The Lin family is of no significance. They were never our true kin. In the future, only father and I shall be your true family." Chapter 20. Treasures in the Deep Mountains. Lin Wenze's spirits lifted once more as he continued munching on his bun, declaring, "Yes, and there's also Uncle Chang, Aunt Luo, Brother Chang, and Grandpa the village chief. Each person harbors a scale within their heart, discerning who treats them well and who harbors ill intentions, a truth even 7-year-old Lin Wenze comprehended clearly. The so-called being lost in the moment merely reflects that some people are genuinely naive, while others feign ignorance. They refuse to acknowledge the harsh realities and thus deceive themselves." Seizing the moment of their joy, Lin Jinchu spoke again. "Father, I intend to venture into the mountains again tomorrow morning. Please rest assured. I promise there will be no danger." She sought to provide more reasons to convince her father, yet found herself at a loss, for she understood that he was the one most familiar with Longji Mountain. Lin Jinchu was deeply concerned that Lin Ziyuan would not allow her to venture into the mountains again. She intended to seize the opportunity over the next few days to bring back as many treasures from the depths of the mountains as possible, for in the future, when the whole village would be involved, it would be challenging to act independently. "All right, you go, but be cautious and return early," Lin Ziyuan readily agreed. Lin Jinchu was still contemplating what she would say if her father refused, whether to plead or to act coy, when she was taken aback by his swift acquiescence. Lin Ziyuan had previously cultivated spring dates, so he was well aware of the capabilities of a girl of this age. Nonetheless, Jinchu had returned from the capital, making her incomparable to the village girls. However, Madame Luo from the Chang family also hailed from the capital and had never dared to venture into the mountains alone. He felt inadequate to assist her and spent the day in anxiety. Having just consumed a bowl of water that Jinchu provided, he noticed a marked improvement in his legs. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. His daughter was no ordinary person. She must harbor a colossal secret that she could not share with anyone, including him, her father. With this understanding, he resolved to trust, support, and protect his daughter's secret. After dinner, Lin Wenze was quite considerate, eagerly helping to clear the table and take care of his father. After spending a brief moment with her father, Lin Jinchu retreated to her room, feeling utterly fatigued from the day. Upon closing the door, she immediately entered her space. It was a realm of comfort, cool and pleasant. A stark contrast to the sweltering heat outside. Lin Jinchu discovered that the wild vegetables she had planted had grown significantly, and it appeared that watering was unnecessary in this space. The patch of poisonous plants flourished vibrantly, and several lotus flowers had bloomed in the small lake. Looking towards Xiaokangwu, she found it perched upon a tree, chattering with a dozen sparrows and 5 magpies, all engaged in animated conversation. A few mountain chickens stood below, seemingly listening intently, perhaps deterred from climbing the tree by its slender branches. A small rabbit was burrowing through the vegetable patch, and one particularly adorable rabbit was happily munching on a plant. Lin Jinchu couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder Xiaokangwu had been so quiet the previous night. It had companions to chat with. The space was becoming increasingly lively, and she had originally intended to sell a few rabbits and mountain chickens in town, but now she felt a pang of reluctance. These little creatures, much like her little phoenix, had become her family and friends. It was unclear if it was merely her imagination, but Lin Jinchu sensed that the mist in her space had dissipated somewhat, making it feel brighter than when she first arrived. The air she inhaled felt invigorating, refreshing her senses. Upon noticing her presence, Xiaokangwu promptly hopped down from the tree. Despite its small wings, it could easily leap onto the sycamore tree. Xiaokangwu bounded over to Lin Jinchu's side, exclaiming, "Master, master, are we going to the mountains again tomorrow?" It looked up at her with bright, eager eyes. Lin Jinchu squatted down and saw that Xiaokangwu was followed by the mountain chickens, while the sparrows and magpies had also landed gracefully on the ground. "We will go again tomorrow. Do you enjoy it?" she inquired. "Yes, master. The little sparrow just told me that there are treasures not far from that lake," Xiaokangwu said mysteriously, glancing at the sparrow. The little sparrow nodded its tiny head, affirming the statement, although Lin Jinchu could not comprehend its words. Lin Jinchu was instantly intrigued by Xiaokangwu's words. Treasure was exactly what she needed. She was currently impoverished and most in need of precious items, ideally a gold or silver mine. Even ginseng would suffice, allowing her to collect more in her space. Eagerly, she asked, "What kind of treasure?" Xiaokangwu shook its head, unable to specify. Glancing at the sparrow again, she noticed it was enthusiastically gesturing with its tiny claws, indicating that the treasure was substantial. Wow, very large. Could it truly be a gold mine? Lin Jinchu felt a surge of anticipation. All right, we shall see it first thing tomorrow, she thought contentedly as she slept in her space. The realm was perpetually illuminated, devoid of day or night. Upon noticing her intention to rest, Xiaokangwu, along with the mountain chickens and sparrows, positioned themselves at a distance, lowering their voices. Another night passed without dreams, and Lin Jinchu enjoyed a comfortable slumber. Stretching her limbs, she felt a twinge of discomfort from sleeping on a thin blanket, reminiscent of resting on the ground. She truly missed the thick mattress she had bought in the modern world. Just as dawn broke, Lin Jinchu awoke and hurriedly prepared vegetable buns and congee. As the buns neared completion, her younger brother, Lin Wenza, also stirred awake. Lin Jinchu quickly consumed 2 buns and a bowl of congee before shouldering her bamboo basket and heading up the mountain. On her way, she encountered 2 women carrying baskets to forage for wild vegetables. Lin Jinchu greeted them briefly and continued on her way. The 2 women began to gossip behind her. "This girl is truly beautiful, with delicate skin. What use is beauty if she leads such a hard life? A little girl holding up a family, how pitiful. Alas, we only gathered a few wild vegetables yesterday, and the leaves were still yellow. What will we do if this continues? We can't feed grains to the livestock." "Indeed. My family is also preparing to sell 2 pigs. Perhaps we should venture into the mountains. Even if the pigs want to eat, we must eat ourselves. I dare not enter the mountains. Didn't you hear? Her father broke his leg in there, surrounded by beasts. Old Mrs. Shin was scolding that girl yesterday, saying she wasted 10 taels of silver, calling her a money-losing child and all sorts of insults. Isn't that girl a money-losing child? My second daughter has someone coming to see her tomorrow. I've heard that the Tartars have reached Jizhou Prefecture. Who knows when they will arrive here? How can we feed so many children without grain, especially when old Lin's family has to support their youngest son's studies? I wonder how the youngest Lin is faring in the imperial examinations. If he succeeds, that second son will surely regret breaking ties. What's the use of severing family ties? Every family huddles together for warmth, while he isolates himself, bedridden and helpless. Old Mrs. Shin seems to have also become lame. Do you think the Lin family has bad fortune? It's either paralysis or lameness. Even the doctor couldn't find anything wrong, and I've heard she went to town early today. Lin Jinchu quickened her pace, strangely aware of every word spoken by the two women, even though they were quite far away. This had never been the case before, and she understood that it was likely related to the energy of her space. Chapter 21. The Enormous Salt Lake. It appeared that the more abundant the energy in her space, the more skills she unlocked. The thought of the treasure Xiaokangwa mentioned spurred her to walk even faster. She retraced the path she had taken the previous day, not pausing to admire anything else, heading straight for her destination. Lin Jinchu anticipated the old Mrs. Shin's lameness. It was unfortunate she hadn't completely incapacitated her legs, but time had been of the essence, and there had been many witnesses. With a light laugh, she mused on the futility of seeking help from the town doctor. Even the county physician would be unable to diagnose her condition. The embroidery needle was short and thin. Unlike modern methods that could utilize CT scans, the local doctors couldn't very well dissect Mrs. Shin's leg to find the needle. Reflecting on her small act of revenge lightened Lin Jinchu's steps as she considered selling herself for a good price. Curious to see if they had the fortune to afford it, she resolved to maintain a clear boundary with the Lin family, allowing each to go their own way without interference. The little sparrow chirped incessantly in her space, guiding her along the path. As she passed by a lake, she spotted two tigers and a lion drinking water from the far side, keeping their distance. Upon noticing Lin Jinchu, both the tigers and the lion paused and watched her intently. This time, she felt no fear akin to her previous encounter with the bear, only a slight tension remained. With Xiaokangwa by her side, she walked past them with calm assurance. "Do not worry, my master, they will not harm you," the small sparrow reassured, sensing her anxiety. Lin Jinchu had initially intended to collect more water from the lake, but observing the small creatures that depended on this lake for their survival, she decided to abandon that notion. The water in her space was sufficient. If she needed more, she could gather some from the Luoshui River, which was so vast that taking a little would have no significant impact. The path ahead grew increasingly treacherous, prompting the little sparrow to lead Lin Jinchu out of the space. It guided her through the maze-like terrain, and after traversing another forest, they finally arrived at a grand lake. This lake was at least dozens of times larger than the previous one, yet astonishingly, not a single creature came to drink. Only in the distance did she see some animals licking white crystals from the ground. This sight was a first for Lin Jinchu. It was breathtaking, more akin to a work of art than merely a lake. She could not ascertain the lake's true dimensions, but it appeared even broader and more expansive than the Luoshui River. If it weren't for the distant mountains obscuring her view, she might have believed the lake to be boundless. "Heavens, this is a salt lake," she exclaimed. The little sparrow had spoken the truth. It was indeed a treasure. The value of fine salt in ancient times was well known, and as a science student, she was aware of the methods for its extraction. However, salt was strictly regulated, and for the time being, at least her family could enjoy the freedom to use it. It was truly unexpected to find such a vast salt lake hidden in this remote mountain. Lin Jinchu struggled to find words to describe its beauty. The lake's depths shimmered in a verdant hue, transitioning to a lighter green in the middle, resembling peony petals, encircled by a ring of snow-white crystals. The innermost part was a delicate green, while the core was pure white, presenting a colossal canvas sprawled across the horizon. The area where Lin Jinchu stood was also covered in white, with some resembling snowflakes, others like white cotton, and some crystalline. "My goodness. It is breathtaking, truly a paradise on earth." Reflecting on the coarse salt sent by Aunt Luo, she recalled how Madame Shin had meticulously controlled their salt usage back at the Lin residence. Despite the salt being coarse and yellow, Madame Shin treated it like a treasure, personally bringing the salt bowl to season the dishes, swirling the salt block in the soup until it tasted sufficiently salty, and then locking it away. This lake could indeed provide some salt for her space, but what about the small lake within her space that contained fish and lotus flowers? Additionally, they needed water on their journey. Lin Jinchu hesitated, contemplating whether to consult the little sparrow, though she suspected it might not have an answer. It merely suggested they could try. With that thought, she placed her hand on the salt crystals at the shore and uttered the word collect. Regrettably, the salt did not respond, but when she used a sickle to gather the salt crystals into a pile and repeated her command, that mound of salt promptly transferred to her space. She slowly approached the water's edge and reached her hand into the lake, saying collect once more. The lake water flowed along her arm into the space, but this time she only gathered a small amount before promptly entering her space. To her astonishment, the salt lake's water did not mix with the previous lake's water. Instead, it formed a new small lake elsewhere, a revelation that thrilled Lin Jinchu. The little sparrow hopped over and exclaimed, "Master, master, it was I who guided the lake salt to that place. Wouldn't you agree I am quite remarkable?" Realizing it was the little sparrow's contribution, Lin Jinchu had initially thought her space had intuitively understood her desires. She gave the little sparrow a thumbs up, praising, "You are truly amazing, little sparrow." It was indeed clever, knowing to position the salt lake far from the freshwater lake. She then turned to the group of sparrows and remarked, "You little sparrows are impressive too." The sparrows chirped excitedly around the little sparrow, likely sharing in the translation of its words. After a while, they all circled around Lin Jinchu, showing their appreciation. Seizing the moment, Lin Jinchu encouraged, "If there are any treasures hidden in this forest, tell the little sparrow, divine herbs, ginseng, revengestory, treasures, anything you can find." Suppressing a laugh, she exited the space, not expecting these little creatures to be so resourceful in discovering treasures. Lin Jinchu returned to the lake, intent on drawing more water into her space. Her previous attempt had only been a small trial. The lake's surface was immense, surrounded on three sides by strange rocks and towering mountains, with only one side bordered by forest. Without the little sparrow's guidance, it would have been difficult for an ordinary person to locate it. She successfully drew a significant amount of lake water into her space, stopping only when she felt utterly exhausted. Lin Jinchu realized that this time she had managed to endure longer than before. Upon entering her space, she noticed that the salt lake was considerably larger than the freshwater lake, although the water in her space was shallow enough to clearly see the brilliant white lake bed. The lake bed consisted of snow-white crystals. Lin Jinchu dipped her hand into the lake water, tasted it with her tongue, and found it somewhat bitter, both salty and bitter. She then scooped up a handful of the snow-like white salt flowers at the lake's edge, noting that this lake's salt flowers were predominantly pure white, with minimal discoloration. Having studied science, she recalled conducting experiments in the lab to filter fine salt, and though she lacked the necessary equipment now, she could only rely on the most primitive boiling method to extract it, aiming to eliminate any harmful impurities. After collecting more salt blocks from the lakeside into her space, Lin Jinchu looked up and saw that it was still early afternoon. She decided to return to her space and rest on her blanket for a while. After feeling her strength restored, she stood up and asked, "Little sparrow, are there any other places we can explore? Are there fruits, wild vegetables, or ginseng nearby?" A little magpie approached the little sparrow and chirped a few words. The little sparrow then relayed, "There is a primitive forest not too far from here, filled with many wild beasts, but the little magpie claims there should be divine herbs and treasures there. Let us go. Let the little magpie lead the way. With our space, what do we have to fear? Besides, we have the divine bird, little sparrow, with us. How formidable my little sparrow is." Lin Jinchu expressed her enthusiasm, filling the air with positive energy. The little sparrow proudly lifted its head, chuckling softly to itself. Chapter 22, Discovery of Revengestory. Lin Jinchu then inquired, "Little sparrow, among the poisonous plants in the space, are there any that can repel snakes?" She harbored a profound fear of those soft, slithery creatures. The little sparrow pointed to the tallest of the poisonous plants bearing glossy black fruits and said, "Those fruits are what snakes fear the most. You can pick a few to keep in your bag. However, be cautious, as the fruits themselves are toxic. There is no need to worry. While we are not of the same kind, we respect each other, and they will not attack you." Upon hearing that the fruits were toxic, Lin Jinchu felt disheartened and decided against picking them. Continuing to follow the little magpie's guidance, she traversed through a forest and then crossed a lengthy cave. After approximately half an hour, they finally arrived at a primitive forest. Lin Jinchu surveyed her surroundings. Without the little magpie's leadership, it would have been nearly impossible to find this place. Although the primitive forest was visible from a distance, navigating towards it was another challenge entirely. The primitive forest was surrounded by sheer cliffs, leaving no way to reach it unless one jumped down from the precipice. The cave twisted and turned, with the little magpie leading the way, the entrance obscured by a dense tangle of withered vines. As they stepped inside, the atmosphere was eerily reminiscent of those primitive forests seen in short videos, shrouded in a chilling coolness, even under the blazing sun. In the depths of the primordial forest, Where the terrain dips and the humidity reigns supreme, numerous areas are adorned with puddles, creating a lush expanse where withered trees and flowers are a rarity. Lin Jinchu, upon encountering familiar herbs and wild vegetables, could not resist the urge to excavate them, casting them into her spatial realm, though she lamented the absence of ginseng. The little magpie continued to flit ahead, occasionally glancing back to ensure Lin Jinchu was keeping pace, chirping melodiously in a language she could not comprehend. Fortunately, Xiaokang was served as her translator, relaying the bird's messages. "Mistress, we are not far now. Please hold on. Mistress, we shall arrive shortly. Mistress, pause here." Lin Jinchu spotted a sunken wetland ahead, where shallow water pooled amidst a cluster of birch trees. Several robust birches bore an abundance of birch fungus, which she recognized from her modern life, where she had foraged some with her grandmother, albeit in scant quantities. Once dried, they could be brewed into tea or used in stews, and she recalled that moderate consumption was said to aid in managing diabetes, though she had never tried it. Her grandmother indulged occasionally. Regardless, it was beneficial, and she resolved to gather some. Without hesitation, she seized her sickle and approached the nearest tree. "Mistress, you could break off a few branches to plant in the space. Can branches take root? Can vegetables grow without roots?" Lin Jinchu inquired, accustomed to Xiaokang's intermittent reminders. Remembering was always preferable to forgetting. I don't recall," Xiaokang replied, its voice lowering, clearly feeling a twinge of guilt. Nevertheless, Lin Jinchu heeded its advice, picking up a few sizable branches from the ground and using her sickle to harvest some from the tree, casting them into her spatial realm. Suddenly, she noticed the roots of two large trees festooned with golden, purple-black, and brown lingji mushrooms, with a few sections turning deep black, while many near the water had begun to decay. Lin Jinchu recalled her grandmother's words, "The older the lingji, the darker its hue." However, she understood that lingji differed from ginseng. The latter's value increased with age, particularly wild ginseng that surpassed a century in age was exceptionally precious. Lingji's growth cycle, however, was within a year, and its efficacy did not correlate with size. Paying little mind to the colors, she gathered all the intact, non-rotten specimens and stored them in her space, currently without a single tael of silver. She contemplated how selling a portion of these lingji at the town's apothecary could yield some silver, enough to procure grains to stockpile in her space. The mere thought of grains spurred her to continue harvesting, eager to collect as much lingji as possible, although she refrained from disturbing their roots or uprooting the smaller clusters. Adhering to her grandmother's teachings of respecting nature and maintaining sustainable growth to prevent the extinction of medicinal herbs. Having gathered a sufficient amount, Lin Jinchu entered her space, astonished to find her haul had accumulated into a substantial mound, likely over 100 pounds, with some still rooted. She planted the rooted lingji in the black soil, alongside the birch branches. Observing the growing abundance in her space, her heart swelled with an indescribable sense of fulfillment. The human penchant for hoarding resources is a universal trait, be it silver, land, or grain. The affluent often amass jewels and antiques. With provisions at hand, one feels secure. In the modern world, being an only child, aside from a few decent friends and a lunch companion at work, she often found herself solitary, especially during corporate gatherings or group activities, occasionally feeling quite lonely. Yet, the lively chatter of Xiaokang, the mountain chicken, sparrows, magpies, and little rabbits in her space provided her with delightful company. The guiding magpie perched on her hand and followed her into the space. Inside, an old wooden basin awaited. Drenched in sweat, Lin Jinchu hurriedly fetched water to wash her face and hands, wiping away perspiration. The heat was unbearable, and she gulped down 2 large bowls of water in one go. The mist within her space dissipated significantly, revealing a brighter ambience, with the air carrying a hint of sweetness. After spending some time there, Lin Jinchu felt invigorated. Was it the salt lake's presence that rejuvenated her, or perhaps the lingji? The space felt noticeably larger since the salt lake appeared to occupy no additional area. New tender shoots sprouted on the phoenix tree, and upon closer inspection, she noticed 2 short red feathers emerging from Xiaokang's fleshly wings. A few lotus flowers bloomed in the freshwater lake, the water crystal clear, with fish swimming about. Beneath the phoenix tree, the little magpie conversed with Xiaokang, prompting Lin Jinchu to recall the magpie's promise of treasure. Could it be that the lingji were the treasures it spoke of? Xiaokang was scampered excitedly towards her. Mistress, Look at Xiaokengwa's wings. See, I wasn't lying. My true wings are red. Accustomed to referring to Xiaokengwa by that name, it had grown fond of calling itself Xiaokengwu at times. How beautiful. Xiaokengwa. Our little Xiaokengwa will look magnificent once its wings are fully grown, Lin Jinchu exclaimed. Her spirits buoyed by the gratifying acknowledgement of Xiaokengwa's contributions to the wealth of resources in her space. Xiaokengwa felt fortunate to have encountered a mistress like her. Previous owners had merely utilized the space as a storage facility, leaving Xiaokengwa to languish for 2 lifetimes. With a hint of sobbing, Xiaokengwa mimicked a human gesture of wiping away tears. Lin Jinchu, observing this, couldn't help but smirk. It was common knowledge that birds do not shed tears to express emotions. Xiaokengwu, having lived 2 lifetimes among mortals, had certainly adopted human mannerisms. Chapter 23, Provocation. All right now, Xiaokengwu is a divine bird. How could it possibly cry? Especially with all your little brothers watching? Lin Jinchu gently admonished. She empathized with Xiaokengwa's plight. 2 lifetimes wasted, lonely in the space, such feelings were genuine. But the tears were not. Upon hearing that its little brothers were watching, Xiaokengwu immediately ceased its weeping. Mistress, mistress. The little magpie just mentioned that there are more treasures ahead. As it spoke, the nearby sparrow nodded vigorously. Lin Jinchu glanced towards the sun's position outside her space, estimating it to be around 3 in the afternoon, a time she had ventured far into the forest and was uncertain if she could return home before dusk. She worried that her father and Wenza might grow anxious if she were out too late. Yet, returning now felt unsatisfactory. The distance was considerable, and she might not have another opportunity to explore this area again. Resolutely, she stepped out of her space and instructed Xiaokengwu, let the magpie lead the way. Let's take a look. She resolved that should she venture deep into the mountains again, she would not stray so far, with the little magpie guiding her. They reached their destination after only a short walk. Lin Jinchu found that the treasure the magpie spoke of lay still within the primordial forest. As they had been traversing the forest's edge, before her unfolded a low-lying valley, teeming with beautiful birds and a vast expanse of wild peonies. The birds and peonies, vibrant in their hues, flourished under the sunlight, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty. Lin Jinchu was utterly awestruck, having already been astonished by the salt lake. She now felt as though she had stumbled upon a vibrant tapestry of nature's splendor. If the expansive salt lake was a tranquil masterpiece of the heavens, then this valley was a vivid celebration of life. Nature, the ultimate artist, had intricately carved a multitude of breathtaking vistas, some resplendent and colorful, others majestic and undulating, some serene and distant, and others boundless and free. In her modern life, she had never found the time to appreciate such wonders, yet, here in the heart of this ancient forest, she was finally witnessing these pure and unadulterated natural beauties. Was this indeed the treasure the little magpie had referred to? Lin Jinchu found it somewhat hard to believe. She had initially thought she had stumbled upon ginseng or perhaps a gold mine, only to discover that it was peonies. Nevertheless, these peonies were indeed breathtakingly beautiful. The little magpie remarked that these were indeed the ones, but, Master, I detect a familiar scent. These peonies are no ordinary specimens. If we transplant them into our space, they will surely be of great use. Xiaokengwu also felt an unexplainable familiarity with the fragrance of the peonies, an instinct telling it that these were treasures. Not only Xiaokengwu sensed this familiarity, but Lin Jinchu herself felt a deep connection, having had a profound love for nature and flora in her past life. Once these peonies were moved into the space, it would undoubtedly transform into a realm of beauty. With this thought, Lin Jinchu felt invigorated and got to work, digging up dozens of peony plants. As for the towering flower trees, they were beyond her strength to uproot. So she abandoned that endeavor, instead loosening the roots and pulling them up by hand. The soil was loose, and with each pull, she succeeded effortlessly. After collecting several peonies and tossing them into the space, she paused to check the sun, realizing it was already past 4 o'clock. Deciding not to enter the space again, she turned to the little magpie and said, "Hurry, little magpie, lead the way. Let us take the shortest route back to the village." After easily traversing the cave, they chose a different path, one that took approximately half an hour to reach the outskirts of the mountain. However, they emerged not on the northern side that they had entered, but slightly off course. Upon entering the space, Lin Jinchu filled half a bamboo basket with wild vegetables, carefully selecting those with abundant yellow leaves, and added a handful of jujubes, planning to include them in the porridge for her father that night to help nourish him. Exiting the space, she noticed the day was waning and hurried northward. To her surprise, upon reaching the mountain's perimeter, she encountered 4 village women. 2 of them had empty bamboo baskets, while the other 2 had only collected some dried grass. Upon seeing Lin Jinchu's basket brimming with wild vegetables, they quickly approached her. These women appeared to have come specifically to forage for wild vegetables in the north, as the eastern expanse of the mountain was nearly devoid of them. Thus, they were heading east from the north, likely residing near the eastern end of the village, close to where Lin Old Man's family lived, while Lin Jinchu was moving in the opposite direction towards the north. Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Lin family? The one who returned from the capital. The one who severed ties with the Lin family, no longer one of them, one woman remarked. Child, how did you manage to gather so many wild vegetables? One woman exclaimed, greedily rummaging through Lin Jinchu's basket, her avarice evident. Oh, and jujubes. Such a rarity, she said, grabbing a few and stuffing them into her mouth without a second thought, oblivious to the dust coating them. Auntie, you need to wash the jujubes before eating. They are quite dirty, Lin Jinchu urged, feeling a pang of regret. Had she known, she would have waited until she returned home to retrieve the jujubes from the space, rather than exposing them now. After not encountering any village women yesterday, she had assumed she would be safe today, only to find herself led here by the little magpie. Wash? Who has the luxury for such fuss? Child, don't be upset with Annie for speaking out of turn. We in this mountain village are not like the capital. Water is becoming increasingly scarce. Every family has to trek far to the Luoshui River for water, unlike in the capital where every household has a well. As she spoke, she reached in and grabbed another handful to shove into her own pocket. The other 2 women quickly joined in, while only one remained silent. Child, where did you dig up these wild vegetables? Why can't we find any? One woman inquired, extending her hand into Lin Jinchu's basket and snatching a handful of jujubes. These jujubes are truly sweet. My 3 children haven't tasted anything sweet in ages. I'll bring them something nice. As she spoke, she attempted to grab some wild vegetables as well. Lin Jinchu, being petite, could not evade them. But she had gained considerable strength compared to a few days prior and managed to grasp the woman's hand firmly. The woman struggled to break free but failed, her face reddening with effort. Another woman attempted to mediate, saying, It's just a handful of wild vegetables, child. We are all from the same village. Can you show a little more understanding? Lin Jinchu replied coldly, What is this understanding you speak of? My family is on the brink of starvation. Yet you expect us to share our meager food with you? How about you trade us some grain? I'll exchange these jujubes for a pound of white flour and the wild vegetables for a bushel of buckwheat flour. What do you say? Upon hearing this, the other 2 women quickly stepped back, retorting sharply, What are you thinking? Jujubes are optional. How could we trade life-saving food for them? We can dig our own wild vegetables. You think we'll trade a bushel of buckwheat flour? Dream on. Lin Jinchu laughed. Some people truly live in a fantasy. Others toil all day for a meager harvest of wild vegetables and jujubes, and you think you can just take a slice of that and it's your right? One of the women, her voice raised, pointed at Lin Jinchu and exclaimed, Hey, you ungrateful girl. Your grandmother has treated you well, your father is paralyzed. And yet you are not even family anymore, not driven out but choosing to sever ties yourself. How foolish. Another added, It's only a matter of marrying you off to old Su. You refuse to enjoy your blessings and insist on enduring hardship. Humph. Lin Jinchu sneered. If marrying to old Su is so wonderful, why don't you send your daughters along too? Then you won't have to trek up the mountain every day to gather wild vegetables. It sounds splendid, doesn't it? I heard that Fat Matchmaker is still on the lookout for young girls. You still have time to go, as long as old Su is alive. He'll always need concubines. The faces of the women turned sour with anger. Lin Jinchu observed their expressions coldly. Realizing they were trying to hit her where it hurt to derive satisfaction from her discomfort. What a pipe dream. That was simply her character. She had always been this way. Even in modern times. If one treated her well, she would reciprocate. If one treated her with disrespect, she'd have no qualms about severing ties and keeping her distance. Without hesitation, Lin Jinchu forcefully wrenched her hand away from the woman, causing the jujubes in their grasp to tumble to the ground. She retreated a few steps while clutching her bamboo basket and shouted as she ran northward, If you want jujubes and wild vegetables, go deeper into the mountains. If you aren't afraid of death, then go. Noticing an older woman standing silently aside, her expression twisted with malice, Lin Jinchu felt a twinge of fear. She worried these women might conspire to harm her for her wild vegetables and jujubes or even sell her off. With no ties left to the Lin family, her father bedridden, and her younger brother still a child, she appeared to outsiders as a lamb ready for slaughter. What would she do if they truly sought to harm her? Entering the space was out of the question. It had to remain a secret. Killing these women was an option, but she feared there were more lurking in the vicinity, and she did not wish to take a life over this. Killing someone was not like slaughtering a chicken. She preferred to avoid such entanglements, especially since her family was currently weak and reliant on the support of Shishan village. Thus, her only course of action was to flee. No wonder her father was so worried. It seemed that entering the mountains required vigilance not only against wild beasts, but also against ill-intentioned individuals. As she sprinted back home, Lin Jinchu was utterly astonished to find her father, for the first time, was able to support himself against the door frame for a brief moment. Upon stepping into the courtyard, she saw Lin Ziyuan standing there, his face brimming with excitement. "Chua, I can stand," he exclaimed. Today, his legs felt slightly itchy but not painful at all. After numerous attempts, he had managed to stand a couple of times, albeit briefly, with one hand propped against Lin Wenza and the other against the wall. However, this time, he merely leaned against the doorframe and was able to stand upright with remarkable steadiness. Lin Jinchu set aside her bamboo basket and sickle, hastening over to support her father. She had not anticipated that a single leaf from the sacred tree, combined with the bamboo rice, would yield such extraordinary results. If she were to boil another half-leaf with water from the space tonight, her father would likely be able to walk unaided in 2 or 3 days. How splendid it was that he could stand. Soon he would be able to walk again. Her younger brother, Wenza, clapped his hands joyfully at the sight. Since parting ways with the Lin family, their lives had markedly improved. Wenza had been practicing his writing diligently, having learned their family name from his sister. And he was making remarkable progress. "You're doing wonderfully, Wenza. Once we find a place to settle down, I shall send you to the best academy for your studies," Lin Jinchu remarked, noticing her brother's genuine passion for reading and writing, as he could already recite many passages from the 3-character classic. After helping Lin Ziyuan sit down, Lin Jinchu finally relayed her recent experiences to her father. "Sure, did you venture into the deep mountains?" he inquired. Having already suspected that his daughter had indeed entered the depths of the forest, after all, where else could she have found wild vegetables? He was all too aware of the conditions in the surrounding mountains. He sensed that his daughter was harboring a secret, yet, as a father, concern gnawed at him. He had anxiously awaited her return, only feeling relief when he finally saw her silhouette appear at the door. Upon hearing that she had encountered a woman from the village and fled, his heart was filled with guilt. Lin Jinchu had not intended to share the encounter with the woman, but she felt compelled to inform her father. Fearing that the gossiping women might notice her foraging for wild vegetables and jujubes, potentially leading to trouble for their family, she hoped her worries were unfounded. "It's nothing, father," she reassured him, turning to grab a handful of jujubes from the basket, rinsing them in water before offering some to her brother and father. "Father, Wenza, do try these. They're delicious." Concerned that the gossiping women might spread word of her foraging, Lin Jinchu decided not to keep the jujubes for later. The family enjoyed them as snacks. The little Kangwu had mentioned that the plants in the deep mountains are seldom disturbed by mortals, thriving instead on the essence of the heavens and earth, perhaps imbuing the jujubes with a certain vitality. As long as they were beneficial to their health, that was all that mattered. She planned to make some red date buns in the morning, saving some for storage in her space. Stepping into the kitchen, she slipped into her space to retrieve a few more handfuls of jujubes. Seeing that her brother had finished his jujubes, she covered the basket with a cloth. "Wenza, there are 2 small bowls of jujubes in the basket. Take them to Brother Chang and the village chief," Lin Jinchu instructed. "Be quick and return. Don't let anyone see you." Lin Wenza took the basket and exited, while Lin Jinchu began brewing water with the phoenix tree leaves and cooking a porridge of white rice and jujubes. She was planning to visit the town the next day to sell some Ganoderma and stock up on grains, anticipating that news of the attack on Jizhou would soon cause prices to soar. It was possible that, when the time came, even silver might not be sufficient to purchase food. Just as her father finished drinking the brewed water and the porridge was still simmering, Lin Wenza burst back in. Tears streaming down his face, his hands empty, the basket nowhere to be seen. Sister, father, Uncle San took the basket. He said it belonged to his family. But it was clearly woven by father, and he snatched away the bowls and jujubes as well. Even the steamed buns and pickles Aunt Luo gave us were in there. Woofu. Wenza sobbed, heartbroken, unable to fathom that, even after leaving the Lin family, they would not be allowed to live in peace. Lin Ziyuan felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He should have foreseen this. When his daughter had encountered villagers earlier, it was possible they had informed old Lady Shin. Clenching his fists tightly, he realized that they had left the Lin family with nothing, yet they still sought to torment them. He looked at his legs, yearning for them to heal completely, so his children would not have to struggle so much. Jujubes were quite rare now, with none available for sale in the town. And the Lin family might very well cause further trouble. Unbeknownst to Lin Ziyuan, old Lady Shin had already become lame. We've already sent some to the Chang family. The village chief hasn't received his yet, right? Lin Jinchu wiped away his tears and asked. Yes, just as we were nearing the village chief's house. Uncle Sen rushed over and snatched it away, accusing us of being unfilial for not honoring our elders. But we've severed ties with them. Father isn't even their biological son, why should we honor them? Wenza explained, his frustration bubbling over. I wanted to chase after him and reclaim it. But Brother Daniu and Brother Ernia stopped me, not allowing me to approach. They've all changed. Woo-woo. Lin Jinchu comforted him. It's all right, if they took it. They took it. I'll go up the mountain again next time and gather more. The items themselves held little value. Lin Jinchu had plenty of jujubes stored in her space, stacked high like a small mountain. However, the loss of the basket and bowls was inconvenient, as they had no bowls for dinner that night. Chapter 25. Trouble at the Lin family. After managing to calm Lin Wenza, the family sat down for dinner. Just as Lin Jinchu finished tidying up, they heard someone banging a gong outside, loudly proclaiming, each family appoint one person to the Lin family ancestral hall for an urgent meeting. Father, I'll go. You should rest early, Lin Jinchu said. Knowing the meeting would likely address the news of the Dadao invasion of Jizhou and the village's plans for the future, she felt it was essential to attend, to better prepare for the days ahead. Lin Ziyuan watched his daughter depart, filled with guilt. She had only returned a few days ago. Her little face darkened from the sun, her clothes patched and worn, resembling the village girls rather than the fresh-faced girl who had first returned. Alas, it was all his fault. He stood up instinctively. Father, you can stand without needing to lean on anything now? Lin Wenza, who was sweeping the floor, glanced at his father. His sister had instructed him to keep an eye on their father, ensuring he did not fall. So, he occasionally stole glances. To his astonishment, his father was standing steadily without support, appearing completely at ease. Even more surprising, Lin Ziyuan took 2 steps forward. Elated, Lin Wenza dropped the broom and rushed to his father, watching him take step after step until, after a dozen strides, he finally faltered. Lin Wenza quickly supported him. The two shared a joyful smile, and Lin Ziyuan was overwhelmed with emotion. He could finally walk again, no longer the object of pity, the so-called cripple or worthless. Using his son's support, Lin Ziyuan returned to the stool, which had just been delivered by Chang Tsongjung that very day. The two were so engrossed in their moment that they did not notice Lin Laohan, Lin Jida, and the brothers Daniu and Ernia standing outside the yard. Old heir. You can walk, they exclaimed, having witnessed the entire scene. Lin Laohan was taken aback. The village doctor had previously declared there was no hope, unless a miracle doctor or palace physician were found. Otherwise, he would not have given up on treatment, knowing how strong and capable Lin Ziyuan was among his sons. Now, just days later, he could walk again. It was quite miraculous. Lin Laohan's voice was filled with excitement and regret. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would have continued to seek help. Losing a strong laborer had been particularly inconvenient. At his age, he had to shoulder all the burdens, while the third son was utterly useless, and the eldest family, though strong, acted without thought. Upon seeing these 4 individuals, Lin Ziyuan's expression darkened. It was one thing for Lin Laohan not to be his biological father, as he had never been particularly close over the years. Since they had severed ties, it mattered little. However, Lin Daji had shared a brotherly bond with him for many years, and the abrupt change of heart felt more disheartening than the treatment received from the Chang family and the other villagers. For the past couple of days, an incessant stream of offerings has been arriving at their household. Although these gifts lack monetary value, it is far easier to add embellishments than to provide essential aid in times of need. How cruel of the elder brother and sister-in-law. The second brother, Lin Jinchu, hesitantly called out, wary of appearing too affectionate lest he provoke their father's ire. Did you not just snatch my son's bamboo basket? What of the dates and steamed buns within? Lin Ziyuan addressed Danyu and Ernia without a modicum of politeness. Danyu and Ernia shifted uncomfortably, retreating behind the old man Lin. Old Lin stepped forward, clearing his throat as he spoke. Second son, times are tough. If the eldest girl found those dates, let her lead us to where she discovered them. Rest assured, she will surely share her bounty with you. It was rumored that the eldest girl had recently foraged wild vegetables. He suggested she bring along her aunts tomorrow, for a young girl is easily victimized. And there is strength in numbers. His words flowed with an air of entitlement, as if the sale of Lin Jinchu to Elder Su had never transpired. As if they had returned to a time when Lin Ziyuan was not incapacitated, when familial ties were unbroken and they maintained a facade of harmony. Lin Ziyuan, incredulous, felt a laugh bubble up from his anger. How could he utter such words? How had he not previously recognized the Lin family's brazen audacity? Seeing Lin Ziyuan's silence, old Lin assumed he was still the obedient son of and continued, since your leg has healed, why not move back to the old residence? Living here. There is no one to care for you. We cannot rely on Sanyo to cook, can we? Lin Ziyuan, disinterested in further entanglement, replied to old Lin, Uncle Lin, I am not your son. Since the severance letter has been penned, we are no longer a family. Let us each lead our own lives in peace. We are quite content here, albeit impoverished. We refuse to be treated as mere laborers, to be sold at will without dignity. Thus, we shall not return. As for your request for Jinchu to accompany her aunts to forage for wild vegetables, it is absurd. She risks her life to venture into the mountains. If you desire dates or wild greens, venture into the mountains yourselves. Treasures abound there, but beware of the beasts. Should any misfortune befall you, do not seek us out. Old Lin was taken aback. The once meek second son now stood resolute. Fuming, he lunged at Lin Ziyuan, intent on striking him. Lin Wenza quickly stepped in front of Lin Ziyuan, broom in hand, anxiously regarding the four before him. Having recently enjoyed a warm bowl of porridge prepared by his sister, he felt invigorated, as if his strength had multiplied. His sister had told him that eating well would bolster his strength, and indeed she spoke the truth. He had been able to consume 3 bowls of porridge and still have room for 3 more stuffed buns. His sister had urged him to protect their father, and he could not allow harm to befall him, especially now that his father's leg had just begun to heal. Father, calm down, Lin Jinchu nervously interjected. What matters most today are the wild vegetables and dates. He then addressed Lin Ziyuan, second brother, our parents have raised you with great difficulty. Family ties are as unbreakable as bones connected by sinew. Anger aside, we must not forget the good times. Father has not treated you poorly over the years. Lin Ziyuan retorted with a cold smile, I cannot accept the title of your second brother. I am but a wild seed, unworthy of being a Lin. You should take your leave. Furthermore, he continued, do not speak of gratitude for nurturing. I have long repaid that debt with the silver I earned from hunting. Do not attempt to bind me with such sentiments. The ties of gratitude were severed the moment you chose to sell Jinchu. Old Lin appeared unperturbed by Lin Ziyuan's words, casting a frosty gaze upon him, and continued, second son, your mother can no longer walk. Now that your leg has healed, you should return to pay her respects. Very well, let the eldest girl take her aunts into the mountains tomorrow. Lin Ziyuan was beside himself with rage. Could old Lin be so brazen? You nearly sold Jinchu to Elder Su. Do you think she would still care for you? Now that I can walk again, you feigned paternal affection. When my leg was broken, you took the silver from selling wild boars to give to Lin Jinchu, only allowing me a paltry 20 coins for my leg. Where was your fatherly love then? Oh no, you and your biological son certainly shared that bond, but not with me. Since that is the case, I begrudgingly acknowledge the silver you took for your younger son, but please, spare me your incessant demands. You were truly ruthless then, planning to sell my daughter, then my son, and finally cast me aside into the mountains. Old Lin froze momentarily, taken aback by the second son's unexpected cleverness. He had indeed entertained such thoughts. He mused that it mattered not if the second son was not his flesh and blood, if it meant treating the fourth son well. He would not hesitate to sell them all if necessary. Lin Ziyuan observed old Lin's expression and let out a bitter laugh. How had he not realized the depths of old Lin's callousness? In the span of just a few days since his accident, he had witnessed the stark contrast of human nature and perceived the Lin family's grotesque facade. He glanced back at Lin Jida, querying, "What say you, Brother Lin? Do you share the sentiment that I should continue serving the Lin family as a laborer, a mere vessel for their gain? Or do you intend to peddle my Jinchu to another?" Lin Jida offered an awkward smile. He understood that his parents had indeed overstepped this time. Yet circumstances dictated that all family resources be devoted to supporting the fourth son's education. While he felt selling Jinchu was excessive, he viewed daughters as liabilities. Had he fathered a daughter, he would have no objection to her sale. "Second brother, our parents acknowledge their faults. Thus, our father has personally come to invite you back." Lin Ziyuan scoffed. "Is he here to invite me? Are you certain? He is merely commanding Jinchu to lead you in foraging for dates and wild vegetables. Now that my leg is nearly healed, the Lin family must surely find my absence regrettable. After all, without me, who would labor? The third and fourth families are eager to enjoy the fruits of our toil. Relying solely on the eldest Lin family is insufficient, hence they covet our household's contributions." "Do you truly have no intention of returning?" Old Lin inquired, his tone shifting from politeness to severity. As the head of the family, he had always commanded respect. For years, his word had been law, unquestioned by all save for the fourth son, who was destined for greatness and could not be compared to these common folk. He had not anticipated that the second son, once taciturn, would now be so resolute, disregarding his authority entirely. A wild seed would remain a wild seed, regardless of how it was nurtured. "We are quite well as we are, so there is no need for your concern, old Lin. You should take your leave. When Jinchu returns, she will not be as accommodating as I. If she summons the villagers, you will find yourselves in a most embarrassing predicament, will you not?" Lin Ziyuan had no choice but to invoke his daughter. In truth, he wished she would not return just yet, for he harbored fears that the Lin family would attempt to abduct her for sale. Deep down, he recognized her exceptional abilities. How else could she venture into the depths of the mountains and emerge unscathed, as if the wild beasts instinctively avoided her? It was crucial to note that entering the mountains was no trivial matter. They always traveled in groups, armed and vigilant. The mountains were sparsely populated, rife with perilous creatures and venomous critters. They had once encountered a wild boar that had left them in dire straits, resulting in injuries and even a death. Had they faced a tiger or lion, survival would have been nearly impossible. Yet, her daughter ventured into the depths of the mountains with the utmost ease, as if she were merely strolling through her own garden. The father felt a tumult of worry and relief. "Second brother, allow Jinchu to take a few of her aunts into the mountains," Lin Jida pleaded, his tone tinged with desperation. If today's task went unfulfilled, their mother would undoubtedly chastise the entire household. Whenever she scolded them, their father never uttered a word of defense, despite the fact that the entire family relied on their labor. However, unlike his second brother, he lacked the courage to resist. He could not fathom how their family would survive if they left the Lin household. "You may leave, for my home does not welcome you. Jinchu cannot enter the mountains," he continued. "Oh, you would do well to hand over the silver from selling the wild boar, for we are currently without a single copper coin. The meager rice we have at home was given by the village chief." He deliberately mentioned the village chief, intending to convey to the old man Lin that he should not entertain any thoughts of seizing their scant provisions, for he knew the Lin family was indeed capable of hard work. Indeed, his words served as a timely reminder to old man Lin. Yes, they still had food, as well as the wild vegetables Jinchu had foraged. With a scowl, old man Lin addressed Lin Jida, "Eldest, Ernyo, Sanyo, since he chooses to be ungrateful, he shall not blame me for being ruthless. Take everything usable from this house, leaving him not a single item." He aimed to compel Lin Ziyuan into submission, to render him without means, believing that eventually they would have no choice but to seek his return to the Lin family, at which point he could dictate the terms. "That girl, humph, what if she sells herself again? This time she won't go to old Master Su, but directly to the Yihong building, fetching a handsome price." Lin Jida hesitated briefly, but Denyo and Ernyo had already stormed into the kitchen. Lin Wenza, in a flurry of anxiety, was torn between rescuing his father and protecting their precious grain, which represented their family's only lifeline, a meager supply provided by the village chief and brother Chang. What would they do if that grain was taken away? His sister risked her life daily to gather food from the mountains. What if the Lin family took the little sustenance they had left? With the food supply dwindling, Lin Wenza felt helpless, resenting his own youth and frailty. He wished to grow stronger quickly, to protect his father and sister, to be able to strike old man Lin away with a single blow, or to wield a spear and pierce the old man's eyes. He even harbored anger towards donghua and erupts, who were once his good brothers but now aided in the oppression. Wenza, go stop donghua and erupts. Father will be fine, Lin Ziyuan urged urgently. His daughter had been foraging for wild vegetables, but one could not subsist solely on such fare. He could forego food himself, but his children, still growing, must not be deprived. Hearing his father's words, Lin Wenza dashed to the kitchen, only to find the bags of grain already in donghua and erupts' hands, along with the wild vegetables and even the iron pot and clay jar being taken by Lin Jida. As Lin Wenza rushed forward to reclaim their grain, donghua flung him to the ground. Having spent months hauling water, donghua and erupts possessed considerable strength, and the fall left Lin Wenza feeling as if his very bones had shattered. He was but an 8-year-old child, while donghua was already 15 and erupts 13, both towering over him. Chapter 27. Are there really that many miraculous herbs? Seeing his son sprawled on the ground, unable to rise, Lin Ziyuan hurried towards Lin Wenza. But he too stumbled and fell. Old man Lin, witnessing this, felt a sense of balance restored within him, realizing that Lin Ziyuan was merely a hollow figure, a waste of space. With a huff, he remarked to Lin Ziyuan, from this day forth, we shall come daily. Whatever you have, we shall take. Let us see how long you can endure. He shot a cold glance at the fallen father and son before departing with Lin Jida and his sons in tow. Lin Ziyuan remained silent, his expression as cold as frost, quietly observing the retreating figures of the Lin family, a flicker of malice glimmering in his eyes. Meanwhile, within the Lin ancestral hall, over 100 villagers had gathered, with Lin Laosan in attendance. Jinchu narrowed her eyes toward the distant figure of Lin Laosan, recalling the poisonous herbs in her possession. In that moment, she wished nothing more than to use them to bring harm to Lin Laosan. While he could bully her, he must not dare to harm her father and Wenza. She would exact her revenge on Lin Laosan. Lin Laosan felt an inexplicable shiver run down his spine. He glanced around, spotting Jinchu not far off, and lowered his head in guilt. He felt that this girl possessed an uncanny aura. The news of their parents selling her to old Master Su had indeed slipped from his lips, albeit discreetly to the village chief. Yet somehow it had spread throughout the entire village. Moreover, this little wretch had the audacity to venture alone into the mountains to forage for wild vegetables and pick jujubes. Her courage was truly reckless, bordering on suicidal. He feared nothing more than those who no longer valued their own lives. Once a person disregards their own existence, they become capable of anything. Lin Laosan eyed Jinchu with trepidation. At that moment, the village chief began to address the crowd from the platform. With a loud clang of a gong, the villagers fell silent. Listen closely, everyone. According to reliable sources, the vanguard of the Dazi army has captured Jizhou city and is advancing towards us. We have little time left, perhaps 10 days at most, or as few as 6 or 7. This morning, I and the village chief visited the county office to inform the magistrate, but he has not granted us a travel permit. His intent seems to be to wait a few more days to see if the Dazi army is indeed heading our way. If not, it would be a false alarm. Moreover, he insists that the grain taxes remain unchanged this year, despite the ongoing conflict. Therefore, I urge those who have not yet harvested their autumn grain to do so promptly. Once the grain is collected, we must pay our taxes. By then, the Dazi army's intentions will be clearer. Naturally, after harvesting, ensure that you purchase any necessary supplies, for if they truly come, there will be no time to shop in town. With that, the villagers were instructed to return home and discuss the matter with their families. As the official would begin collecting taxes tomorrow, they should prepare their dues, ensuring they do not attempt to pass off inferior goods or evade their obligations. Otherwise, they risk being apprehended by the magistrate. Upon hearing the village chief's announcement, the crowd erupted in discord. We've barely harvested anything this year. How can we manage? Heavens! There's no way to survive. If we pay the tax, we'll be left with nothing to eat for the rest of the year. And we want to even have seeds for next year. What can we do? What choice do we have? What if the Dazi army arrives tomorrow? We can't afford to pay. Without a permit, we'll be left as refugees. Enough. Return home and prepare. Our Shishan village may not be wealthy, but among the nearby villages, we are certainly not impoverished. Every household has food, and we must pay our dues. The village chief spoke firmly before departing. The matter of grain was of little concern to Jinchu's family, as they had no land and thus no taxes to pay. When Jinchu returned home, the sun had yet to set, and she found her father and brother lying on the ground. "Father Wenza," Jinchu exclaimed, rushing to assist her brother, who was closer. "What has happened? I was only gone for half an hour. It's as if bandits have invaded." Lin Wenza opened his eyes and cried out, "Sister," before bursting into tears. He had fainted after being flung by Donghua with such force. "Sister, they are so wicked. They took all the grain and the pot." Lin Jinchu was momentarily at a loss for words. She was acutely aware of who her brother referred to as they, and she could hardly fathom the audacity of the Lin family. She first helped her brother into the house to lie down, then assisted her father. Fortunately, Lin Ziyuan could still walk with some support, and Lin Jinchu had gained considerable strength since before. At last, she managed to get both her brother and father settled in the room, with Lin Wenza lying down and Lin Ziyuan sitting. "Father, brother, what just happened?" she inquired. Though she could easily surmise that the jealousy over her discovery of wild vegetables and jujubes had stirred the Lin family, Lin Wenza recounted the events in detail, his voice breaking into tears by the end. Lin Ziyuan felt a pang of guilt towards his daughter. The entire household relied on her for support, and they could not even protect their home. Little did he know that, even if Lin Jinchu had been present, she would have been powerless to prevent the Lin family's pillaging, as she was merely a 10-year-old girl. As Lin Jinchu listened, her expression grew colder. She comforted them, saying, "Do not fear, there will always be a solution. How could the Lin family act with such impunity in the village? I shall fetch some water for you." After speaking, she turned towards the kitchen, only to find that the pots and dishes were gone, and the wooden barrels had been overturned, with 2 intact ones taken away. Fortunately, she had constructed a makeshift stove in her space, and had a ceramic pot filled with water ready, along with a ceramic bowl she used to drink from while foraging in the mountains. Xiao Kengwu silently tore off a half-leaf of the phoenix tree for her, which she placed in the pot to boil before pouring it into the bowl. After exiting her space, she waited for the water to cool before bringing it inside. Lin Ziyuan and Lin Wenza were momentarily stunned at the sight of the bowl in her hands. "I hid these. There's just this one bowl and another pot. Wenza, you've been injured quite severely. Drink this entire bowl of water." "Father, you shall have a bowl as well, and I will fetch more shortly," Lin Jinchu explained. Lin Wenza wondered where his sister had hidden these items. He had been the one tidying up both inside and outside the house, yet he had found nothing. His sister was truly resourceful and adept at concealment. After finishing the water in one breath, he handed the bowl back to Lin Jinchu. To his astonishment, he suddenly felt all the pain vanish, and he jumped out of bed in surprise. "Father, I think I am completely healed. I feel no pain at all." "Sister, did you give me some miraculous medicine?" he exclaimed joyfully. Lin Ziyuan recognized the pleasant aroma and realized that the water his son had consumed was the same as what he had been drinking for the past 2 days, the kind his daughter referred to as miraculous. Was there truly so much of it? He felt puzzled but dared not question his daughter, choosing instead to feign ignorance. After all, being a somewhat foolish father was not so bad. Chapter 28. Impulsiveness is the devil. Soon, Lin Jinchu returned with another bowl of water, and Lin Ziyuan drank it without hesitation. "Father, you should rest early. We can discuss matters tomorrow." "Oh." The village head mentioned we should prepare to leave southward in a few days. Lin Jinchu relayed the village head's words. In truth, she had informed her father about the homing pigeon the previous day upon her return. Their family had already mentally prepared for this. Today's visit was merely to obtain confirmation. However, there was little to pack. Their home was almost devoid of possessions, save for 2 old quilts and a few tattered garments. "Father, I intend to visit the town tomorrow. I found some lingji mushrooms and plan to sell them at the apothecary to purchase some grain." Lin Jinchu needed a pretext for her trip to the town, as she had no money and nothing of value to sell at home. Lin Ziyuan looked at her in surprise. She was merely a 10-year-old child, seemingly innocent and adorable when silent, yet when she spoke, she appeared mature and composed. At that moment, he even entertained the thought that perhaps his own daughter had been possessed by some spirit of Longji Mountain. For how else could she venture into the depths of the forest without incident, finding wild vegetables, jujubes, and lingji? Lingji? Did she think they were as common as cabbages? Even cabbages were hard to find these days. He had traversed the dense forest numerous times and had never encountered a single lingji. Yet, he merely nodded, suppressing his curiosity, as he feared that too many questions might make his daughter uncomfortable, forcing him to concoct explanations for his inquiries. It was better to turn a blind eye. As long as she was his daughter, it mattered not what she had become. To be honest, Lin Ziyuan had seen Lin Jinchu on the first day she returned. She had appeared resentful towards the Lin family, her face twisted in disgust at the food, her disdain glaringly evident as she hid away, weeping in secret. But since that fateful night when he found her by the Luoshui River, drenched and bewildered, she had transformed remarkably. She had begun to consume coarse rice porridge without complaint, no longer crying or throwing tantrums, even eagerly volunteering to forage for wild vegetables. Zheng came by today, stating he would head to the town early tomorrow. You should catch a ride with his ox cart. It's unsafe for you to go alone at your age, Lin Ziyuan advised her. However, he recognized that his concerns were perhaps unwarranted. His little Jinchu could traverse the depths of the forest, so surely she could manage a trip to the town. Yet, considering that human hearts could be more treacherous than wild beasts, he found himself increasingly uneasy. What if his little spirit, having grown up in the forest, was unaware of humanity as malice? Lin Ziyuan pulled a string of copper coins from his waist and placed them in Lin Jinchu's hand. ABA has only this much. It was given to me secretly by the village head. Use it to buy some treats you enjoy. Lin Jinchu accepted the coins, feeling their weight for the first time in her hands. It was a gesture of her father's kindness that spoke volumes. He did not suggest buying grain, only to indulge her in things she liked. Such a father was rare in ancient times. Understood, father. Lin Jinchu felt a warmth in her heart. If Zheng has already set out by tomorrow morning, you should wait at the eastern village head's place to catch his ox cart. It will cost 2 copper coins round trip. Be cautious on your way, Lin Ziyuan reiterated with concern. Father, I understand. I shall go rest now. Lin Jinchu was growing increasingly comfortable calling him father, primarily because she was quite satisfied with him. Good child, off you go, Lin Ziyuan nodded, feeling that after drinking this bowl of water, he should be able to walk with ease tomorrow. He yearned to shoulder the responsibilities of the family like a normal person. Once Lin Jinchu returned to her room and closed the door, she entered her space. Upon seeing her, Xiao Kangwu immediately exclaimed in anger, Master, why not toss some poisonous herbs into the Lin family's water tank and eliminate them all in one fell swoop? Xiao Kangwu had a fiery temper. Having overheard all that transpired outside, it yearned to fly to the Lin family and set their house ablaze for daring to bully its master. Lin Jinchu regarded it with a discerning eye. What need is there for such impulsiveness? Impulsiveness is the devil. Do you not fear for your life? You could lose the wings you have painstakingly grown. Upon hearing the mention of losing its hard-earned wings, Xiao Kangwu recoiled a few steps, instinctively guarding its newly sprouted short red feathers. Indeed, as a phoenix, they were symbols of auspiciousness and could not recklessly take lives. It had only killed the malevolent son of the demon lord out of rage, which led to its banishment by the Queen Mother. Do not be impulsive. The master is right, impulsiveness is the devil. Yet, it still simmered with indignation. How could it, a proud divine bird, simply swallow this humiliation? It was too much to bear. The little sparrows, the young pheasants, and the small magpies chirped incessantly beside her, their voices louder than usual, engaged in an animated discussion whose topic was unknown. Do not act impulsively, heed my words. We shall operate under the cover of night. If we cannot confront them openly, we shall resort to cunning strategies. Our strength is currently insufficient for a direct encounter. We must rely on our wits, Lin Jinchu stated solemnly. Do you understand? Only then did Xiao Kangwu nod his little head, and the other small creatures fell silent. Lin Jinchu seized the opportunity to rest for a while, awakening at midnight when Xiao Kangwu called her. It was unclear how Xiao Kangwu discerned the time. Animals appear to possess an innate sensitivity to the passage of time, much like roosters that crow at dawn regardless of weather conditions, be it sunny or stormy, and the wild geese migrating southward. In her childhood, Lin Jinchu had a dog named Snowball, who exhibited a peculiar knack for reminding her to go out for walks at the same time each day, more punctual than any alarm clock. Strangely, Lin Jinchu had always felt a connection to small animals and a fondness for the diverse flora of nature. After rising, She exited her space, quietly opened the door, and then closed it behind her, making her way directly to the Lin residence. In the northern rural areas, villagers retired early. Especially in ancient times, conserving lamp oil by going to bed at dusk, and thus waking early at dawn to commence their labor. This lifestyle contributed to larger families, as there were no birth control measures or alternative forms of entertainment. As soon as she stepped outside, Lin Ziyuan, her neighbor, was already aware of it. He had been awake all night, contemplating how to retaliate against the Lin family. However, he was currently powerless, his legs still uncooperative, leaving him to lie quietly in bed, awaiting the safe return of his daughter. In Chapter 29, titled Let the Lin Family Be Left with Nothing, Lin Jinchu moved through the alleys of Shishan Village like an ethereal sprite in the night. Though Shishan Village was vast, its roads were few, comprising merely 3 vertical and 3 horizontal main thoroughfares. The streets were devoid of any human presence, and the crescent moon hung in the sky, casting a silvery glow upon the inky darkness. A little sparrow and a young magpie flitted energetically ahead. In truth, Lin Jinchu was already familiar with the path, her memory sharp from the day she moved from the Lin family to this place, vowing to remember the grudge she held against them for attempting to sell her. Soon, she arrived at the Lin residence, which lay shrouded in darkness, the entire household deep in slumber at this hour. Having lingered at the Lin estate for a time, Lin Jinchu was aware that a portion of the earthen wall on the northern side had collapsed, revealing an opening through which a small earthen shed had been built to store firewood, a detail that often went unnoticed. She had taken care to observe this, as she routinely carried firewood to the kitchen. Lin Jinchu was a keen observer with an excellent memory. Climbing through the gap, she found a spacious area in the Lin family's backyard, which was rumored to have once belonged to another household. That family, lacking children, had seen the elderly couple pass away, leading to the house reverting to the village after their demise. With no one to maintain it, the structure eventually collapsed. Grandmother Shin had since claimed the land, cultivating it with various fruits and vegetables, which over time appeared to belong to the Lin family. The crops were primarily tended by Lin Daniu and Lin Erniu, who fetched water from the Luoshui River to irrigate the sprawling garden, resulting in a bountiful harvest. However, these fruits and vegetables rarely graced the dining table. Since her return to the village, Lin Jinchu had not partaken of any of these produce, subsisting instead on foraged wild vegetables. Most of the fresh produce from the backyard was dried and stored in the cellar by Grandmother Shin, with a small portion sent to the 4th branch of the Lin family in the county. With deft hands, Lin Jinchu uprooted all the fruits and vegetables, leaving not a single one behind. Even the fallen leaves were collected by the little sparrow and magpie and tossed into her space. The creatures within her space had a penchant for vegetables, rendering the leaves a resource well utilized. Next, Lin Jinchu surveyed her surroundings and stumbled upon the entrance to the cellar. It was locked with a hefty iron padlock, which posed a dilemma for her, as she lacked the skills to pick locks with wire or hairpins, and had neither at her disposal. Just then, Xiao Kangwu spoke up. "Master, take me with you. I shall give it a try. Can you come out?" "Oh, you have grown feathers." Lin Jinchu recalled Xiao Kangwu mentioning that it could exit once it had feathers. Thus, she stepped into her space, and Xiao Kangwu perched on her hand as they emerged. Noticing that Xiao Kangwu showed no intent to fly, Lin Jinchu remembered that it was still unable to do so. Had it been capable, its proud and flamboyant nature would have already made a spectacle of itself within the space. She positioned Xiao Kangwu beside the iron lock, observing as the little creature steadied its legs, now adorned with 3 vibrant red feathers, which appeared to have grown slightly longer since daylight. The feathers stood upright as Xiao Kangwu exerted itself to blow towards the lock. The sight reminded Lin Jinchu of her childhood dog, Snowball, who would assume a similar stance when relieving itself. With wide eyes, Lin Jinchu watched in disbelief as a feeble flame issued from Xiao Kangwu's beak, instantly melting the iron lock into a puddle of molten metal. Xiao Kangwu collapsed onto the ground, nearly exhausted, evoking a pang of sympathy in Lin Jinchu, who quickly returned it to her space. Once inside, Xiao Kangwu was fine, as the space now contained a modicum of spiritual energy conducive to recovery. "Do not worry, Master. I am well," Xiao Kangwu reassured her. Lin Jinchu exited the space, astonished and elated, never having anticipated such an ability in Xiao Kangwu. If the spiritual energy in the space were sufficient, Xiao Kangwu's powers would undoubtedly be considerable. The ability to breathe fire was remarkable in itself. Furthermore, This flame seemed distinct from ordinary fire, having swiftly melted the iron lock. Without further contemplation, Lin Jinchu hurried into the cellar, which was enveloped in darkness. She removed the wooden planks covering the entrance, allowing a faint light to filter in. Fortunately, she did not need to physically carry anything into her space. It appeared that apart from plants, which had to be uprooted or dug out, inanimate objects could simply be collected upon contact, regardless of what lay within. Lin Jinchu gathered every item from the cellar into her space, including the melted iron remnants at the entrance. Upon emerging from the cellar, she noted that it was still early, prompting her to re-enter the kitchen, where pots, bowls, plates, and even the water jug were collected into her space, along with the firewood piled nearby. Remembering that the adjacent room housed a trove of firewood, all of which was cut by her father, she resolved to take it, as it would be necessary for cooking, and gathered it into her space. As for the 2 pigs in the pigsty and the dozen or so chickens, Lin Jinchu hesitated, fearing the noise might awaken the Lin family. "Master, I have collected them. They shall not make a sound," Xiao Kangwu piped up from within the space. Hearing Xiao Kangwu's voice, which now lacked the earlier fatigue, filled Lin Jinchu with joy, indicating that the spiritual energy in her space was indeed increasing, facilitating a quicker recovery. Approaching the pigsty and chicken coop, Lin Jinchu found the animals lying still and motionless. With a hint of disdain, she gathered them into her space. The pigs, having not been washed in a long while, emitted a rather unpleasant odor, especially considering how taxing it was for Dainyu and Ernio to fetch water for irrigation. Lin Jinchu was determined to strip the Lin family bare, adhering to the principle of plucking the feathers from the passing goose. Since Lin Laoan wished to engage in a ruthless contest, she was prepared to reciprocate. After all, those without shoes fear not the barefooted. Given her family's current lack of resources, she was ready to embrace this confrontation. "Come forth. Let us engage in mutual destruction." Upon returning home, the sky still cloaked in darkness, she hurriedly entered her space, for an early rise awaited her the following day as she planned to journey to the town, necessitating ample rest. Lin Ziyuan, hearing the commotion, exhaled a sigh of relief only after noticing his daughter's door securely closed. Pondering the events that would transpire within the Lin household that night, the little Kangwu had fully recovered, fluttering its wings in an attempt to take flight. Yet it remained grounded, while a few sparrows demonstrated the art of flight, nearly lifting the little Kangwu into the air. Lin Jinchu cast a cursory glance at the items retrieved from the Lin family's cellar. It must be said that old Madame Shin was indeed a miser. Yet an adept steward of finances, she had amassed 5 sacks of rice, 4 sacks of white flour, 6 sacks of brown rice, and an impressive 8 large bags of dried vegetables, alongside some cured meats, salted pork, and preserved chicken, with 2 earthen jars brimming with pickled vegetables. It was evident that old Madame Shin was preparing a celebration for Lin Jishu's success in the imperial examination. As the couple of the Lin family were particularly devoted to Lin Jishu, harboring great hopes for him to excel as the top scholar. At the break of dawn the next day, Lin Jinchu took several buns from her space and handed them to her younger brother before setting off towards the Chang residence. Lacking even a bamboo basket, she fashioned a simple cloth pouch, which contained a dozen lingji mushrooms and a few copper coins. Chapter 30. Selling the lingji. Having walked but a short distance, she spotted Chang Songjung driving his ox cart in her direction. "Brother Chang," she called out as she approached. Chang Songjung paused, taken aback by her attire, which resembled that of a young boy, and he appreciated her foresight and self-protection at such a tender age. "Where are you headed, little sister Jinchu?" he inquired, gently pulling the reins to halt the obedient ox. "I intend to go to the town." "I heard from my father that you are also heading there," Lin Jinchu replied candidly, aware of the straightforward nature of the Chang family. "Indeed, I am. Perfect timing. Come aboard. I was just about to inquire if you were going and whether you needed to purchase anything," Chang Songjing responded, though he soon worried that his inquiry might be inappropriate, considering Jinchu's likely lack of funds. Lin Jinchu took no offense. It was not an embarrassing matter. She settled onto the cart, sitting close to Chang Songjing, who deliberately drove slowly, mindful that this was her first experience riding an ox cart. "Brother Chang, I found some lingji yesterday, so I plan to sell them today to buy some grain. Do you know which apothecary in town is reputable?" Lin Jinchu's voice was soft, cautious even though they were alone. The Chang family often visited the town to sell goods, and she believed they were well acquainted with the shops in Luoya town. Of course, Her father had frequented the town in the past, but given old Madame Shin's miserly nature, he rarely had silver to spend at the apothecary. After all, he had only visited the barefoot doctor in the village and spent 21 for a consultation after his leg was broken. Lingji? Chang Songjung was momentarily stunned. Why had he never encountered Lingji in the mountains, while this 10-year-old girl had managed to find such treasures? The little girl was indeed fortunate. It was well known that high-quality Lingji could fetch 100 taels per pound, especially in these years of famine when precious medicinal herbs were scarcer and more expensive, with many having perished in drought. Meanwhile, they risked their lives facing various dangers in the mountains, hoping to catch a few wild chickens or rabbits. Or, at the very least, gather some wild vegetables and firewood. They dared not venture far into the mountains, hunting only at the forest's edge. Chang Songjung couldn't help but envy the little girl's luck, yet he cautioned, be careful in the deep mountains, even for wild vegetables at the edges. It can be quite dangerous. Lin Jinchu understood his goodwill and nodded in acknowledgement. She had deliberately donned a set of clothes belonging to her brother Lin Wenza, tailored from garments previously worn by Chang's second brother. While the attire was somewhat worn, it was clean and well kept, made of fine linen and very comfortable. She had torn a small strip from an old cloth sent by the villagers to tie her hair into a high ponytail, transforming her into a youthful lad. Even applying a bit of grass juice to her face, which had been deemed harmless by the little Kangwu. Shishan village was not far from Luoya town, and they soon arrived. Chang Songjung parked the cart in front of an apothecary. Lin Jinchu jumped down. Noticing Chang Songjung did not disembark, she inquired, Brother Chang, where are you going? I will wait for you outside. The owner of this apothecary is honest and will not deceive you. You can sell to them with complete trust. Just remember that high-quality Lingji goes for about 100 taels per pound, while lesser quality is around 60 or 70 taels. Now go inside, he instructed. Lin Jinchu had been worried that if Chang Songjung accompanied her, she would only be able to sell the small amount she had brought, approximately a pound. However, knowing that the day of fleeing was fast approaching and uncertain if she would have another opportunity to visit, she intended to sell as much as possible, hoping to secure some silver and grain for peace of mind. She retrieved more Lingji from her space, for with the cloth pouch as a medium, she could freely access the items within her space. Those small animals could not be directly retrieved through the pouch. Young man, are you here to sell herbs? Do you have a prescription? A young attendant approached. The apothecary only sold herbs and did not provide consultations, so apart from this attendant, an elderly man was sorting through the medicinal materials. I would like to sell a type of herb before purchasing anything. How much do you charge for Lingji per pound? She asked, only then realizing that such inquiries might not align with ancient customs. The attendant was taken aback by her query. It was rare to sell Lingji by the pound. Finding even 2 or 3 wild Lingji in the mountains was already quite remarkable, and typically, those dealing in such precious herbs would price them by the piece. This exceptional herb was often guarded by venomous snakes, making it difficult for ordinary people to harvest. The elderly man, overhearing their conversation, paused his work and looked at Lin Jinchu, asking, Young lad, how much does your father have? He instinctively glanced outside, noticing a distant ox cart that did not appear to belong to her father, given her young age. However, it was clear that only an adult could venture into the deep mountains to gather Lingji. It was inconceivable for a child like her to do so. This family is quite peculiar. Why would they let a child sell such an expensive herb? My father has gone to the blacksmith shop. He sent me to sell these. He said your establishment is reputable, fair, and trustworthy, which is why I came myself, Lin Jinchu replied, striking a chord with the elderly man's principles of honesty. Their established brand was renowned for its fairness, with nearly 100 branches nationwide. The old man found Lin Jinchu increasingly likable. He realized that this was indeed a young girl disguised as a boy for safety, yet he refrained from exposing her. Show me what you have, he instructed. Lin Jinchu placed her bulging cloth pouch on the counter, untying it to reveal a bounty of wild Lingji, golden, deep purple, and dark black in a variety of colors, all of exceptional quality. The old man was rendered speechless, his mouth agape for an extended period. He recognized these as rare wild Lingji from the deep mountains, treasures that were seldom encountered. He quickly addressed Lin Jinchu. I, an old man, have always upheld honesty. I will buy them all at 120 taels per pound. What do you think? The elderly man, well-versed in medicinal materials, understood the immense value of such quality Lingji. Precious herbs never lacked buyers, but the challenge lay in sourcing them. Entering the deep mountains posed significant risks, and few were willing to gamble their lives. Moreover, even if one ventured into the mountains, finding and harvesting precious herbs required a stroke of fortune. The medicinal materials in the deep forests absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, rendering them invisible to the average person. Even high-quality ginseng might evade capture, never granting the herbalist a chance. If you agree, let us discuss the matter further inside, he suggested, indicating the Lingji, mindful to keep their financial dealings discreet. Lin Jinchu nodded in agreement, grasping her cloth bag as she followed the elderly man into the adjacent room. The old man weighed the goods, totaling 5 jin and 5 liang, which amounted to 375 liang of silver, given that 1 jin in ancient times equaled 16 liang. Old sir, may I offer 600 taels in silver notes, with 50 taels per note? Additionally, could I receive the remaining 375 taels in loose silver? Lin Jinchu pondered the impracticality of carrying such a substantial sum, especially since Chang Songjung was still outside. It would be rather awkward to collect the money in front of the shopkeeper or Chang Songjung. Very well, the elderly man said, securing the Ganoderma and promptly handing the silver notes and coins to Lin Jinchu. She placed the notes and loose silver into her bag. Shopkeeper, could you please gather some commonly used external injury medicines and some herbs to alleviate heat stroke? Lin Jinchu requested as she walked out with the old man. Certainly. Please hold on. The shop assistant swiftly collected the medicinal herbs, wrapping them up, and produced 2 porcelain vials. Young lady, this vial contains external injury medicine, and these herbs are for heat stroke. They should be boiled once every few days, without the need for extended cooking. The total is 2 taels of silver, the assistant advised. Lin Jinchu mused to herself that medical expenses were indeed exorbitant, whether in modern times or the past. Such a small amount of herbs commanded 2 taels of silver. She handed over 2 taels of loose silver to the assistant and exited the pharmacy, realizing that her bag now contained only loose silver, with all the notes securely stored in her space. With a heap of Ganoderma in her space, she felt a surge of security. At last, she had money in hand, and her heart was at ease. She made her way toward Chang Zongjing's ox cart. Chapter 31, A Shopping Spree. Elder brother Chang, we managed to sell for 30 taels. Her excitement was palpable, though she only disclosed a fraction of the actual sum. The mere mention of 30 taels sounded monumental to Chang Zongjing, as it could procure a multitude of items. Shall we go shopping then? Should we visit the fabric shop or the grain store? Chang Songjing inquired, his spirits lifted, knowing that with his 30 taels, Uncle Ziyuan's family could sustain themselves for quite some time. Typically, a household could survive a year on 10 taels. And while food prices had risen slightly, careful spending could stretch it for 2 to 3 years. Let us head to the clothing store, Brother Chang. Please drop me off there. I wish to purchase some items for women and explore a bit. I won't stray far from the street. And I can wait for you to finish your errands or find you once I'm done shopping. Lin Jinchu expressed her intent to acquire numerous goods, making it more convenient to explore on her own. She pointed to a nearby blacksmith shop, saying, I shall wait for you at the entrance of the blacksmith's. She intended to buy a kitchen knife, which necessitated a visit to the smithy. Very well, once you're done, you can find me at the blacksmith, Chang Songjing agreed, understanding that Lin Jinchu harbored many secrets. His primary focus today was to purchase ample supplies for their imminent escape to the south. The clothing store was indeed not far from the pharmacy. The town featured only one commercial street, not particularly lengthy, easily visible from one end to the other. After disembarking from the ox cart and watching Chang Songjing depart, Lin Jinchu entered the clothing store. The establishment was spacious, offering both fabrics and ready-made garments, with a preference for quality. Summer clothing was primarily made from cotton, silk, gauze, and satin, with some fine linen available, catering mostly to the town's common folk. Villagers generally bought fabric to make their own clothes, as they were less inclined to purchase ready-made garments. Wealthier households in town often employed seamstresses and rarely needed to buy clothing. Inquiring about prices, Lin Jinchu purchased 5 bolts of fine cotton, 2 in white and 3 in light blue, 10 bolts of coarse cotton, 3 bolts of coarse linen, 2 bolts of fine linen, and 2 bolts of hemp cloth. She also acquired some cotton, 2 sets of summer garments in fine linen for each family member, 2 sets of autumn attire, 5 thin quilts, and 5 pairs of cloth shoes, along with several pairs of straw sandals. Lin Jinchu remarked on the store's business acumen, noting even straw sandals were available. giving it more of a general goods store feel. She had initially considered buying the sandals from a general store. Footwear was a significant concern on the road to escape. And while straw sandals could be painful, new cloth shoes were too conspicuous. Before their departure, she intended to cover the shoe surfaces with some dust for camouflage. The coarse cotton was priced at 500 won per bolt, totaling 10 taels for 10 bolts. The fine cotton was 800 won each, amounting to 4 taels for 5 bolts. Cloth shoes were priced at 100 won per pair, totaling 1 tael and 5 chien, while straw sandals were a mere 5 won each. The shopkeeper was quite pleased with the day's business, his abacus clicking swiftly as he calculated the final total, which came to 25 taels of silver. Lin Jinchu handed over a 50-tael silver note, requesting change in loose silver, and asked the shopkeeper to package all her purchases for delivery to a nearby alley. The shopkeeper kindly advised, "Young lady, we can hold your items here. Your family can come to collect them shortly." 25 taels was no trivial amount, especially with the ongoing drought causing some to resort to begging. Reports of increased robberies in the town were becoming more frequent. Having noticed the young man driving the ox cart, the shopkeeper assumed he must be the girl's brother. He worried that leaving such a significant haul in a secluded alley could attract unsavory characters. Lin Jinchu smiled reassuringly, "No need for concern. My brother will return promptly. The ox cart is parked right outside the shop, and I wouldn't want to impede your business. Besides, the ox has a rather strong odor that might intimidate your esteemed clientele." Seeing her consideration for the store, the shopkeeper was touched. He casually grabbed a couple of handkerchiefs, a generous handful of scraps, a few stained pieces of cotton fabric, and several burlap bags for carrying her items. "Here, take these fabric bags for your belongings. And don't mind the stains on these cloths. With a wash, they may very well be good as new. They are quality cotton, perhaps damp from rain during transport, and can be used for cleaning purposes," he said, offering her the additional items. "Thank you, kind shopkeeper," Lin Jinchu replied politely, her sweet demeanor shining through. "Graciousness begets goodwill. This is the way of the world." No trouble at all. Please come again." The shopkeeper waved her off as she accompanied the shop assistant into the alley. Once the assistant departed, before she could survey her surroundings, Xiao Canwu spoke up, "Master, there is no one around now. You may collect your items." Lin Jinchu swiftly stored all her purchases in her space, leaving only one set of summer clothing for each family member in her cloth bag. Next, she proceeded to the rice shop. Upon entering, she overheard a woman exclaiming, "This is outrageous. The price of brown rice has skyrocketed. Alas, there's no choice. If it doesn't rain soon, prices might rise even further. I advise you to buy as much as you can," the shopkeeper lamented while trying to persuade them. "Of course, you, the rice seller, wish for us to purchase more." A woman scoffed, "New grain will soon be available, and I'm looking forward to it." She dismissed the shopkeeper's advice, believing that once the new grain arrived, the old grain would lose its value. The shopkeeper could only smile wryly. "I'm merely offering a friendly warning. You may not be able to purchase any in a few days." "What do you mean, unable to buy? How's that possible? It's the busy season for farming, and new grain is coming in soon. How could we possibly run out?" "I don't believe you," a woman retorted, expressing her disbelief. Lin Jinchu recognized that the news of the barbarians reaching Jizhou was known only to a select few. The common folk were aware only of the drought and were oblivious to the impending turmoil. The shopkeeper, however, simply smiled, refraining from further comment. Lin Jinchu speculated that he must have some inkling of the approaching danger, but, without official word from the government, could not speak openly about it, lest he be accused of spreading rumors and face repercussions. As she observed the prices, she noted that new rice from Jiangnan was priced at 200 won per do, old rice at 151, brown rice at 81, and white flour at 250 won per do, with cornmeal reaching an outrageous 500 won per do. It was no wonder that the woman had been grumbling incessantly. Lin Jinchu mentally calculated her needs and informed the shopkeeper of her desired quantities. Primarily, she purchased a substantial amount of new rice, followed by a considerable quantity of fine white flour. She also acquired a small amount of aged rice and flour, as well as some brown rice and buckwheat noodles, spending a total of 200 taels of silver. She requested the shopkeeper to move these items to a nearby alley. Remembering how delightful corn cakes were, she bought 4 large bags of cornmeal, each bag containing approximately 3 do, for a total expenditure of 3 taels. Additionally, Recalling the ample space she had, she purchased a large bag of corn seeds and a sizable bag of wheat seeds for 10 taels. At that time, rice cultivation was rare in the northern regions, so she did not obtain any rice seeds. The north was perpetually arid with scant rainfall in previous years. Although not classified as disaster years, the rainfall had been minimal. What struck Lin Jinchu as peculiar was the shopkeeper's utter lack of surprise at her substantial purchases, indicating that many customers were currently buying in bulk, rendering such transactions commonplace. Speaking candidly to her dear readers, some expressed that the protagonist's character was somewhat weak. I urge everyone to empathize, a modern, ordinary girl transported to ancient times at the tender age of 10. Devoid of any physical strength or understanding of this new world's rules, could hardly be expected to become a formidable force overnight. Patience is a virtue. Both her character and abilities will undergo a growth process, and together we shall anticipate and nurture her transformation. Thank you for your unwavering support. I cherish you all. In Chapter 32, titled Human Traffickers, the shopkeeper scrutinized Lin Jinchu, likely finding it odd that such a small child was purchasing provisions. However, when she reassured him that her family would soon come to collect the goods, he refrained from further comment. After leaving the rice shop, Lin Jinchu ventured into a general store, burdened with an extensive shopping list. Her home lacked even bowls. She required pots, bowls, spoons, chopsticks, cloth bags, hemp sacks, straw hats, water pouches, bamboo baskets, wooden tubs, wooden basins, canvas, umbrellas, raincoats, and 3-tiered wooden racks, purchasing 5 sets of each item she could conceive. She even bought some charcoal and a wooden bed to place in her space, as sleeping on the ground was quite uncomfortable. The pots and basins she had taken from the Lin family were quite old. Both Old Man Lin and Old Lady Shin were thrifty, unwilling to replace items unless they were irreparably broken. Most of their silver was spent on their youngest son, Shinjishu. The salt in the general store was mostly coarse and cost an astonishing 400 won per do, nearly the same as rice. Fine salt was even pricier, prompting Lin Jinchu to forego the purchase, as she had ample salt in her space, which was far cleaner than the store's coarse salt. She also acquired several bags of brown sugar, noting that white granulated sugar seemed absent from the market. In total, her expenditures amounted to 190 taels. Once again, she employed the same excuse to have the shopkeeper deliver her purchases to the alley, where she stored them in her space. Next, Lin Jinchu visited a bun shop, running from one to another, nearly depleting their stock of steamed buns and buns filled with meat, particularly acquiring a significant number of meat buns. She realized her commotion was rather conspicuous, but given the urgency of her situation, she deemed it necessary. This might be her only chance to visit the town before embarking on a treasure-seeking journey in the mountains or fleeing from calamity. Since arriving in Shishan village, Lin Jinchu had not tasted meat. As she walked, she indulged in the meat buns, which were incredibly aromatic, though perhaps a tad underseasoned due to a lack of salt. It could also be that her long abstinence from good food made the meat buns seem exceptionally delectable. Steamed buns cost 2 won each, meat buns 4 won, and vegetable buns even more expensive at 5 won each, as vegetables were scarce and thus highly valued. In total, she spent an additional 20 taels on steamed buns, vegetable buns, meat buns, and various grain buns, ensuring they were stored safely in her space, which would prevent spoilage. Remarkably, she even purchased the steaming baskets from 2 shops. Fortunately, the cloth bags she had bought earlier were sufficient, and she had acquired 18 wooden basins, which she cleaned and stored in her space. The general store had only 18 available. Had there been more, she would have bought them all, as large wooden basins were the most convenient for storage. She also purchased delicacies from a nearby sweet shop, spending 10 taels and nearly emptying their stock. The dynamics of her space were peculiar. Items placed in the black-soiled area would change, meaning water boiled there would cool down and plants would flourish, while meat would naturally spoil. Conversely, items placed in the gray area remained in their original state. Freshly placed buns would remain steaming hot, and water would continue to bubble, never losing its warmth. As she gathered her belongings and prepared to exit the alley, Zhao Kangwu cautioned her, "Mistress, there are individuals outside watching you, and I sense their intentions are far from benign." Lin Jinchu was acutely aware of her conspicuousness. Her hasty, extravagant purchases had undoubtedly drawn attention. She was indeed anxious, as even the rice shop owner knew she intended to leave the town soon, and she wished to explore the deep mountains before time ran out. Lin Jinchu resolved to enter her space and wait for the individuals to depart. Having completed her shopping, it was the perfect opportunity to organize her newfound items. The group of men outside waited for quite some time without seeing her emerge, prompting them to venture inside. Where has everyone gone? Where's that little girl? One questioned. What girl? Isn't that just a boy? Though he is rather handsome, another replied. You fool, can't you tell? Clearly, that's a girl. A third interjected. A girl? How can that be? One man expressed disbelief, questioning how a girl could possess such boldness, as girls were typically delicate and weepy. The girls we've captured before were always crying in the house, he continued, though there was one who was quite fierce. So, it's a girl after all. No wonder she is so beautiful. Our leader is impressive. They quickly resolved to find their comrades, realizing that capturing her could yield significant profit. Wait. She clearly entered this alley. Could she have flown? One mused, prompting laughter from the others. How could that be? Who can fly? She is no deity. They had been watching closely, convinced she couldn't have escaped. Let us search again. I followed her to several shops today and noted her substantial purchases. She seems to be quite affluent. I didn't dare approach too closely before, fearing an adult might be nearby, but it seems I missed an opportunity. That girl is striking. If sold, she could fetch 10 taels of silver, far more than the other girls we've captured. Even though her clothing is humble. Her skin is fair and delicate, reminiscent of those young ladies in the prefecture. They recalled the last time they captured a fine specimen and sold her to Madame May of the Ihong Tower for 30 taels. This one could be just as valuable. They lamented, if we had her, our haul would be exceptional. Let us keep searching. Lin Jinchu, overhearing their conversation from within her space, felt a surge of fury. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for these despicable traffickers, knowing that many girls abducted by them ended up in brothels, facing tragic fates. Her animosity was further fueled by a personal experience. In modern times, her grandmother's village had suffered the loss of an 8-year-old girl whose parents searched frantically, ultimately driving the mother to madness. The abduction of a child could devastate a family. Throughout history, human traffickers deserve nothing less than swift justice, execution on the spot for their heinous crimes. Given the tone of these men, it was clear they were habitual offenders. Now that she had encountered them, she resolved not to let them escape, her sense of justice igniting fiercely. She quietly observed from her concealed space as those individuals rummaged through the vicinity, inevitably failing to locate her. Just as they were about to depart, nearing the alley's entrance, Lin Jinchu emerged from her hiding place. She turned to Xia Kangwu and instructed, have the little sparrow scatter the poison powder from that bag onto those individuals. Within the realm of toxic herbs, there existed a particular leaf capable of inducing total paralysis, as Xia Kangwu had informed her. It seemed that Xia Kangwu possessed an innate sensitivity to plants, occasionally recalling their effects, yet at times forgetting, an unpredictable trait. Lin Jinchu, accompanied by 2 little sparrows, exited her concealed space. The sparrows swiftly soared towards the unsuspecting individuals, who were too engrossed in their departure to notice the birds flitting overhead. The powder was successfully dispersed upon them. Hey, are you looking for me? Lin Jinchu suddenly called out. Oh, it's that little brat. Before the speaker could finish, he collapsed, followed swiftly by the others, who all fell to the ground. Approaching them, Lin Jinchu squatted down and said, you all have been poisoned. Without my antidote, your only fate is to await your demise. However, if one among you answers 2 questions, first, how many of you are there in total, and second, where are the girls you have abducted kept, I shall grant you the antidote. Terror flashed across their faces. Despite their earlier thorough search, this alley had seemed devoid of life. How had this girl appeared? Could she possibly be a spirit? Chapter 33, A Rescue. One individual, notably timid, immediately cried out, I'll tell you. Please, goddess, grant me the antidote. I have elderly and children at home. I cannot die. Lin Jinchu scoffed, you are aware of your family. Yet what of the families of the girls you have captured? One of them replied, some were sold to us by their parents. But I distinctly heard you say they were abducted. Do not attempt to deceive me. I was listening from the wall just now. The man cast a glance at the walls on either side of the alley. Indeed, they had forgotten that the girl had been hiding within the wall, which belonged to the residents nearby. They had not dared to search there. Regretting their oversight, they pondered how she had poisoned them. The man who had earlier volunteered to confess hastily continued, this batch was indeed stolen by us. They are currently held in Osmanthus Alley. There are 7 of us in total, 6 here and 1 guarding the goods, a young girl. Where is Osmanthus Alley? Just head south along this street for a short distance. There's a large fabric store, and the small alley beside it leads to Osmanthus Alley. Upon finishing, he added, Fairy, I've told you everything. Could you please grant me the antidote? Lin Jinchu coldly retorted, Antidote? Dream on. Just wait. Although she had never taken a life, not even that of a fish. Today she felt a profound desire to eliminate these scoundrels. Yet, since they were now poisoned, destined to live in a state of paralysis until the Tauters arrived, they would be unable to escape, only to drag their families down with them. She surmised that those wicked individuals likely came from equally nefarious families. Initially considering alerting the authorities to apprehend these criminals, she hesitated, recalling that many of them likely had connections. If the local constables were in cahoots with these villains, it would only lead to trouble for her. Lin Jinchu resolved to let the poison torment them for a time, postponing further action until she had freed the abducted girls. She swiftly searched the individuals, successfully retrieving several hundred taels of silver, which she placed into her space. Lin Jinchu had not anticipated such a significant haul, and her delight was evident. The men lay on the ground, helplessly watching her with tears of despair in their eyes. Upon exiting the alley, Lin Jinchu headed south and soon spotted a fabric store, its facade slightly wider yet not particularly large. Turning into the alley, she indeed found the sign for Osmanthus Alley written in traditional characters. It was a short alley containing only one household. She knocked on the wooden door, and it was soon opened by a portly man. Before he could utter a word, Lin Jinchu threw a handful of powder at him. The man, wide-eyed with shock, glanced at the child before him. Before he could raise his hands, his heavy frame collapsed to the ground with a thud, stirring a cloud of dust. Lin Jinchu covered her nose and stepped back. The dry weather had caused an abundance of dust. Come autumn, when the winds picked up, it would be impossible to stay outdoors. As she entered, she was immediately met with the sound of weeping. The room was locked, and Lin Jinchu retrieved a hefty wooden hammer from her space, striking the lock twice until it fell away. The hammer, purchased from a general store, had proven fortuitous. Inside were a dozen girls of varying ages, the youngest barely older than Lin Jinchu and the oldest around 15. Upon seeing her, they initially assumed she was another captive, and several wept even more intensely. Stop crying and hurry out. I have subdued those traffickers, she urged. As soon as the words left her lips, a few of the bolder girls rushed towards the exit. Seeing them flee, the others followed suit. Upon reaching the courtyard, one girl spat at the portly man lying on the ground and kicked him. The bolder girls huddled together, whispering before seizing a stone from the ground and striking the man on the head with it. Blood began to flow from the wound as they ceased their assault, while those who had already escaped hesitated and then turned back. Some punched the man, others kicked him, and a few picked up stones to hurl at him. Lin Jinchu observed that the man's head tilted at an unnatural angle. He appeared lifeless, prompting her to intervene. Stop. There are still a few bad guys ahead. Do you wish to take revenge? She inquired tentatively. If these girls were disinclined to stir up trouble, that would suffice. After all, these men were already fated to a grim outcome due to the poison. 2 of the girls remained silent, then dashed outside, clearly only wishing to escape. More followed suit, leaving only the bold girls around Lin Jinchu. Let us, commanded one girl, taller than the rest, who picked up a stone from the ground. She appeared to be around 14 or 15, with a bright countenance. Another girl of similar age, equally lovely yet with a softer demeanor, took hold of a stone as well, their hands clasped tightly together, suggesting a close bond. The others mimicked them, gathering small stones from the courtyard, while one girl smashed a bowl to retrieve a shard that looked particularly menacing. Clearly, these girls harbored a deep-seated hatred for their captors. Shall we check if he has any silver? Lin Jinchu suddenly recalled that the men earlier might have possessed some wealth. She picked up a twig to pry open the man's garments, but recoiled at the sight of the saliva and phlegm, not to mention the blood and brain matter that made contact unbearable. The taller girl snatched the twig from her and tossed it aside, exclaiming, "Stop hesitating." With remarkable agility, she tore open the man's clothing, evidently familiar with where men or women typically concealed their silver. In no time, she unearthed 2 silver notes, one worth 100 taels, and removed a pouch from his waist that contained some loose silver coins. Clearly surprised by the amount, the tall girl hesitated for a moment before handing one of the 100 tael notes to Lin Jinchu. You saved us. This rightfully belongs to you. Now, take us to confront those men. Were you not afraid of them? Lin Jinchu inquired. Logically, these young ladies should have fled like the previous ones. Yet these girls were rather intriguing. She was pondering how to deal with those scoundrels. Fear nothing. I shall eradicate these knaves. If I spare them, who knows how many more will suffer? The tall girl displayed remarkable courage and was quite forthright. Lin Jinchu led them into an alley, a dead end devoid of any residences. The scoundrels lay motionless on the ground. The girls rushed forward, hurling stones and striking with sticks, aiming each blow at their heads. Fierce and formidable. Lin Jinchu silently commended their audacity. They clearly bore the refinement of young ladies from affluent families in town, not mere country folk. Yet, it puzzled her why no family members came searching for them. In mere moments, the scoundrels were lifeless, and the girls adeptly rummaged through their belongings, retrieving all the silver. The tall girl, displaying commendable decisiveness, held all the silver they had unearthed, 150 taels in total, among which were 100 taels in silver notes. Lin Jinchu had already searched once, and these ruffians had concealed some details regarding the location of their hidden silver. Additionally, they discovered jewelry that Lin Jinchu had previously overlooked. Each girl claimed her share, while the remainder belonged to those who had fled, which included a gold hairpin, a silver hairpin, and a jeweled flower. These are for you. One girl insisted, not allowing Lin Jinchu to refuse, and the others voiced no objections. After all, their lives had been saved by Lin Jinchu, even if they were bewildered by how such a small figure managed to subdue a band of human traffickers. The tall girl furrowed her brow and remarked, "Is that all the silver?" Lin Jinchu remained silent, certainly not revealing that she had already searched and that the scoundrels were beyond saving. "The jewelry is sufficient for me. You may keep the silver for your journey," Lin Jinchu replied. "Very well, let us go and summon a carriage to return home," one girl suggested. "Aren't you from this town?" Lin Jinchu curiously asked. The tall girl responded, "No, we hail from the neighboring town. This is my cousin. She comes from the county city." "Where are you from?" Lin Jinchu, of course, would not disclose her origins, instead vaguely stating, "I am from around here. You should hurry back before dark, stay safe." After a moment's thought, she retrieved several small packets of poison from her sleeve, distributing one to each girl. "Be cautious on your return. If you encounter any wrongdoers, throw this at their faces. It won't kill, but it will incapacitate." The girls were so moved they nearly wept. The tall girl gazed deeply at Lin Jinchu before turning away and leaving without a backward glance. Lin Jinchu tossed the jewelry into her space, then followed suit, retreating to a secluded area to enter her space. Inside, she organized the items she intended to bring out into 2 cloth bags, one for clothing and another for bowls, basins, and pottery. She purchased grains, household items, various buns, fabrics, clothes, shoes, straw hats, and more. Counting her remaining silver, she found 75 taels in loose change, added to the 400 taels, totaling 475 taels. Silver certainly dissipated quickly. Lin Jinchu felt a twinge of regret over the paltry sum for the lingji mushrooms. Remembering the considerable food she had taken from the Lin family, dried vegetables, cured meats, and preserved chicken, she temporarily shelved the thought of buying meat, deciding it prudent to retain some silver for herself. Suddenly, she recalled that upon exiting the human trafficker's lair, she had not had the chance to explore further. Noticing her current position was not far from there, she made her way back. The main gate was ajar, and she gently pushed it open, stepping inside to find the corpulent body still lying in the courtyard. She searched the 3 rooms of the main courtyard one by one and discovered one room contained several bags of white rice alongside 2 large wooden chests. Upon opening them, she found an array of jewelry, while the other chest was filled with silver ingots. These, too, must have been plundered, and she hastily stored them in her space. The other 2 rooms held nothing but dilapidated beds and foul-smelling blankets, which she deemed unnecessary. In the kitchen, she gathered usable charcoal and pots into her space. Once inside her space, she organized her belongings, including half a bag of flour, a bag of brown rice, pots and bowls, and 3 articles of clothing, each side bearing a bundle. Carrying such a load felt effortless, her strength significantly augmented since a few days prior. Exiting the space, she departed from that place and returned to the street. Glancing up, she spotted a seed shop and purchased a batch of vegetable seeds for merely half a tael, tossing them into her space. Not far off, she noticed a bookstore and intended to buy a map, but left empty-handed. recalling her brother's fondness for reading. She purchased 3 introductory books, 3-character classic, 100 family surnames, and 1,000-character classic, along with some paper, ink, and an inkstone, spending 22 taels in total. Indeed, education comes at a steep price. She mused, realizing her space still held over 400 taels, leaving her momentarily speechless. It was no wonder the Lin patriarch's family sought to extract every last drop from Uncle Lin and her father, otherwise. Considering the efforts of Lin Laosan and the rest of the Lin family, it would be no small feat to support Lin Laoxi's years of study and examination, let alone provide for the entire family. The Lin family, from the eldest to the youngest, exerted their collective strength to support Lin Laoxi. Yet, it was unfortunate that he was akin to mud that could not support a wall, seemingly engrossed in self-indulgence in the county city, neglecting his studies. Lin Jinchu shook her head, feeling it unjust for her father. She continued walking and soon found a blacksmith shop, suddenly recalling that her home lacked even a kitchen knife. For days, she had been using a thin stone slab as a makeshift knife for cutting vegetables. Thus, she entered the blacksmith shop, only to find Chang Songjung there. Testing a bow and arrow, struggling to draw it fully, his face contorted with pain, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Lin Jinchu remembered her father's mention of the Chang family being poisoned and losing their internal strength. She pondered whether the wutong leaves might counteract the poison affecting the Chang family, who had aided them so much. Regardless, she felt compelled to try. "Big brother Chang," she sweetly called out, genuinely considering the Chang family as her own kin and Chang Songjung as her elder brother. "Sister Jinchu, have you finished your shopping?" Chang Songjung approached, offering to carry her bags. "Do you still need to buy something?" he inquired. "I wish to purchase a kitchen knife," Lin Jinchu replied, originally contemplating 2 daggers, but refraining due to concerns about exhausting her funds. She settled on a sickle, a kitchen knife, and a wooden stick, reasoning they would suffice for her journey. "Very well, I shall help you select one," he offered, pointing to a small, lightweight kitchen knife. "This one is not too heavy and is suitable for household use." Lin Jinchu observed that this slender knife resembled a modern boning knife and was exceedingly sharp, making it far more practical for her escape. She then inquired about the price. "This knife costs 500 won." Lin Jinchu was taken aback by its affordability, having assumed ancient ironware to be costly. She then glanced at a nearby dagger, asking, "How much for this one?" "This one will be 2 taels of silver," the vendor replied, casting a glance at Chang Songjung. He nodded, picking up both the dagger and the kitchen knife, preparing to retrieve silver from his waist. But Lin Jinchu quickly interjected, "Big brother Chang, that won't do. I can pay for this myself. This isn't a matter of a few won. How could I let someone else cover the cost?" Chang Songjung did not insist further and proceeded to carry her purchases to the backyard. The ox cart was stationed in the backyard of the blacksmith shop, laden with 7 or 8 sacks of grain along with various sundries. Lin Jinchu ascended the cart, while Chang Songjung placed the items she had purchased onto it, and together they set off towards Shishan village. Lin Jinchu surmised that Chang Songjung must be quite familiar with the blacksmith's establishment, otherwise, he would not have parked the cart in their backyard. Upon their return to the village, they encountered numerous officials at the entrance, collecting grain from the villagers who were lined up in several queues, with the village head and the Lijun, along with several other villagers, assisting in the process. Both the Lin and Chang families were landless and thus exempt from grain tax, requiring only to pay the head tax, which had already been settled by the Lin family earlier that year. Lin Jinchu noticed some individuals pleading desperately with the officials. "Sir, the harvest this year has been exceedingly poor. We had hoped to gather at least half of what we did in previous years, but to our dismay, we have only managed to collect 30%. Might we be permitted a reduction in our dues?" Indeed, the fields appeared golden. Yet it turns out much of it was merely husk. How are we to survive? We implore you to show mercy. Away with you. The Tatars are upon us, and there is fighting in the north. All this grain must be sent to the border. Do you wish for our soldiers to fight on empty stomachs? Unappreciative lot. If you lack grain, then pay in silver. But where are we to find silver? Sir, has that thief we reported been apprehended?" Lin Jinchu recognized the voice of old lady Shin. Inwardly, she chuckled at the absurdity of the situation. Catching a thief? Even if the officials turned the entire Luoya town upside down, they would not find him. "We have already given our grain. What are we to eat? Could you not persuade the county magistrate to show leniency? Away with you. Who are you to seek leniency? Is this a matter for negotiation?" My youngest son is a scholar, well acquainted with the county magistrate. His name is Lin Jinchu, old lady Shin insisted stubbornly. Lin Jinchu was taken aback to see old lady Shin here, leaning on a cane as she pleaded with the grain-collecting officials. The once proud figure of old lady Shin had diminished. Only days prior, she had exuded confidence that her son would succeed in the imperial examinations, standing tall as if she were a noblewoman. While the Lin family endured hardship, she feasted on fine wheat buns and corn cakes, occasionally indulging in extra meals, radiating vitality. Now, she resembled a frostbitten eggplant, diminished and considerably thinner than before. It is well known that scholars were scarce in the ancient counties, especially in impoverished northern villages. Under normal circumstances, the county magistrate would have shown some consideration for the Lin family. After all, as long as exams were ongoing, there was always a chance of success. Yet, no matter how fervently old lady Shin pleaded, the officials remained unmoved, with one even rudely shoving her aside. Do not obstruct our work. Everything must be collected by nightfall. Those who fail to comply will spend the night in the county jail. The mention of jail sent a wave of fear through the protesters, causing them to retreat, and old lady Shin, leaning on her cane, followed suit, her previous arrogance evaporating. Lin Jinchu cast a cold glance at old lady Shin, signaling to Chang Songjung to leave. Let us go, brother Chong. As she conversed with him, she noticed several women pointing and whispering in their direction, but she paid them no heed. Their opinions were none of her concern, as her happiness was paramount. Initially, she had assumed that the day would be consumed with farming and grain collection, leaving her family undisturbed. However, upon entering her home, she was taken aback by the scene before her. The once intact main door lay shattered on the ground, bedding and straw strewn across the floor. A window smashed with a gaping hole, and the sole bowl in the house shattered into numerous pieces. Her father's eye was swollen from a blow, and her younger brother was crying amidst the chaos of the yard, which had been dug into a series of craters. Was it the Lin family again? She asked sternly. She had taken everything from the Lin family's kitchen and cellar the night before, anticipating their visit, and had instructed her brother that if anyone from the Lin family came, he was to immediately summon the Chang family and the village head and spread the word throughout the village. Only by raising the alarm could they compel the village head to intervene and prevent further harassment from the Lin family. Big sister, they're so wicked and unreasonable. They claim that the Lin family's belongings have disappeared, and they are certain we must have stolen them. Donghua, Ernyo, uncle, and the Gu family, along with the Shin family, have all come, digging through our yard, insisting we have buried the goods underground. Sister, I went to find the village head. He came, along with Uncle Chang, and they drove them away. Lin Jinchu patted Lin Wenza on the shoulder and approached her father, who wore a look of guilt. Father, is your leg all right? As long as you are fine, they can dig to their heart's content. After all, we won't be here for many more days. Lin Ziyuan felt a sense of tranquility. After his daughter had left the village that morning, the village head's youngest son had come to help fetch water, sharing that the Lin family had been robbed the previous night, with all their grain from the cellar missing. The thief had even taken their firewood, bowls, pots, and even 2 pigs and a dozen chickens, causing old lady Shin to faint upon hearing the news. Lin Ziyuan could hardly suppress a laugh. He knew this was undoubtedly the work of Jinchu, though he was puzzled as to where she had hidden the goods. No wonder she had advised Wenza on how to deal with the Lin family if they were to come. However, he kept this secret from his son, instead collaborating with him to stage a performance of deception. A fall, a punch, and the sound of his son's cries, combined with the yard's disarray, made for a convincing scene. When the village head and some nearby villagers arrived, the Lin family found themselves the target of public scorn and had no choice but to retreat in disgrace. His daughter had repeatedly instructed him that no matter what the Lin family intended to do, he should let them take whatever they wanted, for there was little left in the house. He must not engage in direct confrontation. His leg had only recently healed and required careful protection. He firmly remembered this. The punch on his face had been dealt by the eldest son of the Gu family. With the Shin and Gu families involved, it was clear that Lin Jinchu had struck at the very foundation of the Lin family. Old lady Shin must have stored most of her provisions in that cellar. Yet, the Lin family was a persistent nuisance. Upon arriving at her home, they would see nothing but a few buns in the kitchen, as Lin Jinchu had hidden everything else in her space before leaving, fully anticipating their visit. Those people understood that her family could not possibly have the means to steal so much from the Lin family. The most likely culprits would be familiar villagers or fleeing refugees. Nevertheless, they continued to dig and smash, overtly bullying them and venting their frustrations on Lin Ziyuan and Lin Wenze. Lin Ziyuan listened intently as Lin Wenze recounted the events that had transpired at home, noting his daughter's unwavering composure, which only confirmed his belief that she was behind it all, filling him with a sense of pride and satisfaction. Lin Jinchu resolved to visit the county town the next day to file the severance letter for record-keeping, thus ensuring that any future harassment from the Lin family would not be a matter of familial dispute, but rather a legal offense. Father, am I useless? Lin Ziyuan, even knowing his daughter possessed remarkable skills, still felt a pang of guilt. After all, she was merely 10 years old. Father, what are you saying? My father is undoubtedly the best in the world. You are absolutely right. We must adopt a stance of humility now, avoiding direct confrontation. My father's leg is of paramount importance at this critical juncture, and he is soon to leave this place. If he becomes unable to walk, that would be a grave matter. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Lin Ji felt a sense of relief. Every year during the busy farming season, the Gu family and the Shin family would come to assist. In the past, my father, along with your uncle and aunt, would lend them a hand. Who would have imagined that after finishing their work, they would still have the energy to vandalize our belongings? Lin Jiyuan remarked with a bitter smile, recalling how once they were a harmonious family, now reduced to a mere jest. The so-called harmony had been upheld by him and Lin Ji's family. Nowadays, he could not align with the wishes of old man Lin, and thus he incessantly troubled their household. Chapter 36. Detoxification. Thinking of the dire state of old lady Shin earlier, Lin Jinchu felt considerably more balanced. She comforted her father, saying, "Father, the Lin family is in a wretched situation. I heard they lost a lot of possessions. Just the other day, as I passed by the village entrance, I saw that old woman Shin pleading with the officials to collect less grain, but they pushed her away. Right now, the most important thing is for you to take care of your leg and health. There are still many good days ahead." Lin Jiyuan responded, "I've heard that a great deal of grain has gone missing from the cellar, and even the firewood I chopped previously has been stolen. It's rather amusing how thieves would even steal firewood." As he spoke, a sudden smile broke through his previous gloom, dispelling the shadows of recent days. Lin Jinchu, feeling a touch guilty, managed a weak smile in return, though it felt more like a forced grin. "Father, I shall go prepare dinner." To avoid revealing any cracks in her facade, Lin Jinchu intended to retreat to the kitchen. Little did she know her father was stifling laughter behind her. Your Aunt Luo sent some food today. Your father and Wenze have already eaten, and there's still some left for you. Please, do enjoy." Lin Jiyuan called after her. "Sister, I've hidden some away, I'll fetch it for you." Lin Wenze dashed into the house and retrieved a cloth bundle from under the covers, which contained a cornbread. Lin Jinchu took out 4 meat buns from the bundle, giving 2 to her father and 2 to her brother. "Father, brother, eat up. The meat buns cannot be left out, they are still warm." Observing her father and brother begin to eat, she added, "Father, today the Lingji sold for 37 taels of silver. I bought some white flour, brown rice, and even some clothes, 1 for you, 1 for brother, and 1 for myself." Lin Jiyuan was taken aback. How much Lingji had his daughter gathered to earn such a sum? He felt a mix of pride and concern for her. However, considering that the Lin family had lost so much grain and firewood, he found it less surprising and began to suspect his daughter had collected even more Lingji than she had let on. "Father, I wish to visit the county tomorrow to submit the notice of severance of relations to the county office, so the Lin family will dare not cause any more trouble. If they do, we can take legal action against them," Lin Jinchu stated. In truth, she had little time for such matters and hoped to search for more treasures in the mountains in the coming days. With the threat of bandits, refugees, or even plague on the road ahead, survival would be challenging enough without the luxury of treasure hunting. Lin Jiyuan, having finished 2 meat buns, quickly replied, "There's no need for you to go, I've already spoken with the village chief today, and he happens to be heading to the county tomorrow to handle some matters. He will take care of this for us as he is familiar with the county office, making the process much swifter. Do not worry, the village chief has already reprimanded those from the Lin family, and they will not return. Furthermore, Lin Jinchu returned home at noon today and did not participate in the imperial examination, as the Tartars were attacking Ji County when he left. The village chief mentioned that their family had hardly dared to rest, escaping in a carriage back home, and upon arrival, they fell ill from fear, running a high fever. Serves them right, Lin Jinchu noted, realizing her father had completely severed ties with the Lin family, even resorting to cursing in her presence. She recounted the words of the rice shop owner in town to her father. Father, you should practice more in these days. Tomorrow, I plan to ask Brother Chang for help in acquiring a mule cart or donkey cart so that you can walk for a while and then rest on the cart, reducing strain on your leg. Lin Jinchu pondered for a moment before responding, let us go for a donkey cart. It's inexpensive and practical. We don't have many possessions, so you and Wenze can take turns riding in the cart while I recover my leg to pull you both along. Father, I can pull you. I have grown quite strong now, Lin Jinchu insisted, a sense of urgency in her voice. Do you know how to drive a donkey cart? Lin Jinchu laughed, finding her question rather naive, given that she had grown up in the capital. To his surprise, Lin Jinchu replied, Father, I can ride a horse. Donkeys and horses should be quite similar, right? This revelation astonished Lin Jinchu. His little girl could ride a horse. It seemed the Duke of Pingshin's household had indeed trained her well. Do you still have that miraculous medicine? Lin Jinchu thought of the few small leaves growing on the Wutong divine tree and nodded, planning to brew some water for her father to drink later, ensuring he would fully recover by tomorrow. No, it's not for your father, it's for your Uncle Chang's family. They have been suffering from the poison and are unable to exert themselves. Otherwise, with their abilities, how could 2 wild boars have injured us? Lin Jinchu did not wish for his daughter to know too much. Though he was unaware of the true circumstances surrounding the Chang family, he suspected their background was not simple. Noticing Lin Jinchu's silence, he continued, our family must align with the village chief and the Chang family. When the Tartars truly invade, only the Chang family can fight back. The villagers of Shishan merely face slaughter. You and Wenze are still young, and I fear I cannot protect you both alone. He paused before continuing, the Chang family possesses martial skills, and if they can detoxify themselves, our journey will be much safer. Lin Jinchu thought of the 3 tender leaves still on the Wutong tree, feeling uncertain and apprehensive about plucking them all, fearing it might harm the tree. Just as she hesitated, she heard Xiaozong Wu's voice, Master, the Wutong leaves are usable. 3 more leaves have grown, totaling 6. The poison affecting the Chang family can be cured with just 2 leaves. The leaves of the divine Wutong can counteract numerous toxins, particularly the new tender shoots, which are even more effective, likely thanks to the peonies. Upon hearing Xiaozong Wu's words, Lin Jinchu was overjoyed and quickly told her father, Father, it's possible. I will prepare the medicinal soup tonight to send to the Chang family. Lin Jinchu immediately expressed concern. There's no need. Once you've brewed it, I'll have Wenze call them over to drink it. What if it spills during transport? That is a miraculous remedy. I initially thought my leg was beyond repair, yet within just 2 to 3 days, it has significantly improved. Although I am not yet fully mobile, it is merely a matter of adaptation. Lin Jinchu decided to brew an entire leaf into a pot of soup, placing another leaf on his knee while instructing Wenze to summon the Chang family. Uncle Chang, observing the shallow green liquid in the bowl exuding a delicate fragrance, instinctively knew that this bowl of water was extraordinary and drank it without hesitation. Soon after, Aunt Luo, Brother Chang, and Brother Chang'er all drank a bowl as well. Lin Jinchu was puzzled as to how an entire family had fallen victim to the poison until Aunt Luo explained, your second brother was born with the poison. That clarified everything. It made sense now. Brother Chang'er was not yet 13 years old, and the Chang family had been residing in this village for over a decade. After consuming the medicinal soup, Uncle Chang retreated inside, speaking with Lin Jinchu, while Aunt Luo and Brother Chang'er returned home. Noticing Brother Chang still lingering, Lin Jinchu asked, Brother Chang, will you be going to town tomorrow? What is the matter? Do you have something else to buy, Sister Jinchu? Chang Songjung inquired, feeling warmth spread through his body after drinking the soup. It was unlike any medicine they had previously purchased at great expense. He felt invigorated. He found this 10-year-old girl increasingly inscrutable. Where did she procure such remarkable medicinal herbs? Could it be that the little lass is a celestial being descended to the mortal realm? Chapter 37. The 2 families depart together. No one could fathom Chang Songjung's feelings at this moment. His family had endured immense suffering since being afflicted by this poison. Only the four of them truly understood the extent of their torment, which was far more severe than Uncle Ziyuan had presumed, merely attributing it to the loss of their internal energy. Brother Chang, our family wishes to purchase a donkey cart, so we can transport our belongings during the escape. My father's leg has not yet fully healed, and he could rest on the cart. However, I am uncertain how much silver a donkey cart would cost. A couple of days prior, Chang Songzheng had already acquired a horse cart, a mule cart, and, along with their existing ox cart, they now had 3 vehicles. The reason for such a purchase was to provide the horse cart for his mother and sister Jinchan, while the ox cart was designated for Wenza and Uncle Ziyuan. The 3 men of their family would be responsible for driving the carts. As for food and sundries, they could be stored in the mule cart. Regardless of the circumstances, Uncle Ziyuan had saved his life, and a debt of gratitude must always be repaid. Now was the time when Uncle Ziyuan's family needed assistance the most, and his parents had consented. However, Jinchuan's inquiry left him somewhat perplexed, as he was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. At that moment, Uncle Chang emerged from the house, having overheard Lin Jinchuan's previous words. Jinchan, your uncle has just discussed with your father. We will depart together. And you need not procure any grain, for your brother Chang has already acquired both carts and provisions. Chang Ting distinctly felt a change in his body after consuming the bowl of medicinal soup, while others may not have known. He was acutely aware of the poison's insidious nature, having been the most severely afflicted. Beyond the loss of internal energy, even exerting brute strength caused him significant pain in his chest, and prolonged speech would elicit a dull ache. Therefore, their family was unable to draw a bow or wield a large knife. Otherwise, 2 mere wild boars would pose no threat. Moreover, this poison would manifest every so often. Chang Songzheng, being the least affected, primarily relied on him for hunting. While Songzheng would experience an episode every 6 months, Chang Ting, being the most severely poisoned, suffered episodes every 2 to 3 months, each lasting an hour and rendering him in agony. Yet, after that lengthy conversation with Lin Ziyuan, he surprisingly experienced no discomfort at all. He even attempted to throw a few punches, feeling only a slight twinge in his chest. This revelation filled him with immense joy. The medicine Jinchan provided truly was miraculous. Who could fathom the suffering his family had endured over the years? Uncle Chang, did my father agree? Lin Jinchu was a person of considerable boundaries in the modern world. She disliked mingling too closely with others, preferring to maintain a sense of personal space while still fostering friendly relations. However, she understood her father's concerns, and traveling with the Chang family during their escape posed no significant issue, given the myriad dangers that lay ahead, ranging from refugees to bandits, not to mention numerous unknown risks. Her family comprised 3 individuals. Her father, whose leg had just healed, lacked offensive capabilities. She herself was untrained in martial arts, and her younger brother was merely 8 years old. To be candid, accompanying the Chang family was advantageous for her. However, since her father had saved brother Chang, if she could alleviate the poison afflicting the Chang family, it would not be deemed an unfair advantage, but rather a mutual aid between the 2 families, fostering a win-win situation. Your father has consented, rest assured. Tomorrow, you may pursue whatever endeavors you wish. I shall have your second brother guard your home, ensuring that no one dares approach. Should the Lin family attempt to do so, your second brother will drive them away. From Uncle Chang's tone, Lin Jinchu surmised that he had regained some of his martial prowess, and since every member of the Chang family was skilled in combat, he possessed such confidence. Very well. I shall heed everyone's counsel, Lin Jinchu replied obediently, as she intended to venture into the deep mountains the following day. After nightfall, Lin Jinchu entered her space, planning to experiment with producing fine salt. The coarse salt sold outside was merely unrefined, directly harvested after drying. In contrast, fine salt in ancient times was not genuinely purified, merely boiled from salt water multiple times before being dried and ground into a powder. Previously, she had used laboratory equipment for her experiments, aimed at purifying and removing harmful components from the salt water through chemical reactions. However, at present, she could only resort to traditional methods. She drew some lake water, which was crystal clear from the salt lake, pouring it into her newly purchased large earthen pot, adding some wood ash and continuously stirring while boiling the salt water. After allowing it to simmer for a while, she filtered it twice through a clean white cotton cloth, completely removing the wood ash. She continued to boil it until all the water evaporated, leaving a fine layer of white crystals at the bottom of the pot. By using the same technique, she boiled 5 batches in total, ultimately yielding a full bowl of relatively clean fine salt. She planned to boil more the following night, though for the time being, 2 or 3 bowls would suffice. After tidying up the wooden bed she had just purchased, laying out the quilt, and crafting a pillow from cotton, she was just about to settle in for a restful sleep when the sound of a gong echoed outside. Typically, at this hour, villagers were sound asleep. And the gong was only struck when the village chief had urgent news to announce. Lin Jinchu hurriedly dressed and exited her space. At that moment, Lin Ziyuan and Lin Wenze had also emerged. Lin Jinchu exchanged a glance with her father. They both understood that the village chief's announcement must pertain to the impending arrival of the bandits, signaling the villagers to prepare for their escape. "Father, you and my brother stay at home. I will go and see," she said, surprised at the hastiness of the situation. According to the book, it was supposed to be at least another half-month, with the narrative stating that the bandits would attack in mid-September. This discrepancy could be attributed to the rebirth of the true daughter of the Ho family, Juanzhao, and her own transmigration as the false daughter, creating a butterfly effect. Outside, numerous villagers were present, with the village chief's eldest son striking the gong, accompanied by 2 men wielding torches. Shishon village was vast, and 1 gong was insufficient. Thus, whenever urgent matters arose, several of the chief's sons would be dispatched. "Everyone, prepare swiftly. Tomorrow at noon, the entire village shall head south. This evening, gather your belongings. And be sure to slaughter your chickens and pigs. Bring only the essentials. The bandits have already captured the neighboring county seat, and they will soon be upon us in Faysher County." So soon? Didn't they say we had a few more days? Indeed. My family has yet to prepare anything. We have dozens of chickens and 2 pigs. What shall we do? Can we leave the day after tomorrow? Didn't they say it would take a day or 2 for them to arrive? Exactly, we will slaughter the pigs and chickens tomorrow. My family still has some grain left to harvest. What are we to do? My family has grown many vegetables, but if we harvest now, they will spoil within a few days. I wonder if anyone would be willing to trade grain for vegetables? At this moment, who would be willing to trade grain for vegetables? Grain was precious, while vegetables could be foregone. Woe is me, what shall we do? Chapter 38, The Many Trials of Truth and Falsehood. Lin Yuzheng, the village chief's eldest son, added, "It is precisely because we are considering everyone's grain and livestock that we will depart at noon tomorrow. Otherwise, we would have left at dawn. Understand? We cannot outrun the bandits on foot. The bandits will arrive on horseback swiftly. What is more important, your life or your grain? Think carefully and hurry back to prepare. This is not coercion. Those willing to follow us may come, those unwilling may stay." At this moment, Lin Jinchu felt grateful that her family did not own land, thereby sparing them the burden of worrying about crops they could not take with them. For the villagers, land was the most valuable asset. The Lin family possessed 8 acres of fertile land, along with a dozen acres of wasteland cultivated by Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin. And all of it was now at risk of being lost. The earth cannot be taken away, and it is likely that the Lin family is utterly exasperated. Lin Yuzheng, upon seeing Lin Jinchu, inquired specifically, "Little Jinchu, are you all prepared?" Lin Jinchu nodded, reassuring Uncle Lin, "Rest assured, we are fully prepared and can depart at any moment." Lin Yuzheng reiterated his caution, "Remember to fetch water tomorrow morning, gather plenty to have on hand." Lin Jinchu reflected on her spatial realm, where although there were 2 lakes, one saline and thus useless, and the other containing water, it was rife with fish, making it unsuitable for drinking without boiling. Alas, why was there no spiritual spring in her space? Each time she needed water, it required boiling, which was quite cumbersome. In truth, drinking it raw was an option. She had simply grown accustomed to boiled water. "Understood, thank you, Uncle Lin." Lin Jinchu expressed her gratitude before preparing to head home. Before she could turn away, she overheard several women remarking, "What could she possibly have to pack? Even if they set off now, it's not like us." A few days prior, the Lin family had taken all her belongings. She had witnessed it herself. Now, her home was likely devoid of even a single strand of hay or grain. Their laughter echoed, and she found it rather amusing. Lin Jinchu coldly regarded them, unhurriedly retorting, "Is it amusing?" One of the women shot Lin Jinchu a glare, declaring, "What is wrong? Am I not speaking the truth? I'm merely stating facts, not spreading rumors." Lin Jinchu fixed her gaze on the group, memorizing their faces. She hoped they would not seek her out in the future. She was not one to instigate trouble. Yet, she was unafraid of it and was one to repay grievances in kind. They had the Chang family to rely on, so they need not worry about food. That girl, with her looks, could easily charm the young master of the Chang family. It was said that he visited her home daily. Could it be that the two families were to be united? No wonder she was not in a hurry, with the Chang family involved. Their young master had purchased quite a few items recently. Hey, did Qing's wife, isnt or mayor fond of that young master? What did the matchmaker say when they visited? Lin Jinchu, intrigued, turned her attention toward De Qing's wife, whom she recognized as having a close relationship with old Lady Shin and possessing a penchant for gossip, truly a village busybody. It was rumored that her daughter, Lin Xiaomei, had an infatuation with Chang Songjung and had repeatedly obstructed his path up the mountain, only to be rebuffed, leading him to change his route entirely. De Qing's wife visibly bristled at this mention, clearly uncomfortable, and the others hesitated to press further. They understood that provoking her could lead to a troublesome situation, as she, like old Lady Shin, would throw a tantrum if things did not go her way. Someone attempted to shift the topic, hoping to divert De Qing's ire onto Lin Jinchu. Lin Yuzhang's daughter is truly striking. It's likely that the young master of the Chang family has already taken a liking to her. I wouldn't doubt it. They were seen together in town yesterday. Who knows what they were up to? Lin Jinchu was both amused and exasperated. Merely sharing a carriage had become fodder for scandal. She noted the venomous look De Qing's wife cast her way, filled with malice. Lin Yuzhang could no longer contain himself and retorted, "What nonsense are you all spewing? How can you adults speak ill of a mere child? Uncle Ziyuan helped Songjung. What is wrong with lending a hand? Our family frequently visits Uncle Ziyuan as well. What more do you wish to gossip about? As the village head, it's only natural for him to care. Silence your tongues, Jinchu is still just a child," he added firmly. Not so small. Girls her age in the village can be betrothed. She was even engaged to the third prince when she was in the capital. Indeed. That match has surely gone to Chuanzhao. That child is fortunate. The Ho family has raised her until 10, which is quite generous. I've heard she knows of a jujube tree in the mountains, but only picks for her own family, unwilling to take her grandmother along to gather. How can she be as kind-hearted as Chuanzhao? And the wild vegetables? Otherwise, how could old man Lin have caused a ruckus at her house? She deserves it. The Lin family raised her, and they've forgotten their gratitude. The Lin family must be heartbroken. I wouldn't acknowledge someone so ungrateful either. Lin Jinchu found their remarks both infuriating and laughable, as they distorted her situation into a fault of hers. You Lin Yuzhang, she thought, pointing at those people. You are at a loss for words. You have ventured into the depths of the mountains, aware that even if Jinchu had found jujubes, it was a perilous endeavor. Pillar lost his life in there. Over the years, no fewer than 10 men from the village have perished in the mountains. Since the last incident, no one dares to venture into the deep woods anymore. Jinchu, a mere 10-year-old child, had to risk her life to gather jujubes and wild vegetables only to be scorned by these people, she mused. Lin Jinchu felt utterly speechless. The rural life had its drawbacks, particularly the incessant gossip, especially after the busy harvest season when everyone was idle, idly chattering about others' affairs without regard for how their words might be perceived. In their mouths, black could easily become white, and red could be transformed into blue. It was her fault for assuming that at her age of 10, she was still akin to a child in modern times, where such idle talk would hardly arise. She needed to be more cautious. This was the ancient era, where boys and girls were separated at 7. Lin Jinchu shook her head at Lin Yuzhang, signaling him to disregard the gossip. She spent her days outside, seldom interacting with the villagers, and was unaware of their continuous chatter. Surely, even worse things had been said behind her back. This was all spoken in her presence, without any concern for her feelings. Turning on her heel, she made her way home, while Chang Songjung, lurking in the shadows, quietly retreated. Lin Jinchu realized that since the entire village was on the move, she could not intermingle with the Chang family in terms of meals and lodging, lest the rumors grow even more scandalous and the falsehoods become accepted truths. It was not that she thought ill of Chang Songjun, but despite her appearance as a 10-year-old, she was actually over 30 at heart. To be linked with a 16-year-old was rather odd. It felt inappropriate to conflate their ages. Moreover, the Chang family had shown kindness. She could not allow others to tarnish their reputation. At that moment, Xiao Kingwu, in her space, began to vent, How dare those wretched gossipers speak ill of my master? I'll tear their mouths apart. How infuriating. I still cannot freely enter and exit this wretched space. When will I ever be able to roam freely? You must gather more treasures for me, to enrich this space with spiritual energy. I am furious. How dare these ignorant women speak so freely about my master? If it were in the past, I would have scorched them with a breath of fire, leaving not a trace behind, reduced to ashes. Oh, how they infuriate me. Chapter 39. The Awakening of a Spiritually Aware Animal. Hearing Xiao Kang was grumbling, Lin Jinchu felt both amused and warmed inside. Chang Songjung returned home and recounted the events to his parents, feeling indignant yet powerless. It was impossible to journey through the famine alone. The more people, the better. However, such rumors would harm Jinchu, and while he personally did not mind, he could not allow her to be humiliated. If he were to marry her, it would be a formal union, with proper ceremonies and respect. Aunt Luo pondered for a moment and suggested, Zheng'er, take the cart to your Uncle Ziyuan. Fill it with 2 bags of grain, 1 of white rice and 1 of flour, and tell him these are our compensation for the antidote. Our families will travel together, but will eat and drink separately. As Chang Songjing's eyes brightened with a spark of inspiration, he mused, Mother, this idea is splendid. But will providing them with a carriage be too ostentatious? Moreover, the black steed, Wu Zue, is father's most cherished horse. Will he consent to this? Aunt Luo sighed, responding, Your father will undoubtedly agree, as this was his decision. We had originally devised 2 plans, and this is the second option. Wu Zue is a steed of great endurance, a fine horse from the western regions, not easily fatigued. A bullock cart is too sluggish, while a donkey cart is too diminutive. Jinchu and your Uncle Ziyuan have rendered us a life-saving favor. Your father has replaced the old oilcloth on the exterior of the carriage today. Though it appears shabby from the outside, it is quite sturdy within. Your Uncle Ziyuan's leg has yet to heal completely and requires a few more days of rest. When the time comes, your brother will drive the carriage for them. She glanced at her son, who seemed hesitant to speak, and added, Avoid suspicion, we shall discuss future matters later. For now, let us ensure Jinchu's safety. Chang Songjung chose silence, departing the room in contemplation. When Lin Jinchu returned home, she informed her father and brother about their departure plan for the following noon but refrained from mentioning the village gossip, deciding instead to procure a mule cart from the Chang family in the morning, maintaining separate meals while still gathering as 2 families, for the entire village would be present. So, what was there to fear? At that moment, she heard Chang Songjing's voice from outside, Uncle, Jinchu, Wenza, are you all asleep? The 3 of them made their way to the courtyard, where they saw Chang Songjung guiding a carriage into the yard. Uncle, Jinchu, this carriage is a gift for your family. Inside, you will find 2 bags of grain. My parents said it is a reward for Jinchu's assistance in our detoxification efforts. You must accept it, or else we would feel embarrassed to continue our detoxification. His usual clumsiness with words made him acutely aware of how inelegant his excuse sounded, but he felt compelled to say it for Jinchu and Uncle Ziyuan's sake. Lin Jinchu was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that Chang Songjung or his family might have overheard the women's earlier conversation. She felt deeply moved by the Chang family's character, their thoughtfulness evident even in silence. Lin Ziyuan remained oblivious to the situation, puzzled as to why the 2 families were seemingly separating for meals when it had been established they would share. Lin Jinchu quickly accepted the reins with a smile, saying, Thank you, Brother Chong. We shall accept your generous gift. Tonight, I will prepare some pancakes and steam some buns to share with your family. The buns and steamed buns were intended for future preparations from her space. However, given the current weather, even the steamed buns would not last long. Relying primarily on the dry pancakes. With daytime temperatures soaring and nights growing slightly cooler, the temperature variance was significant, allowing for both steamed buns and dry pancakes to be stored. Chang Songjung replied with a smile, Very well, my second brother will assist you with the carriage. Lin Jinchu interjected, No need. I will drive the carriage myself. I learned to ride horses in the capital, having mastered horsemanship in her previous life. She reveled in the exhilarating sensation of riding, finding it incredibly liberating and stress-relieving, no worry that a few laps on horseback couldn't alleviate. All right then, Chang Songjung responded. Unable to articulate his feelings, a sense of disappointment washing over him. The capabilities of such a young girl seemed to evoke a tinge of inadequacy within him. As the heat persisted, she could not store much food, so she only made a few pancakes, retrieved some meat buns and steamed buns from her space, which she had her brother deliver to the Chang family, while the rest was neatly organized within her space. Upon returning to her room and shutting the door, she entered her space. Immediately upon entry, she felt an enhanced aura of vitality compared to before, and as she surveyed her surroundings, she was nearly taken aback. The dark soil was densely covered with vibrant green wheat sprouts, alongside various vegetable seedlings, leaving only a small patch of bare earth. The wutong tree bore 5 tender leaves, with an additional 2 golden buds emerging. Little Kangwu approached her, exclaiming, "Master, did you not say those bags contain seeds? I enlisted the help of the little sparrows, magpies, and mountain chickens to plant them, and even the little rabbits assisted in digging the holes. They are all adept at sowing seeds. But they did have one small request. They wished to feast on the pests in the vegetables." The little sparrows, magpies, rabbits, and mountain chickens gathered around, seemingly seeking praise, while 2 white rabbits clutched a vegetable each, nibbling away as their pink ears twitched and their little mouths moved incessantly, their big, shiny black eyes adorably captivating. Meanwhile, the 2 gray rabbits were busy gnawing on a large white radish, their mouths moving like clockwork in a ceaseless rhythm. Lin Jinchu burst into laughter, her earlier discontent dissipating in an instant. These little creatures truly were a source of joy, infusing her life with warmth and amusement. With that thought, she waved her hand generously, declaring, "Not only may they consume the pests, but they shall have an abundance of vegetable leaves and grains as well." Lin Jinchu tore some jerky from the Lin family's cellar, scattering it on the ground for them to enjoy, and designated an area for their eating and relieving themselves. The dining area would be one space, while the other side of the dark soil would serve as their restroom, conveniently fertilizing the seedlings. She too would take care of her business there, merely digging a small hole and covering it with soil afterward, a rather awkward aspect of ancient life. Sighing at the thought, she felt a tinge of sadness. Thankfully, the space was filled with creatures that lacked intelligence, aside from little Kangwu. That evening, Lin Jinchu also brought the carriage into her space, unloading the harnesses so the horse could roam freely. All the items she had purchased were categorized and neatly arranged on the shelves, creating an impressively organized environment. The lotus blossoms in the freshwater lake were blooming more abundantly, and occasionally, a gentle breeze would sweep through the space, sending ripples across the lake's surface. Not far from the lotus lake, peonies were planted, their blooms cycling through life, with clusters of radiant flowers shimmering faintly like gold from a distance. The black steed inhaled deeply, its endearing demeanor making Lin Jinchu want to laugh. The small animals in the space were surprisingly perceptive. How had she not noticed this before? Could it be that the aura of the space was bestowing wisdom upon these creatures? The horse trotted toward the lakeside, instinctively heading toward the lotus lake rather than the salt lake. Wu Zue, the black steed, looked toward Lin Jinchu, as if asking whether it was time for a drink. "Do you wish to drink?" "Go ahead, there is plenty," Lin Jinchu said with a smile. As the horse eagerly drank from the space's water, Lin Jinchu felt a flicker of concern. After all, she had never ridden this horse before and was unsure of its temperament. However, her worries melted away as she observed the horse drinking, realizing it seemed obedient and even comprehended her words. Reflecting on the earlier comments of the women, Lin Jinchu surmised they were likely part of the group closely associated with old Madame Shen, with De Qing's wife being a notable representative. Due to old Madame Shen's son, who had the potential to excel in the imperial examinations, many villagers held them in high regard, forming amicable relationships. She silently noted old Madame Shen's influence in her mind. Once the horse had quenched its thirst, Lin Jinchu inquired, "Have you eaten? Do you enjoy greens? How about buns and steamed buns?" Unsure of the horse's diet, she knew horses primarily grazed on grass, but assumed they could also consume vegetables. When the horse nodded toward the greens, Lin Jinchu approached the flourishing patch of produce, which included watermelons, eggplants, green beans, pumpkins, red carrots, and white radishes, all transplanted from the Lin family's backyard. She plucked a red carrot and asked the horse, "Will you eat this?" The horse nodded once more. Lin Jinchu washed several carrots in the lake and offered them to the horse while she selected a large watermelon, rinsed it in the water, sliced it in half with a knife, and eagerly dug into the sweet fruit with a wooden spoon. It was delicious, rivaling the modern watermelons she was accustomed to, likely a testament to the space's nurturing aura. She scattered the sunflower seeds on the ground, while the other half was cut into small pieces and placed in the feeding area for the small animals. Observing them, she noticed they all rushed over to eat the watermelon. Among the small creatures in the space, only the little sparrow had a name. The rest remained nameless. There were a dozen or so little sparrows, which she collectively referred to as little sparrows. The 5 magpies were simply called little magpies, while she was at a loss for names for the mountain chickens and rabbits. However, for some inexplicable reason, she felt inclined to name the horse, whom she had just met. "Do you have a name?" she inquired of the horse, which was savoring its meal. The horse nodded but was unable to speak, its mouth making incoherent sounds in frustration, which Lin Jinchu could not comprehend. The little sparrow, munching on watermelon, translated, "It says its name is Wu Ji." What a lovely name! Upon hearing this, Lin Jinchu immediately recalled that the beloved steed of the formidable General Xiang Yu also bore the same name. A closer inspection revealed that this horse was indeed remarkable. When it arrived with Brother Chang, it was already dark, and she had not taken the time to observe it closely. Now, under the light, she saw that the horse's coat shone like black satin, lustrous and sleek. Just then, Wu Ji finished eating a carrot and raised a hoof for Lin Jinchu to see, revealing a snow-white hoof. Indeed, it was a magnificent steed. This notion further validated her belief that the Chang family was extraordinary. Such a horse was beyond the reach of ordinary people, as even a regular horse was a luxury for most. Although there were no official restrictions on who could ride a horse-drawn carriage in the Eastern Xia Kingdom, carriages were quite expensive, a fact embedded in the original owner's memories. No wonder Brother Chang's gaze had been tinged with concern, despite her claim of being able to ride. A horse of this caliber was not easily managed by the average person. However, Lin Jinchu was no ordinary individual, and Wu Ji had already accepted her as one of its own. "Step through the snow, Wu Ji," she called to the horse. "From now on, I shall be your master." Wu Ji responded with a delighted whinny, prancing joyfully in the open space. Yet, when it approached the little sparrow, it came to a halt. The little sparrow perched atop its head, while the little sparrows and magpies chirped and flitted around the horse, and several mountain chickens circled it. Even the 4 rabbits, usually content to lounge about, hopped alongside the mountain chickens, seemingly welcoming a new companion into their midst. Lin Jinchu then asked, "Wu Ji, do you know Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu?" Wu Ji's large, dark eyes appeared somewhat perplexed. It shook its head, indicating that it had not heard of him. This time, Lin Jinchu understood without the need for translation. It turned out that the name was merely a coincidence. Suddenly, Lin Jinchu faced a conundrum. What should Wu Ji eat during their journey? Horses typically fed on grass, fresh grass, hay, vegetables, carrots, fruits, and perhaps even feed. She recalled that at her grandmother's house, she sometimes fed the pigs steamed buns, and she wondered if Wu Ji would enjoy buns or dumplings. With this thought, she offered the horse a bun, which Wu Ji gobbled down in one bite, appearing to relish it immensely. "Don't you know to chew before swallowing?" Lin Jinchu patiently instructed the horse. Wu Ji clearly understood her words. The Chang family had no worries about food. Yet feeding a horse buns and carrots was still a rarity. Lin Jinchu resolved to ask Chang Songzheng the next day about what they typically fed Wu Ji. Early the next morning, Lin Jinchu devoured 3 meat buns and some pancakes to satiate Wu Ji before leading it out of the space. She took some pancakes and meat buns with her and was preparing porridge in the kitchen when Brother Chang approached, one hand clutching a bulging cloth bag and the other holding a ceramic jar. "Jinchu, my mother asked me to bring you some jerky. This is from a half pig we roasted a few days ago. Jerky lasts long and is convenient for eating on the road. And this jar contains pickled vegetables that my mother made herself. She said you must have salt on your journey, or you'll lose your strength. Usually, we eat pancakes with pickles. You must try this jerky, it's delicious." As he spoke, he set down the bag of jerky and the jar. Lin Jinchu opened the bag and was utterly enamored. The glistening appearance made her mouth water. She took a piece of jerky and couldn't help but exclaim, "Aunt Luo's skills are remarkable. This is the best thing I've eaten since arriving in Shishan village. It's delicious. Please thank Aunt Luo for me." "Oh, Brother Chang, what does Wu Ji usually eat? Do you know?" She almost blurted out Wu Ji's name, but remembered she had never seen the Chang family's horse before. So how could she possibly know its name? The horse couldn't speak either, and she certainly couldn't say the little sparrow had told her. "I'm glad you like it. We have plenty more jerky at home. We can get more when you finish." "Oh, about Wu Ji, he's not picky with food. usually eating grass, but he hasn't had fresh grass for over 6 months, so he has been eating hay. Now, even hay is scarce. He has been subsisting on wheat straw. Oh, right. Everyone has just harvested wheat, so there is plenty of straw around the village. I just saw that there are still many stacks at the threshing ground that haven't been collected yet. We could ask someone for some straw to cut for Wuji. Sounds good, Lin Jinchu thought to herself, planning to gather some straw from the threshing ground later. Once the villagers abandoned the village in search of food, the straw would only rot there, so there was no need to inform anyone. They were all set to depart by noon. I'll head back now. Remember to gather at the eastern edge of the village at midday. Chang Kongwen reminded her before he left. For the entire morning, Lin Jinchu stayed indoors. First, she brewed a pot of sycamore leaf water, allowing it to cool before serving a bowl to her father, and then sending the entire pot to the Chang family. She packed up everything that needed to be brought out into the open and prepared a hearty lunch of rice, steamed cured meat, and stir-fried wild vegetables. Chapter 41. The departure the previous day, Lin Jinchu had purchased 5 jars of oil from the general store, 3 jars of lard and 2 jars of sesame oil. The aroma of the cured meat made Lin Wenza's mouth water, and the stir-fried wild vegetables greatly whetted his appetite, prompting him to devour 2 large bowls of rice and half a plate of vegetables. He had never tasted wild vegetables as delicious as these before. Once, eating cured meat in the Lin family was merely a distant dream. While they had cured meat, they could never enjoy it, as all the good food was sent to the county for her 4th uncle's family. Lin Ziyuan was unaware of where his daughter had procured the cured meat. In fact, Lin Jinchu had also bought some smoked meat from the general store, which the shopkeeper had prepared himself. It had just been smoked and was hanging out to dry. Seeing it, Lin Jinchu had splurged to buy half of it. After lunch, the family loaded all the items they needed onto the horse-drawn carriage. Lin Ziyuan and Lin Wenza climbed aboard, while Lin Jinchu drove the carriage toward the eastern end of the village. Upon reaching the gathering spot, many people had already arrived, including the Chang family. Lin Jinchu parked the carriage beside them, advised her father to keep a close watch, and quietly slipped away. Not far from the gathering place, she arrived at the threshing ground where villagers typically congregated for various matters, either in the open space of the ancestral hall or at the threshing ground. Upon arrival, she found several stacks of wheat straw, the area deserted. With the exodus for food, no one seemed to care about the straw anymore. As soon as her hand touched the straw, she absorbed it into her space. After collecting 2 stacks, she decided to stop. This material took up too much space. Convinced that this amount of straw would suffice for Wuji for quite some time, she reassured herself that the space still held various fruits and vegetables, as well as rice and flour and even buns. Having gathered the straw, she returned to find her father. She worried that the Lin family might cause trouble again. Although her father held no strong feelings toward them, he still felt obligated to honor the ties of kinship, as the Lin family had raised him. Even though they had severed ties, being overly harsh would not reflect well on them. However, she was different. She was not raised by the Lin family. Moreover, since her father was not of their bloodline, she had no connection with the Lin family whatsoever. In dealing with them, she felt no obligation to show mercy. Firstly, she was young and indifferent to her reputation. Secondly, as she had no ties to the Lin family, she harbored no fear towards them. She would confront them boldly, rebuke them without hesitation, and feign vulnerability to elicit sympathy when necessary, focusing solely on the outcome rather than the means. Upon returning to the village entrance, the village chief was busy tallying the number of people reported by each household. Lin Jinchu approached her father, observing that she had never noticed how many people lived in the village. Now, with everyone gathered, it was indeed a throng, resembling a long serpent that stretched out onto the main road. The village possessed only 5 carts, 1 belonging to Lin Jinchuan's family, 1 for each of the village chief's 3 brothers, and 1 for the village headman. There were, however, 5 ox carts, several donkey carts, mule carts, and an abundance of hand-pulled carts. The entire procession was chaotic, filled with the cries of children, the flapping of chickens and ducks, and even the outlandish sounds of several pigs. Some families had carts overflowing with belongings, unwilling to part with anything, eager to load their entire household onto the carts, tattered quilts, broken planks, rusty pots, and battered wooden buckets. Lin Jinchu sighed. Moving even in modern times felt like a monumental task. Thus, she worked tirelessly to save money. determined to buy her own home to avoid the exhausting process of moving. Now, they were fleeing famine, not just for a day or two, but for the foreseeable future. Dragging children and an array of possessions, it was an arduous endeavor. Reflecting on her blissful life in modernity, Lin Jinchu longed for the day she could return. She vowed that if given the chance to return, no matter the overtime or toil, she would not complain, but rather commit herself diligently to her work. Ultimately, over 600 individuals set out, while the elderly of the village remained. A few planned to venture into the deep mountains, and others clung to a sliver of hope, believing that the invaders might not reach their vicinity. Just then, a donkey cart rushed into the village entrance, and a young man, around 18 or 19, leaped down and hastened towards the village chief. Bloodstains marred his clothing and face as he called out urgently, "Uncle, we must leave quickly. The invaders have reached our county." I witnessed them riding tall horses, wielding long blades, mercilessly attacking anyone in sight. I barely managed to escape home. Even the donkey was nearly dead from exhaustion. We are not far from the county seat. If we do not leave now, it will be too late. Faisher County was located directly north of Shishan village. Riding over would take at most an hour, though several towns and many villages lay in between. Should the invaders come, they could not reach Shishan village directly. But time was of the essence. If the invaders arrived, these villagers would be akin to sheep led to slaughter. Upon hearing this, the village chief ceased urging the others and struck the gong a few times, announcing their departure, prompting the front of the procession to begin moving slowly forward. With horse-drawn carts, mule carts, and donkey carts at the forefront, those without carts followed in the middle, and those with hand carts brought up the rear. Lin Jinchu retrieved 3 small cloth bags from her bundle, distributing one to her father and one to her younger brother, instructing them to tie them around their waists. "These contain the rice I fried. Eat some if you get hungry on the road," she whispered. Realizing this was a precaution should the invaders indeed attack and their family become separated. Each bag also contained some dried meat made by Aunt Luo, along with a water pouch for each of them. Their household registration and travel permits were sewn securely into the seams of their clothing, while Lin Jinchu had stowed her own in her spatial shelf. As the procession advanced, a dozen families suddenly dashed out. "Hey, where are you going?" the village chief shouted in alarm. "Uncle, we're heading into the deep mountains," one man responded before continuing on. The village chief stamped his foot in frustration. "What good will that do? There's hardly any water left. Let us hurry, everyone, pick up the pace." Cheng Zhong drove his ox cart alongside Lin Jinchu, astonished that this young girl could indeed handle a cart, and even more perplexed by how obediently the warhorse cooperated with her. It was known that this steed had been his father's battle horse, having endured over a decade on the battlefield. Only their family had ever ridden it. He had initially planned for him or his second brother to take turns driving the cart. Lin Jinchu glanced back at the tightly packed line of people moving slowly forward. Lin Ziyuan in the cart smiled at her, saying, "Jinchu, my leg is better today. If you're tired, let me take over the driving." "Big sister, I want to learn too." "If we take turns, we won't get tired," her younger brother chimed in. Lin Jinchu smiled, glancing at the spirited steed. This horse was hardly docile. She would have to find an opportunity to converse with it, but her brother was still too young. Alternating with her father would allow her to rest. "All right, father, when we have time, I'll teach Wenza how to drive, but you're still too young. Just stay in the cart." Lin Wenza pouted, feeling somewhat disgruntled. His sister was merely 2.5 years older than him. If a girl could drive, why was he deemed too young? Yet, her words were law to him, and he could only comply. Taking out the 3-character classic his sister had given him, he began to recite it silently. Chapter 42, The First Day of Fleeing the Famine. Before long, the procession reached the banks of the Luo River to the south of the village. Lin Jinchu gazed at the nearly dried-up riverbed, recalling her arrival in this world, when the had sent someone to return the original owner, a false legitimate daughter, to the village while the true daughter was taken back to the capital. The original owner had been unable to cope with the sudden and jarring changes and, coupled with the scornful remarks from the village women along the way, and the sight of the unappetizing scraps that the Lin family consumed, despair had consumed her. That very night, she had thrown herself into the river to end it all. After she drowned, Lin Jinchu had found herself in the original owner's body and had crawled ashore, only to be discovered and brought back to the Lin family by Lin Ziyuan and the villagers. Upon regaining her senses, Lin Jinchu absorbed all of the original owner's memories. The original owner had been unwilling to remain in Shishan village and longed to reclaim the carriage to the capital. Having grown up in the affluent surroundings of the enjoying a life of privilege, the stark poverty of the Lin family was jarring. The thought of consuming the blackened food made her nauseous. Hearing the villagers talk about the daily drudgery of washing clothes, dishes, and toiling in the fields, she could hardly bear to contemplate her future. She missed her father and mother from the dearly, but the carriage had departed swiftly, and she had no idea where it had gone. With no money to her name, how could she pursue it? The prospect of traveling alone to the capital felt nearly impossible. Jizhou Prefecture was 1,000 miles from the capital, and when she left, the loving gaze of the matron had turned to one of disdain that chilled her heart. The legitimate daughters of the family numbered 2, while there were 3 concubines, all of whom were stunningly beautiful. The only legitimate son was merely 5 years old. The estate had no shortage of daughters, and upon learning she was not of their blood, they had decided without hesitation to send her back to the village. After much contemplation, the original owner believed that rather than endure such a life, it would be better to die, leading her to the desperate act of jumping into the river. Now, Lin Jinchu had come to inhabit her place. As she surveyed the nearly dried-up Luo River, she reflected on her past when the village chief called out, "Those who need water, hurry. We'll wait just 15 minutes. Those who haven't tea filled their containers, make haste. No need to take too much. We can't move quickly with heavy loads. We're headed south, where water is plentiful." Barely had he finished speaking when many rushed towards the river with wooden buckets, clay pots, and water pouches. Uncle Chang's family had already helped her family fill 4 buckets of water yesterday, which were now stored in the cart. As the 15 minutes swiftly elapsed, the procession began to move again, and those who had gone for water returned one after another. After traversing for half an hour, we merged onto a main road, where we encountered another group of approximately 200 individuals. The male population in this village was relatively abundant. Many bore bows and arrows on their backs, while others had knives sheathed at their waists. The village chief discreetly cautioned those around him. These are the villagers from Beishan village, which is just a mountain away. Though their village is small, they predominantly rely on hunting and possess a fierce disposition. They are not to be underestimated, so exercise caution and do not provoke them. Lin Jinchu mused inwardly that it was already quite challenging, and now they had to face such individuals. Observing the menacing demeanor of those brandishing their large knives, one could easily mistake them for bandits. Thankfully, the Chang family had likely regained their martial prowess. Otherwise, if these individuals sought trouble with Shishan village, there would be no one capable of defending against them. When Lin Jinchu set off, she had donned a gray linen long shirt and trousers, freshened up from yesterday's attire in her space. She secured a belt around her waist and tied her hair into a high ponytail, applying a mixture of grass, juice, and mud to her face, rendering her an inconspicuous young lad. Initially, even her father and brother failed to recognize her, but Chang Songjung immediately identified her, for her eyes betrayed her true identity. As they journeyed, more groups joined their ranks, swiftly transforming their procession into a formidable caravan. As dusk approached, the village chief instructed everyone to rest at the foot of Longji Mountain. Longji Mountain stands as the longest mountain range in the northern region of Donghua, stretching from the northwest to the southeast, while the Luoshui River flows from north to south alongside it. This mountain and river sustain the populace of several prefectures. Given the water scarcity upstream and the anticipated shortages downstream, Lin Jinchu held little optimism regarding the impending drought. Jizhou, located in the central northern frontier, is also the source of the Luoshui River, and the entire northern region suffers from severe drought. Fortunately, Longji Mountain extends over 4 prefectures, akin to 4 modern provinces, providing refuge from the tauters or shortages of water and grain. However, the deeper areas of Longji Mountain remain largely undeveloped, characterized by treacherous terrains and a plethora of wild beasts, rendering them perilous. Many families began to light fires for cooking, while those burdened with live chickens and ducks deemed the creatures a nuisance and commenced slaughtering them. The aroma of meat soon wafted through the air. But since it was the first day, with everyone having provisions, there were no incidents of food or water theft. Gathered together were the village chief and his 3 brothers, numbering around 30 souls, the Chang family of 4 and Lin Jinchu's family of 3. They sat in a circle, foregoing fire to eat flatbreads and jerky with just water. Lin Jinchu observed the Lin family and the several brothers of the village had gathered nearby, and she noticed a few gossiping women, seemingly from the village head's family. As Lin Jinchu cast a glance their way, old Madame Shen and the women also turned to look, casting a fierce glare in her direction. Lin Jinchu, undeterred, stuck out her tongue at old Madame Shen and made a face, deliberately provoking her. Indeed, old Madame Shen was so incensed that she attempted to stand, only to accidentally fall to the ground, her cane clattering beside her. Just as she was about to throw a tantrum, the old Lin patriarch shot her a glare, causing her to instantly suppress her cries and lower her head in shame. Old Madame Shen had previously enjoyed the favor of the old Lin patriarch. She was adept at manipulating situations, skilled in creating disturbances. The villagers were wary of her, especially since she had borne a future scholar and managed the household with great finesse, allowing the old patriarch to delegate all affairs to her. However, since old Madame Shen became crippled, her temperament had soured, and she frequently vented her frustrations on the eldest family, who seemed to bear the brunt of her ire. Moreover, with their home having been robbed, all valuables locked away in the cellar, and the fourth son not participating in the imperial examinations, they found themselves in dire straits, lacking both money and sufficient grain. Consequently, the old patriarch now felt burdened, his respect for old Madame Shen diminished. Had it not been for the assistance of several cousins, who contributed some grain out of consideration for young Lin Jinchu, they would have faced starvation. The eldest, Lin Jida, despite being his biological son, was subject to his father's bullying, but no one else was allowed to mistreat him. Observing the third and fourth families, who seemed perpetually idle, it was as if they had forgotten how to walk, unwilling to toil in the fields. The eldest's family relied on oxen to pull the cart, while the eldest himself drove it, responsible for the sustenance of his entire family. The old patriarch, once oblivious to these matters, now found them glaringly apparent. Previously, he had not cared who performed the labor, focusing solely on results, but now, he could hardly bear to witness it. At this moment, regret washed over him for having driven the second son away, especially since he had publicly declared that the second son was not his flesh and blood, leading to a considerable resentment towards old Madame Shen. Chapter 43, Guqing County. Noticing that old Madame Shen had quieted down, the old patriarch cast a deep glance at Lin Jinchu's family and fell silent. In the dead of night, a piercing scream shattered the stillness. Ah, someone is stealing. There are thieves. Lin Jinchu leapt from the cart, having just entered it to keep her father company during his night watch. Lin Wenza was in a deep slumber, so she slipped into her space, where the spiritual energy felt significantly more potent than before, invigorating her with a revitalizing sensation. After washing up, she changed out of her sweat-soaked garments and donned a robe suitable for town. She drank some water and munched on buns and jerky before resting briefly in the space. Seeing her brother still asleep, she exited the space just as the commotion outside escalated. "What has happened, father?" Lin Jinchu inquired. Lin Ziyuan, now able to walk with ease, pointed toward a group at the back of the line, where several families were weeping. "Good heavens, these bandits! How could they steal our grain? I only dozed off for a moment. This is outrageous. Originally, our provisions were scarce, and now they've overturned our water buckets. This is simply too cruel. They are leaving us no means to survive." Did anyone see who they were? The village chief asked, though he felt helpless. Being responsible for his villagers, he approached them for information, with Lin Jinchu trailing behind to observe. They didn't appear to be from our side. They wore black clothes, resembling mountain bandits. The woman speaking had only caught a glimpse from behind, noting that there were a dozen individuals who had come swiftly and departed just as quickly. Mountain bandits? Upon hearing this, unease rippled through the crowd, for mountain bandits were notorious for their ruthlessness, armed with knives. The village chief glanced at the shadowy silhouette of Longji Mountain, acknowledging the possibility. Indeed, there were bandits residing in the mountains, and even in years of plenty, they lurked in the hills. Now, amidst famine, those without food had retreated to the mountains, claiming dominion over them. They operated in groups of dozens or even hundreds, seizing a hilltop and preying upon passers-by. "Let us rest for now. We can address this in the morning. There's no use in pursuing them now," the village chief sighed, summoning a few able-bodied men to guard the back of the procession. They had only traveled one day. The road ahead promised to be even more arduous. As the village chief returned to the front of the group, Lin Jinchu contemplated suggesting that each family contribute a man to stand watch both day and night, ensuring any anomalies would be swiftly detected. However, considering that her father would be the one to volunteer, and given his recent recovery, he needed to conserve his strength. If the Chang family were to send 2 men, the women would undoubtedly gossip. After a moment's hesitation, she chose to remain silent, at least for the moment. Those at the front of the group were relatively safe, as the village chief's 3 families boasted several strong laborers, and the Chang family of 4 were all well-versed in martial arts. The best of Shishan village were by their side, and as for the others, she was no saint and could hardly manage their affairs. The ensuing 2 days were remarkably tranquil. Without the village chief needing to utter a word, everyone resolutely pressed onward. As for the families who had lost their grain, the village chief instructed each household to contribute a little, gathering several bags to assist them. By the morning of the 4th day, after merely an hour's journey, restlessness began to stir among the group. Someone shouted, "Oh no, it sounds like the pounding of hooves. Could it be that the Tatars are upon us?" Another voice chimed in, "What would the Tatars want with us? We possess no silver. What could they possibly desire from us?" This self-reassurance was not entirely unfounded. The Tatars would indeed prefer to seek out a city to plunder the wealth of the affluent rather than pursue these impoverished souls. This notion was correct, as the Tatars shared a similar sentiment, leading them first to conquer the city of Jizhou, followed by various county towns. The question arose, why would the Tatars pursue these refugees? Soon, someone provided an unsettling answer. Rumors abounded that the Tatars were bloodthirsty, particularly relishing in the slaughter of our donghua people, whom they likened to 2 sheep. I also heard tales that the Tatars enjoyed roasting children for sustenance. The utterance of these words sent the nearby children into a frenzy of tears. The cacophony of wailing children, combined with the sweltering heat and the ominous tales of bandits, created a palpable tension that nearly pushed everyone to the brink of despair. Uncle Chang stood atop a cart drawn by a mule, peering through a tube resembling a telescope towards the rear before addressing the crowd. As it stands, they should still be at a distance. We must hasten our pace. The city of Guqing is not far ahead. Although Guqing was merely a county seat, it was relatively sizable, boasting a garrison of 2,000 troops. If they could reach the city or pass through Guqing heading south, even if the Tatars were to advance, their pursuit would be hampered by the city walls. Lin Jinchu was taken aback by Uncle Chang's words. It was unusual for a county seat to possess a garrison of such magnitude, akin to a county-level city in modern terms. Despite its modest administrative rank, its scale was considerable. It was said that Jizhou, as a northern provincial capital, had only a garrison of 10,000. Upon hearing Uncle Chang's assertion, the village chief struck a copper gong and gestured with his hand, prompting the villagers to push themselves to their limits in their journey. This time, there was no need for prodding. Some individuals willingly discarded superfluous belongings, while others silenced crying children with a swift slap, instilling immediate compliance. For those unwilling to strike their offspring, they resorted to fright tactics, warning, "The Tatars are upon us. If they capture you, your life will be forfeit." Though the children may not fully grasp the concept of mortality, they sense the imminent danger and promptly cease their cries. After nearly another hour of travel, they finally arrived at their first city since their departure. Lin Jinchu had only visited Luoya town since entering this world, which was somewhat akin to their village, albeit more bustling with its lengthy commercial street. This was her first encounter with such a grand city, even from a distance. She could see the tightly shut city gates and the numerous soldiers armed with long spears and bows stationed atop the towering walls. Lin Jinchu was astonished at the imposing height and solidity of the county's walls, noticing countless small black dots scattered beyond the gates. Just as she was trying to comprehend their significance, Uncle Chang remarked, "We cannot enter Guqing. They are preparing for battle." "What are those black dots?" Lin Jinchu could not suppress her curiosity and inquired, with Wenze nodding in agreement, eager to know. "Those are iron caltrops and spikes. There should be tripwires hidden in the shadows, all designed to counter the Tatar cavalry. It appears the garrison here has not abandoned the city. They are evidently skilled in warfare," Chang Ting explained. The village chief exchanged a meaningful glance with Chang Ting when he took in the Chang family. He had sensed their remarkable prowess and noble demeanor, inexplicably compelled to offer them refuge. Now, hearing Chang Ting's astute knowledge of these fortifications and military matters, he could not help but feel grateful for his initial act of kindness, recognizing that their presence would save them from numerous missteps. Lin Jinchu could only smile wryly. But they have forsaken the common folk. Uncle Chang was momentarily taken aback by her words. He had not contemplated this dilemma. Sacrificing a few civilians for the greater good was a commonplace decision for generals, for he empathized with the county magistrate of Guqing. If the gates were open to allow the commoners in or to pass through, it would be challenging to ensure that Tatar spies did not infiltrate the city. If these people entered, Guqing would be doomed. Moreover, the number of refugees was overwhelming. Once they all flooded into the city, how could Guqing accommodate them? It was merely a small county and could not sustain such a multitude, and even more alarming was the continuous stream of refugees heading south. Lin Jinchu understood that this was indeed a dilemma, murmuring, "This is a choice no one would wish to bear." As expected, others prioritized the greater good over the welfare of the common people, even utilizing them as human shields. Except for that one great leader of modernity, whose generals would never abandon the populace. The village chief regarded the young girl with a discerning eye. Perplexed by the notion that she did not resemble a typical 10-year-old child, her maturity and composure were striking. And even her intellectual depth surpassed his own at 60 years of age. Were all children raised in the capital so advanced? The village chief found himself engulfed in confusion. However, he quickly reconciled this notion, acknowledging that she was no ordinary girl. She had been nurtured in the halls of a marquis's estate in the capital, groomed as a legitimate young lady for a decade. She was even betrothed to the third prince. Such a pedigree would surely afford her experiences far beyond those of an average girl. So, what shall we do next? There are still so many in our way. We cannot enter the city, and behind us are the Tatars. If we venture into the mountains, there are bandits and wild beasts. What shall we do? Have we truly reached a dead end after just a few days? The village chief seemed to pose the question to Chang Ting while also seeking answers from the others. He was visibly distressed, having only managed minor affairs among his kin in the village, never encountering such a complex situation. After a moment of contemplation, Chang Ting replied, "At present, the only path available to us is upward. We cannot contend with the Tatars behind us. They are well-equipped cavalry, while most of us are merely unarmed civilians who have never taken a life. The route ahead is also blocked. We cannot enter Guqing. We could cross the Luoshui River to the opposite side, but that too leads into the mountains. Though the water is shallow now, it is mostly silt, making passage difficult. Furthermore, the river is too wide, and crossing it would expose us to arrows. Then we must ascend Longji Mountain? But what about the carts and mules? Let us first head up the mountain. If necessary, we may have to abandon the carts, but we can carry supplies with the horses, mules, or donkeys," he suggested. The crowd remained hesitant, debating. Many villagers opposed the idea of ascending the mountain, arguing that if they were to climb, they might as well do so directly from Shishan village rather than traveling such a distance, especially since they were unfamiliar with the terrain here. The mountains beyond Shishan village were home to wild beasts, but no bandits, while these mountains had both beasts and bandits, along with countless refugees. Almost everyone from the village was embroiled in a heated discussion about their next course of action. Some individuals even started to head towards the gates of Guqing, deliberately sidestepping the iron caltrops. While the caltrops could deter cavalry, they posed no obstacle to foot traffic. Observing the stillness atop the city walls, more and more people grew emboldened, inching forward and pushing Lin Jinchu and her companions to the roadside. At that moment, the sentinels atop the walls sprang into action, moving in unison to the edge of the parapet, drawing their bows. Someone on the wall shouted through a trumpet, "All individuals, evacuate immediately. Guqing does not accept refugees. Please make your way up the mountain or face execution for treason." The throng of refugees surged forward, finally halting at the chilling command of "Kill without mercy." The village chief resolved to act. He turned to the villagers of Shishan and declared, "Everyone, follow me into the mountains." Without waiting to see if the others heard, he ushered his sons to drive their carts upward. Lin Jinchu leaped onto the cart's yoke, urging her own horse-drawn vehicle up the mountain. Earlier, she had heard from the guards atop the city wall that there was a path leading through the mountains, allowing passage via the valley of Guqing, which imbued her with newfound confidence. As long as there was a route, she reasoned, a detour would suffice. What mattered was continuing southward. Many followed her up the mountain, including some who were not from Shishan village but joined the ascent upon witnessing others do the same. People instinctively weighed their options. There was no retreating. Climbing the mountain was the only viable choice. However, a number of villagers from Shishan hesitated to ascend, choosing instead to linger by the roadside, hoping the gates of Guqing would open. They gambled on the notion that as long as the invaders did not approach, the gates would function as usual. Permitting passage for merely a few coins, why risk the mountains? The path upward had been trampled into a broad incline by the residents near Guqing, allowing carts to pass temporarily. The mountain was barren and yellowed, with scant grass, only dust beneath foot. As the crowd of people and carriages swelled, horses, cattle, mules, and donkeys kicked up clouds of dust, obscuring both the front and back, compelling them to trudge onwards. Nevertheless, the village chief's three brothers, the Chang family and Lin Jinchu, remained together. Lin Jinchu trailed closely behind their cart, fixated on the mule cart ahead, which was driven by Chang Chongzhen, who had intentionally slowed to accommodate her. "CHR, be careful," Lin Ziyuan cautioned, anxiety gnawing at him as their cart lurched forward amidst the throng pressing upward, where some were knocked down by the carts. And cries of alarm and despair echoed around them. Lin Ziyuan cursed his own ailing leg. If he could muster the strength to drive, he would. But on this uphill ascent, he had no choice but to let Jinchu take the reins. The thought of tumbling down the mountain with both carriage and child was a peril too great to contemplate. He felt a profound sense of guilt. His 10-year-old daughter had become the head of the family, making decisions that should rest on his shoulders. In that moment, he was merely a father, having forgotten that Lin Jinchu was no ordinary child. He had never received formal education and, while he possessed physical strength and skills in hunting, the strict weapon regulations of donghua meant he usually relied on cell-made spears and knives, with bows gifted by Changting that paled in comparison to true military-grade weaponry. He had never wielded proper bows or swords, yet he harbored an innate fascination for these weapons. Each time he sold his catch in town, he would gaze longingly at the smithy's wares. He yearned for a real bow and a long sword. But each trip to the town was met with scrutiny from Grandma Shin, who meticulously checked his belongings and demanded the requisite silver coins, leaving him unable to purchase the items he desired. The bows and knives he possessed were gifts from the Chang family, the long spears he had crafted himself. Today, he had fashioned several new ones to keep at hand. Though his legs were uncooperative, his hands remained agile, and casting a spear was his forte. With a silent vow, Lin Ziyuan gripped the spear tightly. No harm would come to his children, he swore. Chapter 45. The female supporting character emerges. The cart outpaced the people, and after about half an hour of travel, many pedestrians gradually fell behind, the dust settling somewhat. After a while, as the haze dissipated, Lin Jinchu finally observed her surroundings. Her cart was now flanked by others, while the oxen, mules, and donkeys had lagged far behind, completely out of sight, including the Chang family. Only 3 carts belonging to the village chief's brothers remained, trailing behind her. The mountains surrounding them were sparsely wooded, dotted only with small stumps, prompting Lin Jinchu to slow her horse. At that moment, the village chief's cart caught up with her. They dismounted in astonishment to find that a mere 10-year-old girl could keep pace with them and even exceed their speed. The village chief was taken aback, impressed by the child's tenacity. "Village chief, shall we wait here for them, or move a bit further ahead?" Lin Jinchu inquired. She wished to traverse as much ground as possible before nightfall, hoping to cross this stretch of woodland and reach the next city. Additionally, she feared the invaders might catch up, with a multitude of refugees trailing behind them. When she referred to them, she meant the Chang family and the other villagers. The village chief glanced back to see some of the stragglers approaching. Without hesitation, he waved at Lin Jinchu. "Child, move ahead a bit more and find a place to wait for everyone. It will be troublesome if those refugees catch up." He nodded at Lin Ziyuan before climbing back onto his cart. Lin Jinchu continued onward for another 2 hours before finally stopping, leaving even the village chief's cart far behind. She dismounted and gently stroked the head of her horse, saying, "You've worked hard today." The steed nuzzled her hand, and she produced a bowl of water for it to drink before stowing it away. Just then, she heard a voice call out, "Hey, it's you." A familiar girl's voice rang out. Lin Jinchu initially dismissed it, believing no one would be calling her amidst the isolation. "Hey, tomboy, I'm talking to you," the voice repeated. Only then did Lin Jinchu look up, realizing there were no others around, just her family of 3, with her father and brother still in the cart. Who would recognize her, other than the villagers of Shishan, and they were all left behind. Moreover, she was dressed as a boy, her hair in a high ponytail, and her face smeared with dirt. Over here, over here." 2 girls were waving at her. Lin Jinchu turned to see them approaching, two girls who had been captured by the flower-picking gang in town. One was tall and spirited, wearing a light green narrow-sleeved robe cinched at the waist with a green belt, from which hung a pale white pouch embroidered with a lotus flower. The other girl, trailing behind, was delicate and graceful, exuding an aura that beckoned protection. She wore a finely crafted pink dress. The latter had clung to the tall girl during the incident at the gang hideout. They appeared to be cousins. Lin Jinchu had barely noticed them then, only aware of their beauty. Now, upon closer inspection, both girls seemed even more radiant. It was the tall girl who had called out to her. No wonder they recognized her. She wore the same outfit as before when she had visited town, her hair tied back in a high ponytail. "You can drive a cart. That's impressive." The tall girl approached her, giving a thumbs up. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Gao Min, and this is my cousin, Lu Runing." "Lu Runing?" Lin Jinchu paused, the name stirring a sense of familiarity. Had she encountered it in the original text? In the book, the Lu family appeared to be aligned with the crown prince, yet in truth, they were loyal to the third prince. After the old crown prince was deposed, they fully supported the third prince, who was later declared crown prince himself, making Lu Runing a consort, and upon his ascension, she became the Empress Ning. The Tatars have seized the imperial city, the emperor has been slain, and the empress has taken her own life. It appears that members of the Lu family opened the palace gates to allow the Tatars entry. Concubine Ning fled back to the Lu residence, but later, the Northern Army, under the leadership of Fu Yanche, regained control of the imperial city, storming into the Lu manor and exterminating the entire Lu family. In essence, the Lu family's political stance was particularly unstable, akin to a reed swaying in the wind, desiring both sides yet ultimately facing a tragic demise. It turns out she is Lu Runing, and these events are indeed the work of the Lu clan. With this realization, Lin Jinchu felt a surge of wariness. Her character has always been one of aversion to evil, particularly despising those who betray their country for personal gain or stab friends in the back. In the original narrative, the Empress and concubine Ning were bitter foes, with Ning repeatedly attempting to harm the son of the Empress, though she ultimately failed. Ironically, her own daughter became a sacrificial offering to the Tatars, and her son perished in the struggle against the Empress, leading to the Empress's son being supported by the northern general to ascend the throne. It is quite unexpected that the two mortal enemies from the original text, she and Lu Runing, are now encountering one another, albeit in a manner entirely different from the book. She could never become the third prince's consort, as his current fiancé is Chuanzhao, and Lu Runing might very well ascend to the position of concubine Ning. Let Chuanzhao and Lu Runing contend for power. She harbors no interest in the royal family, her sole ambition being the accumulation of wealth. The name Gao Min also appears in the book, albeit as a minor character, merely mentioned in passing. She harbors an infatuation for the northern general Fu Yanche, who, regrettably, shows her no interest. Eventually, Fu Yanche becomes the regent assisting the young emperor, yet the fate of Gao Min remains unwritten, while Fu Yanche remains unmarried for life. Observing the two young women before her, who will undoubtedly become entwined with two illustrious men of donghua, Lin Jinchu could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Who could have foreseen that on her journey of escape, she would encounter one destined to be the future concubine Ning and another, the object of countless young women's admiration? General Fu Yanche? She had once rescued both of them. Is this fortune or misfortune? If in this life she saved these two maidens, then who saved them in the previous life? The original protagonist had always been in the capital, and Chuanzhao could never have ventured to the town to rescue them. Regrettably, the book does not elaborate on these nuances, nor does it provide details about their abduction by the flower pickers. "What on earth is that smeared on your face?" "It looks rather unsettling," Gao Min inquired, reaching out to touch Lin Jinchu's face. "Is that dirt?" "It's just the juice from roadside grass, a random application," Lin Jinchu replied. Will it ruin your complexion?" "A young lady's face must not be carelessly marred." "I thought you understood medicine, but it appears I was mistaken," Gao Min exclaimed, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe her hands. The hands of a young lady are akin to a second face. They must remain unblemished. While others expend considerable sums to maintain their beauty, she, on the other hand, casually applies grass juice to her skin. What a carefree girl indeed. Lin Jinchu found herself quite fond of Gao Min, who was open-hearted and passionate, a truly genuine girl, though unfortunately one-sided in her affections. Chapter 46, Magistrate Lu. Lin Jinchu harbored a strong dislike for Lu Runing, especially upon learning her name, which left her feeling quite uncomfortable for reasons unknown. Despite not being the original protagonist, and having no reason to oppose Lu Runing in this life, she felt an inexplicable discomfort, which puzzled her. "My name is Lin Jinchu," she finally introduced herself. Upon hearing her name, Lin Jinchu sensed a fleeting change in Lu Runing's expression, though it returned to normal almost instantly, leaving Lin Jinchu to wonder if she had merely imagined it. Glancing towards the sparse woods, she noticed 7 or 8 carriages parked nearby, containing around 30 individuals, alongside a dozen servants and several maidservants. "Why are you alone?" Gao Min asked. "My father and brother are in the carriage." Just as she finished speaking, Lin Ziyuan and Lin Wenza stepped down from the carriage. Lin Jinchu had driven the carriage too hastily, leaving them feeling dizzy and nauseous, and they leaned against the carriage wall, wishing for a moment of respite. Only upon hearing voices outside did they finally disembark. "Sure, who are they?" Lin Ziyuan asked. Bewildered to find his daughter acquainted with friends from elsewhere, it seemed impossible. "They must be those she met during the last town visit," he mused. His daughter was truly remarkable, having made friends with the daughters of prominent families after just one trip to the town. He, as her father, had frequented the town countless times throughout his life, yet had never met anyone of such caliber. Lin Jinchu quickly drew her father to Gao Min and Lu Runing, introducing, "This is my father, Lin Ziyuan, and these are my friends. Oh, I helped them with a small favor last time." She could not reveal that the girls had been abducted by flower pickers, as such news would tarnish their reputations. Upon hearing this, Gao Min smiled at her, thinking, "This clever girl has even withheld such significant matters from her father, protecting both herself and her cousin." Gao Min silently vowed to befriend Lin Jinchu, ensuring that Lin Jinchu's affairs would become her own. Meanwhile, Lu Runing's expression shifted awkwardly. Last night, she had a lengthy dream in which she became the esteemed concubine of donghua, bearing a son and a daughter, only for her son to meet a tragic end and her daughter to be forced into marriage with the Tatar prince. Later, Fu Yanche reclaimed the capital, annihilating the entire Lu family and slaying both the Tatar prince and her daughter. In her dream, the one responsible for her son's demise was this very girl before her, the future empress, a sworn enemy. She found it strange that the girl in her dream was the most esteemed legitimate daughter of the Pingshin marquis household, yet now appeared as a mere village girl. Could it be merely a coincidence of names? Lu Runing was perplexed. No, it could not be a mere coincidence. The detestable empress from her dream was indeed this girl before her. That day in the town, she had not taken note of Lin Jinchu's appearance and had not considered this possibility. However, upon closer inspection, the features were unmistakably identical. Lu Runing's hands clenched tightly within her wide sleeves, unable to contain her fury. Though it was merely a dream, the anguish she experienced felt as real as a lifetime. The excruciating pain of losing her children and the hatred it incited was nearly unbearable. She could not allow Lin Jinchu to live. She would rather err in judgment than allow her to harm her offspring again, Lu Runing silently swore. "Jinchu, why don't you all walk with us?" "It's not safe for such a small group," Gao Min suggested. "Yes, let us go together. It would be safer on the road," Lu Runing added warmly. "Traveling together would indeed be beneficial. I cannot let her escape," Lin Jinchu pondered, uncertain, realizing that a decision needed to wait until the village chief arrived. She glanced at her father. Lin Ziyuan replied, "Let us wait for the village chief and the Chang family to arrive for a discussion. Having more people is always advantageous for mutual assistance." He was pleased to see his daughter with companions and wished for her to spend time with her friends, as she had been busy since returning to the village, whether venturing into the mountains, visiting the town, or toiling at home. "While we wait, let us go sit over there." Gao Min enthusiastically took Lin Jinchu's hand. Before they could reach the Gao family's residence, they spotted the village chief's cart approaching. The village chief dismounted and looked toward Lin Jinchu, who was walking toward the clearing in the woods, then glanced back at Lin Ziyuan and Lin Wenza following behind. Lin Ziyuan turned to greet the village chief. "We finally caught up with you." Jinchu runs rather swiftly. It's impressive how she has persevered this far despite her small stature. Truly remarkable, she possesses great strength. Everyone who had disembarked from the carriage laughed heartily at this remark. Lin Jinchu turned her head to see the villagers and the cart passengers approaching. Her father and the village head were at the forefront, while only the members of the Chang family remained by the cart. Just as the village head was about to speak to Lin Jinchu, he suddenly spotted a group of individuals seated nearby and promptly knelt down. "We pay our respects to County Magistrate Liu." The crowd was momentarily stunned, gazing at the magistrate clad in ordinary attire, before following suit and kneeling. "Everyone, please rise. There is no need for such formalities here." Come, take a seat," a middle-aged man urged as he helped the village head to his feet. The forest was littered with low stumps, serving as natural benches. Under the circumstances of their flight, no one was overly concerned with decorum. "Is that truly the county magistrate?" Lin Jinchu marveled as she glanced at the magistrate seated next to Lu Runing. To her left sat Gao Min, and to her right was the magistrate himself. She was astonished to discover that Lu Runing was the daughter of the magistrate. The original text only mentioned that the favored concubine was from the Lu family in the capital, a niece of the Prime Minister Lu, yet he only had 2 sons. And it was rumored that he treated Lu Runing as his own daughter. The village head introduced them. "This is our esteemed County Magistrate Lu." Gao Min approached and beckoned Lin Jinchu to sit beside her, whispering to a middle-aged woman in splendid attire, "And this is the girl, Jinchu, who saved us." "Jinchu. This is Runing's mother, my aunt," Gao Min introduced warmly. However, Lin Jinchu sensed something amiss. Gao Min seemed to deliberately omit introducing her own family while only mentioning the Lu family. Yet, it was not her place to pry into their family matters. Lady Lu gazed at Lin Jinchu in disbelief. "This child appears to be merely 10 years old, yet she has saved so many of you. Truly remarkable." Beside her, a maid exchanged knowing glances and promptly presented Lin Jinchu with a purse. Reluctant to accept it, Lin Jinchu thought of the 300 taels Gao Min had given her. Their bond was settled, and neither owed the other. Lady Lu gently patted her hand. "Please, accept it. You have saved my 2 precious daughters. You are our benefactor. And you will need silver on this journey." Reluctantly, Lin Jinchu accepted and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Lady Lu." Lu Runing spoke little, and Lin Jinchu couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Runing was less attached to Gao Min than before. Though they appeared together, an indescribable distance had emerged between them, a subtlety that Gao Min seemed oblivious to, yet Lin Jinchu perceptively sensed. Chapter 47. The People of Beishan Village. Could it be that Lu Runing is also a reincarnated soul? Chuanzhou is reborn, and now Lu Runing too. This would certainly stir excitement. At that moment, carts laden with donkeys, mules, and oxen began to arrive from behind, their occupants disheveled and covered in dust, the air thick with an indescribable odor of sweat. The village head hastily returned to guide them to another area. Lin Jinchu estimated that over 200 individuals from Shishan village had followed, along with others from different villages, including those from Beishan village who had journeyed alongside them. This distinction was evident, as each village's residents had naturally congregated in specific areas, with the Shishan villagers gathering near the Chang family. Lin Jinchu noted that the Lin family and the Li family were present as well. A group of over 100 from Beishan village, however, brazenly approached the side of County Magistrate Liu. They rudely occupied vacant spaces, positioning themselves alarmingly close to the Liu and Gao families. "You can't sit here, move along," commanded a servant from the Gao family. "Is this land yours?" One of the burly men from Beishan village retorted, exhibiting a lack of courtesy, clearly accustomed to being domineering. "Stop wasting words and just leave," the servant insisted. The Gao family, being a prominent household, had the backing of the Lu family, which had produced the Prime Minister, and County Magistrate Liu was the governing official of Feisher County. Thus, the Gao family servants possessed a confidence that surpassed that of ordinary folk. It was no wonder that these individuals were so impudent. They cared little for whom they offended, believing that there were few in Donghua Kingdom they could not antagonize. Even royal figures, some of whom they feared not at all. The wife of Prime Minister Liu was a sister to the current empress, however. While the empress was a legitimate daughter, Lady Liu was a concubine married above her station, resulting in a strained sisterly relationship, with the Liu family ostensibly supporting the crown prince while secretly backing the third prince. Lin Jinchu understood well the Liu family's confidence, recalling how audaciously the townspeople had dared to capture Lu Runing. "We refuse to leave. What will you do about it?" The Beishan villagers responded defiantly. "That's right. If we can't enter Guqing, I'm already furious, and now we can't even sit here. On what grounds?" They remained obstinate, dismissing all authority. Just as one of them spoke, a furious shout rang out from behind, "Come back." The angered voice belonged to County Magistrate Liu, who, dressed in plain clothing to conceal his identity, understood that during their flight, revealing one's status could be perilous. Therefore, it was prudent to remain inconspicuous. Lin Jinchu silently observed the Beishan villagers, noting that they seemed unaware of the county magistrate's identity. Had the village head and the village chief not accompanied them? Logically, the village head should recognize the magistrate, as village heads were appointed by the county magistrate and even travel permits were issued by him. The unruly group crowded in, and Gao Min pinched her nose in disdain, while Lin Jinchu regretted not having urged her father and brother to leave with the village head. The village head's brothers and their families also sat nearby. Yet they maintained a distance from the Beishan villagers, while the Lu family was closest. Lin Jinchu, sitting beside Gao Min, found herself in proximity to the situation. Earlier, she had hesitated to leave out of respect for Gao Min, attempting to signal to her father and brother to depart, but they remained resolute. "Oh, look at these two sisters. They're quite enchanting, and those two women are also striking," the Beishan villagers remarked, pointing at Gao Min and Lu Runing. Then glancing at Lady Lu and Lady Gao. Lady Gao, likely Gao Min's stepmother, appeared to be in her 20s, resembling an older sister to Gao Min, and possessed stunning beauty. The Beishan men then turned their attention to the maidservants, making crude comments and lewd remarks. "Look at them, all sweaty. And just look at their figures, tut, tut, tut. That little lady belongs to me. I want that tall one. The tall one seems wild and unmanageable. I prefer the one beside her," the group of burly men from Beishan village taunted, their demeanor brazen and disrespectful. Perhaps due to the Lu family's earlier retreat, the Beishan villagers mistook their restraint for weakness. Lu Runing lowered her head, wishing to hide her face, yet despite her efforts, her beauty drew the attention of the leading man from Beishan village. Gao Min, furious, was about to rise to confront them, but Lin Jinchu firmly held her back. Lin Jinchu felt fortunate that she wore a coarse cotton garment, thick and loose, preventing sweat from seeping through. However, the dust on her face was washed away by perspiration. The herbal juice she had applied to her face 2 nights prior remained stubbornly intact, as did the herbal residue on Gao Min's hand, a result of their earlier encounter. In this remote area, should a fight break out, there would be little recourse. Lin Jinchu felt a growing sense of urgency. The village head's advice to keep distance from the Beishan villagers had proven wise. "You are being outrageous," a house servant, unable to endure the situation any longer, bellowed. "Shut your foul mouths, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." Another servant, noticing the brewing trouble, swiftly retrieved a large blade from the carriage. Armed with weapons, they stood resolutely before the Lu and Gao families. The magistrate, Lu, appeared to have deduced the identity of these intruders, his face betraying a hint of fear. "Are you from Beishan village?" he inquired. "I am indeed from Beishan village." "What of it? And who might you be?" A scholar-like figure from Beishan village questioned, his eyes narrowing suspiciously as they fixed upon Lu. "Were you not supposed to be pacified? Are you restless once more?" One of Lu's companions queried. The term pacified was not lost on Lin Jinchu. It implied that these individuals were indeed bandits. No wonder the village chief's words had been so laden with meaning. Such people cared little for their lives and ought to be kept at a distance. At this moment, Lin Ziyuan cast her a glance, urging her to retreat behind him, for she was small and could easily go unnoticed. Yet Lin Jinchu remained rooted to the spot, acutely aware that even the slightest commotion could provoke the wrath of those from Beishan village. "What is this? Do you wish to fight?" one of the bandits shouted. "I've been suffocating ever since your magistrate offered us pacification. We hunt in the mountains daily, yet you deny us the weapons to do so. Many of my brothers have perished at the jaws of wild beasts. I've longed to return to my old profession." Another chimed in, "Indeed, the thrill of robbery is unmatched. A few young maidens now and then would be delightful. What do you say, let us return to the mountains?" The group of over a dozen men, eager for action, flexed their arms in anticipation. "Brother, these people appear affluent. They could be quite the catch," one remarked. Lin Jinchu felt a twinge of unease. The magistrate's pacification was not of the current Lu, as her father had mentioned that the magistrate of Feisher County hailed from the capital. Typically, those from prominent families in the capital were appointed to frontier regions for a brief tenure before advancing in rank, and this magistrate had only arrived in Feisher County a little over a year ago. Chapter 48, Lu Runing's Betrayal. As the people of Beishan village armed themselves, brandishing knives, bows, and wooden clubs, it became evident that despite their pacification, they were far from compliant, clandestinely hoarding weapons. One of them seized Gao Min and Lu Runing, dragging them toward Beishan village. Gao Min desperately shoved Lin Jinchu aside, struggling with all her might, while Lu Runing cast a resentful glance at Lin Jinchu, causing Lin to feel a chill. She had not provoked Lu Runing. In her past life, they were enemies. But that was a matter between her and the original owner of this body, not her own. In this life, she had no ties to the royal family. And once they descended the mountain, they would part ways, potentially never to meet again. Moreover, she was, in fact, Lu Runing's savior. Could it be that Lu Runing truly was a reincarnated individual? If so, it would explain her recognition of Lin Jinchu. Yet, in her previous life, Lin had been the daughter of the Pingshin Marquis, whereas in this life, she was not. "Father, save me. Help!" Lu Runing cried out. Gao Min continued to struggle valiantly, but they were being dragged closer to Beishan village. Meanwhile, the house servants had become cowed, witnessing the two young ladies being abducted right before their eyes. Just as the leader was about to tear Lu Runing's garments, she suddenly shouted, "Wait! There is a lady of great status here. She is more beautiful and noble than I. She is more worthy of you." The leader hesitated, and Lu Runing pointed to Lin Jinchu, who sat on the ground, proclaiming, "It is she, the one seated on the ground. She is the legitimate daughter of the Pingshin Marquis and the fiancée of the third prince." Several individuals from Beishan village rushed over and seized Lin Jinchu by her collar, dragging her forward. The leader chuckled, "This one? She looks so plain, like a bean sprout. Are you sure she is the third prince's fiancée?" At that moment, Lin Jinchu was certain that Lu Runing had indeed been reincarnated. Alas, once enemies in one life, they were once again caught in the web of fate in this life. Gao Min shot a fierce glare at Lu Runing, rushing to shield Lin Jinchu. She is merely a peasant girl, not the daughter of the Pingshin Marquis or the fiancée of the third prince. "Do we look alike?" Gao Min declared loudly. Their laughter erupted, even the servants of the Lu family joined in, but upon seeing the magistrate's stern expression, they quickly recoiled. Lin Ziyuan's face turned pale in fear. He never anticipated that Lu Runing would betray his daughter in such a manner. He was momentarily at a loss as to how to save her. Lin Wenze was equally stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. Just as Lin Ziyuan contemplated rushing to confront the bandits, he was halted by Chang Ting. The Chang family, armed with wooden spears and short blades, charged forward. The eldest of the Chang family urged Lin Ziyuan, "Quickly take Wenze and leave. Do not worry. I will ensure Lin Jinchu remains unharmed. Staying here will only hinder us." Lin Ziyuan grabbed Wenze and fled toward the villagers of Xishan, with the village chief's three brothers following suit. They too had been paralyzed by fear. Confronting bandits was tantamount to suicide. Seeing the people of Xishan depart, the Chang family prepared to negotiate with the bandits. "General, it is you," the magistrate suddenly exclaimed. "You are not," Chang Ting coldly interrupted. "You were about to say that our family had become worthless, were you not? Thanks to your Lu family, we are once again well." "What? Do you wish to harm the Chang family once more?" He sneered. "Your Lu family truly embodies the trait of betrayal. The elders are so, and the younger ones follow suit. This girl is clearly a peasant girl, yet you insist she is the third prince's fiancée. How absurd." The magistrate, ashamed, lowered his head. Lu Runing's actions were indeed disgraceful. As her father, he felt utterly humiliated, unable to retort against such accusations. "Release that girl. She is truly a peasant," he implored the men from Beishan village. "No, father. She is the legitimate daughter of the Pingshin Marquis. I do not know how she ended up among these villagers, but she is indeed the fiancée of the third prince." Lu Runing screamed, attempting to buy time, yet she knew no one would come to their rescue. She could not allow herself to be captured by these brigands. In her past life, they had safely entered Guqing County without encountering such bandits. In her previous life, it had been Fu Yanche who saved them in town, allowing her father to withdraw from Faisher County, leading them directly to Guqing before the gates were closed. How she cursed that wretched girl for saving them. Had she not appeared, Fu Yanche would have saved them, and they would have reached the capital safely. Her cousin had fallen hopelessly in love with Fu Yanche, yet fate had deemed their love unfulfilled, leaving her in eternal solitude. She held contempt for her cousin and a deep-seated hatred for Fu Yanche. Suddenly, the leader of Beishan village struck Lu Runing with a resounding slap, disdainfully stating, "You talk too much. Save your strength for when I enjoy you tonight." He glanced toward the magistrate, commanding, "Brothers, kill them. Keep a close watch on these young ladies. The rest of you, charge forward and slay these people, seize their women and treasures, and follow me up the mountain." I apologize, General. I speak on behalf of my elder brother. It is merely self-preservation, the magistrate hastily replied, his tone urgent, desperately hoping to persuade the Chang family to save them. The Lu family has committed numerous misdeeds to support the favored consort Yan and the third prince, while the Chang family has consistently upheld the rightful heir, the crown prince. General Chang, eradicate these bandits. Their presence will undoubtedly lead to countless innocent lives being harmed. Lu County Magistrate, fearing that the Chang family might turn a blind eye to their affairs, hastily invoked the term bandit. Lin Jinchu recognized this as an attempt to manipulate the Chang family, knowing their deep-seated compassion for the common folk would not permit them to stand idly by. It was truly unexpected that the Lu family was allied with the third prince, the very same who was once the original protagonist's betrothed and is now Springseo's fiancé. What? A general? Who are they trying to intimidate? Aren't they merely the hunters from Shishan village? A worthless individual who cannot even draw a bow. Brothers, let us strike. Let us slay these plump sheep. And then we shall ascend the mountain, where a few maidens and servants await to indulge us. The villagers of Beishan charged at the dozen or so attendants, engaging in fierce combat. Uncle Chang hesitated momentarily before addressing Lu County Magistrate. You are not entirely unworthy as a magistrate, so I shall assist you this once. Remember, I am aiding the good officials of Donghua Kingdom, not the Lu family. Lu County Magistrate was nearly moved to tears by his words. Chapter 48. The battle concludes. Lin Jinchu observed the chaos around her. The number of villagers from Beishan had dwindled significantly. Seizing the moment, she grasped the dagger in her hand and lunged at the hand of her captor. Upon being struck, he recoiled in pain, releasing her. Lin Jinchu swiftly targeted the individual holding Gao Min and, taking advantage of the distraction, pulled Gao Min away and fled. Cousin, save me. Lu Runing called out to Gao Min, her jealousy toward Lin Jinchu nearly palpable. How could this wretched woman escape yet again? Was she destined to be the Empress? Forever fated to be her enemy? No, they were already adversaries. Lu Runing's prior actions had irrevocably placed Lin Jinchu in opposition to her. Regardless of whether Lu Runing ever became Empress, this detestable woman must not survive. At this juncture, Lu Runing was still preoccupied with thoughts of how to harm Lin Jinchu. Gao Min gazed at Lu Runing, torn with internal conflict, her fingers squeezing the medicine pouch Lin Jinchu had given them in town, one for each of them. Lu Runing had discarded hers, dismissing it as the trinket of a mere yellow-haired girl, unworthy of her belief in its efficacy. Gao Min was deeply ashamed of Lu Runing's earlier actions against Lin Jinchu, yet, despite everything, she remained her cousin, cherished by her aunt and uncle as their own daughter. Thus, the Gao family would not dare to mistreat her. She was aware that her stepmother harbored a profound hatred for her, only restrained by the Lu family's reputation. However, during their recent capture in town, Gao Min knew her stepmother was entangled in the affair. Jinchu, forgive me, I must save my cousin, Gao Min stammered. She could only choose one between Lin Jinchu and Lu Runing. I'm sorry, she repeated, and without waiting for Lin Jinchuan's response, rushed toward Lu Runing, seizing her and scattering the medicine pouch toward the man holding her. Lin Jinchu followed closely behind, grabbing a handful of powder and flinging it toward the villagers from Beishan, causing many to collapse. She reminded herself that she was aiding Gao Min, not Lu Runing. However, she would eventually deal with Lu Runing herself. Yet, Lin Jinchu understood that from this moment on, she and Gao Min were destined to tread divergent paths. Observing the intensity of the battle, Lin Jinchu noted several attendants being felled in quick succession. Others were paralyzed by the gruesome scene, hesitating to retreat. Alarmed, she realized they could not rely solely on the Chang family. Even though they possessed martial skills, they were still recovering. If they exerted themselves too forcefully now, they risked irreparable harm to their bodies. Hence, she shouted to the villagers, if you do not advance to slay these bandits, your lives will be next. Gao Min entrusted Lu Runing to Lu County Magistrate before darting away, unable to face her cousin. Upon hearing Lin Jinchuan's call for assistance, she grasped her intent and hastened toward the other villagers, shouting as she ran, quickly lend your aid. Do not stand idly by. These bandits show no mercy. If you do not confront them while they are weak, they will surely slaughter your men and dishonor your wives and daughters. If we had not resisted just now, we would have met the same fate. Together, she and Lin Jinchu urged the villagers, and indeed, some picked up hoes, axes, and kitchen knives, rushing forward, while others, terrified, retreated in their ox carts, believing that as long as they maintained distance from the bandits and approached the gates of Guqing County, they might be safe from the invading Tartars. Lin Jinchu called out to those fleeing, "Where do you think you can escape to? The Tartar army awaits behind you. It is impossible to enter Guqing County. Our only option now is to eliminate these bandits." Gaomin echoed, "Exactly. There are over 100 bandits, but among them, there are dozens of women and children. The true bandits number only around 60. Can we not defeat them with our hundreds?" She understated their numbers, in truth. There were at least 80 bandits, all burly men, with very few women and children among them, and those who were present were clearly captured. It was uncertain where the elders of Beishan village had disappeared to, for Lin Jinchu had not seen a single one among the villagers. As they continued to rally the crowd, more and more people surged toward the villagers of Beishan. The attendants and bandits wore distinctly different garments, making it easy to identify them. "Everyone, go and slay the bandits. Do not give them a chance to survive. If they regain their footing, it will mean our doom." Lin Jinchu was thrilled to see even her father and the village chief's 3 sons charging into the fray. Stealthily, she retrieved her dagger from her space and followed closely behind her father. Earlier, she had asked Xiao Kangwu to enlist the help of a little sparrow to coat her dagger with the leftover poison from before. Amidst the chaos, she struck several bandits, while villagers wielding wooden sticks struck fiercely at the assailants. Soon, those bandits fell, leaving the villagers in astonishment, believing they had suddenly gained immense strength, toppling the bandits with ease. Lin Jinchu gave the villagers a thumbs up, igniting their fighting spirit further, and they fought with renewed vigor. The attendants, who had been preparing to retreat, found newfound courage, and even some strong women wielded kitchen knives against the bandits. The battle finally reached its conclusion. Many bore bloodstains on their faces and clothing, yet each wore a smile, for this confrontation with the bandits had dispelled the fears and anxieties they had carried since fleeing. Their previous dread of encountering bandits and beasts in the mountains had transformed into exhilaration upon witnessing the fallen bandits. It was as if they had been imbued with boundless strength. What did it matter if bandits resided in the mountains? United, they could surely traverse this forested terrain. 10 could take down one bandit without issue. At that moment, Uncle Chong called out, "Everyone, lend a hand. Dig a large pit to bury these men. The heat will cause them to decay rapidly if left exposed, leading to disease." Upon hearing the word disease, many faces paled, and without taking the time to change into clean clothes, they grabbed their hoes and began to dig. Chapter 49. Old Lady Shen causes trouble again. At this moment, the village chief raised his voice, proclaiming, "Everyone, gather all the belongings of the people from Beishan village. Shortly, we shall distribute them equally among our villages. Those who have fought valiantly against the bandits shall receive their share." United in strength, they swiftly dug a large pit to bury the inhabitants of Beishan village. To prevent any nocturnal attacks by wild beasts, they even buried the bloodstains from the ground. Meanwhile, there remained some women and children from Beishan village who sat motionless, leaving the crowd momentarily uncertain of how to proceed. In my opinion, to eradicate the roots of this problem is essential. These youngsters will undoubtedly seek vengeance as they grow, having witnessed the slaughter of their parents. Indeed, they must be eradicated entirely. However, they are merely women and children, the latter of whom are innocent. They should not be allowed to live. At this juncture, old Madame Shen loudly interjected, sharing her own painful experience of not having drowned Lin Ziyuan directly, which had led to his current acts of rebellion and unfilial behavior. Her words bore a subtle insinuation. Seated in a cart, old Madame Shen directed her gaze towards Lin Jinchu's family while ostensibly addressing the people of Beishan village. She looked enviously at Lin Ziyuan's family, comfortably seated in their wagon, while her own family had only a bullock cart and 2 wooden carts. The bullock cart was overflowing with supplies, leaving everyone else to walk. Even her most cherished sons and grandsons, who had to take turns riding the cart. She, due to her limp, was relegated to the large cart drawn by the bull, while the other cart was pulled by Lin the Elder. Lin Jinchu understood old Madame Shen's implications, but chose not to respond. She mused quietly to herself that it seemed a mere leg injury was not sufficient to quell old Madame Shen's spirit. She still possessed the strength to create a ruckus. Alas, if only there were a tranquilizer in the space, she could have silenced her directly. "Master, administer a paralyzing poison to that old wretch, or better yet, eliminate her entirely. I can no longer tolerate her wickedness. chirped little Kangwu anxiously within the confines of their space, with the other small creatures chiming in with similar sentiments. Lin Jinchu stifled a smile at their indignation. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke, "Let us not be hasty. Consider this. If old Madame Shin were to become incapacitated now, Lin the Elder might seize the opportunity to have us attend to her ailments. With so many villagers observing, my father, now healed, would have no choice but to comply, regardless of familial ties, for old Madame Shin has always nurtured him. We shall wait for a more opportune moment. They will undoubtedly act first. Should they dare to make the first move, let it be known that we shall not hesitate to retaliate. Understood, Master. When that suitable moment arises, be sure to summon me immediately. I shall direct the little sparrows and magpies to act," little Kangwu replied, suppressing his own discomfort in order to preserve his feathers. Ultimately, it was Magistrate Lu who made the decisive call, expelling the women and children of Beishan village. Their fates, whether life or death, were deemed inconsequential. It was said, "Life and death are in the hands of fate. If you are meant to live, you shall, and if not, it is simply destiny. Do not blame others." Lin Jinchu felt no sympathy for these people. The residents of Beishan village were irredeemably corrupt, and this course of action was already a display of considerable mercy. Even without food, it was likely that these 20-odd individuals possessed some silver, as they had not been thoroughly searched. It must be acknowledged that, despite Lu Runing's dubious character, ultimately leading the Lu family to betray the Eastern Xia Kingdom, Magistrate Lu himself was not a man of extreme cruelty. In the end, each participant in the battle received 10 taels of silver, along with some daily necessities, distributed per capita. Lin Jinchu accepted only the 10 taels, rejecting all other items, considering them distasteful. That night was exceptionally serene. After a long day of arduous travel and fierce combat with the bandits, everyone was utterly exhausted. A peaceful night passed, and at dawn, they gradually rose, consuming a meager ration of dry food before preparing to depart, eager to leave the forest behind. The household servants of the Lu and Gao families had nearly all perished, leaving only 2, still injured, who seamlessly integrated into the ranks of Shishan village. As before, those with carts were arranged to lead the way, consequently placing Lin Jinchu alongside the Lu and Gao families at the front of the procession. By noon, with the sun blazing overhead, many began to complain of dizziness from the heat. Thus, representatives from several villages convened to deliberate, ultimately deciding to seek shade and rest for half an hour before continuing their journey. Lin Jinchu had just halted the cart in a shaded area, still in proximity to the Chang family, when the 3 brothers of the village chief, this time, chose to remain close to Magistrate Lu's family rather than joining them. Lin Jinchu divided her rations between her father and younger brother before settling beside Aunt Luo. Just as she was about to eat, a ruckus erupted as a group approached them. Before they arrived, Lin Sanangu began calling out, "Jinchu, second brother, hurry and bring mother to your cart. She just fainted from the sun." Lin Jinchu sighed, recognizing the familiar antics of the Lin family once more. Master, that wretched gossiping old hag is back," little Kangwu remarked disdainfully. Lin Jinchu was puzzled by little Kangwu's choice of words, likely learned from a previous master. Yet they did not align with the noble image of a divine bird. "Rest assured, I will find an opportunity," Lin Jinchu replied, their communication flowing through thought. In a flash, Lin Jida and Lin Jichai arrived, carrying old Madame Shin, while Aunt Gu sobbed uncontrollably, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Ziyuan and condemning him for his actions. "Everyone, bear witness. This is our Lin family's second son, Lin Ziyuan. His family, with ample food, travels by cart while abandoning their own parents. My mother, with her limited mobility, has endured sitting in a cart under the sun for days, and now she has fainted. How can he be so heartless?" As villagers mingled in the shade, the uninformed began to gossip. "Look at this family, clearly thriving. Why not let the elders sit in the cart first? I saw last night, they have a spacious cart filled with food and water. It is utterly disgraceful. A sign of great filial disrespect. We must call upon Magistrate Lu for justice. A son who neglects his parents for his own comfort deserves to be imprisoned. After all, our Eastern Xia Kingdom values filial piety above all." The village chief rubbed his temples in exasperation. When will the Lin family ever find peace? If it weren't for the Chang family and this girl Jinchu, who knows if they would have survived the encounter with the people of Beishan village. So soon they had forgotten. The Chang family fought valiantly, while Jinchu and that Gao Min girl spurred everyone on to confront the enemy, leading to the current state of peace. Before long, several women, friendly with old Madame Shin, chimed in. I must say, Jinchu, you foraged for wild vegetables and jujubes without informing the villagers, and we let it slide, but to withhold from your own grandparents is indeed unfilial and selfish. Now you ride in a cart, eating fine white bread while your grandparents consume coarse cakes. This is simply unacceptable. Let your grandparents ride in the cart. Allow the two elders to sit in the cart. Many voices joined in, and in that moment, Lin Ziyuan's family appeared utterly heartless. Lin Ziyuan was incensed by their shamelessness, but at a loss for words, his lips trembled, his face flushed, as he pointed at his family, unable to utter a single retort. Lin Jinchu noticed Lin Jishu lurking nearby with a cold gaze, and she immediately understood that today's spectacle was a scheme concocted by old Madame Shin and Lin Jishu. Lin Jishu was a devious individual, indolent and indulgent. His sole intent today was to seize Lin Jinchu's carriage, along with its provisions and water. Once the carriage was taken, his parents would surely favor him, and ultimately, it would be their family of 4 who would ride in it. He would be left sitting on an uncovered ox cart. Enduring the scorching sun and an unpleasant stench, he had long desired to switch to a proper carriage. Gao Min and Lu Runing stood among the onlookers. Gao Min, unfamiliar with the situation, harbored doubts about Lin Jinchu's character. Meanwhile, Lu Runing watched with excitement, hoping that the Lin family would take decisive action to seize Lin Jinchu's carriage and its contents. This would lead to Lin Jinchu being ousted from the group for her perceived disrespect towards her elders, much like the villagers from Beishan. It would be a struggle for her to survive thereafter. She envisioned pleading with her father to chastise Lin Jinchu fiercely, leaving her utterly humiliated, like a forsaken dog. Ideally, she hoped that the barbarians would capture Lin Jinchu and subject her to torment, making her life a living hell. Jinchu, I never imagined you to be such a person. How could you be so cruel to the elderly? They are your grandparents. You should willingly offer them your finest possessions instead of waiting for them to ask. Lu Runing spoke softly, adorned in a delicate light blue gown, her hair impeccably arranged, with a golden hairpin set with jade. She appeared even more radiant than in her previous pink attire, her fair skin glowing like freshly fallen snow. The villagers gazed in awe, some even swallowing in admiration. Indeed, it is as the esteemed daughter of the county magistrate says, a lady of high birth is well-mannered and knowledgeable, unlike these rustic women who lack decorum, someone remarked, attempting to flatter Lu Runing. Yes, yes. Miss Lu is both beautiful and kind-hearted. Her words are both pleasing and reasonable. Who would have thought that the magistrate's daughter possesses such filial piety? The villagers felt reassured knowing that Lu County Magistrate was present. They considered themselves benefactors of the magistrate, and some whispered that Lu Deren was actually a nephew of the current emperor's favored minister, Lu Chengxiang. This was a figure of great authority, second only to the emperor himself, and the villagers regarded Lu's family with newfound reverence. To think that the brother and niece of the prime minister stood before them, what fortune must their ancestors have accrued to encounter such a blessing? Gao Min tugged at Lu Runing, discontented with her words, believing she should not speak so freely without understanding the true relationship between the Lin family and Lin Jinchu. Lin Jinchu could hardly stifle a laugh as she observed Lu Runing and the person who had just spoken. Lu Runing had once proclaimed herself the daughter of the Pingshin Marquis and the betrothed of the third prince. Raised in the capital, how had she now become a rustic from the mountains? The village chief was about to intervene but hesitated upon seeing Lu Runing, not wishing to offend the magistrate's darling, as her words were tantamount to the magistrate's decree. After a moment's thought, he took a few steps back. Seeing the village chief retreat, Gu Shi felt triumphant. Jitsai, elder brother, why are you still standing there? Hurry and lift our mother into the carriage, and take the carriage to our place, as if it were second brother's filial offering to her. Oh, very well. Mother, I will carry you to second brother's carriage, where there is food and water. You will be well soon. Lin Jitsai, possessing no particular skills apart from his silver tongue, was adept at placating people, especially old Madame Shin. Only then did old Madame Shin slowly open her eyes, glancing around. She struggled to rise and cried out, "You all would let this old woman starve and perish? Second brother is cruel. We cannot fight against him. Just take me back. I would rather die with you than rest in this cart." Lin Jinchu thought to herself, if you wish to leave, then do not sit on the ground. Gu Shi declared loudly no. Today, mother must sleep in the carriage. Not just her, but father is also unwell. Both of them need to rest in the carriage, which contains several bags of fine flour, rice, and barrels of water. A glint of greed flashed in old Madame Shen's eyes. She had not anticipated the carriage would hold such fine provisions. Was the Chang family truly so generous as to offer such quality food to second brother? She had indeed fainted from the heat earlier, but she was awake now. Who would prefer a cart over a carriage? If the magistrate rode in a carriage, then she too would enjoy the same privilege. Yet, old Madame Shen feigned great difficulty. Forget it, you all can let this old woman fend for herself. My legs are weak and a burden to my children. No wonder second brother looks down on me. It would be better if I were dead. Even Lin Jinchu, lurking in the shadows, wanted to give his mother a thumbs up. He couldn't believe that their entire family couldn't manage to seize the carriage. Jinchu, why do you not hurry and help your grandmother into the carriage? Can you bear to leave an elderly woman sitting on the ground? Although Lu Runing's tone remained gentle, it carried a commanding undertone. It was as though she was issuing a decree on behalf of her father, the magistrate. A hint of pride seeped through her words. She intended to ensure that Lin Jinchu would never ascend to the position of empress, nor her son to that of emperor. Lin Jitsai forcefully shoved Lin Jinchu aside, causing her to stumble back, where she was steadied by Aunt Luo. Lin Dania then dragged Lin Wenza, who was standing by the carriage, out of the way. Lin Wenza, unable to maintain his balance, fell to the ground. At just 8 years old, after days of exertion in the sweltering heat, he had already felt dizzy, and this fall rendered him silent. Lin Jinchu's heart sank as she rushed over to shake Lin Wenza. Wenza, are you all right? Lin Wenza slowly opened his eyes and whispered, Sister, I'm fine. Lin Ziyuan hurried over to scoop up his son, urgently calling out, Wenza, Wenza. Lin Wenza feigned unconsciousness, not responding. Lin Ziyuan, in despair, hoarsely shouted, What do you all want? Must you drive our entire family to death before you are satisfied? Gao Min stepped forward, addressing Lin Jitsai and Daniu. If you wish to take the carriage, then do so, but why push down a child? It feels rather strange to me. Chapter 51, Unveiling the Truth. Gao Min continued. You speak of your plight as if those three are bullying you. But I can't help but feel that it is you who are bullying them. Lin Jinchu is merely 10 years old, and her brother is even younger. Their father is disabled. How could they possibly bully your whole family? No. You cannot take this carriage. Without it, how will they travel ahead? What will they eat and drink? The onlookers began to see reason in the words of the girl accompanying the magistrate's daughter. The Lin family appeared to be throwing tantrums and pushing people around, while the child lay unconscious, potentially in danger. Furthermore, the father and his children had not uttered a single word thus far. Lin Jinchu had previously arranged with Lin Wenza to pretend to faint if the Lin family pushed him. However, Dania's shove had been too forceful, and she had been genuinely worried about her brother getting hurt. Seeing that the moment was right, she spoke up clearly, Dear uncles and aunts, you are unaware of the true situation. Please allow me to explain. Her gaze was piercing, her voice resonant, and the crowd inexplicably fell silent. Each individual fixated on Lin Jinchu, eagerly awaiting her continuation. Lu Runing sought to intervene but was restrained by Gao Min. Indeed, my father is a member of the Lin family, but he has toiled tirelessly since childhood, venturing into the mountains to hunt. The spoils of his labor were sold in town for silver, which was then used to support the education of the youngest son of Grandma Shen. Yes. My father is not their biological son. He was adopted, while Lin Jichai and Lin Jishu are the true sons of Grandma Shen. Just half a month ago, my father suffered a leg fracture while hunting in the mountains, and Grandma Shen attempted to sell me to a man over 60 as a concubine. Can you fathom such cruelty? Yet she dared to do it. Uncles and aunts, I am merely 10 years old. At this point, Lin Jinchu was in tears, prompting some in the audience to wipe their own eyes, as they began to realize that the so-called second son was not of blood relation, which explained much. What does it matter if he is not of blood? He raised your father. The debt of nurturing outweighs the debt of birth. Besides, the sale never materialized, did it? You are the one causing trouble, Shin Ji-chai retorted harshly. True, it did not go through, but the 10 taels from the attempted sale have become our burden of debt. Furthermore, we were cast out, my father, my brother, and I, without a grain of rice or a single coin to our names. We were forced to sign a severance document. Lin Jinchu responded, wiping her tears. She then produced a piece of paper from her sleeve. Look here, this is the severance document, duly reported to the county. And the magistrate is aware of it. As she spoke, she cast a glance toward Magistrate Lu, who, having been displeased with Lin Jinchu's earlier remarks, felt a twinge of resentment. Although Lin Jinchu had aided the Chang family in dealing with the bandits from Beishan village, filial piety was a grave matter. The state of donghua was governed by the principle of filiality. One only had to observe how the princes behaved with the emperor to understand this. Despite being a secondary son in the Lu household and having faced hardships in the capital, he held steadfastly to the virtues of filial duty, honoring both his biological mother and his legitimate stepmother. Even when his stepmother coaxed him to this remote county in the northwest, he complied without hesitation. However, upon hearing Lin Jinchu's account, Magistrate Lu began to comprehend the complexity of the Lin family's predicament, and he couldn't help but feel exasperated with his daughter for meddling in the villagers' affairs. Without the bandits, his family should have remained in a position of elevated status, deserving of respect from the villagers. They were the most esteemed, and how could they stoop to mingle with these uncouth, mud-stained peasants? Were it not for the deaths of his retainers, he would have preferred not to associate with the villagers of Xishan. His sole desire was to rely on the Chang family to safely reach the next city, Anping, where the magistrate was a close friend. Upon arriving in Anping, he could travel in the company of his friend and return to the capital with a contingent of 100 soldiers. Seeing the magistrate's displeasure, the village head patiently elaborated on the Lin family's situation. Yet, Magistrate Lu's discontent only grew. Faced with Lin Jinchu's imploring gaze, he was compelled to look at the village head. The village head, understanding the unspoken cue, promptly stated, "There is indeed truth to this matter. I personally approached the magistrate regarding this. The Lin family has indeed overstepped, and I, as village head, shall not aid them. Lin Ziyuan has severed ties with the Lin family and has no further relations with them." This revelation ignited a stir among the crowd. If even the village head was not supporting them, what could be said of their standing? Lu Runing wished to interject, but was silenced by a cough from Magistrate Lu. Lin Jinchu continued, "This cart and the grain do not belong to us. The cart was lent to us by the Chang family, as my father once rescued their eldest son. The Chang family, known for their loyalty, lent us the cart while my father is still recovering from his injury. The grain and water in the cart were provided by the village head's family, the Chang family, and several kind-hearted villagers. I speak nothing but the truth. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with Aunt Luo and the village head." Aunt Luo, standing beside her, nodded affirmatively, while Uncle Chang added, "The cart was indeed temporarily lent to our dear brother Ziyuan. His leg had just begun to heal, and yesterday he went to confront the bandits again, only for his injury to flare up once more. The cart was given to them. My wife is now using an ox cart. If Ziyuan's leg improves, the cart must be returned for my wife's use." Witnessing the valor of the Chang family, the villagers acknowledged that, without their intervention, they might have faced dire consequences at the hands of bandits. Especially upon hearing the magistrate refer to the Chang family as great generals, the villagers regarded them with reverence, for they admired and respected heroes. "Now it is clear, this cart cannot be used by you, let alone taken away. It belongs to the Chang family. What right do you have to seize it? It is not your adopted son's property, and moreover, this brave man is no longer your adopted son. You severed ties with him. What business do you have here? Are you attempting to deceive those of us who are unaware of the circumstances?" "Indeed, this family harbors ill intentions," another voice chimed in. Lin Jinchu, seeing the tide turn in her favor, pressed on, "When Grandma Shen's family cast us out, we had not a single coin to our name, nor a grain of food. All these pots, bowls, and barrels were gifts from Aunt Luo and the village's kind-hearted uncles and aunts. The village head even provided us with an empty house to live in. Yet, despite these acts of kindness, they stormed into our home and took everything, leaving not even a bowl or a grain of rice behind. Woe is me. They are nothing but robbers, unable to bear the sight of our meager comforts. Dear uncles and aunts, what do you say? Should we surrender the cart and grain to Grandma Shen's family? My father's leg injury is not yet healed. Without the cart, how shall we manage? My brother and I are still young, we cannot carry our father. Woe is me, will you not leave us a path to survive? The cart belongs to the Chang family, not to us. If you take it, how shall we repay the Chang family?" Chapter 52, Departing in Disgrace. Upon hearing all this, Gao Min was infuriated. "I told you, Jinchu is not the kind of person you think. You intended to sell her to a man over 60? You are inhuman. When he broke his leg, you expelled him and wrote a severance document, leaving them with nothing, no rice, not even a single coin. The kind villagers offered them assistance. And you even attempted to rob them. And now you demand that she return the borrowed cart and the grain and water gifted by the villagers? How dare you? Disgraceful wretches. At that moment, Gao Min completely forgot that she had previously given Lin Jinchu 300 taels of silver, along with a gold hairpin, a silver hairpin, and a jeweled flower in town. With that sum, one could easily purchase several carts. Although Lin Jinchu understood that her path diverged from Gao Min's, she was nonetheless touched by her defense. Gao Min and Lu Runing were family, their destinies intertwined with royalty, while she was merely a peasant girl, wishing only to find a serene place to live with her father and brother. Others joined in, spitting at the Lin family. Away with you, shameless lot. None of you are good people. You deceive us, taking advantage of our ignorance to seize the cart and grain. Indeed, you heartless fiends. That old woman is the worst. Wait, that woman resembles the old hag. Both are so ugly, with protruding teeth. Ugly people always cause trouble. They bully a young girl, while yesterday, that girl's family fought valiantly against the bandits. Her father is commendable. He went to confront the bandits even with an unhealed leg. Whereas the Lin family didn't dare approach the bandits at all. Now, they are mercilessly bullying their own kin, behaving like tyrants at home, pathetic and worthless. Indeed. It is as you say, some individuals simply cannot bear to see others thrive. They covet what others possess, desiring to monopolize even their horse-drawn carriages. How despicable. The man in question, however, has evidently earned such kindness through his benevolent deeds, receiving provisions from others in return for his goodwill. It is clear he is a man of integrity, a naive soul who has likely served the Lin family as a mere vessel, drained of his worth over the years. Upon suffering a broken leg, they deemed him no longer valuable, resorting to selling off his daughter and severing ties, only to return now that his leg is mending, seeking to exploit him once more. The severance of kinship has instilled a sense of fear in them. The plight of this father and daughter, along with their unfortunate brother, is truly heart-wrenching. What was it that the young girl mentioned earlier? Her father has been hunting to support whom exactly in their studies? Could it be that this family has a scholar among them? Indeed, after so many years, one would expect at least a successful candidate in the imperial examinations, perhaps even a top scholar. Young lady, do enlighten us, whom has your father been supporting in their studies? A curious villager inquired. The villagers hold scholars in high esteem. For such individuals are exceedingly rare. They understand that while all professions may be deemed inferior, the pursuit of knowledge is held in the highest regard. The opportunity to participate in the imperial examinations suggests the potential for success, perhaps even an official position. Lin Jinchu pointed to Lin Jinchu, who was attempting to hide at the back of the crowd, and declared, "It is he. His academic prowess is remarkable. He has even passed the preliminary examination. I have heard it took him 10 attempts to succeed." She feigned ignorance, her expression innocent and unpretentious, her eyes glimmering with admiration. Only Gao Min was aware that the young girl was merely putting on an act, though she refrained from exposing her. Upon hearing her words, many erupted in laughter, amused by Lin Jinchuan's naivety. To take 30 years to pass the preliminary examination, and after 10 attempts to achieve such a modest accomplishment, was hardly something to envy. Even Gao Min could not suppress her laughter, which grew increasingly boisterous, prompting those around her to join in. While the majority of villagers may not fully grasp the intricacies of the examination tiers, they were aware that passing the preliminary examination was the easiest feat. The status of a scholar was revered in the county, with very few achieving it, making Lin Jinchu's 30-year struggle to attain such a title seem rather unimpressive. Not far away, County Magistrate Lu shook his head in dismay. He was well acquainted with Lin Jinchu, one of the few scholars in Faisher County. He had personally met each candidate prior to the examinations, presenting them with 10 taels of silver as encouragement. Yet, he had little faith in Lin Jinchu. Perceiving him as arrogant and extravagant, always adorned in resplendent robes, often mistaken for a young noble. His demeanor suggested he believed he was destined for greatness, as if he were not merely vying for the title of scholar, but rather for that of the top scholar, disregarding the magistrate entirely. It was perplexing how he could possess such confidence, constantly alluding to his future as the highest achiever, as if he were destined for that singular honor. The magistrate found the notion absurd, given that the top scholar is selected once every 3 years, with only one individual nationwide receiving this accolade. Lin Jinchu. Nearing 30 and yet to pass the preliminary examination was merely indulging in fanciful dreams. Lin Laohan had initially intended to join the carriage, but, upon witnessing the scene, discreetly retreated and left in a hurry. Lin Jinchu also covered his face and fled, experiencing a profound embarrassment for the first time, marking a debt in his heart against Lin Jinchun. The remaining members of the Lin family, Lin Jida, Lin Jitsai, Dainio, Gushi, and the elderly Lady Shin, sat awkwardly on the ground, caught in a predicament, unsure whether to advance or retreat. With a forced smile, Gushi remarked, Jinchun, regardless of the situation, your grandmother did raise your father. We find ourselves lacking in provisions. Might you spare us a bag of grain? Lin Jinchun feigned reluctance, explaining that the grain had been generously provided by the village elder and Uncle Chang, suggesting they seek permission from them. As she spoke, she noticed the silence from the crowd, walked over to the carriage, and retrieved half a bag of flour. Perhaps you could take this bag to cook something for Grandma Shin. I know that if we give you this grain, no one will help us in the future. After all, we owe our good fortune to their kindness, and it would be a betrayal to pass their generosity to others. If we find ourselves in need once more, who will come to our aid? Furthermore, provisions are scarce for everyone right now. No one can afford to concern themselves with others. In the end, it may come down to my father, my brother, and I starving, but we must fulfill our filial duty. Even though Grandma Shin is not my father's biological mother, and despite all the sacrifices my father has made for your family, even if you have cast us out and severed our ties, you raised my father. Therefore, even if we starve, we cannot be unfilial, can we? Gushi found herself in a precarious position, unable to accept or refuse. Lin Jida and Lin Jitsai were just about to lift Lady Shin when they too wished to discreetly depart. Uncle Lin-san, Uncle Linda, please carry Grandma Shin back. We wouldn't want her to faint again. We need to return this carriage to the Chang family. My father's leg isn't fully healed yet and still requires the carriage. If you truly need one, you might borrow from Uncle Chang. They have ox carts and mule carts available. There are plenty of families with carriages. Even the village elder and the county magistrate have one. After all, while others may forego transportation, your family cannot. While others may starve, you, the Lin family, cannot afford to. Chapter 53. The barbarians have truly arrived. She spoke with utmost seriousness, and Gao Min stifled her laughter, thoroughly charmed by the young girl. However, upon glancing at her cousin Lu Runing, she noticed a venomous glare directed at Lin Jinchun, causing her heart to race. She could not comprehend when her cousin had developed animosity towards Jinchun. It should not be the case. If anything, it was Lin Jinchun who harbored resentment towards her cousin, as she had exposed Jinchun to the bandits, claiming she was the legitimate daughter of the Pingxin Marquis and the fiancée of the third prince. It was all incomprehensible to Gao Min. How could Jinchun, a mere country girl with her father present, be linked to the Marquis's household? Had her cousin lost her mind? Lady Shin, caught in a bind, was uncertain whether to leave or stay, preparing to make a scene. At that moment, the village elder struck the gong once more, announcing, "We're setting off. Hurry up and keep up. We want to wait for those who fall behind." Lin Jinchun hastily leaped onto the carriage, while Lin Ziyuan lifted his son aboard. It was then that Lin Wenza finally stirred awake. "Father, I'm fine," he whispered to Lin Ziyuan as the carriage began to move. Lin Ziyuan sighed in relief, yet he still felt a lingering disdain and frustration towards the Lin family, pondering when such days would come to an end. They had scarcely traveled when commotion erupted behind them. Lin Jinchun, uninterested, urged the horses onward. Two small sparrows perched on her shoulder. She recognized them as not belonging to her space, yet she did not shoo them away. Having spent time with the little sparrows and magpies in her space, she found these birds rather endearing. The small sparrows chirped a few times before Lin Jinchun heard Xiaokangwu say, "Master, the little sparrows just informed me that they defecated on the faces of Grandma Shin's family. It was my command, and they cannot be punished or harmed, but it has left me feeling quite vexed." Only then did Lin Jinchun realize the source of the earlier commotion stemmed from Lin Liahan's family. She burst into laughter. And not far ahead, Gao Min and Lu Runing glanced over at her, intrigued by the sound of her mirth. The two sparrows quietly took flight. These were the same birds that had followed Lin Jinchun south from the mountains near Shishan village. To her surprise, they had indeed accompanied her. Meanwhile, chaos erupted among the Lin family, with everyone covered in bird droppings. Lin Jinchu and his wife dismounted from the ox cart, retching by the roadside. Their children, who had been sheltered by Lu Shi, bore only minor splatters on their bodies, but remained unscathed on their faces. Lady Xin, for the first time, wept bitterly, lamenting why those foul sparrows had targeted only her family while neglecting those nearby. Just moments ago, I witnessed a family confront Lin Jinchu, receiving disdainful glances from onlookers, who remarked with contempt, "This is the consequence of their malevolent deeds. Retribution has swiftly arrived." "What did you say?" "Repeat that," roared the elderly matriarch, her fury palpable. The woman before her was no meek adversary. She retorted sharply at Xin's grotesque visage, "And what if I repeat it? Do I fear you?" She continued, "Isn't it obvious that your family's wickedness has brought this upon you? Just look around. Why are the birds targeting your family alone? The others are not far off. And surely that is evident. I advise you to cease your misdeeds. Remember, the heavens are always watching." The nearby onlookers nodded in agreement, echoing sentiments of their own. "Indeed. We almost misjudged that young girl. The true venom lies within this family, attempting to distort the truth. At their age, wishing to barter a 10-year-old child to a 60-year-old man, what a curse that is. To have such a grandmother is indeed a misfortune." With a severance letter in hand, she was no longer a grandmother. "Fortunately, we are here to ensure they cannot harm that young girl." Elder Xin wiped away the foulness from her face with a piece of tattered cloth, enduring the discomfort as the group pressed forward, unable to disembark from their vehicle. She intended to offer the cloth to old man Lin, only to find him already using his sleeve to clean himself. Goodness, how repugnant. Xin grimaced at old man Lin, who was a far cry from the spirited man he once was. Tall and robust in his youth, he had been quite the catch for women. After the death of his first wife, it was only a week later that Xin's family came knocking, with her being over a decade his junior. Recently, the Lin family had faced a series of misfortunes. Lin Jinchu had broken his leg in the mountains, leaving the family without income. Their stockpiled grains, jerky, and dried vegetables had all been stolen, and even their firewood and backyard crops had vanished. The thief had been ruthless, leaving not even a scrap of vegetable leaves behind. Furthermore, the gravest matter was that their son had once again failed to participate in the imperial examination, another 3 years lost. Alas, every single event had spiraled into misfortune. And old man Lin appeared significantly aged. As she contemplated her own aging, Elder Xin kept a small copper mirror in her pocket, her favorite pastime being to sneak glances at her reflection. Yet now she refrained from doing so, fearing the shock it might bring. Curiously, amidst the calamity befalling the Lin family, only the last in line, Aunt Sun, remained unscathed, even expressing her own astonishment at her fortune. An hour later, the terrain shifted from its previous flatness to a long, steep incline, rendering all carts, be they horse-drawn, donkey, mule, or oxen, unable to ascend. As the group halted to deliberate their next move, they suddenly spotted a throng of individuals sprinting towards them from behind. "Hurry, ascend the mountain. The Tartars are upon us. Many have perished at the city gates. It is horrific. Why are you lingering here? If you do not flee, allow us to go first." A man at the forefront shouted, navigating through the gaps as he pressed onward. The village head, upon hearing this, was thrown into a state of panic and immediately glanced at Magistrate Lu, who had no choice but to order everyone from the carts. "We must abandon the carts and lead the horses up the mountain. We will carry the grain," the village head suggested, his demeanor slightly obsequious. "Very well. Let it be so. I appreciate your sacrifice," Magistrate Lu replied, leading the Lu and Gao families, along with their servants, up the mountain. Before departing, he cast a glance at the Chang family nearby and shook his head in dismay. The village head selected several strong men to follow Magistrate Lu, carrying the belongings from the carts. The servants also carried a few bags. They discarded anything superfluous, keeping only food and water, leaving behind useless items to obstruct the Tartars and buy themselves some time. Once the Lu and Gao families had fled, the village had picked up a gong and began to call out to the villagers. Lin Jinchu and the Chang family disembarked from their cart. Chang Songjung swiftly dismantled the cart, loading the grain and water onto the backs of the ox and mule, urging his parents and younger brother to lead them away first. He then assisted Lin Jinchu in unloading her cart. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos, she managed to store the largest sack of rice into her space, along with 4 wooden barrels, a ceramic pot, bowls, and other miscellaneous items, leaving only 2 small sacks of rice and a few garments behind. Once her father and brother exited the cart, they conversed with Chang Song-jung while other families lamented and cursed as they tossed aside their belongings. She too followed suit, binding her items with coarse cloth to hang on the horse's back. The throngs behind her surged forward, nimble villagers racing ahead. Those without carts, carrying merely a few bundles, were surprisingly the quickest. Lin Jinchu led the horse, with Lin Ziyuan grasping Lin Wen's hand. Chang Song-jung walked alongside them, following his father's orders. After ascending this steep slope, another long incline awaited them. Upon reaching the top, the path leveled out, adorned with numerous trees. Though their leaves had turned yellow, the forest was dense, and the trail narrowed. Lin Jinchu gazed back at the throng of people laboring to ascend the slope, some desperately scavenging through the discarded items. She halted, prompting Chang Song-jung and Lin Ziyuan, along with Lin Wenza, to pause as well. "What is it, Chewer?" Lin Ziyuan inquired, while Chang Song-jung and Wenza looked towards her. "If only these people would hurry, if everyone could reach the top together, we could collectively chop down some trees to block the path, preventing the horses from advancing and buying us precious time. Or perhaps we could compel the pursuing Tartar army to abandon their chase." Lin Ziyuan's eyes widened in realization. His daughter was indeed astute, her plan remarkably clever. Chang Song-jung's gaze deepened as he regarded Lin Jinchu, recognizing her as a treasure trove of ingenuity. Just as she had rallied the villagers to combat the bandits, her leadership had proven essential, had it solely depended on the Chang family. They may have exhausted themselves without vanquishing all the bandits. "This plan is feasible," Chang Song-jung declared with enthusiasm. "You all stay here and rest for a moment. I will seek out the village head for further strategies." Chapter 54. Setting up obstacles. Before long, Chang Song-jung returned with the village head and several dozen young men armed with axes and machetes, diving straight into the task of chopping down trees. The village head nodded at Lin Jinchu and Lin Ziyuan, then called out to the approaching villagers, "Fellow villagers, those with axes, come help us fell the trees. Soon, we will push them down to block the path below. This way, the Tartar cavalry cannot ascend. Quickly, come lend a hand. The more trees we fell, the safer we will be on the mountain. Otherwise, no matter how fast we run, we cannot outrun horses." Upon hearing this, the villagers found the logic compelling and promptly set down their belongings, allowing the elderly, weak, and women to move forward to find a shaded spot to rest. They grabbed their tools and joined in the effort to chop down trees, mingling together without regard for their respective villages. In truth, since the bandit encounter, the villagers had dispersed, forming smaller groups with familiar faces. Some even sought out relatives, as most villagers' marriages were often within neighboring villages, though a few extended beyond county or town lines. At that moment, a jovial voice rang out, "Yesterday we fought the bandits together. Today we shall confront the Tartars together. Come, brothers, lend your hand. If we can drive the Tartars away, this will be a tale to boast about for a lifetime." Another voice chimed in jest. "Not just a lifetime, our descendants will carry on the boast." This sparked hearty laughter, as an increasing number of individuals joined the effort. Those without axes assisting in moving the felled trees to the road, and soon, once everyone had gathered, they began to push the trees down. The collective strength of the crowd proved formidable. In no time, a considerable number of trees had been felled. Some chopped, while others lifted, and soon, heaps of timber rose high before our eyes. Approximately half an hour later, everyone below finally ascended. At this moment, the village chief waved his hand decisively. Pushing forward, the more obstacles there were, the slower the enemy would pursue us. The fiercer the resistance from Guqing County, the greater the chance that the enemy would traverse this route. Upon hearing this, everyone felt it made sense. A mix of fear and exhilaration spurred them on. It wasn't until they saw the scattered trunks below, all the cut trees pushed down, that they paused to pursue those ahead. Thus, all remained focused on their journey, stopping only to eat their provisions on the go. As they ventured further in, the path narrowed, accommodating only a single horse or ox at a time, flanked by tall, dense forests. Here, the heat was less oppressive due to the elevation, a gentle breeze offering a welcome respite. It was only as dusk approached that they caught up with those ahead, who had stopped in a clearing to start a fire for cooking. Lin Jinchu immediately spotted her entire family feasting on dry flatbreads, likely due to a lack of provisions, even sharing a single water pouch among themselves, each taking turns to sip. Many families of those who had participated in tree cutting had already begun cooking, as firewood was plentiful in the forest, easily gathered. People moved through the crowd searching for their kin. Taidan, over here. A woman called out to a man nearby. Father, we're here. A child dashed towards a man, leaping into his embrace. Go Sheng, mother has cooked, come eat. An elderly woman waved her hand. Ergo. Sanhua. Lin Jinchu stifled a laugh at the odd names. The men from the village chief's family gathered in their designated area, while Lu County Magistrate remained with the chief's family. They had ample food, including meat, boiling a large pot of meat dishes alongside another of rice. The aroma spread far in the wilderness. Many villagers cast envious glances this way, some even drooling at the sight. It was not merely the journey of famine. Even in the village, few could afford to indulge in white rice, and meat was a rare treat, typically reserved for the new year. Sitting there gnawing on her dry, coarse flatbread, old lady Shin's eyes fixated on the source of the meat's fragrance, lamenting that if that thief hadn't stolen her household's meat and vegetables, they too would have rice and meat now. Since arriving here, she felt a sharp pain in her heart, cursing that thief 100 times over. Lin Jinchu and the Chang family found a small patch of open ground on the edge. Lin Jinchu laid down 2 pieces of cloth, urging Aunt Luo to sit on one while her father, Wenza, and Uncle Chang occupied the other, with Chang Songjung leaping onto a tree, followed by Chang Urge, who was unwilling to be left behind. The village girl's eyes were glued to the 2 brothers, wishing to be as close as possible, except for Gao Min and Lu Runing, who merely glanced before looking away. Lin Jinchu distributed corn cakes to both families, 1 for each person, with Wenza delivering them to the 2 Chang brothers. Others began munching on the corn cakes, but only Aunt Luo eyed the seemingly warm and soft cakes with suspicion. They had been 5 days since leaving the village, and it was hard to believe that corn cakes could still be this fresh and warm. Usually, they ate dry flatbreads, which could last 10 days to half a month, while corn cakes would turn sour after just 3 days in the heat. She certainly wouldn't question Lin Jinchu. She merely sensed that the girl was extraordinary. And they say these 2 have no issues. Look at them, 2 families almost becoming one. Someone remarked. Indeed, otherwise, why would the Chang family lend carts and provide food? For a morsel to eat, they disregarded all shame. I say, Aunt Lin, you should keep a close watch on this. A woman from the village spoke scornfully. Lin Jinchu recognized her as the one who had relentlessly pursued her for jujubes previously. She was seated beside the village head's wife, appearing younger, likely a sibling of the village head. Alas, I can't control it. They are quite capable, old lady Shin retorted, swallowing hard, then letting out a few huffs as she clutched her aching leg. Her gaze turned venomous towards Lin Jinchu's corn cakes. Once, it was she who enjoyed corn cakes while Lin Jinchu had to make do with dry rations. Now the roles had reversed. Regardless, you are her nurse. If you do not intervene, it will ultimately affect the reputation of the Lin family's daughters. Some women, noticing that there was little hope for the eldest son of the Chang family, shifted their attention to the delicate second son, their eyes sparkling with dreams. The Chang family was skilled in martial arts, handsome and strong. Marrying into them would guarantee a life free from want. Moreover, the Chang family was known for their kindness, and Aunt Luo's good temperament made them the ideal in-laws in the eyes of many families with daughters. Furthermore, the county magistrate referred to Uncle Chang as a great general. Perhaps in the future, the daughters could accompany them back to the capital, becoming the wives of minor generals. What a thrilling thought. The more they imagined, the more they resented Lin Jinchu for claiming the most outstanding son of the Chang family upon her return from the capital. Chapter 55. Another stirring of trouble. Chang Songjung shook his head with a bitter smile. He was not foolish and could see through their thoughts. He would gladly marry Jinchu, but she was still just a child, completely oblivious and treating him as merely a family member like Wenza. Moreover, this was a matter between their 2 families. Why should the village be involved? He had never noticed how meddlesome the people of Shishan village were before. The village chief was so enraged that his beard trembled. Chang Songjung had informed him that the idea to fell trees and block the enemy cavalry was conceived by Lin Jinchu. Time and again, this little girl had changed his perception of her. What a clever child. It was not merely about the girl and Chang Songjung. Even if they wished to unite, why should the villagers concern themselves? He glanced at his own granddaughter, Lin Yuexiang, who was currently gazing shyly at Chang Songjung, and sighed in exasperation. He had once attempted to subtly inquire about Chang Songjung's feelings regarding his granddaughter. Chang Songjung had immediately steered the conversation away, an obvious refusal. Later, he asked Chongting, who stated that his second son was still young, and there was no rush. The eldest son's marriage would depend on his own choice, ensuring it was someone he liked. Their words were a clear rejection, albeit couched in polite terms. The village chief could no longer shamelessly pursue the matter, even if his granddaughter begged him to. Had there been any hint of interest, he would have intervened on behalf of the families. The idle gossip of these people infuriated Lin Ziyuan and Lin Wenze. Lin Jinchu approached her father, handing each a cake and taking a few hearty sips from her water pouch, having boiled several large barrels of water in her space. She had plenty of buns and corn cakes. As she ate, she cast a defiant glance at old lady Shin and Gu Shi, as if to say, "I possess grain and water, yet I will not share with you." The more furious old lady Shin became, the more the fine needle of discomfort in her leg seemed to quicken, intensifying her pain. "You little harlot. Shameless creature, devoid of any sense of decency. If you tarnish the reputation of the other Lin family girls, I shall tear you apart." Old lady Shin shouted. Gu Shi charged forward, intent on snatching the cakes and water from Lin Jinchu, one hand gripping her hair while the other reached for her water. Chang Songjung, in a fit of urgency, leapt down from the tree, positioning himself behind Lin Jinchu, ever ready to lend assistance. Aunt Luo observed quietly, aware that this child would not engage in actions lacking certainty. The toxic powder used against bandits, fresh corn cakes, foraged Ganoderma, jujubes, and wild vegetables, such an array of extraordinary endeavors piqued Aunt Luo's curiosity regarding Lin Jinchu's other talents. In a swift motion, Lin Jinchu seized Gu Shi's arm, twisting it with such force that Gu Shi winced in pain, loosening her grip. Desperately, she lunged forward to claw at Lin Jinchu's face, her disdain for that visage palpable. Earlier, her daughter, Chun Tao, had insisted on disfiguring Lin Jinchu's face. If it were ruined, she would become the ugliest in the village, and no one would desire her anymore, thus rendering the Chang family indifferent to Lin Jinchu as well. Moreover, springing from her mother's admonitions, Chun Tao had specifically instructed her to ensure Lin Jinchu's suffering intensified before returning to the capital. With a silver hairpin concealed in her mother's sleeve, a fact even her grandmother remained unaware of. Fueled by fury for her daughter, Gu Shi was determined to fight. While Lin Ziyuan attempted to intervene, but was halted by Lin Jinchu's piercing gaze. She could retaliate against Gu Shi, but with Lin Ziyuan's presence, the situation would escalate. Uncle Chang also restrained Lin Ziyuan, knowing that his wife would not stand idly by while Jinchu was bullied, reassuring him, especially since Chang Songjung stood close behind Lin Jinchu, visibly anxious. Despite his nervousness, Uncle Chang held a fondness for Jinchu. If she were to marry Songjung, both he and his wife would wholeheartedly support the union. Though Lin Ziyuan refrained from approaching, Lin Wenze rushed forward, employing his signature technique akin to a young calf charging. He had grown robust from his hearty meals, and after consuming a porridge made from bamboo rice, he resembled a young bull in strength. Lowering his head, he barreled toward Gu Shi. Although she attempted to evade swiftly, Lin Wenze was faster, colliding with her midsection, causing her considerable discomfort. Yet, noticing Lin Jinchu lost in thought, she disregarded her pain and aimed to scratch Lin Jinchu's face. Her primary objectives today were to seize food and water and to mar Lin Jinchu's visage. If she succeeded, there would be no remedies available here, and Lin Jinchu would be left to suffer disfigurement. Lin Jinchu anticipated this moment, and with all her might, she delivered a powerful kick toward Gu Shi. Upon executing the strike, a voice echoed in her mind. Little Kangwu, ecstatic, exclaimed, "Master, that kick was exquisite. A few more would suffice. I've been holding back for too long. I might just burst from frustration. I've never felt so humiliated in 8 centuries." The kick propelled Gu Shi several meters away, akin to a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. The impact compounded her pain from Lin Wenze's earlier collision, leaving her in excruciating agony. Mother! Mother! Are you all right?" cried Lin Chuntao, Lin Chunchao, Lin Wunyo, and Lin Jitsai as they rushed over. "Pill! Pill!" Old lady Shin wailed, her voice a mournful lament akin to a slaughtered pig, for this was her beloved niece, her most cherished daughter-in-law. Lin Jinchu found herself momentarily astonished by the explosive power of her kick. The spiritual energy of the space was indeed formidable, endowing her with extraordinary strength. Though untrained in martial arts, her newfound strength granted her a means of self-defense. Nearby onlookers applauded, having witnessed her involvement from the onset of the skirmish against the bandits to her recent endeavors in felling trees and erecting barriers. Many villagers now recognized Lin Jinchu, and the Lin family's incessant meddling and idleness had not gone unnoticed, especially the scathing remarks directed at a mere 10-year-old by Lin's kin, which incensed the crowd. Such a fierce young lady. Well done. That's how you deal with such scoundrels, one villager declared. They deserve a few more slaps to silence their foul mouths. Lin Jinchu, hearing the derision aimed at her family and witnessing her mother crumpled on the ground, cast a venomous glare at Lin Jinchu. Meanwhile, the youngest, Lin Wunyo, charged at Lin Jinchu, screeching, "Bad person. You hurt my mother. I'll kill you. I'll kill you, you little bastard, you little whore. I'll beat you to death, you shameless piece of meat." The villagers were taken aback, astonished at the vile words spewing from the mouth of a mere 5-year-old. After all, Lin Jinchu was just 10. It was evident that malice knows no age. Some individuals are simply born wicked. Lin Jinchu was utterly appalled, her worldview shattered. Naturally, she would not allow herself to be struck by a child. She deftly sidestepped, but Lin Wunyo was less fortunate, colliding headfirst into a large tree. Chapter 56. Not gaining an advantage. Afterwards, Lin Wunyo fell to the ground, akin to a kite severed from its string, unconscious. Chang Songjung, initially standing beside the tree, could have easily intercepted Lin Wunyo, for the child was slight and frail, and even a collision would not have been painful. However, the boy's earlier insults had irked him greatly, prompting him to step aside instead. "Wunyo! Wunyo!" Old Lady Shen wailed again, her voice piercing the air. "Murder! Someone come quickly! My dear grandson! I implore the magistrate to intervene. That little bastard has killed my grandson." The commotion drew the attention of County Magistrate Liu, who merely shook his head, choosing to ignore Old Lady Shen's cries, while the village chief sighed helplessly. Lin Jitsai, witnessing the unfolding chaos, hastily set Gusher down and rushed to scoop up Lin Wunyo. He shot a venomous glance at Chang Songjing, but dared not confront him directly, for he knew the Chang family was not one to be trifled with. Turning to Lin Jinchu, he scolded viciously, "You wretched girl. How can you stoop to squabble with a child? He bumped into you. Couldn't you just let it go? He's so small. Even if he did collide with you, it wouldn't hurt. How could you possess such a malicious heart? Your entire family are ungrateful wretches." Numerous villagers, particularly those from neighboring areas, could no longer bear the sight, and a woman stood up to speak. "We are all witnesses here. Your family is too oppressive," specifically targeting this young girl. "From the beginning, she merely kicked your woman once. Your lady intended to claw at her face. How wicked." The girl had no choice but to retaliate. Besides, how painful could it be for an adult to be kicked by a child? "Why do you still berate her?" Lin Jinchu could hardly suppress her applause. This aunt was formidable, turning Lin Jitsai's words back on him. Indeed, Lin Jinchu was also a child. How could an adult strike a child and expect no response? She was entirely justified. As for Lin Wunyo, she had not even brushed against him. Another aunt interjected, "Exactly. You dare to criticize the girl? Look at your son. She didn't even lay a finger on him, yet listen to his foul language. Oh, he charged at her, and she merely stepped aside. How absurd. You think she should stand there waiting to be collided with? Your little brat is filled with malice and wickedness." Lin Jinchu turned to glance at Chang Songjung, who stood a short distance away, realizing he was quite cunning to have stepped aside. How amusing. That tree was tall and sturdy. Even an adult could sustain injury upon impact, and Lin Wunyo had exerted all his strength. So it was no wonder he was knocked out. But this was of no concern to her. It was self-inflicted. Lin Jinchu cast a resentful glance at Chang Songjung. Since her fourth uncle had failed to partake in the imperial examinations, and their family had begun to flee from famine, she had lost faith in his ability to achieve great things, and her aspirations of becoming the respected wife of a noble had begun to waver. Her gaze often wandered back to Chang Songjung. He was the only one in Shishan village who stirred her heart, tall, handsome, and skilled in martial arts. Especially during the skirmish with the bandits, he had appeared remarkably gallant. All women are drawn to heroes. After all, beauty loves bravery. Especially the Chang family, who lived the most comfortably in the entire Shishan village. Previously, this was unknown, but during this time of famine, they not only lent Lin Jinchu their cart, but also brought along additional mule carts, ox carts, and several large sacks of grain. It was rumored that the sacks were filled with fine white rice and dried meat. Although Lin Jinchu did not possess the exquisite complexion or features akin to Lin Jinchu, She believed herself to be quite comparable, save for her slightly unsightly teeth and a nose that was a tad flat. She felt a deep sense of grievance towards Chang Songjing for his treatment of her brother. How could he be so bewitched by that vixen Lin Jinchu? Constantly aiding that family of lowly scoundrels? If only the Chang family were as generous in assisting her family, the journey would have been far more comfortable. With ample water and food along the way, not to mention protection. Her gaze shifted to Chang Kongwen, Chang Songjing's younger brother. Alas, he was still too young, lacking in manliness, and would be better suited for her sister, Chun Chao. Chang Kongwen sensed someone observing him and, upon looking up, met Lin Chuantao's scrutinizing gaze, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He spat on the ground, muttering, "Bah, a bunch of filthy creatures." Aunt Luo cast a puzzled glance at her son, bewildered by his words. At that moment, the discussions around them grew louder. With nothing else to do, it was a fine occasion to indulge as onlookers and unwind. Indeed, it was quite appalling to hear such foul language from a mere child, indicating that this family must have frequently cursed in front of him. Otherwise, how could a 4- or 5-year-old conjure such words? Truly despicable, that entire family. Throughout the journey, they had no part in combating bandits. While the men had been busy chopping wood, they merely sat back and enjoyed the fruits of others' labor. Such brazen audacity. They were cunning, seeking to gain without giving anything in return, revealing the kind of life the girl's father had led in the Lin household over the years. Granny Shin had been thoroughly entertained, though regrettably unable to rise. Otherwise, she too would have relished the chance to snatch away Lin Jinchu's food and drink and give her a thorough beating before selling her off. Her legs betrayed her at that moment, suddenly seized by excruciating pain. Despite the discomfort, she remained engrossed in the spectacle until she turned her head and witnessed her own niece, who was also her daughter-in-law, being kicked down by that little wretch. And even her beloved grandson had been knocked unconscious. Just as she was about to erupt in fury, she heard the old man Lin, sitting nearby and puffing on his pipe, bellow at Lin Lao-san, "Get back here. Don't you have enough shame already?" He was a man of great pride, relishing being held in high esteem, basking in a sense of superiority, but regrettably, nothing had gone his way for quite some time. Lin Wunyo soon regained consciousness, and upon waking, he made a beeline towards Lin Jinchu, only to be restrained by Lin Zikaikai, for each time his family approached, they were met with failure, leaving them battered and bruised. It was all too uncanny. Lin Zikaikai felt somewhat disheartened. Had it not been for his fourth brother's instigation, Gu would not have charged in to strike. As the Lin family quieted down, the onlookers dispersed, collapsing onto the ground to sleep. They had lost far too many belongings while ascending the mountain, and now each one felt a pang of regret, but there was no choice. The mountain path was treacherous and narrow, even the carts could not pass. Some were unwilling to part with their carts, dragging them up the hill, only to find they had to abandon them, as the path was too narrow and rugged. The burden could only be borne by human backs. By midnight, as everyone slept soundly, Lin Jinchu seized the opportunity of the pitch-black night to enter the space with the black steed tethered behind the tree. The little creatures in the space flocked around her, while the black steed, feeling free, rushed to the lakeside to quench its thirst. Lin Jinchu prepared some chopped wheat straw, steamed buns, and dumplings for it to eat. Chapter 57. Danger approaches. The black steed relished the comfort of the space, utterly unable to endure the harsh heat outside. After satisfying its hunger and thirst, it let out a series of contented snorts. Xiao Kangwu, with its tiny pointed beak, incessantly chattered, "Master, I must say, you should find an opportunity to eliminate the Lin family. They are the refuse of this realm, existing only to waste resources." Lin Jinchu suppressed a laugh, curiously inquiring, "Xiao Kangwu, where did you learn such words? From your previous master, or perhaps the one before that?" Xiao Kangwu shyly scratched its little head, unable to recall. Yet it was unsure why it had blurted out such phrases. Lin Jinchu was astonished to notice that Xiao Kangwu had sprouted some short, crimson fluff on its head, no longer appearing bald and looking far more appealing. She glanced at the plants and the lake within the space, uncertain which aspect was cultivating the spiritual energy. But it was becoming increasingly comfortable, akin to a rechargeable battery for the human body. No matter how weary one felt, entering this space revitalized them, as evidenced by the state of the black steed, which was now joyfully galloping around the salt lake. Lin Jinchu said to Xiao Kangwu, "Human society is governed by rules. One cannot simply take a life. Your descent to the mortal realm was likely due to breaching the rules of the divine realm, correct? But rest assured, if an opportunity arises, we shall ensure they are punished, and as for killing, it need not be done by our own hands. Xiaokang was small, round eyes instantly sparkled. Its master was suggesting using another's hand to achieve their goal. It felt a surge of joy for having suddenly conjured a phrase, wondering if it was becoming ever more intelligent. What had its previous master said? Inspiration flowed like a spring. Yes, that was the essence. After devouring 2 meat buns, she boiled a pot of white rice with some slices of cured meat and simmered a dish of greens with dried meat. The aroma was simply intoxicating. She packed some rice and vegetables into the bird's feeding area and also filled a bowl for the black steed. After they were well fed, she plucked a few poisonous herbs, chopped them finely, and pressed the juice into a special porcelain bottle, sealing it tightly. She coated her dagger with poison and stored some toxic powder wrapped in oiled paper in her sleeve. She instructed Xiaokanwu to keep watch for any developments outside the space, as she planned to rest for an hour before venturing out. The space brimmed with spiritual energy. Although still weak, the quality of sleep was exceptional. Just as she had fallen into a deep slumber for an hour, Xiaokangwu roused her. Master, wake up. Danger is approaching from not far away. They will arrive in about 15 minutes. Lin Jinchu, groggy from sleep, sprang from her bed and peered outside. Everything remained shrouded in darkness, the moon absent from the night sky. She scanned her surroundings, but saw nothing. 15 minutes, so soon? Lin Jinchu understood that Xiaokang's estimate of 15 minutes referred to their walking time, as the steep slopes were laden with obstacles, making it impossible for horses to pass. Who could be approaching? Lin Jinchu speculated that it might be bandits descending from the mountain, or perhaps fleeing refugees, or even soldiers from the Tartars. She gathered her belongings, led the horse out of the space, and brought along a dozen little sparrows, all fully equipped and lively, each carrying a pouch filled with poison powder in their beaks. She chose not to bring Xiaokangwu out. It was her trump card, not to be easily revealed, especially since it could breathe fire and was vibrantly colored. Having just sprouted a few feathers, it must not be harmed. The little sparrows were inconspicuous, as they were the most common creatures in the mountains and forests. She awakened her father and brother, instructing her father to rouse the Chang family as well. What has happened? Uncle Chang inquired. Jinchu says someone is approaching from that direction. Lin Ziyuan pointed towards the path they had come from, unsure how to articulate it, for it was not as though he had discovered it himself. He lacked that capability. The Chang family was amiable, so he spoke the truth. Chang Ting immediately stood up, calling his wife and son to rise. Regardless of who approaches, it is always prudent to be prepared. Eldest, second, go investigate the situation, but do not alarm the others. Be cautious and remember to avoid direct confrontations. Merely gather intelligence. Chang Ting instructed. Understood, father. Chang Songjung and Chang Kongwen sprang into action, swiftly disappearing from sight. Witnessing this, Lin Jinchu felt a sense of reassurance, knowing that the entire Chang family had fully regained their martial prowess. Nearby, several villagers, disturbed from their slumber, grumbled about the disruption to their rest. What is the rush to get up so early? My back and legs ache, a woman muttered, glancing up momentarily before returning to her slumber. General, is there something amiss? A man inquired softly as he rose and approached the Chang family. A few others on night watch also carried lanterns, joining him. I am no general. My surname is Chang, Chong Ting replied. Yes, brother Chong. The man paid no mind to the correction, for he held a deep admiration and respect for the Chang family. He could hardly fathom how they would have survived this journey without them. Let us sit and wait. My 2 sons have gone to gather information and will return shortly. He continued, casting his gaze toward the eastern sky, which was beginning to brighten with the first light of dawn. With a population of over 1,500 across several villages, if bandits or refugees were approaching, there might be some hope. However, if it were the Tatar troops, it would spell trouble. The Tatars, primarily subsisting on beef and mutton, are tall and robust. Their path is marked by bloodshed, as they find pleasure in killing, having once slaughtered 30,000 in Pingzhou. Their brutality is grotesque, with competitions to see who can kill the most, relishing in their cruel methods. Every city they passed through from the northwest fell under their siege, each fortified with defenders. And yet they left a trail of carnage. How could these ordinary villagers contend with such merciless marauders? Chang Ting furrowed his brow, contemplating how to respond. At that moment, Chang Songjung and Chang Kongwen returned. Father, Dozens of Tatar soldiers are advancing toward us, torches in hand, but they are not mounted, Chang Songjung reported. A hint of anxiety in his voice. Having witnessed his father, Chang Ting, wage war against the Tatars for over a decade, he felt both excitement and trepidation at the prospect of facing them now. Chang Ting's heart sank. Trouble was indeed upon them, as anticipated. The previously calm villager collapsed in fear, while others on night watch dropped their lanterns, rushing toward the direction of County Magistrate Liu, shouting, "The Tatars are coming! Quick, flee!" The man on the ground stammered, his voice trembling in terror. Chang Songjung nodded, and the man attempted to cry out, yet no sound escaped his lips, his complexion ashen. Just then, the eastern horizon began to lighten. Chang Ting lowered his head, rubbing his forehead, before raising his gaze to Lin Jinchu. Chapter 58. The First Encounter with the Tatar Army. He was perplexed as to how Lin Jinchu knew of the impending arrival. Yet, this was not the moment for such inquiries. He yearned to ask her what they should do next, but felt somewhat ridiculous. Asking a child for guidance seemed absurd. Nevertheless, he was eager to hear her thoughts. "Jinchu, what do you think we should do now?" he inquired urgently, time slipping away as dawn would soon expose them all, rendering the unarmed villagers vulnerable to the Tatar blades. The Chang family was still too few in number, while they might manage against bandits. Facing dozens of Tatars was a gamble he was unwilling to take. Quickly inform the village chief and the magistrate. However, the magistrate likely already knows. Those who went earlier have probably alerted him. Everyone should rush into the woods, leaving everything behind, Lin Jinchu advised calmly. The Tatars numbered only a few dozen, which, while not overwhelming, instilled an innate fear among the villagers. A direct confrontation would be far too perilous. "I'll speak with the magistrate," Chang Ting said before jogging towards the village chief. "Uncle, you should also take your family into the woods. Be swift." Lin Jinchu helped the man who had collapsed to his feet, asserting, "We cannot falter now. The Tatar soldiers are human too. There's nothing to fear." "Yes, yes. They're human, with 2 eyes, a mouth, 2 hands, and 2 feet. There's no need to be afraid." The man, buoyed by her words, stumbled toward his family. Lin Jinchu retrieved a sickle and a kitchen knife, handing the sickle to Lin Ziyuan and the kitchen knife to Lin Wenza, while she took a dagger for herself. "Father. Wenza, you must run to the woods now, do not look back." Lin Wenza was reluctant, and Lin Ziyuan was even more so. "Jinchu, we should all flee together," he insisted. "Sister, I want to go. I want to stay with you and father," Lin Wenza protested. Lin Jinchu shook her head. "If we all run, then none will escape. Someone must hold back the Tatars. Father, do not worry about me. I can protect myself." The Tatars could not be merely a few dozen. There must be more behind them, likely deterred by the obstacles we set up, which explained why they were not mounted. She had her space, ensuring her safety. But her father and younger brother lacked martial skills. Her father had only recently healed, and her brother was still young. Many villagers, rudely awakened, expressed their discontent. "What is all this noise so early? After so many days of anxiety, can't we just have a peaceful sleep?" "Yes, after traveling for days. We're exhausted. We finally managed a good night's sleep, and now we're disturbed again." The village chief had initially hoped for a quiet evacuation, fearing that too much noise would alert the nearby Tatars, but it was now evidently unrealistic. With so many people, whispering would accomplish little. So he resorted to banging a gong. "Awake! Everyone, hurry to the woods. The Tatar soldiers are coming," he bellowed. His voice was loud enough to reach County Magistrate Liu and the Gao family, who had already begun to flee toward the woods. Only then did the others awaken, and chaos ensued as they scrambled to gather their belongings. The cries of children and the frustrated shouts of adults filled the air, as many were clearly still in disbelief. Some glanced around, scoffing, "What Tatar soldiers? Who's dreaming up such nonsense?" Laughter erupted among the onlookers, who found it impossible to believe. Given the many obstacles supposedly put in place, how could the Tatars possibly approach? In their disbelief, some simply lay back down. Seeing the villagers' obstinate refusal to heed the warning, Lin Jinchu shook her head. She had initially contemplated staying behind, but protecting these people seemed futile. After some thought, she resolved to lead her father and Wenza into the woods as well. The Chang family remained steadfast, their belief ingrained in their very bones. They must protect the common folk. When the villagers did not require their aid, they could retreat, but when the villagers called upon them, placing their trust in them, they could not abandon these souls. even if they themselves were but commoners at this moment. Suddenly, Lin Ziyuan halted. Jinchun, you take your brother into the woods. I cannot abandon the Chang family. I cannot let them bear the full burden of responsibility for us. That would be unjust. As a man, I must stay and help the Chang family build another barrier to protect you. Take good care of your brother and live on. To be honest, since Lin Jinchun had arrived here over 2 weeks ago, her father had been under her care. He was a man of few words, but he genuinely loved her and her brother. She was utterly unaware of the gallant side of her father, Lin Ziyuan. Previously, she had struggled to comprehend why the Chang family and the village head held such deep affection for him and extended their assistance. Now, she understood that her father was a man of great loyalty and righteousness. Without uttering a word, she took her father's hand and led her younger brother back to the Chang family. If her father did not leave, she certainly would not either. Look, Lin Jinchu remained. They were deceiving us and we too would stay. It was said that if one traveled until late, they could descend the mountain and reach Gucheng County. Venturing into the woods would only delay them by another day. Upon seeing Lin Jinchu's refusal to leave, Lin Chunao also resolved to stay. Consequently, the Lin family remained. And as others observed their steadfastness, they too hesitated to depart, including the officials from Lu County. At that moment, dozens of Tartar soldiers had arrived before them. It was Lin Jinchu's first encounter with the Tartar troops. They were tall and robust, with deep-set eyes, clad in armor, wielding long knives at their waists, and carrying large bows with quivers slung across their backs. The Lu and Gao families, closest to the woods, sensed the impending danger and attempted to flee into the forest. One of the Tartars, drawing his bow, aimed at the Lu family member who was retreating into the woods, shooting him down with an arrow. Another arrow followed, claiming yet another victim, causing the remaining individuals to freeze in fear, too terrified to advance further. Did you set up those obstacles in the way? One of the men questioned, speaking in the language of the Eastern Xia Kingdom, albeit slowly and with a somewhat stilted pronunciation. His malevolent expression sent shivers through the villagers, who held their breath in terror, fearing they might be targeted by the Tartar soldiers. The crowd fell into a profound silence. Even the previously wailing children were hushed. Suddenly, Old Lady Shen pointed at Lin Jinchu and the Chang family, exclaiming, "It is them. They are the ones who brought people to cut down the trees. They are the worst. Military gentlemen, please kill them." The individuals who had participated in the tree-cutting glared at Old Lady Shen with resentment, some already regretting their actions. It was their tree felling that had incited the Tartars' wrath, and today, it seemed none of them would survive. Had they foreseen this outcome, they might have refrained from cutting down the trees, perhaps earning the Tartars' mercy, for they were merely destitute refugees, lacking in resources and profit. Chapter 59. Lin Wenza encounters danger. A few Tartars approached Old Lady Shen, standing before her. The man, grinning, inquired, "Now, you will point out those individuals." Despite his jovial tone, his demeanor was unsettling, and the stench of blood clung to him. Old Lady Shen, confronted by the man suddenly standing before her, trembling in fear at the sight of the blood-stained armor, could not utter a word, and soon an unpleasant odor filled the air as she lost control of her bladder, leaving a puddle at her feet. The man wrinkled his nose in disgust and stepped back, prompting others to do the same. Even the old man from the Lin family shifted away in revulsion. In that instant, the interrogating man exchanged a few words with his companion in a language incomprehensible to the villagers, then abruptly drew his long knife, plunging it into Old Lady Shen's chest. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She had anticipated achieving merit, but instead became the first to meet her demise. Blood splattered onto the old man's face, and as he wiped it away, he turned to see Old Lady Shen lifeless, letting out a cry before fainting. Lin Jinchu could scarcely believe that the Old Lady Shen, whom she had so despised, had perished without warning. Gu, sitting beside Old Lady Shen, collapsed to the ground, shuddering and ultimately losing consciousness. Lin Wunyo, upon witnessing his grandmother's death and the stillness of his father and mother, erupted into tears, while Lin Jichai hastily covered his mouth, causing the boy's face to flush crimson as he struggled against his grip. Lin Jichai's desperate slap left Lin Wunyo dazed, as he had already been slightly disoriented from colliding with a tree. All members of the Lin family stood in shock, yet none dared to speak. Two Tartars approached Lin Jinchu and the Chang family. Lin Jinchu whispered to Xiao Kangwu, "You may unleash the poison powder now and eliminate those on the periphery first." Xiao Kangwu, exhilarated, felt liberated to act without restraint. The past days had been stifling. Approximately 30 Tartar soldiers were present, with a dozen on the outskirts, some blocking the villagers' retreat to the woods, others by old Lady Shin's side, while a few stood alarmingly close to the villagers. Only the outermost group of a dozen could be targeted with poison powder, and it had to be a precise strike. Should they become aware, Xiao Kangwu would be in peril. Moreover, if the villagers witnessed Xiao Kangwu's actions and recalled the incident of the Lin family being struck by bird droppings, it would lead them to suspect the connection between Lin Jinchu and Xiao Kangwu. Lin Jinchu wished to keep her association with Xiao Kangwu concealed, for any exposure might label them as anomalies. Amidst the oppressive silence, the outermost group of Tartar soldiers suddenly collapsed without warning. The remaining Tartars, bewildered, began to retreat, and chaos erupted. As fate would have it, Chang Ting swiftly drew a long knife from the burlap sack on the ox's back, thrusting it toward a nearby Tartar, landing a decisive blow. Lin Jinchu then noticed that the Tartar soldiers' summer armor was quite thin, with the sturdier sections protecting the front and head, while the back, neck, and face were vulnerable. At that moment, Chang Songjung also retrieved a sheepskin bag from the ox's back, producing 4 crossbows. Except for Lin Wenze, Lin Jinchu, Aunt Luo, and Lin Ziyuan each received 1. Inside were merely 16 iron arrows, to be conserved and used judiciously. He briefly instructed them and aimed at one of the Tartar soldiers' faces. The arrow struck one eye, embedding itself deep, causing the man to howl in agony as he flailed his knife wildly, dropping his bow and arrow, which Lin Ziyuan rushed to retrieve. As the man continued to lash out, Lin Jinchu followed suit, targeting his neck with an arrow. It must be said, using the crossbow was exhilarating. The accuracy was astonishing as long as one could aim. The man collapsed, silent, a pool of blood forming beneath him. Lin Ziyuan seized the fallen Tartar's long knife and slung the quiver he had carried over his shoulder. Lin Jinchu shielded her younger brother and father, the 3 of them forming a protective circle. Having taken an interest in horseback riding and archery in modern times, Lin Jinchu had acquired some skill, and thus shooting with the crossbow posed no challenge for her. Imitating Chang Songjung, she aimed for the backs, necks, and faces of the Tartars, swiftly hitting 3 of them, while Lin Ziyuan scored 2 hits. From the initial trembling anxiety, Lin Ziyuan grew increasingly composed, as if the crossbow had developed a sentience of its own, striking true with every shot. Once the arrows in the crossbow were exhausted, Lin Ziyuan hurled 2 long spears, piercing a Tartar's eye and another's leg. Lin Jinchu was astonished to discover her father was an expert archer, even more precise than Chang Songjung, and he also excelled at throwing. Noticing the others standing in shock, she shouted, "Why do you still hesitate? Do not be afraid, Tartars are merely human. Grab your axes, hoes, or kitchen knives and strike at them. If that fails, use a stick." Only then did some awaken to the urgency, recalling old Lady Shin's gruesome fate, realizing that rather than await their demise, it was better to fight desperately. Thus, they seized their axes and charged forward, shouting, "Let us kill the Tartars. Only by defeating these fiends can we secure our survival. Slaying these scoundrels will allow our descendants to boast for generations." Many individuals, emboldened by fervor, seized their weapons and charged towards the Tatar forces. However, they were woefully unprepared for the ferocity of their adversaries. Within a short span, a dozen men fell to arrows, while others were brutally struck down by long blades. Blood sprang far and wide. This carnage instilled fear in many villagers, causing them to retreat behind the protection of the Chang family and Lin Jinchu. As Lin Jinchu concentrated on combating the Tatars, an unexpected shove propelled Lin Wenze into the path of a Tatar soldier. Momentarily stunned, he stood frozen as the soldier raised his long knife to strike. In a swift motion, Lin Jinchu dashed forward, pulling her brother away just in time to evade the deadly blow, pushing him back into the crowd as she advanced to confront the enemy. Lin Wenze, overwhelmed by fear at the sight of his sister, so diminutive in stature that she barely reached the soldier's waist, began to weep. A compassionate villager hurriedly covered his mouth, offering quiet consolation. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Ziyuan noticed someone had thrust his son forward into the fray. Seizing the opportunity, he glanced back, only to find that the space behind them was filled with villagers, including the county magistrate and the village chief, all cowering behind the Chang family. The Lin patriarch's own family had failed to join the fight, paralyzed by fear. Lin Ziyuan felt a bitter laugh bubble up within him. It was evident that his son had been one of those pushed forward, and not by the shins, but who then? Now was not the time to dwell on such grievances, and he turned his gaze towards his daughter, though he would remember this betrayal. In Chapter 60, Lin Jinchu utilized her petite stature to her advantage, nimbly evading the strikes of the towering Tatar soldier, who grew increasingly frustrated by his inability to land a hit. As he swung his long knife with ferocity, Lin Jinchu seized the moment to draw her dagger, deftly slicing through the gaps in his armor and piercing his flesh. The summer heat rendered the armor less constricting, which aided her. Had it been winter, clad in heavy gear, she may not have been able to defeat the soldier. The Tatar, noticing the blood trickling from his knee, initially dismissed it with a cruel laugh, believing such injuries to be trivial in battle. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. His movement slowed, his legs weakened, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Lin Jinchu swiftly approached, plunging her dagger into his neck, and he bled profusely, dying instantly. Witnessing this 10-year-old girl vanquish a Tatar soldier invigorated the villagers. Many surged forward, some clinging to legs, others to waists, compensating for their lack of strength with sheer numbers. In a collective effort, dozens overwhelmed the Tatar soldier. The battle was fierce. Many lives were lost, and countless others were wounded. In the aftermath, the village chief took charge of the grim task of counting the casualties, 36 dead and over 150 injured. The Tatar contingent, numbering 35, was entirely vanquished, their armor stripped away by the villagers, and their silver looted. As some of the soldiers still breathed, the villagers swiftly took up axes and knives, ensuring that no one remained alive. No joy was evident among the villagers as they looked upon the fallen, with over 1,000 of them against merely 35 Tatars. It was clear that had it not been for the Chang family and the valor of Lin Jinchu and Lin Ziyuan, they would all have perished. The Tatars were indeed human, flesh and blood, with sufficient resolve, they could be driven from donghua. Thus, fear was unnecessary. Surrounded by the weary and despondent, Lin Jinchu rallied the villagers, urging them on. Indeed, as the girl has said, no matter how formidable the Tatars, they can be slain. They bleed, they die. And there is nothing to fear if we unite. Even if we fall in battle, what of it? A man stepped forward in agreement, emboldened by his recent act of bravery in decapitating a Tatar soldier. Those who are not family cannot understand your grief, a woman lamented, tears streaming down her face. The man retorted, Sister, I share your sorrow. We rushed into battle knowing our lives were at stake. No one wishes to die, yet had we not fought, our demise would have come sooner. Everyone, including you and your children, would have perished like that old woman who was slain without mercy. He referred to old Lady Shin, noting the Lin family had not dared to join the fray, instead cowering like quails. Do not compare my husband to them. Their family is filled with cowards, bold only in their own nest. Though she wept, pride flickered in her eyes. 36 brothers have fallen. If any of their families find themselves in need, we shall not turn them away. The man bowed to the crowd and introduced himself. I am Qi, from Yuha village in Guqing County. You may call me Qi Sanling. But can we even enter Guqing County? We are closer to Faisher County now and no one is permitted to enter. It is true, I witnessed it myself. It is not a mere army, but several thousand strong, he continued, ominously. The Tatars are far too audacious. That number is considerable. Especially against Guqing County's mere 2,000 defenders, came the hushed response, plunging the crowd into a heavy silence. What would become of them if Guqing were to fall? Even if they managed to traverse the mountain path, the Tatars might outpace them. Lin Jinchu surveyed the assembly, her gaze landing on the Liu and Gao families. Her father had already informed her that the one who had thrust her brother into danger was either from the Gao or Liu clan. Who was it that pushed my brother into the path of the Tatars during our battle? She demanded, her small stature belied by a voice as chilling as ice. This matter had crossed a line for her. Lin Jinchu vowed to take vengeance upon the one who had endangered her brother, not at this moment, nor openly. But she would not forget. No one answered. It seemed none dared to respond. The implication was clear. It was a member of the Liu family. None would oppose the county magistrate, so who among them was it? Lin Jinchu turned her attention to the village chief, who averted his gaze, and then to Gao Min, who also lowered her head, though not before casting a glance at Liu Runing. In that moment, Lin Jinchu understood. It was Liu Runing, the woman who had persistently vexed her. Indeed, Liu Runing was the only one from the Liu family who harbored such animosity towards her, treating her as if she were the queen from a past life, already engaging in palace intrigue. Very well, let the games begin. Any conspiracy would crumble before the might of strength. In her past life, Lu Runing had never bested the queen, ultimately leading to her own downfall, sacrificing her son and sending her daughter to the Tautars. Meanwhile, the queen's son ascended the throne with the support of Fu Yanche. In this lifetime, Lin Jinchu would not grant Lu Runing the opportunity to become the favored consort. She would eliminate her on the path of their escape. However, as an essential supporting character in the narrative and the daughter of the county magistrate, Lu Runing was not so easily dispatched. This was merely a small world within a story. She wondered if killing Lu Runing would cause this world to collapse. She harbored no fear of death. Perhaps in death she could return to the modern era. Yet, should she perish, the space would vanish and Xiao Kangwu would have to start anew. She wished to assist Xiao Kangwu in achieving her rightful destiny, thus the journey back to the modern world was not meant for now. Moreover, she cherished her father Lin Ziyuan and her brother Lin Wenzi dearly, and the thought of parting from them was unbearable. She resolved to ensure that her father and brother could lead stable lives before contemplating her return. Lin Jinchu incessantly calculated in her heart. Since no one had witnessed the incident, she decided to let it pass this time, but only this once, should a similar situation arise again. She would not hesitate to retaliate. Anyone who dared to bully her father or brother would face dire consequences. She articulated her thoughts word by word, her gaze sweeping across the faces of the crowd. Lu Runing hid behind Madame Lu, her head bowed in silence. The sunlight illuminated Lin Jinchuan's face, which, despite its youthful delicacy, revealed a fierce determination and ruthlessness in her eyes, as perceived by those around her. Chapter 61. The fall of Guqing County. Lin Jinchu gathered her belongings and silently walked ahead with the Chang family, the procession stirring into motion as others followed suit. Since the occurrence, Lin Jinchu had remained silent, leading her black steed while Lin Wenzi sat atop it. Aunt Luo gently patted her shoulder, though no words were spoken. Lin Jinchu understood her intent. Many were aware of Lu Runing's role in pushing her brother into danger, yet none dared to speak the truth. Each wary of the Lu family's influence, while their own family lacked the strength to stand against them. People tended to prey on the weak, especially given the Lu family's formidable power in the capital. Nonetheless, their actions left Lin Jinchu feeling disheartened. Throughout their arduous journey of fleeing famine, she and her father had exerted considerable effort, yet no one acknowledged their family's contributions. Lin Jinchu even entertained the thought of abandoning the group with her family. While she and her father fought against the Tartars in the front, those behind them not only failed to protect her brother but watched helplessly as he was endangered. Refusing to speak out later, cowering instead before the Lu family lurking at the back, Lin Jinchu resolved that if danger were to arise again, she would prioritize her family and the Chang family, caring not for the others from the village. Fearing that the Tartars would clear the obstacles and pursue them, and hoping that they could descend the mountain and return to the official road, everyone seemed to be holding their breath, walking until dusk when they finally glimpsed the path down. Only then did the crowd erupt in joyous cheers. At that moment, the village chief spoke up, acknowledging the fatigue of those who had not rested all day, suggesting they pause for half an hour to eat and drink. Once they descended the mountain, they would reach Anping County, where they could replenish their supplies and continue southward, for they were still perilously close to the Tartars. Moreover, the drought in this area remained severe, with the rivers along the route having dried up completely. However, Lin Jinchu felt a twinge of worry. With only 2,000 soldiers guarding Guqing County, could they hold their ground? If they faltered, it was highly likely that the area below would be less safe than the heights above. Yet they had to descend and see if Guqing County remained secure. Traveling along the official road would surely be safer and quicker than traversing the mountains. As the village chief finished speaking, the crowd collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. The village chief of Xishan had always been alongside the county magistrate, serving as his mouthpiece. Thus everyone, regardless of their village, now heeded his words. Over 1,000 people clogged the exit down the mountain, and soon half an hour had passed. Just as the village chief was about to speak again, a throng of individuals rushed up from below. However, more than half of these newcomers appeared disheveled, although a small portion of them were neatly dressed and carried ample provisions. Lin Jinchu sensed impending doom. Guqing County had indeed fallen. Make way, make way. Don't block the path, hurry up the mountain. The Tartars will be upon us soon. Someone shouted, pushing past those in the way. Fearing being trampled, everyone stood up and cleared a path. What is happening, brother? Has Guqing really been taken? The village chief inquired, placing a few pieces of silver into the hand of a well-groomed man. The man accepted the silver and paused. You all should flee at once. Run up the mountain. The Tartars stormed Guqing County half an hour ago, slaughtering all in sight and pillaging everything. It's a scene too horrific to bear. Once they finish their massacre, they will come for us as well. They haven't arrived yet. Why don't you take the opportunity to escape south along the official road? The village chief still harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that if they ran fast enough, it would be better than remaining on the mountain. What are you thinking? Some of the Tartar cavalry are already pursuing southward, killing as they go. The ground is littered with corpses, especially those wealthy merchants from Guqing County who attempted to flee with their carts. It is a grim sight. Indeed. We too escaped along the official road, and it was only by running swiftly that we made it here. Enough chatter, let us save ourselves. Yes, hurry along. Don't block the path, many others are behind us. Uncle Chang, Grandpa Village Chief, let us continue on the mountain path, Lin Jinchu urged, recognizing that if they did not leave now, the growing throng would slow their journey. Many of those who had just arrived were likely the refugees who had been gathered outside Guqing County's gates. They must have hidden in the mountains upon seeing the Tartars approach, and after the city fell, they seized the chaos to emerge from within. Some bore dirt on their faces yet wore clean clothes, indicating they had stolen them from others during the raid. These newcomers lacked food and water, and mingling with them posed a significant danger, as some still bore traces of blood, possibly from having killed civilians in Guqing County. Upon hearing Lin Jinchu call him, the village chief was momentarily taken aback. He had felt guilty, knowing Lin Ziyuan had saved his son's life, while he had cowered behind others with the Liu family. Too afraid to confront the enemy, watching helplessly as the Liu daughter pushed Lin Wenza toward the Tartars. Not only had he failed to rescue the boy, but he had also refrained from revealing the true culprit. As a mere village chief with a large family, he could not afford to offend the Liu family. To his surprise, this young girl still wished to speak with him, filling him with a sense of shame and excitement. He quickly addressed the crowd. Everyone, let us move southward from the mountain. Though there may be wild beasts in the forest, as long as we unite, it is preferable to facing the cavalry head-on. For we cannot hope to match them in a direct confrontation. With that, he led his family forward alongside the Liu and Gao families. Upon hearing that the Tartars had taken Guqing County, the others dared not linger, their fatigue forgotten as they hastily gathered their belongings and followed suit. They could not afford to be overconfident, believing that their previous encounters with the Tartar army would shield them from danger. Back then, they were merely a handful against dozens. And yet they had suffered significant losses. Here, they faced thousands of Tartars. To engage so few against such a formidable force was laughable. As they ran with the crowd, even the black steed trotted alongside, while the cattle and mules from the Chang family lagged behind, causing them to quickly fall out of pace. Initially, Lin Jinchu had contemplated returning the black steed to the Chang family, but having bonded with it over time, she found herself reluctant to part ways. The steed had formed a deep connection with the other small animals in her space, and despite their brief acquaintance, she had come to regard them as family. She even felt a pang of regret at the thought of consuming the fish from the lake in her space. They ran until darkness fell, and the number of people ahead gradually diminished, many having been left behind. Lin Jinchu surveyed her surroundings, failing to spot any familiar faces. The mountain path had been trampled into several small trails, suggesting that others might have taken a different route or simply hadn't caught up. Father, let us find a place to rest for a moment. Lin Jinchu was utterly exhausted, had it not been for the spiritual energy in the air. Her stamina and physique would not have withstood such exertion. Even so, she occasionally took a break to ride. Lin Wenza remained obedient, sitting atop the horse. He had been terrified when pushed toward the Tartar soldiers, and it took Lin Jinchu considerable time to soothe him before he calmed down. Chapter 62. Is this horse for sale? Very well, let us rest for the night and set forth early tomorrow morning, Lin Ziyuan assented, leading the horse to a grand tree. Beneath the tree lay a thick layer of leaves, surprisingly unspoiled by the dry weather, resembling a soft mattress. Lin Jinchu, feeling adventurous, removed her shoes and stepped onto the foliage. Lin Ziyuan, wielding a branch, tapped the ground around him. Father, are you afraid of snakes? Lin Jinchu inquired. Indeed, Lin Ziyuan replied. In the past, whenever I ventured into the mountains, I would carry a stick. One can easily tread upon a snake in the dense woods. and such decaying leaves are prime hiding spots for them. We currently possess no medicine, so it is prudent to remain cautious. Lin Jinchu, however, felt no fear, for she had snake medicine stored in her space. Little Kangwu had assured her that although the black fruit was poisonous, it could also counteract various toxins. Moreover, with little Kangwu by her side, no snake would dare approach them. Father, you are truly remarkable. Your aim with the spear and bow is impeccable. If you were in the military, you would undoubtedly rise to the rank of general, Lin Jinchu praised, recalling her father's valor during the battles against the Tartars. Lin Ziyuan smiled bashfully, for after more than 30 years in the Lin family, he had only known the toil of hunting to support his younger brother's education. No one had ever offered him a compliment. Only the incessant reproaches and complaints from old Madame Shin had filled his days, her words echoing in his mind like a relentless incantation, reminding him of his perceived worthlessness. Why have you only caught such a meager amount today? The silver from the town won't even buy you a copper coin. Jishu is waiting for it in the county, she would often scold. Look at the Chang family. They hunt roe deer, while you have only brought back a couple of rabbits, utterly useless. You must craft your own hunting tools, we have no silver to buy them. The mountains are filled with bamboo and trees, how is it you cannot make your own? The Chang family has wealth, enabling them to purchase fine weapons. You two brothers possess only brute strength, unlike Jishu, who is destined to become a high official. If you keep him in good spirits, perhaps he will look after you when he rises to power. Such words weighed heavily upon him, a constant reminder of his inadequacy, leaving him taciturn and withdrawn. At that moment, Lin Ziyuan lifted his gaze from his memories and shyly remarked to his daughter, Father is merely accustomed to rough work and cannot be compared to a general in the army. You hold me in too high esteem. Yet, despite his modesty, a warmth filled his heart at the realization of how delightful it was to receive praise. But father, you are not just moderately skilled. In the army, they wield long spears, lances, and halberds. The spear you crafted is on par with those used by soldiers. As for archery, few can claim such precision. You must have noticed that even Chang Zongjing's aim pales in comparison to yours. Father, you are truly exceptional, she exclaimed, handing her father and brother each a couple of biscuits. Father, the Lin family is neither your biological parents nor do they know anything of your true lineage. Do you think you might be the son of a general? After all, how else could you possess such an innate affinity for weapons? Lin Ziyuan fell into contemplative silence. Since the Lin family had revealed he was adopted, he had pondered this question, yet after 30 years, no one had ever sought him out. Perhaps his family had long forgotten him, or worse, had perished. Now, with a son and daughter of his own, he felt a sense of fulfillment, although he lamented the uncertainty of when their days of fleeing would come to an end. With a deep sigh, he opened his water pouch and took a hearty swig. Chun'er, how is it that the water pouch is full again? I distinctly remember it being half empty yesterday, Lin Ziyuan inquired with curiosity. Previously, when they traveled by cart, it was understandable that the pouch would refill overnight, but now, aside from the water pouch, they had run out of everything else, leaving only 2 empty wooden barrels. As he pondered, he suddenly remembered that the barrels and blankets seemed to have disappeared, along with their rice. His daughter had been retrieving biscuits from a cloth bag throughout their journey, and he wondered where they had come from, as that little bag appeared incapable of holding much. He recalled the Lin family had once been robbed and glanced sharply at his daughter. Lin Jinchu felt uneasy. She was unaccustomed to lying, but could not reveal the truth. Oh, this is difficult. Lin Ziyuan hastily interjected. I must have misremembered. The water pouch was always full. Lin Jinchu stifled a laugh, sensing her father suspected something. Yet he chose not to press her, filling her with warmth and affection for such a father. Surveying their surroundings, she noted that they appeared to be the swiftest among the group, with around 10 households nearby. Not far from them sat 3 robust men, a woman, an elderly lady, and a child. The 3 men gazed at their steed, the black stallion, with a mix of greed and longing. Despite the dust covering its coat, its striking stature and glossy black mane revealed its extraordinary lineage. This family relied entirely on the horse for their rapid escape. The man from that family led the horse, with his 2 children seated upon it, trailing closely behind, having their eyes set on the magnificent beast. They were drawn to it, envisioning how much easier their journey would be if they could ride instead of burdening themselves with their elderly and young. If their food ran out, they could even resort to slaughtering the horse for sustenance. Hey, are you selling that horse? One of the men asked, exchanging glances with his companions. We can offer you 10 taels of silver. Lin Jinchu was at a loss for words. Even if they offered 10,000 taels, she would never part with her steed. It was family, priceless. Lin Ziyuan coldly replied, not for sale. He cherished the horse, which had been their lifeline throughout this arduous journey, saving his children considerable effort. Additionally, it belonged to the Chang family, one day to be returned. Now emboldened, Lin Ziyuan felt his strength had fully returned, even exceeding his former capabilities. Armed with 2 long spears, sharpened and blood-free, and a sickle in hand, he felt prepared. His daughter, too, was formidable, wielding a dagger and a crossbow. And while he had exhausted his arrows, she still possessed a quiver full of them. With their combined prowess, they faced little threat from these men, though the possibility of hidden allies loomed. Having dispatched several bandits and Tartar soldiers, Lin Ziyuan had grown adept at combat. The initial apprehension had faded, and anyone intent on harming his family would soon find themselves regretting their choices. 15 taels, would that suffice? The man pressed again, eyeing Lin Jinchuan's family with predatory intent, calculating that this small unit of 2 children and a man should be easy prey. I'll offer 30 taels, another voice chimed in as several more men approached, instantly doubling the bid. Lin Jinchuan's heart sank. If the stallion appeared disheveled, it would be one thing, but she had been meticulously caring for it every night, ensuring it was well-fed and rejuvenated with the energy from her space. It had become more majestic, its coat gleaming, its vitality unmatched, an ideal companion for their flight. No wonder they were all so envious. 50 taels, the 3 men grumbled, begrudgingly raising their offer, quietly squeezing their pouches. Though they had some silver, who wouldn't want more? In these harsh times, even banditry had become a struggle for wealth. Previously, while passing through the city of Guqing, fearing an encounter with the barbarian troops, I hastily departed without the opportunity to seize any belongings. Lin Jinchu observed that the individuals on both sides were clad in clean garments. Yet the 3 men from one group bore dirt upon their faces and bodies, while the other group appeared somewhat dusty, but had remarkably clean faces. The latter group seemed to be the inhabitants of Guqing, having fled when the city fell. They likely lacked means of transportation or had abandoned their carts and provisions during their escape, now casting their eyes upon her fine steed. Lin Ziyuan regarded the individuals before him with suspicion, while Lin Jinchu gently patted her horse, leading it deeper into the forest. Hey, little girl. What do you think you are doing? You are not allowed to leave. One of the 3 men barked fiercely. Having escaped for several days and having committed numerous acts of violence, their audacity led them to underestimate Lin Jinchu and her family. They had intended to negotiate a lower price for the horse, planning to return under the cover of nightfall to steal it. Unexpectedly encountering another party interested in purchasing the horse, comprised of 5 adult men of equal strength, rendered them uneasy. Feed the horse something. It also requires a moment of respite, Lin Jinchu remarked as she walked into the woods. Once out of sight, she swiftly concealed her steed within her spatial realm. After a considerable time, she emerged from the forest to find both groups still engaged in a heated debate over the price, entirely disregarding Lin Ziyuan, the horse's owner. Upon seeing Lin Jinchu emerge empty-handed, both groups halted. Where's the horse? They inquired in unison. The horse ran away. I could not catch up, Lin Jinchu feigned breathlessness, deliberately sowing doubt. Perhaps you should pursue it. It may not have gone far. I tried to chase it for a while but failed. She then turned to Lin Ziyuan. Father, I apologize. It was my carelessness that allowed the horse to sense danger and break free. Lin Ziyuan felt a pang of sorrow at the news of the horse's flight. It was indeed a fine steed. Yet he understood that the conflict between these 2 factions over the horse could not end well. Perhaps the horse's escape was the only solution. He affectionately ruffled Lin Jinchu's hair and shook his head. It is of no consequence. If it has run away, it has run away. A fine steed ought not to be squandered in such a place. It may just find its way to where it truly belongs. His greater concern lay in the possibility of these men seizing the horse, resorting to desperate measures should they find themselves without provisions. Yet, he also feared that if the horse fell into the hands of others, it would face a similar fate. Upon hearing of the horse's departure, the 2 factions immediately charged into the forest in pursuit. Approximately an hour later, they began to return, one group opting not to approach Lin Jinchu again, as the horse was lost and further negotiations seemed futile. However, the 3 men approached Lin Jinchu, seizing her by the shoulders. Wretched girl, where have you hidden that horse? one of them demanded, his grip strong enough to threaten her very bones. "Release my daughter." Lin Ziyuan lunged forward, attempting to pry the man away from her, cautious not to harm her in the process. Another man stepped forward and delivered a punch to Lin Ziyuan's chest, causing him to stagger back, bending over in pain. "Had you been sensible and sold us the horse for 10 taels of silver, none of this would have transpired. Instead, you chose to play tricks, hiding the horse from us. You have no chance. If you do not surrender the horse willingly, your entire family shall meet their doom. Do you not fear the authorities?" Lin Jinchu asked loudly, seeking to ascertain whether these men were truly capable of murder, given her limited understanding of the laws of this era. "The authorities?" A man laughed, prompting the onlookers to erupt in derisive laughter. "The authorities cannot even manage their own affairs, let alone interfere with ours." The magistrate of Guqing fell beneath the swords of the barbarian troops. I witnessed it firsthand. The barbarians are now advancing towards Anfang, where they will surely not prevail. To be frank, I could slaughter your entire family today and no one would intervene. Would you dare report us? As he spoke, he provocatively glanced at the spectators, who laughed and hastily retreated, some fearfully gathering their belongings and moving away. The man's laughter echoed in the air. Outside, corpses lay strewn about. Who would come to their aid? Lin Jinchu suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. If it had come to this, she would not hesitate to take action. Having dispatched several barbarians before, she felt no fear towards these men. Lin Ziyuan, preoccupied with thoughts of Lin Jinchu, was caught off guard by the man's heavy blow, which struck him squarely in the chest, forcing him to retreat a few steps, doubled over. Yet he struggled to grasp his spear, unaware that one of the 3 men brandished a military long knife. The man swung his blade at Lin Ziyuan, who narrowly evaded the strike, using his spear to deflect the knife. The assailant raised his weapon again, but this time Lin Ziyuan's spear met the knife and shattered into 2 pieces. Lin Jinchu had initially planned to eliminate the 3 men under the cover of night if they grew too unruly. But now both she and her father were in dire straits, while her younger brother, startled by the sudden turn of events, took refuge behind a tree. Upon regaining composure, he dashed towards Lin Jinchu, only to be pulled back behind Lin Ziyuan. With all eyes on her father and the 3 assailants, no one noticed Lin Jinchu as she retrieved a poisoned dagger from her spatial realm and swiftly plunged it into the arm of the man who had seized her. He winced in pain and released her, inadvertently striking Lin Jinchu across the face, causing her to stagger back, yet she successfully freed herself from their grasp. Little Kangwu and the other small creatures within the spatial realm were frantic, yet they could not assist Lin Jinchu. Even with other birds outside, the chaos between the 2 groups rendered them powerless. Lin Jinchu shook her head vigorously to regain focus, swiftly returning to her father's side. She drew her crossbow and loosed an arrow at each of the remaining 2 men, sending them crashing to the ground. At this moment, twilight had not yet fully descended, and the onlookers, initially convinced that Lin Jinchu's family was doomed, were taken aback by the sudden reversal of fortune, as the family not only remained unharmed, but had vanquished the 3 formidable men. Chapter 64. They are bandits. Lin Jinchu cast a cold glare at the spectators. A display of intimidation, having slain these men ensured that she would be safe for the night. The individuals who had come to negotiate for the horse recoiled at her gaze, hastily gathering their belongings and retreating to safer grounds, unwilling to remain in the vicinity. Yet one among them eyed Lin Jinchu's crossbow with envy. Small and lightweight, it was an exceptional weapon, and he could not fathom how this young girl had come by such fine equipment, typically reserved for the military. However, he dared not inquire whether she would sell it. Lin Jinchu, maintaining her composure, disarmed the 3 men of their crossbows, wiping the blood from them and sprinkling a bit of poison on the arrowheads before reloading them. She quietly collected several long knives and bows from the fallen barbarians, as well as a substantial number of arrowheads, stowing them away in her spatial realm. The relatives of the 3 men, a frail elderly woman, a young girl, and a small child, saw their kin slain, and the elderly woman rushed towards Lin Jinchu, weeping. "Vile wretch! Return my son's life!" she screamed, lunging at Lin Jinchu, brandishing a gleaming short knife that was clearly no ordinary blade. The knife was exceedingly sharp, and the elderly woman's strength was formidable, causing Lin Jinchu to nearly lose her balance under the assault. She was small and agile, swiftly retreating 2 steps backward. However, This maneuver proved futile as the old woman pressed forward relentlessly, her short dagger slicing through the air with relentless precision, making it impossible for even Lin Ziyuan to approach. Lin Jinchu felt an overwhelming urge to escape into her space, yet she resolutely refrained from doing so in front of the crowd unless absolutely necessary. Although the moonlight was dim, it was still discernible, and the exposure of such a secret could lead to dire consequences. On one hand, she might be revered as a deity, while on the other, she could be regarded as a monstrous aberration. Recently, she had learned some foundational martial arts from Chang Songzheng. And due to the spiritual energy of her space, her strength had increased considerably. Having taken many lives, her courage had grown, and her body had become increasingly agile. She retrieved a short dagger from her space, one salvaged from a fallen Tatar soldier. When her dagger clashed with the old woman's, it surprisingly held its ground, indicating its quality. Yet, after exchanging blows dozens of times, neither party gained the upper hand. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Jinchu's skills had subtly improved throughout the skirmish. She considered drawing her crossbow, but the proximity of their confrontation made it too risky. Should the woman seize it, it would create further complications, especially since the crossbow's arrows were poisoned and must not fall into enemy hands. Poison her, master, poison powder, Xia Kangwa urged anxiously from within the space. The poison powder was certainly out of the question. Her father and brother were nearby. Lin Jinchu could only continue to dodge and resist as the woman's blade moved with increasing speed, her martial prowess seemingly formidable. However, Lin Jinchu grew bolder with each encounter, deliberately distancing herself from her father and brother to facilitate the use of poison later on. Initially, Lin Jinchu had thought the three men, along with their families, were mere commoners fleeing from the north, yet this old woman proved to be a more formidable opponent than those men. Lin Ziyuan attempted to assist several times, but his spear had been severed into pieces by the old woman's dagger. Even when he resorted to a Tatar soldier's broadsword, it too fell victim to her swift strikes. He had not anticipated her remarkable speed and skill with the blade. Although his daughter could hold her own against the old woman, her youth suggested that prolonged combat would be detrimental. With little time to ponder, Lin Ziyuan seized a long spear from the ground and, seizing an opportunity, lunged toward the old woman's back with all his might, driven by a singular thought: even if it meant his own demise, he must save his daughter. The spear pierced the old woman's abdomen, its black tip emerging from the front. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The onlookers held their breath, their hearts racing for the young girl. None among them could contend with the old woman's martial prowess. Even several attacking together would be futile. The old woman's eyes widened in shock. She had been so focused on Lin Jinchu that she had not noticed the unarmed man suddenly thrusting a spear at her. As blood trickled from her mouth, she glanced down at the spear protruding from her abdomen before turning her gaze toward Lin Ziyuan, pointing a finger at him, unable to utter a word before collapsing. "Mother, grandmother." The woman and the child rushed forward. Having witnessed the old woman's downfall, Lin Jinchu regarded the woman and child with suspicion. The woman appeared youthful and attractive, seemingly in her 20s. The little boy, though not plump, had a delicate, fair complexion. They were clearly not commoners. So who were they? Strangely, the woman merely knelt, bowing several times to the old woman, then glanced at one of the men before viciously striking the man's head with the long knife, causing flesh to peel away and blood to splatter. Finally, she spat at the man and, hand in hand with the child, returned to their previous spot, gathering a few belongings before departing, leaving the 4 corpses unattended. What sort of people were they? Why did they not bury the bodies, but simply flee? Just moments ago, she had overheard the man uttering a dark phrase. They must be bandits. Bandits. The woman was likely abducted to become a bride. No wonder they fled, bowing only to the old woman. Perhaps she was the only one who had treated her well. Bah. If you truly cared, you would have released the girl, Lin Jinchu thought, puzzled. The viciousness with which she struck that man indicated deep-seated hatred. It seemed very likely they were indeed bandits. The crowd began to piece together a narrative, unsure of its truth. Lin Jinchu perceived a strong likelihood in their conjecture and bowed to the assembly, saying, "Esteemed uncles and aunts, we are fortunate that these individuals met their demise. Otherwise, we might have faced slaughter at the hands of these bandits tonight. They wielded military broadswords, and my father and I acted in self-defense." The crowd nodded in agreement, with a woman remarking, "Fear not, young lady, these vile men are dead." You are unaware that within Guqing County, death is rampant. Human life is valued less than grass. It was not only the Tatar soldiers who murdered and plundered. Even commoners had invaded the homes of the wealthy to rob and kill. In these chaotic times, mere survival was paramount. And no one cared whether one had killed or not. Indeed, we witnessed everything clearly. Had you not slain them, they would have killed you. You have rid the world of a menace. Killing bandits is not only excusable but commendable. People were naturally drawn to the powerful, initially. They had sided with the three men but now praised Lin Jinchu. But who truly cared? Lin Jinchu was satisfied to hear what she wished, knowing that no one was familiar with one another and that by dawn, they would all part ways. Would anyone be willing to help bury these bandits' corpses? I am willing to share the silver I found on these three men, she proposed. Yes, yes. Please help. It would be terrible if their accomplices witnessed this. Lin Ziyuan echoed, moving toward the three men's bodies. He rummaged through their belongings, uncovering a stack of silver notes, counting 500 taels, along with some loose silver. He raised the 500 taels aloft, proclaiming, 500 taels. Who will help? No sooner had he spoken than several men approached with shovels and sickles. 500 taels was worth the effort. We shall assist. More people joined in, quickly lifting the three men and heading into the woods. A woman searched the old woman's belongings, uncovering dozens of taels of loose silver, a jade bracelet, a gold hairpin, and a jade pendant. Even removing the jade bracelet from the old woman's wrist and the silver hairpin from her hair. Seeing this, other women rushed to seize the prizes, while some dashed toward the bags left behind by the young woman, which contained food, water, jerky, and blankets, all snatched away in an instant. Chapter 65, Save Me. And I will give you 1,000 taels. A scuffle broke out among the women fighting over the spoils, with no one yielding. A man brandished a kitchen knife at the woman who had seized the gold hairpin, drawing her family into the fray. The scene spiraled into chaos, devolving into a melee, while Lin Jinchu and her father and brother quietly retreated to a safe distance. She discreetly stored the long knives of the bandits and the old woman's short dagger within her space. One glance at the short dagger revealed its considerable worth. Not only was it extraordinarily sharp, but its hilt was adorned with 2 rubies. Such treasures were surely plundered from others. Once the burial of the bandits was completed and the silver distributed, Lin Ziyuan kept the loose silver for himself, while those embroiled in the brawl sustained minor injuries. With no fatalities reported, Lin Jinchu and her family quietly consumed their flatbreads, sipping water as the night enveloped them in darkness. The torches they had lit earlier had long extinguished. After a while, a few individuals gradually caught up with them and, upon noticing their presence, decided to halt as well. Once Lin Ziyuan and Wenze had settled against a tree and wrapped themselves in blankets to sleep, Lin Jinchu ventured into the woods, intending to retreat into her spatial realm for rest. As she traversed deeper into the forest, she stumbled and fell. What bad luck, she muttered, preparing to rise when she felt something warm beneath her hand. To her astonishment, her palm met a pool of blood, and she realized it belonged to a person, an individual grievously injured. Perhaps it was a corpse, but no, corpses do not exude warmth. However, Lin Jinchu had no intention of getting involved and contemplated leaving to enter her space, reasoning that someone on the verge of death posed no threat to her father and brother. Moreover, within her space, Xiao Kanggu and the other small creatures would keep watch and promptly alert her to any developments. Just as she was about to withdraw, the injured man grasped her ankle with surprising strength. Startled, she readied herself to break free when he murmured, "Save me." It was a young man's voice. She thought it foolish to believe he was a good person. After all, who else would be wounded in such a place? Lowering her gaze, she attempted to pry his hand away, but he clung to her firmly despite his evident injuries. "Let go first. How can I save you if you don't?" Lin Jinchu decided to coax him into releasing his grip so she could flee. "Save me, and I will give you 1,000 taels of silver," he replied, his tone surprisingly lucid this time. 1,000 taels? Which beggar possessed such wealth? Could he be a bandit? No, bandits likely wouldn't have that much silver. I am not a bad person, nor am I a bandit. I witnessed you kill those men earlier. Rest assured, I will not report you to the authorities. With that, he finally released her ankle. I would not fear your report. After all, I have slain bandits, and the government rewards such deeds. Lin Jinchu felt emboldened, even though she was uncertain of the identities of those men. In these chaotic times, who truly cared? They are refugees, not bandits, he insisted. Lin Jinchu felt a chill run down her spine. How could he be so oblivious? He was the one seeking her assistance. Should he truly attempt to expose her, she would not hesitate to eliminate him first. Sensing her thoughts, he weakly declared, "Regardless of who they are, I will not betray you, as long as you save me. I promise to reward you with 1,000 taels." Lin Jinchu retorted, "I care not who you are, I simply wish to avoid unnecessary trouble. Who knows if saving your life will lead you to silence me afterward." She prepared to leave, but noted the absence of any movement behind her, and the grip on her ankle had loosened. After a moment's reflection, she crouched down and gently nudged him. "Hey, are you all right?" Receiving no response, she mused. Could he be dead? That shouldn't be possible. He spoke just moments ago. Utilizing the faint moonlight, she checked for signs of life and felt his breath. He was alive. Her fingers brushed against the smooth fabric of his attire, which resembled satin, a material she recognized from her own garments brought back from the Pingshin Marquis's residence. Could he truly be of noble birth? As she continued to explore, her hand encountered a short dagger and a sword at his waist, both sheathed, along with a cool jade pendant. Fu Yanche, having lapsed into unconsciousness moments before, began to regain some awareness from the girl's probing touch, though he still lacked the strength to speak, allowing her to continue her examination. At that moment, Xiaokang's voice emerged from her spatial realm, urging, "Master, quickly save this man. Brew him some water from the phoenix tree leaves, and it will restore him." Lin Jinchu thought to herself that if she kept plucking leaves from that tree, it would soon be bare. However, she had no choice, for her spatial realm lacked any spiritual spring water. Upon entering her space, she noted a significant transformation, more evident than any previous occasion. The phoenix tree had sprouted several new leaves, and the aura within seemed denser than before. The fragrance of blooming peonies wafted through the air, and the peony garden had expanded. The lake brimmed with more lotus flowers than ever. Had her spatial realm truly grown? "Is this merely an illusion?" she inquired of Xiaokang. "It is no illusion, master. This man's aura is potent. Hurry and prepare the water." Xiaokang extended a whole phoenix tree leaf toward her. Seeing the entire leaf caused Lin Jinchu a pang of regret. Xiaokang was indeed generous. Yet, before she could even begin to heal this man, the space had already undergone such a drastic change. What would happen if she managed to save him? With that thought, Lin Jinchu accepted the leaf and hastily brewed the water. Once it reached a suitable temperature, she returned outside to administer it to him. Fu Yanche felt a fragrant tea flow down his throat, and as it entered his stomach, warmth spread throughout his body, alleviating the chill that had gripped him. What kind of miraculous medicine is this? He pondered, allowing himself to bask in the comforting warmth coursing through him. Lin Jinchu glanced toward the darkness beyond the trees, noting the stillness, before retrieving a lantern from her space. Blood seeped down his torso, indicating a wound to his upper body. She carefully unfastened his collar, revealing a grievous injury. A sharp object had penetrated his chest, blood pooling beneath him. With determination, she used a knife to cut away his clothing, grinding the brewed phoenix tree leaves into a paste to apply to his wound. She cleaned the area around the injury, then tore strips from the fine cotton in her space to bind the wound securely. Exhausted from her efforts, she collapsed into her space and fell into a deep slumber. As dawn approached, Xiaokang roused her from sleep. Lin Jinchu opened her eyes and rose from the bed. She had hung a circle of dark fabric around her sleeping area, as the light in her space was now constant, and the previous mist had dissipated, making the brightness too harsh for restful sleep. Chapter 66. The Space Upgrade. As she lifted the curtain, she was taken aback by the sight before her. A ray of sunlight illuminated her space, and every branch of the phoenix tree was adorned with tender leaves, their yellow-green buds glistening like exquisite jade in the sunlight. The peony garden had doubled in size, bursting with vibrant blooms that perfumed the air with their delightful fragrance. Lin Jinchu ran barefoot toward the peony garden, greedily inhaling the floral aroma, feeling her drowsiness lift significantly and her energy return in full force. Remarkably, all the fruits and vegetables had ripened overnight. A dozen little rabbits nibbled on watermelon beside their mother. How rapidly they multiplied. What had begun with just 4 rabbits now numbered in the dozens, their soft white fur contrasting with the bright, juicy watermelon they devoured. The wheat in the rich soil had matured, and the plot of land where the watermelons were grown was laden with large fruit. The freshwater lake had expanded more than twice its original size, covered in a blanket of lotus flowers, their fragrance wafting toward her even from a distance. "Oh my heavens, it's a paradise," she marveled, and to her astonishment, a gentle breeze began to stir within her space. Lin Jinchu sensed that the flowers cultivated here bore an exceptionally rich fragrance, their spiritual energy significantly more potent than that of the vegetables and fruits. No wonder Xiao Qiao had once declared peonies to be treasures. Indeed, they were. Xiao Kanggu explained that its previous and even earlier masters had always delighted in bringing treasures into the space, cultivating grains and so forth, which likely accounted for the former lack of spiritual energy. It turns out that the spiritual energy in this space primarily emanates from flowers. Henceforth, I shall cultivate a greater variety of them. Who, I wonder, is this individual who wields such significant influence over the space? Xiao Kanggu. What manner of person possesses such impact? Is he perhaps of royal lineage? She cast a glance at Xiao Kanggu and was taken aback once more. No longer did he resemble the comical bird she had first encountered. Now he was adorned with a coat of crimson down, and elongated, fiery red feathers had sprouted, giving him the appearance of a mythical avian creature. Xiao Kanggu shook his head and said, "Master, it's not that I cannot recall, rather. My previous two masters never encountered such a phenomenon. Their spaces were devoid of spiritual energy. However, I suspect this individual shares a unique bond with you, for only those closely related to the master of a space can exert such profound influence. Naturally, he must also hold a position of considerable power, as ordinary individuals typically have no impact on a space." An extraordinary connection, Lin Jinchu mused, struggling to believe it. The only people she recognized in this world were the members of the Chang family and the villagers of Xishan. There was no one else. Could this person be the prince from the book? Only the prince and the original owner were depicted as husband and wife within its pages. But how could the prince be here? As the crown prince, he should be residing in the palace, not wandering alone in these desolate mountains. It was utterly perplexing. Moreover, he was without a single guard, which was quite illogical. She consumed 3 meat buns and 1 vegetable bun, then retrieved some corn cakes from the space. Although she longed to share the meat buns with her father and brother, it seemed implausible to bring them out after so many days. How could the buns possibly remain fresh? As dawn broke, she first checked on the injured man, knowing the miraculous properties of the phoenix tree leaves. She estimated he had likely regained consciousness and perhaps even departed. To be on the safe side, when she had entered the space yesterday, she had taken a few steps forward, meaning he would not see her when she exited. A space cannot be relocated. One exits precisely where one entered. At that moment, Fu Yanche had indeed awakened, but he did not rise. He had managed to stand during the night, yet his body remained somewhat weak. After a brief rest, he felt considerably better than the previous night. Lying on the ground, he had just touched his chest and discovered that the pain had subsided. The wound seemed to have scabbed over. This was impossible. The spear had pierced through his back and emerged in front, and he should have lost half his life, besides. After being wounded, he had ventured deep into the mountains, nearly bleeding out. His plea for the young girl to save him had been akin to a drowning man grasping at anything that might offer assistance. At that moment, he had thought it impossible for a child to save him, yet he was astounded by the miraculous concoction she had provided, which had revived him. Truly, fate had intervened. He felt immensely fortunate that he had not succumbed to unconsciousness, otherwise, he would have perished there. Could the young girl be a spirit of the mountains? It was the only explanation that made sense. Even the Imperial Medical Institute would not possess such a miraculous remedy. But did spirits truly exist in this world? He recalled how the young girl and her father had dispatched a few bandits the previous night. Oh, she even wielded a repeating crossbow. A weapon exclusive to the military. How could she possess such a thing? However, the darkness of night had obscured his view of her features. As Fu Yanche pondered these thoughts, a small girl appeared before him, around 10 years of age, with a pair of clear, bright eyes and long eyelashes. Her hair was casually tied back in a high ponytail, clearly unadorned with any elaborate hairstyle. Though she was dressed in a coarse cloth garment, her demeanor and poise were anything but typical of an ordinary refugee. "You're awake," Lin Jinchu exclaimed upon noticing his improved condition. "You mentioned that if I saved your life, you would reward me with 1,000 taels of silver. Is that still the case?" Fu Yanche sat up. Revealing the torn fabric of his robe, only a small section remained intact at the back. Embarrassed, he replied, "Of course, I will honor my word. But I do not have it on hand at the moment. Once my people arrive, I will certainly provide it." He continued, however, before they come. I have another request that I hope you will consider. Speak, Lin Jinchu said, contemplating the promise of 1,000 taels of silver, intrigued to hear his request. Before my people arrive, I would like to disguise myself as a refugee and travel with you. I know you are headed south, as am I. It would be fortuitous for both of us. Noticing Lin Jinchuan's hesitant silence, he added, to sweeten the deal, once my people find me, I will give you 2,000 taels of silver as compensation for the food I consume along the way. What do you think? How generous. Just as Lin Jinchu was about to agree, she heard him continue, moreover, having an additional person for protection would enhance your safety. Once I have recuperated and regained my strength, I will have no trouble defending you all. This was no idle boast. Given the remarkable efficacy of the phoenix leaves when brewed, a second dose might very well restore him to full health. With the prospect of facing countless refugees outside, Lin Jinchu was naturally inclined to accept his offer. After a moment's thought, she acquiesced. Very well, it is settled then. How old are you? She inquired. My name is Qin Zimo. I am 16, Fu Yanche replied, prompting Lin Jinchu to regard him more attentively. 16? She had assumed he was in his 20s. What's wrong? Do you doubt me? Fu Yanche asked, noticing the skepticism in her expression. You just seem a bit mature for your age, Lin Jinchu replied with a smile. Since you are older than I, you may consider me your elder sister on our journey. I shall fetch some water for you to wash. With that, Lin Jinchu moved aside, intending to return to the space to retrieve some of her father's clothing for him. Not only had his garments been severed, but they were also stained with blood, making them unsuitable for him to wear. Excuse me, could you provide me with a change of clothes? This attire is quite impractical. And it's already torn, Fu Yanche called after her. Understood, Lin Jinchu responded brightly as she continued on her way. Soon, she emerged from the space with a set of her father's old clothes and a basin of water. Wash up and change into the clothes. Then come out for a bite to eat, she instructed before stepping outside. Fu Yanche gazed at the basin of water in a daze, marveling at her generosity. Water was currently more precious than oil, yet she had offered him half a basin for washing his face. He then noticed a water pouch on the ground, which the young girl had placed there for him. Upon opening it, he found it full to the brim. He took a sip, finding it sweet and refreshing. Far superior to the water he usually drank, and could not resist gulping down another mouthful. Unbeknownst to him, this water had been drawn from a newly created well within the space. Lin Jinchu no longer needed to boil water, as she had already enjoyed a bowl herself. Though it was not a spring, the ample spiritual energy in the space rendered the water extraordinary. When Fu Yanche had washed his face and donned the new clothing, Lin Jinchu finally had a clear view of his appearance. My goodness, what a handsome man he was. She had initially overlooked the blood on his face, but now, upon closer inspection, she found herself captivated. He was tall and upright, standing at approximately 185 centimeters, towering over Chang Song-zheng by half a head. His demeanor exuded an air of noble elegance, with chiseled features that were undeniably the hallmark of a leading man. Even clad in Lin Ziyuan's old garments, his inherent charisma could not be concealed. Lin Ziyuan, enjoying a cake and taking a sip of water from the full pouch he had replenished that morning, was startled when a young man approached him, nearly choking on his drink. Who are you? He inquired, bewildered. Lin Jinchu quickly diverted her gaze from Fu Yanche to her father. Father, this is the person I saved last night. He wishes to accompany us for a time, but you need not worry about provisions. He will compensate us with silver. She turned to Fu Yanche and said, This is my father, Lin Ziyuan. You can call him Uncle Lin. This is my younger brother, Lin Wenza. I am Lin Jinchu. By the way, what is your name? Fu Yanche glanced at Lin Ziyuan, momentarily taken aback. The face of Lin Ziyuan seemed vaguely familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen him before. Hey, why are you in a daze? What is your name? Lin Jinchu nudged, noticing the strange look he cast at her father. Fu Yanche finally snapped out of his reverie, and at Lin Jinchuan's inquiry, he hesitated. His name was widely known in the northern territories, and he could not afford to expose it just yet. Thus, he asked, What is your mother's surname? Lin Jinchu was puzzled by his question. I am asking for your name, and you are asking about my mother? What does she have to do with this? I don't even know what my biological mother looks like, let alone her surname. Fu Yanche explained, If anyone inquires, just say I am your cousin, the son of your mother's family. Otherwise, it may raise suspicion to take in a stranger, and it wouldn't reflect well on your reputation. Lin Jinchu had not considered such matters deeply. During their escape from disaster, the villagers had vanished without a trace. Survival was the only concern. However, Lin Ziyuan found Fu Yanche's reasoning quite sound. Though the man had offered money and did not appear to be malicious, he resembled a young noble. Money was important, but the reputation of his daughter was paramount. Thus, he said, since you are traveling with us, that identity will suffice. If we encounter anyone from the village, just say I am the nephew of my wife's family. Oh, my wife's surname is Qin. Fu Yanche pondered for a moment and replied, then I shall be called Qin Zimo from now on. Very well, Zimo, Lin Ziyuan readily agreed. With one adult and 2 children, they were indeed at risk of drawing attention. While they were not afraid of a small group, a larger crowd posed a danger. Just last night, an old woman had nearly overpowered both him and his daughter alone. Having an additional adult male would surely make a difference. Yet, this child was strikingly handsome. Lin Jinchu took out a small vial, dripping 2 drops of herbal juice into it, then mixed it with some fine soil she picked up from the ground. Apply this to your face, your looks are too conspicuous. Besides, if someone recognizes you, it could lead to trouble. Aren't you following us for safety? She whispered to Fu Yanche. Fu Yanche glanced at the young girl, and without hesitation, he smeared the herbal juice across his face, even adding some dust to his neck and visage. Is this sufficient? He asked, realizing the wisdom in her words. There were indeed individuals in the northern territories who recognized him. A few years ago, during the victorious march to the capital, he had passed through numerous towns, and many commoners had known him. Lin Ziyuan and Lin Jinchu observed his transformed appearance. While he did not resemble a vagrant, he certainly looked much better than before. They nodded in approval. Fu Yanche was more than willing to heed Lin Jinchuan's advice. The girl was not simple-minded. Despite her youth, she possessed remarkable insight. He was well aware of the severity of his injury, and had it not been for her, he would likely have bled to death before his people arrived. Miraculously, she had given him something that had nearly healed him overnight. Now, only a faint ache remained, and the wound was nearly closed. Even the finest healing ointments from the palace could not match such efficacy. Fu Yanche silently marveled, thinking that if such a remedy could be utilized in the northern army, many soldiers would be saved from death. Around them, others continued to move forward, even the injured being carried by their families. Lin Jinchuan's family also followed the flow of people. Without horses, she tore a piece of cloth to wrap around her and her brother's legs. Having previously enjoyed running in long socks at the gym, she found the snug sensation alleviated fatigue effectively. Neither her father nor Fu Yanche followed suit. Her father was a seasoned hunter, his body strong and resilient, and having consumed the leaves of the wutong tree, he felt no fatigue after days of walking. As for Fu Yanche, Lin Jinchu was uncertain of his background, but sensed he was a martial artist. The calluses on his palms from their encounter last night spoke volumes. After trekking for half a day, they reached a point where the path ended, and the crowd began to climb. A group of people was approaching from another road, and Lin Jinchu spotted the village chief. The chief appeared weary, with several villagers behind him carrying makeshift litters bearing the injured, among them, the Lu family of 3, as well as the Gao couple and their 2 young masters. Gao Min walked alongside, and members of the Chang family were also present. Chapter 68, Nephew of the Maternal Family. Lin Ziyuan called out to Lin Jinchu and the others, "Chuer, let us wait for them." Lin Jinchu hesitated, not particularly wanting to accompany these people, especially the Lu family. Yet, she understood her father harbored feelings for the village chief and the Chang family, who were also present. She could choose to ignore others, but for the Changs, she was willing to wait. With a sigh, she resigned herself to walking alongside them. Village chief. Lin Jinchu greeted as the village chief approached. The chief's family had treated them well in the village, especially after they had been expelled by the Lin family when the chief's sons had brought supplies and fetched water for them. Lin Jinchu remembered these kindnesses, although she felt resentment over the chief's bias towards the Lu family when it came to her brother being pushed out. In a society where common folk were akin to ants, everyone feared the powerful. She could understand that. With this thought, her anger dissipated somewhat. The Chang family also gathered around Lin Jinchu. "Girl, where is Wu Ji?" Chang Songzheng inquired. That was a difficult question to answer. Lin Jinchu could hardly say the horse was safe in her spatial realm. Lin Ziyuan cast an apologetic glance at Chang Ting and replied, "I am truly sorry, Brother Chang. It is a long story, and I will explain it to you all later." The horse has temporarily left us, but Chua assures us there is no need to worry, as it is only a temporary departure. Chang Ting was puzzled by the term temporarily left, equating it to being lost and wondering if it would return. He offered reassurance. It's all right. Wu Ji is very intelligent and will surely find its way back. However, since the horse was given to you, it belongs to you. Suddenly, Chang Songjung recalled Lin Jinchuan's various peculiarities and fell silent, sensing that Wu Ji was likely safe. His gaze shifted to the man beside Lin Jinchuan. Who is he? Chang Songjung asked, pointing at Fu Yanche. He felt an odd familiarity, but quickly dismissed the thought. That person was currently in the northern territories. So how could he be here? Yet, the man's stature and demeanor resembled someone he knew, though his face appeared obscured, much like Lin Jinchuan's, as if covered in some unknown substance. Lin Ziyuan chuckled. Oh, he is Qin Zimo, my wife's nephew. We encountered him just yesterday, and now we are all family. So he will be traveling with us. Oh, I see, Chang Songjung mused. After all, many people shared similar heights and builds. He had merely misjudged. At that moment, the village chief squeezed through the crowd. Ziyuan, young Jinchun, do you have any water? He asked, his lips cracked and parched, and the other villagers appeared equally fatigued. A stark contrast to Lin Jinchun's family, who looked well-fed and spirited. Lin Jinchun glanced at the makeshift litters nearby and pondered why they were being carried when there were donkeys, mules, horses, and oxen in sight. Strangely, the villagers seemed quite content with the arrangement. The Liu and Gao families had also dismounted. As Lin Jinchu fixated on the rudimentary sedan chairs, the village chief elucidated. The animals, deprived of water and grass, are utterly fatigued and unable to carry any load. Even the whip fails to spur them into action. We are at our wits' end. Moreover, these beasts have been scorched by the sun during the day. Thus, the county magistrate has generously offered to compensate villagers for their assistance in carrying the loads, paying each person 1 tael of silver per day. Who would refuse such a sum? In the past, villagers would toil for 3 months and scarcely earn a single tael. He continued, currently, only the county magistrate has access to water. The villagers are nearly all out of it and unable to procure any, even at exorbitant prices. Those who recently fled from Guqing County now possess both food and water. At this juncture, Magistrate Liu interjected, suggesting they pause here and venture into the mountains to seek water. If we continue this way, we shall perish from thirst before even reaching Anping County. Fu Yanche instinctively checked the water pouch slung across his back, only to find it brimming. He recalled having washed his face with half a basin of water that very morning, and he felt somewhat bewildered. How was it that his family seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of water when everyone else was parched? Furthermore, their provisions were remarkably fresh. Even the flatbreads and dried rations bore no hint of being stale or spoiled. Accustomed to the military's provisions, which could often be several days or even weeks old, the corn cakes he had consumed that morning tasted as if they had just been cooked. He refrained from expressing these thoughts aloud. Lin Ziyuan unfastened his water pouch and poured half of it for the village chief, who was watched enviously by the others, their lips licking in anticipation. Yet, Lin Ziyuan paid them no heed. The village chief took a mere sip before passing it along to others in his household. Although Lin Ziyuan had always harbored goodwill towards the villagers and had frequently assisted them, the injury to his leg had revealed the true natures of many. And after having taken lives, his heart had turned as hard as stone. He would no longer play the role of the benevolent benefactor. Thus, he addressed the crowd. My family's water is also limited. I can only offer this much to the village chief. Let us heed the magistrate's advice and venture into the depths of the mountains while it is still light. The village chief nodded and then turned to Fu Yanche, inquiring, Who is this young gentleman? Indeed, among the throng of refugees, there were individuals from various villages, but the camaraderie between Lin Ziyuan and Fu Yanche seemed palpable, piquing the village chief's curiosity. Before Lin Ziyuan could respond, Chang Songjung, standing nearby, interjected, This is the nephew of my uncle Ziyuan's wife, named Qin Zimo. I was curious as well. Fu Yanche gave a slight nod to the village chief, remaining silent. At that moment, standing at the back of the crowd, Lu Runing's eyes widened in disbelief as she fixated on Fu Yanche, unable to reconcile the reality before her with the events of her dreams. How could it be that she encountered Fu Yanche here? In her dream, he had rescued the abducted girls in Luoya town and escorted them to Feisher County, delivering news of the barbarian army's conquest of Jizhou to her father. In that dream, They had departed 2 days early, bypassing the mountains entirely and returning to the capital directly via the official road. Yet, in reality, it was Lin Jinchu who had saved them. And they found themselves mingling with the refugees as the barbarians approached. What was even more perplexing was that in her dream, Lin Jinchu had been in the capital. Yet here she was, among the refugees, acknowledging the villagers as her kin. What could this possibly mean? Along the way, she had heard the village chief speak of the matter of the true and false daughters, but in her dream, there had been no such distinction. The Pingshin Marquise had only one legitimate daughter, Lin Jinchu. Lu Runing found herself increasingly bewildered. However, her gaze toward Fu Yanche grew colder and more vengeful. While others might not recognize him, she could identify him instantly, for in her previous life, Fu Yanche had protected her and her cousin all the way to Faysher County. Even if reduced to ash, she would recognize that gaze. In her dream, it was this man who had brought ruin upon the Lu family, leading to their annihilation. The thought alone tightened her fists, causing them to tremble within her sleeves. She yearned to plunge a knife into this man's heart at that very moment. Chapter 69. Seeking Water in the Deep Mountains. At this point, Fu Yanche had also recognized Magistrate Lu, but quickly deduced the situation. The magistrate had abandoned the city. Given the Lu family's influence, there would be no repercussions for his flight, especially since the barbarians had already conquered several nearby cities. However, he chose not to acknowledge Magistrate Lu, as the Fu family had seldom mingled with the court officials. And given the Lu family's current power, publicly aligned with the crown prince, while secretly maintaining ties with the third prince, he felt fortunate that the young girl had covered his face with colorful paint, thus ensuring he would remain unrecognized. He had also recognized General Chang's family. He had been stationed in the northern border and had only met Changting once, albeit briefly. Over a decade ago, Changting's family had vanished, and news of them had gradually faded from the capital. As for Changting's wife and 2 sons, this was his first encounter with them. Yet, he was uncertain whether the Chang family would recognize him, having once returned victorious through Faysher County. Amidst the crowd, a pair of unusual eyes caught Fu Yanche's attention, a girl of about 15 or 16, strikingly beautiful and resembling Magistrate Lu, likely his daughter. But why did she harbor animosity toward him? Fu Yanche found it perplexing, having spent his youth in the northern border with little interaction with the women of the capital. Lu Runing's gaze was filled with venomous resentment directed at Fu Yanche, leaving Lin Jinchu puzzled. Could this young gentleman, Zimo, have a past connection with Lu Runing? If so, was he also from the capital? It was intriguing. If Lu Runing were indeed a reincarnator, who was it she despised most in the original narrative? Clearly, her deepest hatred was not for the former crown prince or the third prince, but rather for Fu Yanche, the one who had annihilated the Lu family and installed the original protagonist's son as emperor. With this realization, Lin Jinchu trembled, incredulity washing over her as she glanced at the young man beside her. No wonder the dynamics of their world had shifted so dramatically. Fu Yanche's future was indeed beyond measure. If he so desired, he could ascend to the throne. Yet, Xiao Kangwu had mentioned that those capable of generating immense energy to elevate the space must share an extraordinary bond with the space's master. Was this referring to the original protagonist and Fu Yanche, or to herself and Fu Yanche? It seemed impossible that she and Fu Yanche could be connected. After all, he was 16 while she was merely 10. He was surely already betrothed, if not married. Lin Jinchu could not recall whether Fu Yanche had wed in the original narrative. If Qin Zimo were indeed Fu Yanche, then she must protect him at all costs, ensuring Lu Runing could not harm him. Clinging to Fu Yanche's side would mean seizing power and wealth, for he was destined to become the regent with unparalleled authority. As Lin Jinchu's thoughts raced, the village chief was already rallying the villagers to seek water. Nearly 100 individuals set forth into the mountains, each laden with vessels for carrying water, pouches, buckets, and basins in abundance. Lin Jinchu and Fu Yanche joined the procession. Although she possessed water, it would be unwise to remain apart from the group. She could not allow suspicions to arise regarding the source of her daily water, especially with Fu Yanche, an outsider, present. Xiao Kangwu, have the little birds assist in locating water, Lin Jinchu instructed her companion. Uncertain how Xiao Kangwu communicated with the birds, she looked up to see several sparrows flitting ahead, chirping as if conversing with her. Master, follow those sparrows. They know where water can be found, Xiao Kangwu conveyed from within the space. Lin Jinchu and Fu Yanche trailed behind the crowd. Whenever she spotted a little sparrow taking flight, she would alert everyone, whether it was due to the vegetation or the terrain. Those who heeded her guidance were often swayed by her reasoning. The trust they placed in Lin Jinchu stemmed from the fact that her family still had access to water and from her leadership in combating the enemy forces. Unbeknownst to her, this engendered a sense of trust among the group, particularly from Qi Sanling of Guqing County, who, despite his imposing stature, followed Lin Jinchu like an adoring younger brother. "Little sister Jinchu, wherever you say to go, we shall follow," he said, ingratiatingly. Lin Jinchu turned to glance at Qi Sanling, nodding silently. She thought to herself that if everyone were as cooperative as Qi Sanling, working together to fend off the enemy and search for water without ulterior motives or schemes, she would gladly lend a helping hand to the group. A few women with ties to the Gu family whispered among themselves, their words laced with uncertainty. Occasionally, someone would cast a sidelong glance at Qin Zimo, who stood beside Lin Jinchu. Despite their attempts to lower their voices, Lin Jinchu's keen hearing, sharpened over time, caught their murmurs. She could even hear the distant calls of the little sparrows, though she still required Ziyakengwa to translate their chirps. That girl truly possesses talent. She had the eldest of the Chang family utterly entranced before, showering him with rice and borrowing carts. And now, not long later, she has another man by her side. Has she learned the art of seduction in the capital? Don't speak so carelessly. If the people from the Pingxin Market hear you, you might lose your life. Chang Songjung felt a shiver run down his spine, alarmed by the audacity of the Gu family women, who dared to tarnish a child's reputation with their slanderous remarks. Lin Jinchu made a mental note of the women who spoke such words. She believed in repaying grudges, and while she didn't consider herself a gentleman, she was certainly one to remember. After wandering through the deep mountains for about half an hour without finding any water, impatience began to brew among the group. Why should we heed the words of a little girl? This won't do. We should search for ourselves, one of the women, linked to the Gu family, declared. I never asked you to follow me. If you don't wish to stay, feel free to leave. Lin Jinchu replied with a smile, finding the situation amusing. It was nearly impossible to locate water without relying on the guidance of the little sparrows in the mountains. The terrain was vast, and blindly searching could lead to encounters with ferocious beasts and venomous snakes, where a moment's carelessness could spell doom. Go ahead then. I doubt we won't find water without you, the woman retorted, rallying several families to venture in another direction. Gu hesitated, saying, perhaps we should stick together. Look at the sky, it's only half an hour until dark. What if we encounter snakes or wild beasts? It's too dangerous. One woman laughed, sister, you worry too much. We have traveled quite a distance without encountering any snakes or beasts. In this heat, they are probably dead from thirst. Her argument held some merit. They had been walking for half an hour, and aside from 2 sparrows, they had seen no signs of wildlife. Let us split up into 2 groups to search for water. Those who wish to join us should hurry. We have several hunters from Dongshan village among us, and they know how to find water best. Others echoed her sentiments, affirming that following them would not only lead to water, but also keep them safe from wild animals. As they spoke, many glanced ahead and noticed the absence of water. Indeed, there was no sight of it, nor even a hint of green leaves along the way. Just then, Gu exclaimed, I found 2 wild vegetables. In Chapter 70, she declared her intention to rise above others. She raised her hand to show the wild vegetables, which Lin Jinchu observed to be nothing but yellowed leaves. These were not wild vegetables, but rather dried remnants. However, Gu's display captivated some of the previously hesitant villagers, particularly those from the western mountain village, who seemed to favor the direction of the village head. Consequently, about half of the villagers seeking water shifted towards Gu, including most of the village head's 3 sons. In the end, the 3 brothers had no choice but to follow suit, as the path Gu chose appeared to be at a lower elevation, where water would naturally flow. The villagers who had followed Lin Jinchu up the higher mountain felt increasingly dubious about their choice. Only a few villagers remained alongside Lin Jinchu and the Chang family, placing their trust in them. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, Lin Jinchu smiled inwardly, relishing the idea of the others splitting off. They truly believed there were no venomous creatures in these depths, a naive assumption. Had it not been for the bloodline suppression exerted by Ziyakengwu from within her space, they would not have traveled so smoothly. Lu Runing trailed behind Lin Jinchu with 2 robust women, carrying Realgar powder. Many villagers had discarded most of their belongings along the way, retaining only essential food and water. However, the Liu and Gao families had lost little, as the villagers from the western mountain carried their burdens. After all, neither the Liu nor the Gao families lacked silver. They were willing to pay for labor. It was said that the strong laborers sent by the village head and the village chief refused to accept even a single silver coin, preferring instead to ally themselves with the Liu family. "Master, that vile woman from the Liu family is following us," Xia Kengwa warned. Initially, it had been too crowded for it to notice Lu Runing trailing behind the group, mistakenly assuming she was merely another seeker of water. Now, with half the crowd dispersed, Lu Runing dared not draw too close, stealthily following from behind, her intentions becoming evident. Lin Jinchu feigned ignorance, casting a casual glance backward, and indeed saw Lu Runing accompanied by two women, her gaze fixated intently on Fu Yanche, who stood beside Lin Jinchu. It seemed Lu Runing had shifted her focus from Lin Jinchu to Fu Yanche. This made sense. In the original narrative, Fu Yanche had personally led the destruction of the Liu family's 9 clans. Lu Runing likely intended to take advantage of Fu Yanche's weakened state to eliminate him, thus preventing the Liu family from facing another crisis. What a cunning plan, but the notion that the three of them could succeed in killing Fu Yanche was laughable. She had no idea that Fu Yanche's injuries had nearly healed. Lin Jinchu reflected on the original text, recalling how Fu Yanche had rescued Gao Min and Lu Runing's group, escorting them to Feisher County and warning Lu County magistrate to leave that night, as the town lacked proper defenses. Staying would only mean death. Consequently, in the original narrative, Lu County magistrate and the Gao family had departed early, likely never traversing the mountains. After notifying the Liu family, Fu Yanche had remained in the northern borders, though the specifics of his activities there were not elaborated upon in the text. It merely mentioned that he had sustained grave injuries and was saved by a divine physician. Once healed, he seemed to have returned to the capital, which was when he crossed paths with the original protagonist. In her previous life, who had saved Fu Yanche? Which divine physician had ties to the protagonist? The text provided no further details. Lin Jinchu mused that perhaps she had simply read too quickly to remember. It appeared that her presence had set off a butterfly effect, altering many events. As she returned to Shishan village, she became one of those villagers fleeing disaster, saving Lu Runing and Gao Min, and it was also she who rescued Fu Yanche. Lu Runing's eyes glimmered with venomous intent as she fixated on the two conversing and laughing ahead, realizing that everything unfolding now was a departure from her dreams. In the realm of dreams, at this moment, Fu Yanche found himself targeted for assassination by the factions of both the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. The Grand General of the North was a figure both princes sought to win over, yet the Fu family remained steadfastly loyal to the emperor, refusing to lean towards either side. Each faction harbored ulterior motives, fearing that Fu Yanche might ally with the opposing side, thus they conspired to eliminate him. This echoed the sentiment, "If I cannot have him, then let him be destroyed." In the dream, it was Zhang Yan, the master of the Medicine King Valley, who rescued Fu Yanche. At this juncture, Lin Jinchu, the eldest daughter of the Pingxin Marquis, was not yet Zhang Yan's disciple. The north faced drought, corpses littered the land. Epidemics ravaged the populace and foreign invaders threatened. The people of Medicine King Valley could no longer remain passive, hence, Zhang Yan, accompanied by a few disciples, several apprentices, and a plethora of medicinal supplies, ventured forth from the valley. Their noble intent was to save the suffering citizens, and it was during this endeavor that they encountered the gravely injured Fu Yanche. Simultaneously, Lin Jinchu, along with her household servants, was distributing porridge at the city gates. Thus, the members of the Medicine King Valley tended to the afflicted until they returned to the capital, where they crossed paths with Lin Jinchu, who was accompanied by numerous doctors from both the city and its outskirts. It was then that Zhang Yan recognized the virtuous and benevolent Lin Jinchu and took her as his disciple. Consequently, this marked the beginning of the acquaintance between Fu Yanche and Lin Jinchu. Yet, why did everything diverge from the dream? They were supposed to meet in the capital months later, yet in reality, their encounter had occurred 3 to 4 months earlier. What had become of those from the Medicine King Valley? Lin Runing found herself engulfed in profound confusion. However, a smile soon graced her lips. In this lifetime, Lin Jinchu would have no opportunity to utilize the resources of the Pingxin Marquis to aid the suffering, nor could she establish a benevolent image for the Third Prince. Thus, her aspirations of becoming the Third Prince's consort would be thwarted. An idea suddenly flashed through Lin Runing's mind. She must hasten to locate the individuals from the Medicine King Valley, heal the common folk, and become Zhang Yan's disciple. With such a title, she would be one step closer to her goal of becoming the third princess consort. Indeed, they would soon arrive in Anping County, where the county magistrate was a friend of her father's. If she could encounter the people from the Medicine King Valley there, everything would become significantly easier. She cast a self-satisfied glance at the pair of individuals ahead, one tall and one short, harboring malicious thoughts. How fortuitous that the two individuals she despised most in her previous life were right before her. She could eliminate them both. Upon her return to the capital, the title of third princess consort would undoubtedly be hers. Once Fu Yanche was out of the picture, she would ascend to the role of empress, and her son would inherit the throne, ensuring the survival of the Liu family. Regrettably, she could not confide in her father, unlike other members of the Liu family. He was upright and honorable. If he were to discover that this man was Fu Yanche, not only would he refuse to assist her in killing him, but he would also prevent her from taking action. As for Gao Min, she could not speak of this either, in her past life. Gao Min had fallen madly in love with Fu Yanche and had vowed never to marry anyone else. Fu Yanche, however, held her in disdain. And after she severed ties with her family to assist him, he rejected her, prompting her to become a nun. Such a futile existence, Lin Running bitterly reflected. Chapter 71, I Can Save You. If all that transpired in her dreams was indeed true, then it was but a recounting of events from her previous life. She never expected to possess knowledge of everything that had occurred before. It was only fitting that she would rise to greatness, to become a person of influence. She would become empress, and eventually, the empress dowager, enjoying all the luxuries and splendor life had to offer. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Lin Running could not help but smile. Miss, hurry, they are getting away. A nearby servant, witnessing her foolish smile, whispered urgently. The servant carried a bag upon her back, within which something writhed. Fear gripped her heart, both of the creature inside the bag and of the consequences that might arise from their actions. Miss, are we truly going to proceed with this? The servant asked uneasily, sensing that Lin Jinchu was rather ominous. If this plan were to fail, would not the Miss's reputation suffer? After all, she was determined to marry the third prince. Should she acquire a malicious reputation, the royal family would certainly not tolerate it. In such a case, her position as the third prince's consort would be far from guaranteed. What nonsense is this? Do you dare to question the Miss's decision? Another servant admonished softly. The chastised servant lowered her head in acquiescence. Yes, it is my fault. Lin Running cast a sidelong glance at her. Prattle, what are you afraid of? As long as they perish, who will pay us any heed? This snake is highly venomous, and I procured it at great expense from a hunter. It is said that a single bite guarantees death within moments, even if it cannot kill both of them. Taking one life would be worth it. Indeed, Miss is wise. Whoever obstructs you shall meet their end. Once bitten, in this desolate wilderness, darkness will soon fall. And by then, no one will be able to render aid, no doctors, no antidotes. They are doomed. Another servant quickly added in flattery. Lin Running nodded in satisfaction, quickening her pace. Miss, that is merely a dream. It may not be real. People say dreams often reflect the opposite. With the Liu family's influence in the capital, who would dare to act recklessly? The servant suggested, emboldened by her status as Lin Running's wet nurse, feeling free to speak her mind. Lin Running, however, confided in her wet nurse things she dared not share with Liu County Magistrate or Liu Madam. No, it is true, everything in the dream felt so real. Those two are responsible for the death of my child, for the ruin of the Liu family, Lin Running insisted stubbornly. The other servant, walking ahead, twitched her lips at this remark but refrained from speaking further. After all, what could a young maiden know of motherhood? If word spread, it would surely provoke judgment. Yet, as a mere servant, she knew her place and focused on her tasks. Time passed, and as darkness enveloped the surroundings, the group lit torches. The mountains were dotted with withered trees, easily providing them with sticks. Just as everyone focused on the path ahead, a sudden cry rang out, "Ah, a snake! There's a snake!" Unbeknownst to them, a snake had plummeted from somewhere, landing on a villager before Fu Yanche. The servant stealthily approached Lin Jinchu and Fu Yanche, intending to unleash the snake upon him. Lin Jinchu had been closely monitoring the trio's movements, and with Xiao Kang's vigilance, she swiftly pulled Fu Yanche away. The snake landed on a woman in front of Fu Yanche, whose thin summer attire left her vulnerable. Feeling the slick creature slither down her back, the snake coiled around her neck, eliciting a terrified scream. A nearby man hastily yanked the snake away and flung it behind him. Lin Jinchu refrained from intervening, confident that with Xiao Kangwu present, the snake would not attack them. Unfortunately, the servant lurking behind was not so fortunate. After being tossed to the ground, the snake did not flee but instead slithered towards Lin Running and her companions. Everyone turned to witness Lin Running shoving the servant beside her away, while her wet nurse seized her hand, pulling her into the crowd. In a panic, Lin Running sprinkled a powder of realgar upon herself, causing others to pause in confusion before dismissing her with disdain. The servant, losing her footing, fell to the ground, inadvertently pinning the snake beneath her. Terrified, she cried out, Miss, save me. The snake has bitten me. Help!" Her voice trembled with fear as she scrambled ineffectively to rise. No one dared to assist her. Each person fled in terror. Xiao Kangwu, let the snake bite Lin Running and the other servant, Lin Jinchu instructed Xiao Kangwu. However, Xiao Kangwu, feeling helpless and guilty, remarked, "The snake will not heed my words. I have already communicated with it. It has avenged us by returning to bite that woman. It is not of our kind, master. I apologize. Master, would you like to bring that snake into the space? It would gladly enter the space, as all creatures favor places abundant in spiritual energy. After all, it is a venomous serpent. It might be of assistance to us in the future." Xiao Kangwu inquired eagerly, as it had developed a keen interest in toxic plants and substances. Although Lin Jinchu believed that the spiritual energy in the space was derived from the peony and lotus flowers, Xiao Kangwu suspected that those toxic plants also played a role. Lin Jinchu had a profound aversion to such soft-bodied creatures. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately declined. Primarily because all animals must pass through her hands to enter the space, how could she dare to touch it? Moreover, the snake had initially approached her with demands, which was rather unappealing. The space was her sanctuary, and it had to be absolutely safe. Snakes were different from other small animals. The adage "those not of my kind must possess a different heart" resonated with her, as she unconsciously regarded birds and small animals as akin to her own. The snake had fled. Some braver souls remained close to Lin Jinchu, unwilling to stray far, brandishing torches as they scanned their surroundings. The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had yet to locate water and had nearly lost their lives to a venomous snake, which was truly terrifying. Some individuals even contemplated retreating, but with everyone parched, returning would only lead to death by thirst. Having come this far, they resolved to seek water despite the peril. Lin Jinchu approached the woman, finding her face now a shade of purple, her lips almost blackened, and her bitten arm swollen to twice its normal size. "I can save you," she proclaimed loudly, drawing the attention of the others around her. The woman, in a feeble voice, pleaded, "Save me, I am prepared to die. The snake was brought by us. No one knows better than we how toxic it is." She could hardly believe that someone could counteract the poison, especially Lin Jinchu. Why had they toiled all night if she possessed the antidote? Their efforts seemed in vain, and her life was now at stake. "You must tell everyone what is going on with the snake, and I will save you," Lin Jinchu declared assertively. The crowd exchanged glances, pondering if there was something unusual about the snake. Indeed, after traveling for so long without encountering any serpents, the sudden appearance of one as night fell was indeed peculiar. "Isn't the snake from the mountains?" someone inquired curiously. They all assumed the snake must have fallen from a tree. Did this woman bring it with the intent to harm someone? It had dropped onto Aunt Wang, yet Aunt Wang was unfamiliar to her. Could it be that someone wishes to harm Lin Jinchu? She was right behind Aunt Wang, another voice chimed in. "This woman is from the Liu family. Attending to Miss Liu, I have seen her before." Upon hearing this, some turned their gaze towards Liu Runing, who regretted staying behind, but was too afraid to return alone. Moreover, she had been following the group and could not find her way back. Chapter 72. We found water. The wet nurse beside her carried several empty water pouches, intending to blend in with the crowd to fetch water. "What are you all staring at? It wasn't my young lady who did this, it was that malicious woman," the wet nurse shouted. She thought to herself, Lin Jinchu claiming she could cure the snake's poison was a ruse. The woman would soon perish, and if she died immediately, there would be no witness. She and her lady would deny any involvement. However, if Lin Jinchu insisted on pinning the blame on her lady, it would be better to let the woman take the blame before she died. After all, the snake was indeed brought by her, and she had released it. So it wouldn't be a baseless accusation. The fallen woman's eyes were filled with despair, yet she was unwilling to die so easily. If she perished, it would be the end of her, but she was a family-born servant, and her husband and son's contracts were in Lady Lu's possession. They would bear a lifetime of infamy, likely facing sale or even death. Can Miss Lu truly save this old servant? She asked weakly, lifting her gaze towards Lin Jinchu. Lin Jinchu looked at her and nodded affirmatively, urging her to speak quickly, delay any longer, and even the gods cannot save you. This is a highly venomous snake. You should know best how deadly it is. Her words caused a stir among the crowd, all eyes turning towards Lu Runing. Why are you looking at my lady? It wasn't he, my lady, who did this. It was someone else, that wicked woman. The wet nurse shouted at the villagers around them. Then turned back to the fallen woman, saying, Wu Shi, you can rest easy. I will take care of your family. After all, we have worked together. And we entered the Lu family at the same time. Tears streamed down the woman's face as she closed her eyes, afraid to speak further. Do you believe that if you die, your family will have a good end? Lin Jinchu asked, realizing that the woman had previously threatened her with the safety of Wu Shi's family. Wu Shi remained silent, her eyes still shut, whether she lived or died. There seemed to be no favorable outcome. Are your family members in the group? Lin Jinchu inquired, suddenly recalling that nearly all of Lu family's servants had perished. If they were in the capital, it would be troublesome for the Lu family. Yes, they are the drivers, the woman finally responded. I will find a way to save them, as long as you speak the truth, Lin Jinchu assured her. Having learned a bit about Lord Lu and Lady Lu during the journey, Lord Lu was a relatively enlightened official. Otherwise, the Chang family would not have rescued her, her father and her brother, nor would they have helped the Lu family. Is this true? Wu Shi, who had been prepared to give up, felt a jolt of hope. Raising her voice. Of course, I keep my word. I am committed to doing my best, Lin Jinchu replied, feeling somewhat confident. Now, many were aware of the truth. And over 300 had set out to find water, with half having taken another route. There were likely still around 150 left. I will tell you everything. Our young lady wanted to use the snake to bite Miss Lin, and this gentleman beside her, claiming you both are her enemies. After speaking, the woman closed her eyes, knowing that whether she lived or died, her family would face a dire fate. They would either bear the infamous label of murderers or be accused of betrayal. Neither path was favorable. She could only gamble, hoping that Lord Lu would refrain from harming her due to his reputation and would not implicate her family. She was aware that the Lu family valued their reputation greatly. With so many refugees on the road, if this matter were to spread, the Lu family would likely not act rashly, at most sending her family to the estate. However, once the matter settled, her family would still face a grim future. If Miss Jinchu were willing to intervene and save them, it would be a different story. But could a mere 10-year-old truly have the ability to rescue her family? The crowd was in an uproar as Lin Jinchu placed a black fruit into the woman's mouth. Xiao Kangwu had previously mentioned that this fruit could counteract the poison. It was only with Xiao Kangwu's assurance that she dared to offer help. This Miss Lu is truly malevolent, some murmured. Indeed. She nearly had young Miss Jinchu's brother killed by the enemy soldiers just last time. Such malicious thoughts at such a young age, one could only wonder how the Lu family raised their daughters. Hush, do not speak of this. We cannot oppose Lord Lu, was the caution from the crowd. Besides, Lord Lu is not here. What is there to fear? Moreover, the court has laws. There is a saying, the Son of Heaven shares the same punishment as commoners. You are too naive. I have heard that the Lu family in the capital wields immense power. We should not get involved. Lin Jinchu compelled the servant to reveal the truth before the assembled crowd, aiming for precisely this effect. While she could not eliminate Lu Runing at this moment, she could certainly tarnish her reputation. Even though these individuals feared the Lu family, the more who were aware of the truth, the less likely it was that the Lu family could silence them all. As long as these people survived, the infamy of Lu Runing was likely to spread. Lu Runing, a significant female antagonist in the original narrative, was not someone Lin dared to kill outright, fearing the collapse of this small world. However, by refraining from direct action, she could incite others to do her bidding, ensuring that Lu Runing's existence would become a living hell without necessarily ending her life. Incensed by the words of the crowd, Lu Runing lunged towards the servant and struck her fiercely across the face, causing Wu Shi to spit out a mouthful of black blood that splattered onto Lu Runing. You wretched old hag, it was your doing all along. How dare you pin the blame on me? When I return, I shall have my father sell your entire family into servitude. Ugh, this vile blood. The transformation in Lu Runing's countenance, from a scowling fury to one of shock upon being splattered, startled those present. The image of Miss Lu in their minds was that of a refined lady, delicate and beautiful, akin to a flower that inspired no ill thoughts. Yet now, she appeared as a loathsome man-eater. Her current demeanor only served to convince the onlookers that she was indeed responsible for the venomous snake incident. Otherwise, why would a young lady stealthily follow them? Seeking water? Preposterous. The Liu and Gao families had ample wealth. There was no need for a young lady to scavenge for water, especially since she typically refused to walk even a step further than necessary. It could only be said that her intent in following them was to eliminate Lin Jinchu. Yet, Lin had done her no wrong, often considering the welfare of others. Miss Lu, on the other hand, had first aimed to harm her brother, and now sought to exploit the cover of night to harm her sister, truly. A woman's heart can be most venomous. Master, the little sparrow reports a pond ahead, called out Xiao Kangwu. Observing that the incident had escalated, Lin Jinchu recognized that Lu Runing's true nature had been unveiled. She interjected, "Let us momentarily set this aside and seek water first." With that, she took hold of Fu Yanche and led the way forward. Yes, let us find water first, otherwise we shall all perish from thirst. As for Miss Lu, let Lord Lu handle that matter. The group hastily followed, and the servant, having consumed the fruit, miraculously regained her ability to walk. "There's a pond here. Come quickly and fill your containers," Lin Jinchu shouted. Upon hearing her call, the crowd erupted in jubilation. The despair of being without water had enveloped them. With the presence of bandits on the main road, even money could not procure water, and if their thirst continued, all would surely perish. They surged towards the pond. Chapter 73. Encountering a tiger. There's water. The first to arrive at the pond shouted in glee, "Miss Jinchu truly found water for us. Wonderful. So much water. We are saved." Fu Yanche silently observed the unfolding scene. It was all too strange. This young girl, Lin Jinchu, was remarkable first. She had provided him with some mysterious water that saved his life. That snake had clearly targeted him, yet Lin seemed to know just in time to pull him away. Even more bizarre was the snake's apparent discernment of whom to bite. It had encircled the villagers' necks without striking, specifically swimming to the servant to bite her. Now, it seemed she had an innate sense of where water lay, guiding them toward this location, which, contrary to reason, had a depression containing water amidst the drought. Who would have anticipated such a deep hollow, revealing a supply of water? She was merely 10 years old and could not have possibly visited this place before, after all. Had they not journeyed from Jizhou? This site was at least 300 miles from Feisher County. How could that little girl possess such knowledge? Of course, Fu Yanche would not voice these questions. He and the young girl were now akin to family, and she was his savior. He hastened forward, finally spotting a deep valley with a low-lying lake, where only the center held water, yet it was sufficient for the villagers for some time. Some wept with joy, for water meant salvation. The crowd disregarded all else and rushed to fill their containers, lamenting the scarcity of their water pouches brought from home. Some had even discarded their empty barrels along the steep slope. Others, in their desperation, drank heartily. And although Lin Jinchu wished to caution them against drinking such raw water, especially stagnant water that might harbor mosquito larvae, she held her tongue, realizing that any words at this moment would be futile. Soon, one side of the water became muddied, while Lin Jinchu and Fu Yanche moved to the opposite side to fill their buckets. Lu Runing's accompanying servant pretended to fill 2.5 buckets. "Fish are in the water," someone exclaimed. As the water level dropped, fish began to surface, prompting some to leap in to catch them. Seeing the growing number of fishermen, Fu Yanche joined in, spearing 2 large fish with his spear. The Chang brothers also caught several fish, filling their 4 buckets to the brim. The villagers returned, laden with their bounty, filled with excitement, except for Chang Songjung, who observed Lin Jinchu walking ahead with a sense of loss. Ever since Lin Jinchu's cousin arrived, her family seemed less reliant on the Changs, and the two families no longer shared the same closeness. He looked at Fu Yanche and increasingly felt that he resembled that man he had seen last year, riding a tall horse past Luoya town alongside the general of the Northern Army. Upon returning to the temporary encampment of the villagers, the village chief approached anxiously. "Where are the people from Shishan village?" He glanced around. Aside from Dogxing and his father, Lin Jinchu and Fu Yanche were the only familiar faces. The villagers returning were from other villages, causing a flicker of panic in the chief's heart as he grasped Lin Jinchu's arm, asking urgently, "Where are the villagers?" Chi Sanlang raised 3 large fish strung together with dried grass, laughing heartily. "Chief, the people from Shishan village are too proud to follow us and Miss Jinchu. They took a different path." It's so late. Where could they have gone?" The chief's anxiety grew. The depths of the mountains held many dangers, even by day, let alone at night. Just then, a group of a dozen people came rushing from the distance. Father! Father! It's terrible!" Leading the charge was the chief's eldest son, Lin Yuzhang, followed closely by his younger brother Lin Yuan and their cousin Lin Tieshuan. Seeing his sons and nephew brought some relief to the chief. Yet he was troubled by the fact that only a handful had returned from the 100 villagers who had gone to fetch water. "What has happened?" he asked urgently. "Great uncle, we encountered a tiger and many perished," Lin Tieshuan choked out. The villagers of Shishan gathered around, their expressions a mix of fear and concern. "Where is my husband?" asked Yuzhang. "Where is my elder brother? My son? My man?" Questions erupted from the crowd, and those of weaker constitution fainted at the mention of the tiger. While others crowded around Lin Yuzhang, demanding answers, the scene devolving into chaos. Lin Yuzhang, unable to meet their gazes, felt the weight of expectation as the elder chief. Acknowledged as the next village leader, he had fled in the face of danger and now found himself at a loss for how to address the villagers. Yet, if he did not run, he too would meet his demise. Regardless, he had returned with a dozen others. "Yu Zhang, this is not your fault. The priority now is to rescue those in need." "Where are they?" County Magistrate Liu approached, gently offering words of comfort to Lin Yuzhang. "Just moments ago." He beheld his daughter returning with the maid, each carrying a bucket of water, and for a fleeting moment, he questioned the clarity of his vision. He was acutely aware of his daughter's character. It was evident that fetching water was merely a facade, concealing ulterior motives. Prior to her 12th year, she had been nurtured under the care of her grandmother, only arriving here last year. Despite her tender age, she had indeed mastered the arts of music, chess, and literature. Yet she had also acquired a fair share of clandestine domestic stratagems. Initially, he and his wife dismissed their concerns, for the Liu family held a prestigious lineage, and daughters were scarce. Thus, the legitimate matron insisted on retaining her daughter for personal tutelage, with aspirations toward the third prince's consort. It was only when he witnessed his daughter thrusting Lin Wenza before the barbarian army that he was jolted into realization, yet it was too late. The Liu family had many sons and few daughters. Thus, when he was dispatched to a remote locale, the matron insisted on keeping their daughter, claiming she would personally oversee her upbringing. A decade had swiftly passed since his departure from a small southern county to this northern realm of Feisher County, and now his daughter mirrored her mother in every aspect, regrettably warped in her upbringing. For so many years, it was not that he had wished to return to the capital. Rather, it was the matron's refusal that barred his return, a consequence of his status as an illegitimate son and the lingering resentment she harbored toward his mother, despite her having long since become dust. Thankfully, her malice had not extended to the daughter. Lin Yuzheng knelt down, his voice choked with emotion as he implored the county magistrate, "I beseech you, sir, to mobilize men to rescue those villagers. We were solely focused on our own escape, unarmed and fearful to approach." The villagers who had fetched water set their buckets and fish aside and gathered around. Chi Sanling inquired, "Brother, how many tigers are there?" Lin Yuzhang wiped away his tears and replied, 3. "We discovered a water source bubbling with foul odor. At the site, we spotted a small tiger cub. I intended to return swiftly without alarming the cub, hoping to fill our containers. The water was scarce. Each of us managed to collect a bit, though it was unpleasant. After settling and boiling, it could still be consumed. As we were making our way back, we were unaware that the 2 sons of Uncle Lijing were stealthily capturing the tiger cub. Everyone knew that a tiger cub held considerable value. Affluent families often desired to rear such creatures from infancy, fostering a bond that could serve both as guardianship and a status symbol. They lingered at the rear, and initially, we were oblivious. Soon, 2 adult tigers pursued us. We were terrified, urging them to return the cub, but they refused, claiming that with the cub in our possession, the adult tigers would hesitate to attack us. They had taken the cub as a hostage. The cub, upon seeing the two adult tigers, struggled fiercely. As Uncle Li Jing's eldest son loosened his grip, the cub plummeted to the ground, only for one of the adult tigers to seize it, while the other lunged and clamped its jaws around the eldest son's throat. Chapter 74. You're the worst. A heart-wrenching cry echoed from beside my son, and the crowd turned to see Li Jing's wife, unconscious on the ground, while Li Jing himself swayed unsteadily. Anxiously, he queried, "Yuzheng, what of my second son?" He fainted in fear, collapsed to the ground, and was taken by the tiger. We dared not look back, fleeing until we reached this place. Lin Yuzheng's voice dwindled. He was neither a scholar nor a warrior, having never attempted hunting. His usual role involved managing trivial village affairs, and he had never witnessed the brutal scene of a tiger attacking a person, leaving him nearly paralyzed with fear. Li Jing's eyelids fluttered and he too fainted, prompting the village chief to swiftly support him. Lin Yuzheng, overwhelmed, bowed his head and began to vomit incessantly, a few others among the fleeing villagers also retching, their senses assaulted by the gruesome spectacle. "Lend a hand and assist Li Jing in lying down over there," he instructed Li Jing's brothers. However, they were too preoccupied to heed him, incessantly inquiring, "What of my children?" Once Lin Yuzheng had finished retching, he wiped his mouth with his sleeve, tears streaming down his face as he continued. "Later, the tigers seemed to retaliate against us, attacking the villagers indiscriminately, pouncing on anyone in sight. In our panic, we scattered in all directions, and it was only we few who returned. I cannot speak for the others. The village chief's family lost several members, and none from Li Jing's household came back. Approximately 100 individuals had ventured out, yet over 80 remain unaccounted for, including the Gu family of Old Man Lin and his eldest son." The village chief, addressing the villagers who had returned with water, clasped his hands and earnestly pleaded, "Might you be willing to assist in searching for the missing? If they are dead, so be it, but if any are injured, we must aid them." "Why should we go to their rescue? Those are tigers. We want to risk our lives for them," came the retorts, as the villagers disregarded the magistrate's authority. "Indeed, they chose not to accompany us. If they seek death, we cannot deter them." As they departed, they heaped scorn upon Jinchu, who had led them to the water. It was already generous of them not to have retaliated. The village chief cast an awkward glance at his son, while Lin Yuzheng and Lin Yuan hung their heads in shame, observing the others who had returned with water, some already tending to a fire to cook fish. And it would be a lie to say they felt no regret. At this juncture, Magistrate Lu stepped forward, bowing to the crowd as he proclaimed, "I earnestly request your assistance. Each volunteer shall receive 10 taels of silver." He added, "However, do not confront the tigers directly. Our sole aim is to locate the injured. Nothing more." His rationale was twofold. He needed the young men of Shishan village for the journey ahead, and as the official in charge, neglecting to assist would surely invite reproach. Upon hearing his words, some were stirred. After all, the old adage states that money stirs the heart. And 10 taels were no trifling sum, especially since the task merely involved searching for the wounded, an endeavor not overly perilous. They would certainly not engage the tigers. Yet, murmurs of skepticism arose. "The officials have the silver. How do we know he isn't corrupt?" Hearing this, Gao Min's father promptly stood, declaring, "The silver shall come from our family. Our Gao family's enterprises span numerous provinces in Donghua. We can certainly afford this." Lin Jinchu cast a glance at her father and said, "Father, I wish to check on Aunt. The Lin family may be full of scoundrels, yet Aunt has treated us well. Rest assured, I will take care of myself." Lin Ziyuan countered, "I shall go instead. You have just returned, and with tigers about. It is too dangerous." Lin Jinchu looked at Fu Yanche, then turned back to her father. "It will be fine if I go with my cousin. He can protect me." Fu Yanche was momentarily taken aback. How did this girl know of his martial prowess? Yet, since he was collaborating with her, he would oblige her request. He handed the 3 fish he was holding to Lin Ziyuan. "Uncle, please roast these for Wenza first. My cousin and I will go take a look." As Lin Jinchu and Fu Yanche stepped forward, others began to join, forming an impromptu group of over 50 individuals, each wielding any weapons and tools they could muster. Chi Sanling approached Lin Jinchu and said, "Little sister Jinchu, we are going to rescue them out of respect for you, not for the silver." "Indeed," others echoed. "We heed little sister Jinchu." The village chief was astonished, unable to fathom when this 10-year-old girl had garnered such loyalty from the crowd. Lin Yuzhong and Lin Tieshuan led the way, holding torches as the group arrived at the scene of the incident. The ground was strewn with bodies in disarray, and the three tigers had long since vanished. Lin Jinchu and Fu Yanche also held torches, searching for survivors. Over 20 individuals lay lifeless, while the remainder bore bite wounds. A few were merely fainted from fear, having not been attacked. Among the deceased, Lin Jinchu recognized the eldest son of Old Man Lin, Lin Jida and Dinyo. But neither Ernyo nor Deboma could be found, nor was Gushi in sight. She meticulously scoured the surroundings and eventually discovered a handful of women lying concealed in a remote corner. They were Gushi and several women from the village, totaling 6, who had long harbored malice towards Lin Jinchu, often gossiping and maintaining a close relationship with old Lady Shin. Tiger paw prints marred the ground, indicating that these women had likely fainted from fright, hiding in this spot to feign unconsciousness. Little Kangwu, the plant we cultivated in our space. Does it harbor any madness-inducing poison? Lin Jinchu inquired mentally. There exists such a thing. I shall pluck a few fruits for you, master. Just a few drops of the juice in their mouths, and they shall be rendered mad for the remainder of their lives. As little Kangwu finished speaking, several petite pink fruits appeared in Lin Jinchu's palm. I recognize these ants. They are all women, and it would be inappropriate for you to go. Remain here while I investigate. Lin Jinchu instructed Fu Yanche to stay put as she approached the women, feigning to check for breath while secretly dripping the fruit juice into each of their mouths. When she reached Gushi, the latter suddenly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lin Jinchu, she grasped her hand and demanded, "What did you just give them?" Lin Jinchu smiled and replied softly, "Did I? Oh, aren't you all the ones who delight in spreading rumors? You especially enjoy tormenting my family. Do you not realize that sometimes rumors can be more fearsome than blades? You fabricate tales day in and day out, twisting black into white, simply wishing for our demise? I have rendered them mute with poison, but among these, the one who truly deserves it is you, for you are the worst, are you not?" Chapter 75. Your mother is not actually dead. Gushi had already observed that there was no one around. The distant clamoring was deafening. If she cried out for help, Lin Jinchu would likely end her life. The girl had an air of the uncanny about her. "No, I am your third aunt, Jinchu. I promise I will no longer speak ill of you or slander you. Please spare me, will you? I have children. I cannot come to harm. I beg you," Gushi pleaded. It was too late. Lin Jinchu had only paused after speaking half of what she intended. "Unless what?" "Whatever I can do, whatever I know." "I can tell you," Gushi, now desperate, glanced at Fu Yanche, Lin Jinchu's cousin, realizing she had no escape and could only relent. "Speak of my father and mother. Tell me everything you know," Lin Jinchu urged, feeling an instinct that not only her father's lineage was suspicious, but also that her mother's death was shrouded in mystery. She recalled introducing Fu Yanche to the village chief today and had inadvertently noticed Old Man Lin's peculiar expression. He appeared panicked and guilty. An intuition told Lin Jinchu that her mother's death was not a simple affair. Old Man Lin was fearful of confronting her maternal relatives. What specter lurked here? Your mother has long since passed. What could she possibly be? Gushi dared not meet Lin Jinchu's gaze. Lin Jinchu wasted no words and directly attempted to force the fruit into her mouth. I will speak. Gushi panicked, realizing that since old Lady Shin was dead, no one would blame her for revealing the truth. Your mother is not dead. She was sold. Sold by my aunt for 8 taels of silver. Your father was not found. He was stolen by my uncle. The revelation from Gushi struck Lin Jinchu like thunder, rendering her momentarily blind. Though Jinchu was the original mother, having inherited such beauty, she could live another life. In Lin Jinchu's heart, she had already regarded Jinchu and Lin Ziyuan as her true parents and Lin Wenza as her younger brother. "To whom did you sell my mother?" Lin Jinchu asked, suppressing her rage. "To a traveling merchant. They had an elderly woman gravely ill who required a maid to serve her." Therefore, Gushi could not meet Lin Jinchu's gaze. For this deed was conspired with old Lady Shin, from which she had also profited by a tael of silver. Where was that merchant from? Lin Jinchu pressed further. My aunt said he was from the capital, passing through our area, introduced by a fat matchmaker. Your mother's illness was feigned. My aunt had administered a bit of poison to make her appear gravely ill. That poison was supplied by the fat matchmaker. But it posed no real harm to her body, Gushi recounted, divulging everything she knew, understanding that Lin Jinchu was not easily deceived. Did the carriage bear any insignia? Surname? Lin Jinchu insisted, determined to find her mother, who, if she were indeed alive, must be located, especially since they were headed south and would pass through the capital. Gu Shi pondered for a moment. There seemed to be a character, but I cannot read. However, it had only a few strokes. She gestured in the air, mimicking the strokes. The surname is Mu? Yes, I heard them call that man Lord Mu, Gu Shi replied hastily. My father was stolen. What is the story? Did not the village chief say he was found with old man Lin? Lin Jinchu inquired again. No. It was my uncle who encountered a man carrying an infant while hiking. The man was gravely injured. My uncle took the silver from him, pushed him off a cliff, and brought back the infant. Who is your father? The village chief merely happened upon my uncle, who claimed the child was found, and he assumed it to be true. Gu Shi, now desperate to survive, answered every question, eager to share as much as she knew, well aware of Lin Jinchu's cunning nature. Lin Jinchu, with a cold expression, pressed on. And how do you know this? You were not yet born at that time, were you? It was my aunt who witnessed it firsthand. That is why my uncle later married my aunt. He had no choice but to do so. Indeed, Gu Shi was as forthright as old Lady Shin. Both women prone to bullying the weak while fearing the strong. When one grew powerful, the other would tremble. Why did old man Lin want an infant? Could they not conceive on their own? Lin Jinchu inquired. At that time, my uncle's first wife had just lost her second son and was devastated, falling ill. My uncle had a good relationship with her, but unexpectedly, just days after bringing the infant home, that woman passed away. Gu Shi glanced around anxiously, hoping someone would discover them. Was that woman not perhaps killed by your aunt? She sought to ascend in status, Lin Jinchu scoffed. No, that is certainly not the case. I have no need to lie to you. Besides, my aunt is no longer around. My uncle truly loved my aunt. The other woman had only been dead for 7 days before my uncle married my aunt, and they had a good relationship ever since. Shameless. The heart of a man, what love is there? Lin Jinchu sighed. Now let us speak of my mother. What is her story? Why did she deceive my father into believing she was dead? Lin Jinchu pressed further. Your father and mother shared a deep bond. Your mother was purchased by your father in the town for 5 taels of silver, which infuriated my aunt to the point of nearly causing her to hemorrhage. Your father never defied my uncle and aunt, always obedient, except for this one instance when he spent all his savings to bring your mother home. My aunt has harbored resentment ever since, constantly finding fault with your mother, and whenever your father was absent, my aunt sought ways to torment her. Yet your mother endured, wishing to spare your father worry. Their love was genuine. Gu Shi's face revealed a hint of jealousy as she spoke. Your parents' affection must have stirred deep envy within you. You have certainly tormented my mother, Lin Jinchu abruptly remarked. Gu Shi, flustered, lowered her gaze and fell silent. It is no wonder that my father returned from the mountains 5 days later, only for my mother to succumb to illness and be buried soon after. So it was. Lin Jinchu muttered to herself, recalling the words her father had spoken during their earlier conversation. Your father's journey into the mountains for 5 days was arranged by my aunt, as your uncle was pressing for money. Thus, your father had no choice but to venture deep into the mountains, where only there could he procure substantial goods. Lin Jinchu inquired further, amidst such commotion. Did no one witness it? No, was the reply. Only we few were privy to it, and we aided in covering it up, afterward. Each was given 100 coins as hush money. Lin Jinchu cast a glance at the women, still in a stupor, and thought to herself that she ought to have poisoned them outright. Yet, perhaps driving them mad would be a far crueler fate, akin to the torment they inflicted upon my mother. When my father was brought back, was there any token found with him? She suddenly asked again. There was a circular jade pendant. I have seen it once. It was quite exquisite. And now it adorns Lin Jinchu's neck, Gu replied hastily. Her husband had also taken a liking to that pendant, but unfortunately, her uncle insisted on giving it to Lin Jinchu, hoarding all the fine things for that wretched child. Claiming she was studying in the county town, who knows if she truly is. The entire family is well-fed and plump, hardly resembling diligent scholars. What else do you know about my parents? Nothing more. I have divulged all I know. Jinchu, spare me, for I may have a sharp tongue. But my heart is not wicked. You colluded with old Madame Shin to betray my mother and seek to sell me as well. Can you still claim your heart is not wicked? Lin Jinchu scoffed. Chapter 76. I have a condition. You may either go mad or die. Choose your fate. She inquired expressionlessly. Never mind, I am not like you. I possess kindness in my heart, so I shall not torment you further. After all, I have called you Aunt Sam for several days. I shall show you some mercy and send you to your demise." As she spoke, she produced a vial and poured the poisonous powder into Gu's mouth. Gu attempted to struggle, but Lin Jinchu deftly sealed her acupoint, rendering her motionless. Lin Jinchu was well-versed in the human body's acupoints, having learned extensively from her grandmother over the years. "This is the price for selling my mother. Fear not. As long as Lin Chunmei and Lin Chunchao do not harm me, I shall not hold it against them. However, should they bring misfortune upon themselves by provoking me, they must not blame me for my lack of civility." Upon hearing Lin Jinchu mention her daughters, Gu's expression shifted to one of desperation, an unusual plea evident on her countenance. Yet, moments later, she coughed up black blood and ceased to move. Fu Yanche stood rooted to the spot, hands clasped behind his back, as the gentle breeze of the valley swayed his pale robe. He observed the distant figures laboring tirelessly to rescue the living, and he heard every word exchanged between Lin Jinchu and the woman on the ground with utmost clarity. In the eastern Xia kingdom, his martial prowess ranked among the top 3. Even from a distance, he could discern every utterance if he chose to listen closely. It seemed his so-called uncle had an exceedingly convoluted background, and it was no wonder the young girl's family held such enmity towards the people of Shishan village. Lin Jinchu wiped the blood from Gu's face before stepping outside, pulling Fu Yanche along as she called out to Lin Yuzhang, "Uncle Lin, there are still people here." Lin Yuzhang rushed over with his men, checking the nostrils and mouths of the 6 individuals, his joy palpable as he exclaimed, "5 are still alive. Wonderful. Only one has perished." He cared not for their identities, only for the number of survivors. The more who lived to return, the more reassured he felt. Lin Jinchu paid no further heed to the scene and continued searching for her aunt, ultimately finding her and Nyo not far from the water puddle. Nyo had suffered a severed hand and had already breathed his last, likely having bled out, while aunt was covered in blood, tightly embracing Nyo. Lin Jinchu checked for breath and found aunt's was faint. Upon closer inspection, she realized her leg bore a savage bite, with a chunk of flesh torn away. Hastily, Lin Jinchu unfastened her water pouch to offer her a few drops, but they could not be administered. Sun gradually regained consciousness and, upon seeing Lin Jinchu, weakly uttered, "Jinchu, live well, aunt is too weak." With that, her head tilted to the side, and Fu Yanche shook his head in dismay. "Little Kangwu, can she be saved?" Lin Jinchu silently inquired of little Kangwu. "She cannot be saved. She is already deceased," little Kangwu replied, though it held no fondness for the Lin family. It found some merit in this, and yet it could not revive the dead, only those gravely injured. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Lin Jinchu's face as memories flooded her mind of her arrival at the Lin family when only aunt had treated her with kindness. Each time Gu scolded her, it was aunt who stood by her side, aiding and comforting her. She recalled the pastries aunt had secretly given her, teaching her how to cook, identify wild vegetables, and stealthily placing them in her bamboo basket. In this new world, aunt had been the first to show her kindness, aside from her father and brother. Perhaps such a conclusion was indeed aunt's most fitting repose. Otherwise, how could she endure the agony of witnessing both her sons perish before her eyes for the remainder of her days? "Let us go," Fu Yanche remarked beside her. Seeing that others had begun digging a grave, Lin Jinchu had no choice but to step away. Their purpose this time was solely to find the injured. The deceased would be buried on the spot. Upon their return, the Gao family honored their promise, distributing 10 taels of silver to each person. In the nights that followed, those rescued suffered from high fevers, with several succumbing. "Jinchu, might you persuade them to share some water with the county magistrate?" the village head implored Lin Jinchu. "They offer 10 taels for a small bucket, 50 for a large one." The following morning, they ventured to the lake, yet regrettably, the water had dwindled significantly. The heat hastened its evaporation, yielding only a few buckets of muddy water, alongside a handful of small fish. This water could be settled and boiled, yet neither the Lu family nor the Gao family wished to consume it, prompting the village head to consult with the villagers who had water. Some were reluctant, while others were tempted, yet all looked to Lin Jinchu for guidance. She, of course, would not hinder their opportunity to profit. Recalling the woman from the Wu family, she remembered her promise to do her utmost to save them. Thus, she addressed the village head, "Selling water is acceptable. But I have a condition. As long as the county magistrate consents, I shall sell this large bucket of water to him for a mere 40 taels." The village head was taken aback. Lin Jinchu was willing to part with 10 taels less for a bucket of water, an amount not insignificant. Even if they were to find a place to settle, to build a house, to buy land or seeds, each required silver. Yet he was uncertain what her conditions entailed. Speak your mind. Once you do, I shall consult the county magistrate. The village head was perplexed by Lin Jinchu's intentions, yet he recognized that without her agreement, no one would be willing to sell water. Moreover, he understood that even if someone did agree, it would be a rare occurrence. Seeing as finding a water source again would be challenging, and they were still unaware of how long they would remain on the mountain. Lin Jinchu glanced towards the Lu family, not spotting Wu's figure. Given the events of the past night and half a day, there had been no opportunity to sell out Wu's family. Therefore, she continued, village head, kindly convey to Lord Lu that I am offering 10 taels in exchange for the Wu family, those 3 individuals. Ask him if he is willing. Should he agree, we are prepared to sell water to you at the price you mentioned. She had noticed a few families willing to sell water, so she felt confident in her proposition. The village head, unsure why she sought the Wu family, approached County Magistrate Lu to relay Lin Jinchu's words. Absolutely not. I refuse. That old harlot betrayed me and seeks to escape. She shall not have her way. Upon reaching Anping County, I shall sell them to the lowest bidder. Lu Runing immediately objected. Ninger, County Magistrate Lu chastised, for such public utterances were most unbecoming. Although his daughter had displayed sharpness before, she was still a lady of noble upbringing from the capital. Lately, her temperament had grown increasingly volatile. Madame Lu was not as impetuous as her daughter, after all. She was merely a servant. If sold, so be it. Once they reached the capital, would they really fear not finding a suitable buyer? With the current influx of refugees, human life had become exceedingly cheap. Acquiring someone meant additional provisions for sustenance. Moreover, Granny Wu was merely a coarse laborer. Someone who had gone unnoticed until this journey brought them in closer contact. At this moment, water was akin to life itself. They needed to hold out until they reached Anping County, which would still take at least 3 more days. Madame Lu spoke slowly. That woman can be given away. But the father and son are our Lu family's coachmen. If we manage to procure a cart in Anping County, the coachman will still be of use. Chapter 77. The Young General. However, Lord Lu did not respond affirmatively. He waved his hand and said to the village head, once we reach Anping County, I am not worried about finding coachmen. If they are to be given away, let them go. Right now, water is of utmost importance. Lu Runing, her father, grew anxious and wished to object, but upon meeting her father's sharp, somber gaze, she dared not utter another word. The wet nurse brought Wu's family of 3 over, and Madame Lu handed the village head their contracts of servitude. As she saw the village head lead the 3 away, Lu Runing stamped her foot in frustration. Mother. My father, silence. Do not think I am unaware of what transpired last night. I do not understand why you always oppose that little girl, Jinchu. Why don't you explain it to your father and me? I wish to know the reason. That little girl is merely 10 years old. She has battled bandits and defended us along the way. Even if you are ungrateful, must you also treat her with hostility? You even attempted to harm her with snakes. Tell me, what deep-seated enmity do you harbor against her? The county magistrate Lu was somewhat vexed. His tone was no longer as gentle as before. And even Madame Lu could not comprehend how their daughter had transformed into such a person. Do you truly wish to know, father and mother? Lu Runing resolved to reveal what she knew. You all step back, she instructed the few servants standing nearby. Upon hearing this, the wet nurse immediately began to shoo them away. Even Gao Min was ushered outside, until only the 3 of them remained in that space, though 2 sparrows perched above them on the branches. Father, mother, I had a dream. In it, Lin Jinchu will marry the 3rd prince, becoming the crown princess, and ultimately the empress. I too will become Ning Fei, and she will bring harm to my children. Her so-called cousin is not a cousin at all, but rather the young general Fu Yanche of the Northern General's Mansion. This Fu Yanche will one day annihilate our Lu family. So I wish to eliminate them both now to clear the obstacles for our Lu family. The county magistrate and Madame Lu listened in stunned silence, scarcely able to believe their ears. They had always thought their daughter was merely being foolish. But it turned out everything she did was in an effort to protect the Lu family. Yet people often say dreams signify the opposite. Madame Lu spoke softly, albeit with less conviction, for throughout this journey, she had witnessed Lin Jinchu ascend from an inconsequential girl to someone whose word was heeded by many villagers. Among the refugees, her influence even surpassed that of her own husband. Such capability must not be underestimated. She is just 10 years old. And one can only imagine what she would become in a few years. As this thought crossed her mind, beads of sweat formed on Madame Lu's forehead. But how could Lin Jinchu, a mere rustic girl, possibly marry the third prince? Wasn't he already betrothed to a legitimate daughter of the Pingxin Marquis? Madame Lu struggled to grasp the connection. Mother, in my dream, Lin Jinchu is indeed the legitimate daughter of the Pingxin Marquis, Lu Runing insisted. Perplexed as to how Lin Jinchu, who appeared to be of noble birth in her dream, had now become a country girl from Xishan village. Yet Madame Lu still could not comprehend, though she recognized that Lin Jinchu was not to be taken lightly. Perhaps her daughter's dream might indeed hold some truth. I heard from the village head that Lin Jinchu was just sent back to the village by the Pingxin Marquis. As it seems there was a mix-up with two daughters. The real heiress has returned to the Pingxin Marquis' residence. And it is that daughter who is now betrothed to the third prince, not Lin Jinchu, explained County Magistrate Lu, having only grasped a fragment of the matter. No wonder that girl did not seem to have grown up in the countryside, so it was. Madame Lu sighed heavily upon hearing this. She then addressed Lu Runing. Since she is no longer associated with the Pingxin Marquis, she should not marry the third prince. Consequently, she will pose no threat to our Lu family. And you need not be at odds with her. Mother, Lu Runing retorted, I find Lin Jinchu utterly displeasing and wish to eliminate her post-haste. Are you certain that person is Fu Yanche? County Magistrate Lu suddenly inquired of Lu Runing. He had heard of Fu Yanche but had only met the northern General Fu Yi. Having been away from the capital for a decade and with the Fu family constantly at war in the northern territories, he did not recognize the youthful Fu Yanche. However, upon closer inspection, the boy did seem somewhat familiar. Even if his face was smeared with something, his brows and eyes bore a striking resemblance to someone he knew. Yet he could not immediately recall who. Who could it be? Lu Cheng habitually tapped his finger against his temple, struggling to remember. Absolutely, I'd recognize him even if he turned to ash. Although I have never seen him, the Fu Yanche from my dream is undoubtedly him. Lu Runing asserted with conviction. But with our current capabilities, we cannot eliminate Fu Yanche. It is said that his martial prowess is unfathomable. He ranks among the top 3 in our Eastern Xia Kingdom, and such prowess is not mere talk. Lu Cheng began to believe his daughter's claims. If anyone else wished to destroy the Lu family, he would be skeptical, but Fu Yanche he believed. Fu Yanche was only 16 yet already renowned throughout the Eastern Xia Kingdom. No one had not heard of him, a youthful hero whose presence had ensured stability in the northern territories these past years. Largely due to the former commander and now Fu Yanche. The northern General Fu Yi had been injured, and in recent years, it was Fu Yanche who led the charge against enemies. What was most infuriating was that the Fu family did not take sides. Despite several overtures from the third prince and consort Yan, they had continually rebuffed them. Fu Yanche will undoubtedly be a grave threat in the future. Although Lu Cheng had a tenuous relationship with the Lu family's direct line and his stepmother constantly opposed him, he and his wife alone knew the hardships they faced over the years at the borders. Nonetheless, he bore the Lu surname. And his fortunes were tied to the Lu family. Should the Lu family fall into misfortune, he too could not escape. The Lu family's reputation would grant him a measure of respect from others. Seeing her father accept her words, Lu Runing continued, Father, Fu Yanche is currently gravely injured, otherwise, he would not be trailing us. Those who wish to kill him may still be nearby. We need only cooperate with those who seek his demise. Take advantage of his weakness to claim his life. This is what my grandmother taught me. Moreover, I can approach him. As a general, he must surely regard women with disdain, presenting an opportunity. If I coat the blade with poison and break his skin, he will surely perish. Where would you procure poison? Madame Lu inquired, feeling as though her daughter had become a stranger, reminiscent of that calculating stepmother. My grandmother once gave me a packet of blood-sealing poison. Though it is little, it is sufficient to deal with the two of them. However, it is extremely toxic and not something I carry regularly. Since leaving the county town, I have kept it in a small box close to me. The wet nurse has it, Lu Runing spoke confidently. Lu Cheng remained silent, tacitly approving of his daughter's plan, though he felt conflicted. At this time of foreign invasion, the Eastern Xia Kingdom needed someone like Fu Yanche to defend the homeland. Yet, in his heart, the Lu family took precedence over the nation, and he fell silent. Chapter 78. Wenze has disappeared. You must take care. If anything arises, let your wet nurse handle it. She has seen more than you and will act more prudently. Madame Lu advised. Do not worry, mother, I understand, Lu Runing replied confidently. Since her parents had approved her course of action, she thought, Lin Jinchu. Fu Yanche, are you prepared for what is to come? In this life, I shall undoubtedly safeguard the Lu family. And you two shall no longer have the opportunity to harm us. The village chief guided the Wu family to Lin Jinchuan's side. Lin Jinchuan nodded at the Wu family and accepted the deed of servitude. She turned to Qi Sanlang and said, Uncle Sanlang, please inquire if anyone is willing to sell water. Those who are should bring it forth to trade with the village chief. Fu Yanche brought a bucket of their water to the village chief. Strangely, he felt no anxiety about the water supply upon waking that morning. His water pouch had been filled to the brim once more. Before bedtime, Lin Jinchuan would collect everyone's water pouches, claiming she was helping them refill. Yet the 2 buckets remained completely full. He had personally fetched the water, so he was acutely aware of the peculiar situation. Lin Ziyuan felt no concern either. Knowing his daughter could effortlessly lead these individuals to water assured him that they would not suffer from thirst. The village chief, along with other villagers, conducted the trade, successfully acquiring 5 large buckets of water. Lin Jinchuan gratefully accepted the 30 taels of silver from the village chief before turning her attention to the Wu family. She handed the deed of servitude to Wu, stating, this document is for you. Once you reach Anping County in a few days, as long as you cancel your slave registration at the county office, you shall become free citizens. From now on, you may go wherever you wish or choose to follow these villagers. She had promised Wu that she would do her utmost. Yet she was disinclined to keep someone like her close. Those who betray their masters, regardless of the reason for their treachery, are not someone she wishes to associate with. Once disloyal, always disloyal. Upon hearing this, Wu fell to her knees, pleading for the young lady to accept her family as servants, vowing they would labor for her. Her husband and son also knelt, saying, we can drive carts and perform hard labor. We beseech you to take us in. They feared retribution from the Lu family. Honestly, who would want to be a servant if not driven by necessity? Rise, Lin Jinchuan commanded. I will distribute some grain and water to you, but from this moment on, your survival rests solely upon your own shoulders. Lin Jinchuan understood their intentions. She would not employ those whose motives were impure and whose loyalty was questionable. She unfastened a small bag of millet from her father, containing about 3 pounds of coarse rice, and filled a jar with water to give to Wu. After saying this, she addressed Qi Sanlang, Uncle Sanlang, please arrange for these 3 to be placed in a village of your choosing. From now on, I shall have no further dealings with them. Qi Sanlang comprehended her meaning. He had witnessed all the misdeeds of that woman, even if coerced. Her act of unleashing venomous snakes to harm others was unforgivable. He had no desire for such individuals among them. Now that he managed these villagers, he understood Lin Jinchuan's intention to allow this family to fend for themselves. He directed the Wu family, go to the back. You are now free. You may choose to accompany us or not. After Qi Sanlang led the Wu family away, a little sparrow fluttered over, chirping excitedly. It did not approach Lin Jinchuan. But after a while, Xiao Kenwu conveyed the message brought by the little sparrow to Lin Jinchuan. It revealed that she had experienced a dream, akin to a rebirth, yet more comprehensive, allowing her to witness the aftermath of Lu Runing's death. She had indeed recognized Fu Yanche, and the Lu couple supported her in confronting them, indicating that they needed to be more vigilant moving forward. Lin Jinchuan affirmed her suspicions, solidifying her determination to eliminate Lu Runing, ensuring the act remained undetected, ideally severing ties with her family in the process. As Lin Jinchuan raised her head, she noticed Lin Jishu sitting not far away, gazing at her with a sinister smile. Feeling uneasy, she glanced around, only to find Lin Wenza was missing. Alarmed, she inquired, Father, where are cousin and Wenza? Lin Ziyuan, who was preparing porridge over a makeshift stove made of stones, replied, Wenza just went to relieve himself with Go Sheng. He shouldn't be far. Go check. Your cousin Zimo was called over by Qi Sanlang. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Jinchuan as she hurried into the forest behind, only to discover Go Sheng alone, bound with rope and gagged with cloth. Her mind buzzed with shock. She had never anticipated such audacity, abducting a child in broad daylight before their family. Removing the cloth from his mouth, she asked, Go Sheng, where is Wenza? Go Sheng burst into tears. Sister, Wenza has been taken. Who took him? Lin Jinchuan pressed urgently. 2 fierce women, Go Sheng replied. wiping his tears with his sleeve. If you had to identify them, could you? Lin Jinchu queried. Gou Xing shook his head. They covered their faces with cloth, but one was plump and the other was thin. Both were very fierce and struck me, kicking me, while Wenza was knocked unconscious. Lin Jinchu hastily untied him and brought him to her father. Just then, Fu Yanche and Qi Sanling approached. Noticing the tears in Lin Jinchuan's eyes, Fu Yanche inquired, "Cousin, what has happened?" Lin Jinchuan, with a cold expression, replied, "Father, cousin, Uncle Sanling, Wenza is missing. Gou Xing said he was taken by 2 women." Lin Ziyuan's bowl clattered to the ground, and he stood up abruptly, his voice trembling. "Who took Wenza?" Fu Yanche remained calm, stating, "Do not panic. If they have taken Wenza, they must have ulterior motives. Let us observe how they will contact us." Lin Jinchuan, anxious, replied, "But we are set to depart tomorrow. I saw Lin Jishu smiling at me earlier. I can't shake the feeling that he knows something. I suspect this is either Lin Jishu's doing or Lu Runing's. They are the most likely culprits." Qi Sanling comforted Lin Ziyuan, saying, "Brother Ziyuan, do not fret. I will gather some people and wait to see how they act. And do not fear, for your Uncle Sanling is here, along with your cousin." Lin Jinchuan took a deep breath, nodding. She recognized the importance of remaining composed in such dire times. She sat aside and noticed Lu Runing pulling Lin Jishu's wife, Lu, along with several women from Shishan village, whispering amongst themselves while occasionally glancing her way. Meanwhile, Lin Jishu continued to fixate on her, his gaze akin to that of a venomous serpent. Ignoring them, Lin Jinchuan communicated telepathically with Xiao Kanggu, instructing, "Send a bird from the village to follow Lu Runing and Lin Jishu. Report back to me immediately with any news." Chapter 79. Finding Wenza. "Understood, Master. I shall attend to it right away. My apologies. I dozed off earlier. I've been unusually drowsy lately." Xiao Kangwu expressed his frustration, noting that he typically remained vigilant. After having grown feathers and stature, he found himself more fatigued than before. In this brief moment, Wenza had vanished. Only he could witness the outside world from within their space, while other sparrows, magpies, and pheasants remained oblivious to the happenings outside. Lin Jinchuan reassured him, "It's all right. We will take turns keeping watch. You can sleep during the day while I rest at night." Had it not been for cousin's earlier departure, these individuals would not have had the opportunity. The porridge was ready, yet no one had an appetite. Qi Sanling approached with a dozen men, joined by the Chang family. Ever since Fu Yanche's arrival, the Chang family had intentionally distanced themselves from Lin Jinchuan's family, unlike before when they were always close together. Lin Jinchuan sipped some water, her mind heavy with thoughts, when the little sparrow returned. Xiao Kangwu addressed Lin Jinchu, revealing it was Lu Runing who orchestrated Wenze's abduction. Lu County Magistrate and his wife are complicit in this scheme, yet Lin Jishu and his spouse are also accomplices. They have bound Wenze in the woods behind us. Master, follow the little sparrow. It knows the way. Now that she was aware of her brother's whereabouts, Lin Jinchu glanced at the entourage that Qi Sanling had brought. With so many people surrounding her, she could slip away unnoticed. Concealing her intentions, she whispered to her father, "I shall scout the area further. You remain here for news." Her secrecy stemmed from a fear that the perpetrators might discover her actions. If they grew enraged, they could harm Wenze. Moreover, with the crowd, it would be difficult for them to notice her departure. She possessed the ability to retreat into her space, evading adversaries when necessary. When the coast was clear, she could make her move. Feigning a walk into the woods, Lin Jinchu headed in a direction contrary to that mentioned by the little sparrow, but to avoid being seen. She had no choice but to navigate through these woods. Fortunately, with the little sparrow leading the way, it was not long before she encountered 2 old women vigilantly guarding Wenze. He was suspended from a tree, bound and gagged with a black cloth, his head hanging limply, presumably still unconscious. The 2 women stood watch below, scanning their surroundings with acute vigilance. Lin Jinchu entered her space, retrieving the most potent poison powder and instructing the little sparrows to scatter it over the 2 old women, eliminating them swiftly. As the women remained engrossed in their duty, the little sparrows darted overhead, and within moments, both collapsed to the ground, spewing black blood. Lin Jinchu approached and kicked the 2 women, confirming they were indeed lifeless before releasing Wenze from his bindings, tossing the ropes into her space, and carrying him to safety. She propped the 2 women against a sturdy tree, creating the illusion from a distance that they were engaged in conversation. Hiding Wenze nearby, she instructed the little sparrows to keep watch over him. Shortly thereafter, Lu Runing arrived with her wet nurse and 2 maids, accompanied by Lin Jinchu's wife, Lu Shi. As they chatted and laughed. Soon, let Lin Jinchu come alone with Fu Yanche. My dagger is laced with a lethal poison. The moment they touch, they will perish in an instant. Then we shall eliminate this little brat as well, Lu Runing commanded one of her maids. Yes, miss. But we haven't seen Lin Jinchu yet, the maid replied. Do not fret. What can a mere 10-year-old wretch do? If she intended to rescue someone, she would have brought Fu Yanche along. The message has been delivered, right? Lu Runing continued. Indeed, it has just been delivered to Lin Ziyuan, instructing only Lin Jinchu and Fu Yanche to come, the maid confirmed. Very well, let us await developments and everyone remain vigilant, Lu Runing ordered. Lamenting the lack of skilled fighters among her crude attendants, otherwise, she would not have to devise such elaborate schemes. Miss Lu, will killing Lin Jinchu and Fu Yanche not attract attention? The Chang family and Qi Sanlang S group are formidable adversaries, Lu Shi inquired. Her expression a mix of excitement and anxiety. My husband has decreed that only by eliminating these 2 brats can our second son return to the Lin family. With the useless eldest son's family perished, no one is left to labor. What path lies ahead? Moreover, my husband intends to sell our 2 maids to Miss Lu as servants at 10 taels each. Is that true? Lu Runing sneered at the incessant chatter of Lu Shi, inwardly cursing her foolishness and malice. Yet, maintaining her composure, she replied politely, rest assured, Lady Lin, the promised 10 taels will not change. Such a trifling sum is inconsequential. As long as you remain loyal to me, wealth and honor will be yours. I intend to marry the 3rd prince. As for Lin Jinchu, she could be disposed of without consequence. Who could prove our involvement? I could easily claim she fell victim to bandits. In times of famine, who would notice? While fetching water, one could be devoured by tigers. Who would assert that Lin Jinchu and Lin Wenza, those wretched souls, were not carried off by wild beasts? Miss Lu, you cannot mean to marry the 3rd prince? What of Chuanzhao? Lu Shi questioned, confused by the distinction between marriage as articulated by Lu Runing and that referenced by Chuanzhao. Someone of such noble stature as Miss Lu could hardly be a concubine, could she? A mere country girl like Chuanzhao could never be wed to the 3rd prince. He would only marry a daughter of the Lu family, and I am the sole legitimate daughter, Lu Runing declared with pride, having only recently heard such from her father. Realizing Lin Jinchu was merely a false daughter of the Pingxin Marquis. Yes, how could she compare to Miss Lu? Lu Shi, having followed Lin Jinchu in the county, was adept at flattery. Lin Jinchu listened intently to their conversation. Indeed, it was fortuitous. Wild beasts had taken her, bandits had slain her. Even their murderous intentions had been conveniently prepared, sparing her the trouble. Little sparrows, go now and disperse the poison powder while they remain unaware of Wenze's rescue. There is a toxin in my space that renders one feeble. Use that one. It is effective, and there is an antidote. Lin Jinchu retrieved a small pouch from her space for the little sparrows to carry and secured another pouch containing the antidote at her waist. Hiding in the shadows, she observed as the little sparrows flew overhead. For some reason, Lu Shi displayed a flicker of panic upon seeing them. Reminiscent of the last time when the entire Lin family had suffered an inexplicable misfortune at the hands of the little sparrows. Yet this time, she could not evade. The little sparrows locked their gaze on her face, waiting until she collapsed before flying away. Lin Jinchu approached as Lu Runing Lu Shi, and the maids lay sprawled on the ground, utterly incapacitated. Chapter 80. Eliminate Lu Runing. She drew the exceptionally sharp dagger she had seized from the bandit woman, swiftly dispatching each of the maids with a decisive cut to their throats. Having taken many lives, she found herself less awed by the finality of death, becoming somewhat numb to it. A recollection struck her. She recalled having read that many soldiers who had fought on the battlefield required psychological counseling. Suddenly, she grasped the truth of that notion. Fortuitously, her space possessed a natural healing ability, courtesy of its small creatures and spiritual energy. She approached Lu Shi, wiping the blade on her clothing. Lu Shi, terrified, attempted to scream but found herself voiceless. The incapacitating drug rendered her powerless to do more than emit a faint sound, albeit for a brief duration. This was Lin Jinchu's first experience using such a toxin. Lu Shi, do you wish to live? She inquired, the dagger gleaming ominously in her hand. Lu Shi, gripped by fear, nodded vigorously, her mind clouded. If you wish to survive, you must kill Miss Lu. However, if you refuse, I shall first take your life, Then your children S. Lin Jinchu could have easily slain Lu Runing with a single stroke. But Xiao Kangwu had warned her to refrain from directly killing significant characters in this world, as they were essential to its existence. As long as it was not her hand that delivered the blow, she could proceed. Thus, she posed the question to Lu Shi. Lu Shi trembled at the thought of assassinating Miss Lu, shaking her head in fear. Yet, upon hearing Lin Jinchu threaten her children, and feeling the cold steel pressed against her throat, she nodded frantically. Lin Jinchu inquired once more, "Are you certain you wish to kill Miss Lu?" Lu Shi nodded emphatically. Knowing her children must not perish, and she herself wished to survive to witness her husband's success in the imperial examinations, aspiring to be the wife of the top scholar. In that future, what would Lu Runing matter? Lin Jinchu produced an antidote, placing it in Lu Shi's mouth, then handed her a sharp sickle while keeping the dagger firmly pressed against her waist. "Quickly, kill her. Just plunge the knife into her neck. If you don't, I will take your life first," she declared, thrusting the short blade towards Lu's waist. Lu felt a sharp sting, a jolt of fear coursing through her as she instinctively swung her sickle towards Lu Runing's neck and chest, stabbing frantically several times. Lu Runing, however, clearly did not believe that Lu would truly take her life. Clutching a poisoned dagger, she found herself utterly powerless, unable to lift her hand. She gazed in disbelief at the frenzied Lu, questioning the reality of the moment, pondering if she was merely trapped in a dream. Yet the pain served as a stark reminder that this was no dream. In her dreams, she was the esteemed consort Ning, the mother of princes and princesses. How could she possibly face death now, especially when she had yet to marry the third prince? Lu Runing opened her mouth to cry out, but only a faint whimper escaped her lips. She could feel her blood seeping out, her life force waning, her vision becoming increasingly blurred. As Lu reveled in her violent thrill, Lin Jinchu seized the dagger from Lu Runing's hand and plunged it directly into Lu's chest. Lu's eyes widened in disbelief as blood poured from her wound. She brushed her hand against her chest, finally realizing the gravity of her impending demise. "You lack integrity," she accused Lin Jinchu. "Integrity is reserved for those worthy of it. You and Lin Jishu, the dregs of society, are hardly deserving," Lin Jinchu retorted coldly. Lu's breath caught in her throat, and she collapsed, lifeless. Lin Jinchu paid her no further mind, fully aware that the dagger was coated with a deadly poison, one that even the smallest sparrows could hear about. She turned her gaze to Lu Runing, who surprisingly had not yet succumbed. Her large eyes remained fixed on Lin Jinchu. With a smile, Lin Jinchu addressed her, "Consort Ning, fare thee well. Your time has come far too soon in this life. In the last, you fell to my hands. And once again, you find yourself bested by me." As she spoke, she patted Lu Runing's head and uttered a heart-wrenching remark, "One must learn to accept fate." Lu Runing was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening further in disbelief. How could she die now, when she had yet to marry the third prince or ascend to the roles of empress or dowager? As her life slipped away, she pondered if Lin Jinchu was also a reborn soul. Otherwise, how could she address her as Consort Ning? However, if Lin Jinchu were reborn, why would she not be enjoying wealth and status in the Pingxin Marquise, awaiting her marriage to the third prince? What business did she have in such a wretched place? Regrettably, Lu Runing would never uncover the answers to her questions. Thus, with a heart full of unanswered queries and resentment, Lu Runing breathed her last. Lu's sickle remained lodged in Lu Runing's chest, while Lu Runing's dagger pierced Lu's heart, a scene of mutual slaughter. Throughout the ordeal, Lin Jinchu remained untainted by blood. Discarding the short blade into her spatial pocket, she dusted her hands and rose, only to find Lin Wenza peering at her from behind a tree. She approached him. "Wenza, you're awake. Did you witness your sister in action? Do you find me fearsome?" she inquired, concerned about her brother's exposure to the violence she had just unleashed. In reality, after dispatching several bandits and Tatar soldiers, Lin Jinchu had grown desensitized. Killing felt akin to butchering at a market. Just as she had slain the maidservants without a hint of remorse, she understood that in chaotic times, one must take the initiative against those who would harm you. She had shed the confusion that had plagued her upon her arrival in this world. Like today, their family had barely lost sight of Wenza for a moment, and it almost cost him his life. In modern times, she had never even raised her voice in anger. People were more inclined to stay home and avoid conflict, leading to far fewer disputes. Lin Wenza grasped her hand and shook his head. "If you do not kill them, they will kill us. They are as wicked as the bandits and Tatar soldiers. Evil must be eradicated, and you have done nothing wrong. Lin Jinchu gently ruffled his hair, pleased with his understanding. It is good that you comprehend, yet one must discern the severity of one's actions. Those who threaten our lives must indeed be met with force. But some do not deserve death. Do you understand? Lin Wenza nodded, though not entirely grasping the nuances. Lin Jinchu chose not to elaborate further, merely advising. You should read more. Education will help you understand the law and discern right from wrong. Yes, sister, I understand. I enjoy reading and wish to become a good official one day, he replied earnestly. Excellent, Lin Jinchu responded, taking his hand as they began to retrace their steps through the woods. Instead of returning directly to their encampment, they waited quietly in the forest. It was only after half an hour that anguished cries erupted from the Lu family. My Ninger. Lady Lu wept, as several maidservants bore Lu Runing's lifeless body from the woods. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Jinchu pulled Lin Wenza into the open. Wenza. Lin Ziyuan rushed over, enveloping his son in a tight embrace. He glanced around, relieved to see his son unharmed, though his wrist bore marks from where the ropes had bound him. Father. I am well, Lin Wenza reassured softly, knowing that the matter of his sister's actions could not be disclosed. Fu Yanche's eyes flickered with surprise. How had the young girl managed to save him so quickly, while the Lu family was in such distress over Lu Runing's death? Could a mere child possess such capability? He found it hard to believe that a 10-year-old could slay several adults, some of whom were quite robust. Lin Jinchu quickly explained, I just found Wenza. He wandered off to play in the woods. Qin Sanlang, upon seeing Lu Runing's corpse, understood the situation and echoed Lin Jinchu's words, as long as he is found. It is well. Wenza should remain close to us or by your father's side. He cannot be alone or with other children. It is not safe. The woods are rife with tigers, wild beasts, and bandits. Do you understand? He patted Lin Wenza's head affectionately. Lin Wenza nodded. Thank you, Uncle Sanlang. I understand. Meanwhile, the county magistrate sat silently, his gaze fixed on the unfolding scene, his countenance ominously dark. He understood the profound significance Lu Runing held for the Lu family, as arrangements had already been made for her to marry the third prince as a consort. Despite the crown prince's attempts to woo them, the Lu family had aligned themselves with the third prince. The matriarch had invested considerable effort in nurturing this granddaughter, only to see her life snuffed out unexpectedly. Hadn't Ninger claimed she would become consort Ning? Why had they not yet returned to the capital? Was it possible that Ninger's dreams were not prophetic? Had the Lu family indeed escaped the annihilation foretold by Fu Yanche? No. Everything that transpired in her dreams must be true, otherwise, how could she have recognized Fu Yanche? How could she know Lin Jinchu was the legitimate daughter of the Pingxin Marquis, while she remained oblivious to the truth of the legitimate and illegitimate daughters? The magistrate sat there, immobile, his mind racing through the events Lu Runing had recounted from her dreams. The village head and the local constable sat nearby, offering comfort. All too aware of the unspoken truths, but too fearful to voice them, much like the time Lu Runing had pushed Lin Wenza toward the Tatar soldiers. At that moment, they had feared the Lu family. Now, they feared Lin Jinchu. If she had indeed single-handedly slain so many, she was a terrifying force, a veritable demon in disguise. Lin Jinchu felt no fear. Once the veil had been torn, apprehension was futile. There was no tangible evidence of the events, and, even if spoken of, no one would believe that a 10-year-old girl could dispatch several adults, including some robust women. In her previous life, the original host was aligned with Fu Yanche. And in this life, she must firmly cling to his leg. With Fu Yanche by her side, she need not fear the Lu family. At that moment, Lady Lu stormed into the home of old man Lin, grabbing Lin Jinchu by the collar. It is all your fault. Your wife is the one who killed my son. Return my daughter's life. As she spoke, she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Though she knew that Lin Jinchu's wife could not possibly be the murderer of her daughter, her pent-up anger and grief had no outlet. And thus she directed her fury at the Lin family. The village head, observing the scene, could only sigh. It was evident that they had all set out as one village, harmonious before their departure, and now it had devolved into such chaos. He glanced over at Lin Ziyuan's family, realizing that from this moment forward, they would be on divergent paths. The bonds that had once flourished among their families had been severed. Lin Ziyuan would often take his youngest son hunting with the Chang family, sharing their spoils, yet now, those days could never be reclaimed. The Lin family had been reduced to Lin Jishu, Lin Jitsai, and Lin Jitsai's 2 daughters and 1 son. Along with Lin Jishu's own son and daughter, all the rest had perished. As Lin Jishu bore the brunt of Lady Lu's assault, with his face battered and bruised, not a soul dared to intervene, while the children of the Lin family cried in fright. Lin Jishu remained silent, allowing Lady Lu and her maidservants to vandalize his home and strike his family, lying on the ground like a dead dog, his cold gaze directed at Lin Jinchu. Lu's body lay there, and though it appeared she had indeed slain Lu Runing, it was equally true that Lu Runing had killed her, however. Lin Jishu could not afford to offend the Lu family, and thus he dared not even bury Lu's corpse, leaving it to rot in the wilderness. Lin Jinchu coldly regarded the scene before her, unafraid of the sinister eyes of both Lu County Magistrate and Lin Jishu. At that moment, Lin Ziyuan also sensed the tension. He grasped his daughter and son's hands and raised his head to confront the adversaries, emboldened by his daughter's lack of fear. What was there to be afraid of? Death was merely a fate shared by the family. It was the Lu family that had instilled fear in everyone on this journey. Why should they command such power? For the first time, Lin Ziyuan felt like a man, a father capable of protecting his children. Under the long-standing oppression of Madame Shin and Old Man Lin, he straightened his back. Qi Sanlang, Fu Yanche, and the Chang family father and son lifted their heads, gazing at the opposition, for reasons unknown. Lu County Magistrate suddenly felt a sense of impotence, a disquiet when faced with Fu Yanche. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended the implications of his daughter's words regarding Fu Yanche's annihilation of the Lu family's lineage. The Lu family had fallen. These words echoed in his mind. None of the current generation could uphold the family's dignity. The references to the Lu family's treachery against the Empress and her son, and their welcoming of invaders, were merely desperate struggles born of a lack of options. Who would willingly bear the stain of treason if they had any other choice? So it was. He lowered his head, no longer daring to meet the gaze of those spirited young men. The following morning, Lin Jinchu awoke from her slumber in the space, resolutely insisting on keeping watch despite Fu Yanche and her father's protests. While she had been asleep, Xiao Kangwu had been on duty. Upon exiting the space before dawn, she observed the villagers of Xishan, along with the Lu and Gao families, already packing their belongings to depart. Gao Min had maintained a low profile these past 2 days. Lin Jinchu understood that her friendship with Gao Min had reached its conclusion. Gao Min must have been aware of Lu Runing's schemes, yet chose not to assist either side. Lin Jinchu had eliminated Lu Runing as associates, and Gao Min surely comprehended the situation, but she remained silent. Gao Min was well aware of Lin Jinchu's capabilities. She had single-handedly rescued several young women in Luoya town and had lured their captors to their demise. Lin Jinchu possessed both skill and wisdom, rendering her a formidable rival. Lin Jinchu sensed that even the cold glances Gao Min cast her way were imbued with a frigid disdain. In this world, we are all engaged in a constant calculus of advantages and disadvantages. This is true in modern times and even more so in ancient times. It is human nature to seek benefit and avoid harm. Chapter 82. Many questions. Lin Jinchu could empathize with Gao Min. She had lost a friend and gained an enemy. But what did it matter? Lin Jinchu silently watched as their group of nearly 100 receded into the distance, aware that the path ahead would only grow more treacherous. The county magistrate of Anping was an intimate friend of Lu County Magistrate. Would they be able to pass through Anping County unscathed? Lin Jinchu sighed. Retrieving several steaming corn cakes and buns, along with a few boiled eggs from the Lin family's henhouse, where a dozen hens were laying eggs daily. Possibly due to the spiritual energy of the space. After consuming those eggs, one felt invigorated, as if fatigue were a distant memory. Thus, she prepared several eggs each day for everyone, not only for her own family of 4, but also sharing a few with the Chang family, claiming they were foraged from the mountains. The Chang family adopted a policy of eating without inquiring, having grown accustomed to such peculiarities. In these times, finding eggs in the mountains was indeed a rarity. Fu Yanche had many queries. How could this girl possess the ability to slay so many adults? When had these steaming corn cakes been made? Why was the water pouch filled to the brim every morning, and why was this water so sweet? Unlike the slightly yellow water from the barrel? Moreover, they currently had only one water barrel, which was perpetually full. It would have been easier if they had two, allowing them to carry water more conveniently. After selling one to the village head, only one remained. Very well. He would treat it as a training exercise. When others had spare barrels, he could borrow one to divide the water into 2 containers for easier transport. Lin Jinchu paid little heed to their musings. She had originally intended to emulate the protagonists of the web novels she had read, dining on delicacies in the space while offering her family cold, hard flatbreads. She had no desire to feign generosity. Those coarse flatbreads would quickly develop a sour odor in the heat, making them inedible. Hence, she produced fresh food daily. And though no one asked, she kept silent. All that mattered was that everyone could eat their fill. After a night of grilled fish and a good night's sleep, they set out with renewed vigor, paying no mind to the fact that the Liu and Gao families had already departed. Instead, they found the heirs of those families to be discomforting, as if they required constant accommodation. Now everyone felt relaxed and at ease, treating Qi Sanling as the village head, consulting him and the Chang family for guidance on various matters. Today, they were to ascend an even higher mountain. Only by traversing halfway up and continuing for 2 more days could they reach the borders of Anping County. Generally, this high mountain saw few visitors. Hunters seldom ventured here. And only recently had a path been forged by the displaced. Thus, the trail was arduous. Yet, because of this, they proceeded slowly. Lin Jinchu took the opportunity to gather numerous herbs along the way. It was a rare moment of relaxation since the beginning of their plight. The area was steep and densely forested, unlikely to attract the attention of the invading troops. Consequently, aside from caring for the elderly and children, others foraged for fruits, dug for wild vegetables, and those skilled in hunting armed themselves to seek game. In her space, Lin Jinchu had procured some herbs to alleviate the summer heat. The daytime temperatures had become intolerable, and she contemplated brewing these herbs into a drink for everyone, though she struggled to find a justification for doing so, unable to claim they materialized from thin air. While those close to her might understand, outsiders remained a cause for caution. Thus, Lin Jinchu spent her journey foraging for medicinal herbs, casting the majority into her spatial realm for Xiaokangwu to cultivate alongside mountain chickens, rabbits, and small birds, retaining only a modest portion for herself. She was well acquainted with the herbs known for their heat-clearing and detoxifying properties, such as honeysuckle, wild chrysanthemums, and dandelions. As she reached the hillside in the afternoon, she stumbled upon a low-lying area that, despite lacking water, was abundant with wild chrysanthemums. Taking advantage of the group's rest, Lin Jinchu uprooted the entire patch, tossing them into her spatial realm. For those stubbornly rooted, she easily dug them out. Her strength now formidable enough to clear a vast expanse of wild chrysanthemums without much effort. She left only a negligible amount on the hillside and filled her backpack with a considerable quantity of the flowers. Some individuals, unwilling to rest, seized the opportunity to venture into the forest. A group of men adept at hunting teamed up to search for game, with Zhang Dajing capturing 2 wild rabbits, while Qi Sanling and a few others managed to catch 3 wild chickens. Fu Yanche also succeeded in hunting a roe deer and 2 wild chickens, while Lin Ziyuan and Chang Ting utilized bows and arrows seized from the Tartars to kill a wild boar. Others, to varying degrees, also brought back their share of game. Some of the women dug up a plethora of wild vegetables, and others foraged for fruits. By the time they were nearing the exit of the hillside, twilight had begun to descend, prompting Lin Jinchu to instruct everyone to set up the iron pot. She enlisted the help of several ants to brew large pots of wild chrysanthemum tea, ensuring that each person could partake in a bowl. The Wu family displayed the most enthusiasm, assisting with the boiling of water, and Lin Jinchu cherished her newfound freedom, feeling a deep sense of gratitude towards Lin Jinchu. Lin Jinchu, however, paid little mind to their assistance, viewing it merely as a trivial act of kindness, and thus did not dwell on it. Lin Ziyuan and Chang Ting shared half of the large wild boar they had hunted with the group, while the remaining half was turned into jerky by Lin Jinchu. Chang Songjung, Fu Yanche, and Aunt Luo, with Lin Jinchu sprinkling her homemade fine salt atop the meat. The wild boar jerky was divided equally between the Chang and Lin families, while the remainder of the hunted game was returned home by their respective hunters. A portion of the roe deer and wild chickens caught by Fu Yanche was also utilized by Lin Jinchu for braising, while another portion was preserved with salt. Observing Lin Jinchu carelessly produce a bowl of pristine fine salt for marinating the meat, Chang Songjung couldn't help but inquire, "Sister Jinchu, where did you acquire such exquisite fine salt?" With a playful defiance, Lin Jinchu replied, "I bought it in town." Chang Songjung scratched his head, puzzled as to why he had not noticed such fine salt for sale in the town. Aunt Luo recalled having purchased similar fine salt in the capital, noting that even the so-called fine salt in Luoya town tended to be somewhat yellowish-black and exceedingly expensive. Moreover, in their household, coarse salt was the norm for pickling vegetables and meats. Fine salt was reserved for everyday meals. Lin Jinchu's statement was a subtle test. Some things were inevitably meant to be observed by those around her, and as long as she claimed it was purchased, that would suffice, provided such items existed in this world. Fu Yanche was preoccupied with roasting the meat, typically a man of few words, yet he observed meticulously. He had already noticed the pristine fine salt, but given the peculiar occurrences surrounding the young girl, he had grown accustomed to the extraordinary. He merely advised, "Such salt should not be exposed in public, take only what is necessary." Lin Jinchu glanced at him and nodded in agreement. That night, everyone dined contentedly. Even those who had not hunted receiving their share of roasted meat and a bowl of meat broth. Lin Jinchu also shared a bowl of jerky with Qi Sanlang's family. Qi Sanlang, of similar age to Lin Ziyuan, had a son and daughter. Qi Sanlang's daughter was named Qi Jiaojiao, and his son was Qi Ming. Lin Jinchu first met Qi Sanlang's family when she delivered the jerky. Qi Jiaojiao was 13, while Qi Ming was 10. Chapter 83. The Blossoming of Spiritual Energy. Lin Jinchu also discovered that a few households from Xishan village had mingled with their group, including the family of Go Sheng, which comprised 5 members: Go Sheng's parents, his older sister Dai, and his grandfather, Yi Zhen, who ran a cart at the village entrance. Yi Zhen lived alone, without children, residing next to Go Sheng's family, with whom they shared a close relationship. Go Sheng was good friends with Wenze in the village, and his parents had always treated Lin Jinchu's family well, making their presence understandable. Another family that remained was rather peculiar. The Lin Daqing family had also stayed behind. Daqing's wife had always maintained a good relationship with old Lady Shin and the Gu family. They were a family of 4, lacking any elders, comprised of a daughter named Lin Xiaomei, aged 15, and a son named Lin Xiaowu, aged 8. As Lin Jinchu passed by the Lin Daqing family, Daqing's wife turned her face away, seemingly unwilling for Lin Jinchu to see her, appearing rather guilty. Lin Jinchu paid them no heed. As long as they did not provoke trouble, it mattered little whether they accompanied her. However, if they sought revenge against the Gu family, it would undoubtedly lead to their own demise. That night, Lin Jinchu excused herself under the pretext of relieving herself and ventured into a secluded area to enter her spatial realm. Upon entering, she was taken aback by the sight of countless white wild chrysanthemums. A vast expanse of these flowers stood tall against the wind, stretching as if they were eagerly absorbing the spiritual energy of the space. Lin Jinchu watched as the tiny flower buds before her grew larger and eventually bloomed. Xiao Kangwu perched on Lin Jinchu's shoulder, while other small animals gathered around. Even the black stallion approached to nuzzle her hand. "Master, it seems that the generation of spiritual energy relies primarily on fresh flowers." The moment the wild chrysanthemums were introduced, I sensed a change in the spatial energy. "Look, Xiao Kangwu has grown another feather." Upon saying this, Xiao Kangwu fluttered in front of Lin Jinchu for a moment, but soon alighted on her outstretched hand, unable to sustain its flight. This was the first time Lin Jinchu had observed Xiao Kangwu so closely. Previously, the little creature had always shied away from her gaze, but this time it did not retreat, instead proudly displaying its feathers. "Xiao Kangwu, you've learned to fly. That's wonderful. You are remarkable," Lin Jinchu exclaimed with delight. Xiao Kangwu was now adorned with a coat of red down, its flesh wings obscured beneath the fluff and short red feathers. Most notably, 5 upright red tufts had sprouted upon its small head, resembling the legendary crown of a phoenix. Its tail had also grown several long feathers, rendering it exceedingly adorable. "Please, call me Xiao Kangwu." Moreover, Xiao Kangwu's physique had notably increased. Whether due to genuine growth or the addition of feathers, it appeared larger than before. "My Xiao Kangwu is truly beautiful," Lin Jinchu remarked sincerely. Hearing such praise from Lin Jinchu, Xiao Kangwu raised its head in pride, as if to convey, "You have yet to witness my true beauty." Its childish demeanor elicited laughter from Lin Jinchu. The 5 wild chickens, having overheard, hurriedly approached, flapping their wings in hopes of receiving similar commendation from Lin Jinchu. Upon closer inspection, Lin Jinchu had to admit that the 5 wild chickens indeed looked more splendid than before, their feathers long, glossy, and vibrantly colored. "You all look quite lovely as well," Lin Jinchu said, unable to suppress her amusement, as she praised them with enthusiasm. When Lin Jinchu turned her gaze to the other small animals, she noted that the black stallion had become even more graceful and robust, its coat gleaming with a lustrous sheen. The four rabbits led a train of dozens of smaller rabbits behind them. One couldn't help but marvel at the rabbits' remarkable breeding capabilities. If this continued, the space would soon resemble a rabbit warren. The four leading rabbits, aside from having grown somewhat, appeared unchanged. The only difference lay in their gaze, which seemed to reflect newfound intelligence. Instead of gnawing on carrots as before, they now stood upright, observing Lin Jinchu. Crouching down, Lin Jinchu asked the rabbits, "What's the matter? Do you four have something to say?" The four rabbits lined up and began to move their mouths towards Lin Jinchu. Xiao Kangwu translated, "Master. They say that you will also be their master in the future. They have acknowledged you as their own." Lin Jinchu was somewhat perplexed by the meaning of this, and thus curiously inquired, "If they are already in my space, then have I not long been their master?" "Not quite, master. The birds can accompany me. But rabbits are not birds. Once they recognize you as their master, all future leopards will show you deference, including those outside this space. If the little rabbits within this realm grow strong enough, akin to your esteemed self, then all leopards in this world will be at your service." Wow! Such a function exists. Goodness, I have unlocked a new feature. Though rabbits are not fierce or strong, they possess one advantage: their numbers are plentiful. Lin Jinchu was so delighted that she nearly jumped with joy. She turned to the four rabbits and announced, "Since I am your master, let us bestow upon you four little bunnies some names: joy, happiness, auspiciousness, and harmony. Huan Huan, Lilu, Xiang Xiang, hee hee." The four rabbits appeared overjoyed, bouncing about with the other little rabbits, while the flying birds circled around Lin Jinchu in the air. Lin Jinchu marveled at the wonders of this space. It was truly a source of healing. The thoughts of the small creatures were simple, wholeheartedly devoted to her, while the complexities of human emotions were far more intricate. All her worries dissipated like mist the moment she entered this realm. Xiao Kangwu pointed towards the phoenix tree and said, "Master, the phoenix tree has grown taller. It previously had only 3 branches, but now it has sprouted another, and the leaves have multiplied." Wow! The phoenix tree has finally begun to flourish. The more leaves, the better. Lin Jinchu observed the 3 existing flowers in her space, lotus, peony, and chrysanthemum, and remarked on their beauty. "In the future, I shall endeavor to plant a variety of flowers. It seems that blooming flowers exude spiritual energy. I wonder if it is only the wild ones that can do so, or if any fresh flowers will suffice." Lin Jinchu pondered aloud. Xiao Kangwu tilted its little head and replied, "My previous master also cultivated numerous grains and vegetables in this space, but they did not yield any spiritual energy. Consequently, she began to treat the space as a mere storage room for growing food. If the space lacks spiritual energy, it will become barren in 10 years. Thus, both of my preceding masters vanished after merely a decade of use." It can function this way as well. Lin Jinchu was once again taken aback, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. Fortunately, she had been lucky enough to first acquire the lotus, followed by the peony, and now the chrysanthemum, just a twist of fate attributed to her good fortune. Since the wildflowers on the mountain greatly contributed to the realm's spiritual energy, she resolved to seek out more. "Xiao Kangwu, instruct the little birds outside to search this mountain for patches of flowers and let us know when they find some." Lin Jinchu directed. "Understood, master. I have already informed them of the secret, and I believe results will soon follow." Lin Jinchu lay down in the space, only to be awakened in the middle of the night by Xiao Kangwu. "Master, master, a little magpie has discovered a place with flowers. Should we dig now or wait until tomorrow?" Chapter 84. You are truly shameless. Hearing that more flowers had been found filled Lin Jinchu with both joy and exasperation as she rose from her bed. Why must she dig for each flower one by one? Why couldn't they simply be gathered? Her back was indeed weary. "Let us go and dig them up now. I'll wake my father to keep watch." If this could upgrade the space, she would endure any hardship. As Lin Jinchu exited the realm, she made her way towards her father, only to find that Fu Yanche had already awakened, having been resting against a tree trunk. "Jinchu, where are you going?" he inquired upon noticing the short knife in her hand. He had always been a light sleeper, a habit formed during his time in the military. "Oh, since you are awake, you can keep watch. I need to step out for a bit." She had intended to rouse him to take the watch, but since he was already awake, she let it be. Fu Yanche nodded and stood up. Nearly everyone else was sleeping on the ground, while Lin Jinchu's family had laid a layer of cloth to make their resting place a bit more comfortable. Satisfied that she had evaded suspicion, Lin Jinchu followed the little magpie directly to their destination. The moon shone brightly that night, and it was not long before they arrived. Finding themselves on the opposite side of their encampment, midway up the mountain, Lin Jinchu began to dig up a flower and entered the space, quickly realizing that this vast area was filled with brilliant red rhododendrons. However, some patches were on the cliffside, making them impossible to reach. Without wasting any words, she immersed herself in the task, determined to gather as many as she could. Since these flowers could enhance spiritual energy, she was willing to work hard. She was a practical person. If flowers merely served to embellish life, there was no need to occupy too much space, just a few would suffice, as growing crops was far more pragmatic for a farmer. Perhaps it was for this reason that Xiao Kangwu's previous two masters had not succeeded. Having finished her digging, Lin Jinchu's back ached, and she collapsed onto the ground in the space, unwilling to move. Her task was complete, and the little animals began to busy themselves once more. Her responsibility was merely to bring the flowers into the space, while the planting duties fell to the little rabbits, the black horse, and the mountain chickens. Even the pigs and chickens that had come from Old Man Lin's place were lending a hand. Remarkably, the two pigs were particularly swift at rooting up the ground, while the little rabbits dug holes, and all the small creatures were working together. Just as Lin Jinchu began to regain some strength, she heard Xiao Kangwu say, "Master, a little sparrow just informed me that something seems to have happened at the Chang family." Upon hearing this, Lin Jinchu sprang to her feet. "What happened? Can you elaborate?" she asked as she prepared to exit the space. "It seems a woman has accused them of something," Xiao Kangwu replied. But the little sparrow could not provide details and was frantic. "Let us hurry back and see. The little sparrow will lead the way." Lin Jinchu exited the space and spoke to the little sparrow that was fluttering nearby. With her strength restored, they soon arrived at the encampment. Before she could even see the Chang family, she heard someone shouting, "Your eldest son has slept with my daughter. You must take responsibility." "Who slept with your daughter?" Chang Songjing's voice was filled with irritation. "I've told you countless times, she just lay down. I didn't touch her, and then Zimo woke me up, and I immediately moved aside." Lin Jinchu was hearing Chang Songjing express such anxiety, agitation, and even anger for the first time. "I don't care. The fact is, my daughter was found in bed with you, so you must marry her." The woman wailed, her voice loud as if she feared no one would hear. She believed that if everyone knew her daughter had shared a bed with the Chang family's son, they would have no choice but to acknowledge it. At that moment, a delicate voice piped up, "Brother Songjing, in what way am I inferior to Lin Jinchu? Although I may not be as beautiful as she is, I am not lacking either. Besides, I am devoted. I only love you." Lin Jinchu flits from one man to another. "What are you saying? Why do you bring my daughter into this?" Lin Ziyuan's furious voice rang out. Lin Jinchu quietly moved to stand beside her father. "Jinchu, you're back. Don't listen to their slanderous words." Lin Ziyuan was anxious for his daughter not to hear such hurtful talk. Rumors could wound deeply, striking like arrows that kill without bloodshed, and his daughter was still young and shouldn't be exposed to such things. Lin Jinchu approached the woman who had just spoken. In the Chang family's dwelling, there were two women. One was Lin Daqing's wife, and the other was their daughter, Lin Xiaomei. Lin Jinchu had long heard that Lin Xiaomei harbored feelings for Chang Songjing, and had even sent a matchmaker to propose, only to be rejected. Surprisingly, she had not given up. It was no wonder this family had not followed the others in the village, but remained here, waiting for an opportunity. Lin Xiaomei knelt there, tears in her eyes, mimicking Lu Runing's delicate demeanor, while Lin Daqing's wife lay on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Chang Songjing and Chang Kongwen stood beside their parents, while Aunt Luo sat quietly, saying nothing. Lin Jinchu was no longer the defenseless young girl she once was upon her arrival. She had slain bandits, vanquished the Tartars, and dealt with the Gu family, her heart now colder and more resolute than before. Rather than endure the incessant antics of these people, it was far more prudent to extinguish danger in its infancy, adopting a philosophy of violence to counteract violence. This approach, as history has shown, has indeed mitigated many troubles, albeit at the cost of introducing new ones. Though still merely 10 years of age, she had enjoyed ample nourishment during this period and spent her days outdoors, causing her stature to rise significantly. In fact, when compared to Lin Xiaomei, she appeared sturdier than the 14-year-old, their heights nearly equal. Having overheard the cacophony of chatter, she grasped the situation at hand. "Lin Xiaomei, what did you just say about me?" She had initially wished to remain uninvolved, trusting Aunt Luo to address the issue. But upon hearing Lin Xiaomei's foul remarks, she could no longer stand idly by. She stood tall, bending slightly to confront Lin Xiaomei, who sat on the ground, her mother afraid for her daughter's safety and quickly rising to her feet. Many now feared Lin Jinchu, particularly those from the direction of Shishan village, who avoided her at all costs. Concerned for her daughter's welfare, Lin Xiaomei's mother had abandoned her earlier bravado. Lin Xiaomei cast a guilty glance at Lin Jinchu, fully aware that she had not been present earlier. Otherwise, she would have been reluctant to provoke Lin Jinchu. She had witnessed Lin Jinchu's fierce determination when she dealt with the Tartars, a display that instilled great fear within her. Moreover, the mysterious death of Lu Runing had not escaped her notice, while others may have remained oblivious. She knew that Lu Runing had kidnapped Lin Wenza with the intent to murder Lin Jinchu and that insufferable Fu Yanche. Instead, Lu Runing met her demise. And it was common knowledge that Lin Jinchu was responsible, despite the evidence suggesting otherwise. Given Lu's cowardice, she would never have dared to kill Lu Runing. With tensions rising, Lin Xiaomei could no longer hesitate. Her ambition to ally with the Chang family compelled her to act. She looked up at Lin Jinchu, declaring, "Lin Jinchu, did I say anything wrong? You are entangled with brother Chang Songjing, and your closeness to your cousin is scandalous. I heard you are even betrothed to the third prince. You are nothing but a wanton, shamelessly straddling multiple boats." Chapter 85, Drive Them Out. Do not address me in such a manner, it is utterly repugnant. Bah! Chang Songjing spat at Lin Xiaomei, the incident having left a dark mark in his mind. He had nearly retched. Fu Yanche stood coldly at a distance, having initially regarded the matter as none of his concern, as he had already established contact with his shadow guards and anticipated departing soon. Yet, the audacious claim regarding Lin Jinchu's engagement to the third prince stirred his curiosity. How could a simple village girl have any connections to royalty? Lin Duqing, why do you not discipline your daughter? How shameless of her. My Chuer is only 10 years old, and what vile things does your daughter spew? Lin Ziyuan rushed forth to berate. Lin Jinchu positioned herself in front of her father, knowing that matters between women should not involve men, as any inadvertent contact could lead to complications. Throughout this journey, she had witnessed women throwing flirtatious glances at her father. Yet she bore no opposition to him seeking a new wife. As a modern individual, Lin Jinchu considered herself quite open-minded. However, her mother was still alive and their relationship remained strong, so finding her mother was paramount. Lin Jinchu scrutinized Lin Xiaomei's upturned face, with its triangular eyes, sallow skin, tattered clothing, and shoes that revealed dirty toes. The grime on her face was unsettling, and the black filth beneath her nails was even more horrifying. It was difficult to bear. Had she been a comely girl of good character, the association with Chang Songjing might have been more palatable. But with such an unappealing appearance, it was utterly nauseating, almost making her lose her last meal. If you wish to entice him, at least clean your face first. Yet, Lin Xiaomei's family had originally been from the Shishan village, and Lin Duqing was among the injured from the last incident. Had his wounds healed so swiftly? Although they were unaware of how they had infiltrated this group, they were nonetheless without allies. Lin Jinchu lowered her hand. You and your family should leave our group. I shall spare you this time. I had intended to mar your face, but it is too filthy for such an act. Indeed, begone. You are not welcome among us. Someone yelled. No wonder they sought refuge with us. They harbored such vile intentions, hoping to swindle the Chang family. Bah! A hideous creature wishing to wed Brother Chang. What an affront. Drive them away, quickly. How dare they tarnish the name of Jinchu? Disgusting creatures. Low-born scum. Lin Duqing pulled his son aside, too frightened to speak. He had believed the situation was secure, yet it was nearly discovered by Lin's cousin. Had Lin Xiaomei managed to embrace Chang Songjing from behind, it might have worked. Lin Duqing's wife, witnessing the collective condemnation, began to wail. This is outrageous. You bully us. My precious daughter is being sullied, and you refuse to take responsibility. If you will not marry her, I shall die before you. Then die. Lin Jinchu retorted. Suddenly, Lin Xiaomei lunged at Lin Jinchu, aiming to claw her face. Believing that if Lin Jinchu were disfigured, perhaps Chang Songjing would regard her differently. But Lin Jinchu was no longer the girl who could be easily bullied. She sidestepped, causing Lin Xiaomei to fall heavily to the ground. Lin Jinchu stepped on Lin Xiaomei's leg, applying just enough pressure to cause her pain. Do you still wish to marry Chang Songjing? In that moment, Lin Jinchu thought of how the Chang family had once been heroes defending their homeland, unworthy of such humiliation. Unexpectedly, despite her cries of agony, Lin Xiaomei refused to relent. Lin Jinchu, you already have your cousin and the third prince. Please allow me to have Brother Chong. Just this once, won't you? Lin Jinchu nearly burst into laughter. Before she could respond, Lin Xiaomei turned to Aunt Luo. Aunt, please let me marry Brother Chong. Oh. Even if I cannot wed him, I would be content as a concubine or a servant, just to be near him. Aunt Luo coldly replied. I'm afraid your kind are beneath my son. You should leave our group and do not force us to be unkind. As she spoke, she raised her fist toward Lin Xiaomei. Lin Jinchu chose not to utter another word. Instead, she seized Lin Xiaomei and marched forward. Uncle Sanlang, take your men and throw this family onto the small road ahead. Do not allow them to walk with us, let them fend for themselves. No sooner had she spoken than Shi Sanlang, accompanied by several brawny men, lifted each member of the family as if they were mere chickens and tossed them several hundred meters away onto another path. Lin Jinchu effortlessly carried Lin Xiaomei, her strength having notably increased, while Lin Xiaomei, being so thin, felt weightless. Behind them trailed another individual carrying the meager belongings of the Lin family, a filthy blanket and a battered iron pot. Lin Daqing's wife struggled desperately, but it was futile. As they were discarded on the road, Lin Jinchu coldly declared, Do not let us see you again, for each encounter shall result in punishment. She then crouched down and quietly warned Lin Daqing's wife, If your daughter again shows interest in Chang Songzheng, I shall sell her to a brothel. If you doubt my words, feel free to test me. With that, she clapped her hands and followed Shi Sanlang and the others as they departed. Lin Xiaomei's cold eyes were filled with intense hatred as she gazed at Lin Jinchu, her expression brimming with resentment. Your so-called cousin. Don't think I'm unaware of who he is. Lu Runing has already informed us. Fu Yanche, you have thwarted my plans, just wait and see. Not only do I know your identity, but the entire Shishan village is also aware. Are you not cognizant that County Magistrate Lu has dispatched someone to report your impending demise? When those individuals arrive, all of you will meet your end. Lin Xiaomei murmured to herself. Xiaomei, is what you say true? Lin Daqing and his wife asked in unison. Of course it's true. However, that fool Lu Runing seems oblivious to the fact that she met her demise at Lin Jinchu's hands. This wild and low-born child is quite sinister. We should steer clear of her in the future. Daughter, what shall we do now? Lin Daqing inquired, suddenly realizing how formidable his daughter had become. Recently, she had been associating with Lu Runing, the daughter of the Gao family, and Lin Jinchu's companion, Chun Nao. The several of them were often murmuring about something. And then Lu County Magistrate's daughter abruptly died in a violent clash with the Lu family. Since then, their daughter appeared to have developed a strong sense of agency. Lin Daqing pondered how following the daughters of prominent families had broadened his daughter's horizons. After all, how else could one explain the saying that men marry maids from wealthy families rather than daughters from lesser households? Lin Xiaomei narrowed her triangular eyes and slowly replied. One word, wait. Wait for what? Lin Daqing asked impatiently. Wait for those summoned by County Magistrate Lu to arrive. Oh, I've heard they are sworn protectors of the third prince. Once they come, it will be the end for Fu Yanche and Lin Jinchu. As well as for these lowly commoners, Lin Xiaomei said with a sinister tone. Chapter 86. You may leave this place now. Should we not pursue the village chief and the others? Lin Daqing had lost all sense of direction, wanting to consult his daughter on everything. He never anticipated that his daughter, whom he had always regarded as insignificant, would now become the backbone of the family. Lin Xiaomei shook her head. There's no rush. We must guide those people. Once they arrive, we will be safe. After we eliminate Fu Yanche and Lin Jinchu, we shall be hailed as heroes. For County Magistrate Lu and his wife also seek to kill Lin Jinchu to avenge their daughter. Very well, we shall await their arrival, Lin Daqing replied, elated. Envisioning the grand fortune that awaited their family, he felt an unquenchable energy, even forgetting the pain from injuries sustained while fleeing from a tiger. While searching for water with the residents of Shishan village, he trailed behind, having always been somewhat lazy. Only he and his father had ventured out. But upon hearing of a large tiger ahead, he abandoned his father and fled for his life. His father was bitten by the tiger and trampled by the crowd, while he merely sustained minor injuries, stumbling back with Lin Yuzheng. Lin Daqing's wife, surprisingly, felt delighted by this incident, relieved to be rid of that old man. With food and water already scarce, she thought, If he is dead, so be it. Now, if they could become benefactors to the Lu family by avenging their daughter, what future could they not secure? If even a morsel of benefit trickled down from the Lu family, it would suffice for them to enjoy a life of luxury. Upon returning to her encampment, Lin Jinchu was greeted by the little sparrow, which chirped excitedly, speaking in a language she could not comprehend. Little Kanwu then translated for Lin Jinchu, Master. Lin Xiaomei and her family say that County Magistrate Lu has dispatched someone to convey a message to the third princess people, intending to kill both your cousin and you. They also mentioned that they would wait to guide those individuals here. Damn it. I have been too merciful, Lin Jinchu exclaimed. Little Kanwu, send the little sparrow to poison that family. Let them die directly. These insignificant characters from the margins of the story, if they perish, it will not affect us. A flicker of ruthlessness glimmered in her eyes. Having committed numerous acts of violence, her heart had grown increasingly cold and hardened. She now preferred to eradicate threats while they were still in their infancy. Understood, Master. Anyone who seeks to harm you shall meet their demise. Little Kanwu responded eagerly. With its fierce temper, it desired to eliminate all that displeased it. It was a spirit reborn from the flames. Its feelings for those it held dear burning as fiercely and intensely as a raging fire, while its love and hate were as starkly defined as black and white, leaving no room for ambiguity. Just as it once felt for Qingwan, it wondered how she fared now. This is my third life in the mortal realm, Qingwan. Have you forgotten Kanwu? Furthermore, little Kanwu, instruct the birds that accompanied us to disperse and remain vigilant. If a large group of individuals clad in black approaches, they must inform us immediately, Lin Jinchu added, pulling little Kanwu from its reminiscence. Yes, Master. Little Kanwu will attend to it right away. Little Kanwu had become increasingly adept, with the local birds now looking up to it with respect. Having grown new feathers, its strength had returned to a third of its peak, and it was filled with optimism for the future. If it could successfully navigate this tribulation, it would be able to return to the heavenly realm and reunite with the Qingwan it missed day and night. After assigning tasks, Lin Jinchu approached Aunt Luo to offer her some words of comfort. It's nothing, Auntie, she said softly. Aunt Luo was unconcerned, thinking, what is there to fear from something so insignificant? If it comes to it, we can simply kill it. I just don't want to dirty my hands or tarnish my son's reputation. Aunt Luo patted Lin Jinchu affectionately, expressing her gratitude. Thanks to your cousin's reminder last night, when that woman attempted to embrace Songjing, your cousin shouted out his name. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Marriage is out of the question. I fear it would leave a shadow in my son's heart. She remained unaware that Lin Jinchu's cousin, Qin Zimo, was none other than the renowned northern general Fu Yanche. While Songjing merely speculated, most of the villagers in Xishan were already aware of Fu Yanche's true identity. Having boarded the Lu family's ship, they regarded Fu Yanche and Lin Jinchu with trepidation. Lin Jinchu softly assured her, Auntie, that family will no longer disturb Brother Chang. Aunt Luo was taken aback. Could it be as she imagined? Upon seeing Lin Jinchu nod, she covered her mouth and ceased to speak, thinking that this girl was even more ruthless and resolute than she had anticipated. Yet, she admired the side of Lin Jinchu in chaotic times. A woman who lacks decisiveness and cannot protect herself faces a tragic fate. Having accompanied this girl thus far, Aunt Luo had nearly forgotten what she was like upon their first meeting. All she knew was that she greatly admired the current Lin Jinchu. Unfortunately, such a remarkable girl would likely be unworthy of her son, though she seemed quite well matched with that cousin of hers. That boy's background was still a mystery. Where was the Qin family's maternal home, and why had she never heard of them before? Wasn't it said that the Qin family was bought by Lin Ziyuan? Qin Zimo, right? His noble demeanor and handsome stature exude confidence and composure. He appears far from an ordinary child. Aunt Luo sighed as she gazed at Lin Jinchu's retreating figure, lamenting that such a fine child would ultimately be unable to enter the Chang family's door. Lin Jinchu arrived at her family's encampment, where the sun had risen, and the temperature began to warm. Noticing her father and brother busy preparing breakfast, Lin Jinchu quietly approached Fu Yanche. You are Fu Yanche, are you not? She asked softly, marking her first acknowledgement of his identity. Fu Yanche had already surmised that the Lu family might have discovered his true nature, for the deceased daughter had cast a resentful glance in his direction. He had always maintained a divergent stance from the Lu family, and there were no substantial grievances between them. He was perplexed as to why the Lu family harbored such animosity towards him. Especially that venomous serpent appeared to be targeting him. Had Lin Jinchu not intervened, it would have surely fallen upon him. Naturally, he would have evaded its strike. But the true aim of the Lu family was none other than Fu Yanche. Why would the Lu family seek his demise? Could it be at the behest of the third prince? That seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Upon hearing Lin Jinchu utter his true name, he was taken aback and gazed at her in astonishment. How could this young girl possibly know his name? Surely, the Lu family would not have divulged such information to her. That was inconceivable. Yet, a thought suddenly struck him. What if this girl had slain Lu Runing? And it was Lu Runing, in her dying moments, who had revealed it to her. It must be so. He nodded at Lin Jinchu, graciously acknowledging his identity. I am, he stated. Upon witnessing his admission, Lin Jinchu quietly remarked, the magistrate Lu has already dispatched someone to notify the third prince. The assassins sent to eliminate you will likely arrive shortly. They have pinpointed your location, and this time, there may be a considerable number of them. We must prepare ourselves. You are no longer in danger, and if your allies have already located you, you may choose to depart from here immediately. We, the elderly and the young, would only serve as a burden to you.